Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3088 to Chapter 3173. I've already said that you are no match for me. The Do formation technique can only be used by a true expert of the Battle God clan. Doqing said arrogantly. Jiang Chen's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and the surrounding void was constantly compressed. Jiang Chen was ultimately defeated by the 9 Supremes. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, his greatest gain was that he had comprehended the 5 stars Do formation technique at the critical moment. All of this was thanks to Doqing. If he had not used the 5 stars Do formation technique, he might not have been able to completely comprehend the mystery of the 5 stars Do formation technique. From the beginning, Jiang Chen had the attitude of giving it a try because he wasn't sure how many stars Doqing's Do formation technique could display, but at least it wouldn't be too bad. If Doqing's Do formation technique was stronger than Jiang Chen's, would Jiang Chen's Do formation technique be improved in this battle? Although it was a little risky, Jiang Chen still decided to give it a try. The result was obvious. He had succeeded. From Doqing's 5 stars Do formation technique, he had gained a deep understanding and perfected his own Do formation technique. His injury was definitely worth it. 5 stars Do formation technique? I wonder if this one counts. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and 108 primordial spirit weapons instantly scattered around him. The Ashura sword formation was set up again. Jiang Chen wanted to use the power of the 5 stars Do formation technique to counter Doqing's 5 stars Do formation technique. What? You can also use the 5 stars Do formation technique? This is impossible. Doqing could not believe what he had seen. How long had it been since Jiang Chen came into contact with the Do formation technique? Doqing had already cultivated for tens of millions of years in the clan before he could comprehend the 5 stars Do formation technique. Even the clan leader had only comprehended the 6 stars Do formation technique. The true 7 stars Do formation technique could only be set up by the ancestors of the Battle God clan during the Valley period. However, Jiang Chen could actually use the 5 stars Do formation technique. Why? Doqing continued to roar. In the blink of an eye, the sword formation was completed. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 5 stars Do formation technique was completed. This time, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Since the 5 stars Do formation technique was the strongest technique of the Battle God clan, he would use his 5 Do formation to break the Doqing. The Sealing Yin formation continued to compress the space around Jiang Chen. His Ashura sword formation had also reached a terrifying level. The sword formation had been completed and the sword chi was released. Where Jiang Chen's sword pointed, the 108,000 swords rose up and struck the Sealing Yin formation and the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan. The 108,000 swords converged into a terrifying swordlight. The swordlight became more and more majestic and terrifying. The swordlight finally converged into one point. The Sealing Yin formation that was supported by the 5 stars Do formation technique was finally broken by Jiang Chen. The 108,000 swords also exhausted the power of the swordlight and disappeared. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was also neutralized and the Sealing Yin formation of the Battle God clan turned into starlight. Poof, Doqing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors were severely injured. Jiang Chen was no exception. This was a tit-for-tat battle and it was an evenly matched battle. In the end, both sides were heavily injured. Doqing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors were completely integrated with the formation. Their injuries were extremely serious when the Sealing Yin formation was broken. Jiang Chen was no exception. The injuries caused by the 9 extremes battle formation were not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He stood in front of Doqing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors. That kind of arrogance was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It sent chills down one's spine. Jiang Chen, you have truly shocked me. I can even say that there are only a handful of people in the northern cold divine region who are more powerful than you, Doqing said sincerely. Doqing said from the bottom of his heart. None of the 3 half-step emperors managed to gain the upper hand in the life and death battle with Jiang Chen. Moreover, they were injured by Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was not as lucky as them, the result disappointed Dou Qing as he failed to kill Jiang Chen. It's good that you know. Now, it's time for me to take your lives. Jiang Chen said. These people must die. Otherwise, how could he face Longshan? His brothers were almost killed. Jiang Chen had no reason to let them go. A group of sanctimonious people. They claimed to be the reinforcements from Tongshan Mansion, but they had their own schemes. They were all despicable schemers. Isn't it too early to be happy now? Do you really think that the experts of the Battle God clan will be defeated so easily? Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are very strong. However, you are unlucky to have met me, Dou Qing. He. Dou Qing said with a smile. Do you still have any trump cards? Just do it. If you don't, your life might end here. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This Dou Qing had already revealed everything. What other trump cards could he have? The fact that the Battle God clan could send out 3 half-step divine emperors was already enough to shock Jiang Chen. The dignity of the Battle God clan cannot be violated. You have taken the Dou formation technique of the Battle God clan. You must die. Dou Qing took a step forward and stared at Jiang Chen. Both of them refused to give in to each other. Dou Qing slowly took out a black roulette. The roulette was engraved with many obscure and strange inscriptions. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This strange black roulette had an extremely terrifying devouring power. It was definitely a very strange treasure. Although it might not reach the level of a primal origin treasure, its strangeness and uniqueness made Jiang Chen take precautions. This great earth roulette belongs to the ancestors of the Battle God clan. The patriarch gave it to me when he sent me to the West Pole Divine Land to carry out a mission. I never thought that it would come in handy here. The power of this great earth roulette can withstand a strike from a divine emperor expert. Similarly, it can also make a divine emperor expert frown. You can die under my great earth roulette. Dou Qing said proudly. His eyes were filled with radiance. He caressed the great earth roulette in his hand. With the great earth roulette in his hand, he was not afraid at all. Even if he and Jiang Chen were both injured, this great earth roulette could still take back his glory. Then, let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. Jiang Chen smiled. Withstand a strike from a divine emperor expert? I wonder if you'll be able to withstand the fusion of my 3 bolts of heavenly lightning? Bring it on, Jiang Chen. You will definitely feel despair for your stupidity. Ha ha ha. Dou Qing pointed at Jiang Chen with the great earth roulette in his hand. He was full of confidence, ready to have a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. Then watch carefully. I will not use this strike a second time. Because if you want to see it a second time, you might have to wait until your next life. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. He moved his hand slowly and 3 heavenly lightning gradually gathered at this moment. It's the heavenly lightning? Dou Qing frowned. This fella is really strange. Moreover, 3 heavenly lightning appeared at the same time. Even the 2 half-step deity emperors behind him looked serious. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, they will all be overshadowed by my great earth wheel. Dou Qing waved his hand disdainfully. However, the 3 heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hand had already started to take shape. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. The 3 heavenly lightning in his hand slowly fused together. The terrifying explosive aura was constantly intensifying and getting more and more terrifying. 3 types of heavenly lightning. Moreover, Jiang Chen had fused his origin energy into the heavenly lightning. That kind of power was absolutely incomparable to the previous explosion of the pill lightning. Wind and clouds suddenly rose in the surrounding weather. Even the air seemed to be mixed with traces of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly thunder exploded. Rumble rumble, the shock of the heavenly lightning fusion made everyone's mouth dry. The terrifying aura once again fused together. That was an oppressive and suffocating feeling that no one could imagine. The heavenly lightning fusion is really strong. This fella has used it before, but it was not as strong as this time. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's body fused together. That kind of terrifying explosion could almost flatten the entire Tongshan mansion. Why does it feel like the end of the world? Is this fella's heavenly lightning fusion really that terrifying? Those disciples of the Profound Connection Divine Palace who were at a loss of what to do were slightly frightened. They were not sure how strong Xianxia's attack was, even though they were far away from the Profound Connection Divine Palace and were looking at each other from afar. 3 types of heavenly lightning fusion. Xianxia is too terrifying. This fella is a madman. Dong Huangtai murmured. No one knew how terrifying Xianxia was as compared to them who came from the Lone Dragon County. Xianxia had risen from the Linhe boundary step by step. Xianxia was like a terrifying sword, unparalleled and undefeated. The current Xianxia had already left them behind. In this world where strength was everything, no one was worthy of sympathy and pity. Only the strong could survive. Can Xianxia really win against 3 half-step divine emperors? Ayamokihan murmured. They had witnessed Xianxia's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to fight those who were at a higher realm than him. However, his opponents were too strong this time. Xianxia had tried his best, killing the 3rd Mansion Lord and heavily injuring the 2nd Mansion Lord. They hoped that Xianxia could defeat the others and become the final winner. I have to say, you're indeed a monstrous genius. To fuse the heavenly lightning together, it's such a dangerous and suicidal method. But no matter what, you can't stop me from becoming your enemy. My great earth roulette is unstoppable. Haha. Doqing was still howling arrogantly. His aura continued to rise, and he had the absolute initiative. How could he lose to the crowd? I hope that what you've imagined will be as you wish. Xianxia said faintly without any distractions. The 3 heavenly lightning had already fused together. A green, blue, and purple lotus slowly appeared on Xianxia's hand. It was extremely strange, enchanting and surging. Xianxia could even feel the terrifying aura of extinction coming from the Death Lightning Lotus. It was as if everything would perish under the Death Lightning Lotus. That kind of fear made Xianxia's heart palpitate. Come, is this your final ability? I hope you won't disappoint me. Doqing sneered. As you wish. As Xianxia moved his palm, the dark clouds and thunder curtains seemed to tremble at this moment. The entire Tongxian Mansion's mountain range shook continuously. The surrounding void seemed to have been restricted. A deathly aura was emitted from the Death Lightning Lotus that Xianxia had thrown out. The 3-colored Death Lightning Lotus exploded. The destructive aura caused almost half of the buildings in the Tongxian Mansion to be destroyed. Even the Heavenly Dragon Tower was heavily damaged and collapsed layer by layer. The Tongxian Mansion could be said to have been destroyed in a day. The Death Lightning Lotus that was filled with deathly aura made Doqing's pupils dilate. He raised the Great Earth Roulette and struck it out forcefully. However, at that moment, Doqing's heart trembled a little. He suddenly felt the despair and fear when the Death Lightning Lotus bloomed in his eyes. The Great Earth Roulette seemed to have lost its power. The remaining 2 half-step deity emperors were devoured by the heavenly lightning fusion almost at the same time when the Death Lightning Lotus exploded. Their souls were scattered and not even a trace of their bodies was left. The dazzling radiance made people not dare to look at it directly. Doqing retreated again and again while striking out the Great Earth Roulette. However, he heard the sound that he was most unwilling to hear. The Great Earth Roulette started to crack at this moment. Crack, 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 no, this is impossible. My Great Earth Roulette. Doqing screamed continuously. He had never experienced such despair before in his life. The Great Earth Roulette had withstood the first wave of attacks. When the Death Lightning Lotus was released, the Great Earth Roulette could not withstand it anymore and shattered. Doqing had used all his strength, but he was also struck by the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. He was severely injured. His clothes were torn and tattered and his body was extremely weak. He knelt on the ground on both knees and was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the Great Earth Roulette, he would have been dead by now. Doqing had boasted before, but now, he couldn't even protect himself. The scariness of the Death Lightning Lotus made him realize how stupid he was to take Xianxia's attack head-on. However, in the end, he had failed. It was a terrible defeat that was unbearable to look at. His defeat had caused the Battle God clan to lose face. Doqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was in high spirits as he walked out of the Battle God clan. He had wanted to go to the West Pole Divine region and leave after obtaining some benefits from the Tongxian Mansion. However, who would have thought that he would suffer such a calamity? The aura of death permeated Dou Qing's heart. When he raised his head, it was already gone. The Tongxian mansion is finished. The great elder murmured. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the heavenly dragon pagoda had already collapsed. The thunder-gathering peak had also collapsed. The entire Tongxian mansion was in ruins. Thousands of students were in a daze. The Tongxian mansion that they were so proud of had collapsed at this moment. The explosive power of the Death Lightning Lotus caused airwaves to roll out, causing the entire Profound Connection Divine Palace to turn into a pile of ruins, shocking everyone. The great elder was dumbfounded. Lin Yukong, Yu Chenglong, Gu Maolu, Dong Huang Tai A, and everyone else were dumbfounded. Jiangchen fought against the three martial emperors in a fit of rage. The whole Tongxian mansion was razed to the ground. It was unimaginable. In front of Jiangchen, they were like ants. The feeling of powerlessness and defeat was not something that could be experienced by ordinary people, especially the great elder and the others. They could not bear to look at the tragic scene of Tongxian mansion. To them, it was hopeless. It was like a bolt from the blue. However, the truth was that Tongxian mansion had collapsed. Their faith had collapsed in an instant. The second and third mansion masters were dead. Their last hope was the great mansion master. However, the great mansion master was nowhere to be found. He was wandering around the world, totally unaware of the crisis that Tongxian mansion was in. The great elder, Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had already made up their minds to face death. Because once Tongxian mansion collapsed, they would not be able to survive. Jiangchen was a ruthless person. He would never allow them to live. The great elder had already expected this. The heavens want our Tongxian mansion to perish. The great elder sighed. His face was pale. He had lived for thousands of years, yet he could not escape from the misfortune. This catastrophe was too shocking for the Tongxian mansion. Our Tongxian mansion has really collapsed. Is this the power of Jiangchen? Even the two great mansion masters and three half-step divine emperors could not even withstand a single blow from him. What are we? Perhaps this is fate. Tongxian mansion was supposed to face this calamity. However, no one would have thought that they would die in the hands of their own people. It's like nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. Such a person will definitely stand at the peak of the heavens and earth. We will not be able to reach him. Today, we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of a true great emperor. The students of Tongxian mansion were filled with emotions. They were all students of Tongxian mansion and cultivated step by step from the outer mansion. However, they were worlds apart compared to Jiangchen. Who would not be jealous? Who would not be emotional? Everyone had the heart of an expert. The law of the divine world was that only the strong would be respected. Only the strong could have a foothold in the divine world where there were hundreds of races and experts. Even a hierarch expert would not dare to say that he was invincible. Even a divine emperor expert would not dare to say that he was unparalleled in the world. Perhaps only an emperor expert would have the ability to control the heavens. Dou Qing's aura was extremely weak and he could even die at any time. The two brothers behind him were instantly killed by Jiangchen. This was like a bolt from the blue. Dou Qing could not even protect himself and he did not stand a chance at all. Facing Jiangchen's Death Thunder Lotus, even though he took out the Great Earth Roulette, it was still useless. The Great Earth Roulette turned into dust under the Death Thunder Lotus of Jiangchen, leaving nothing behind. Dou Qing had used all his strength to survive under this situation where the Great Earth Roulette had blocked 90% of its power. However, he no longer had the ability to fight against Jiangchen. He was like a fish on Jiangchen's chopping block, completely becoming Jiangchen's prisoner. If Jiangchen moved, his life would be gone. Dou Qing looked at Jiangchen in extreme fear. His life was already in the hands of his opponent and he was in a precarious situation. His life was hanging by a thread. He had tried his best, but he still failed in the end. He was defeated by a hierarch and was defeated by the Battle God clan's secret technique, Dou Formation technique. To Dou Qing, this was more painful than being killed. However, since he did not die, he still had the desire to live. Everyone had the will to live. Dou Qing was not a righteous hero. In the face of death, he had to give in. He was full of confidence, but he was defeated in the end. Although it was embarrassing, it was better to live than to die. Now, what else do you have to say? Xianxia said coldly. He had already sentenced Douqing to death. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, the Battle God clan would send more powerful experts to deal with him in the future. However, a half-emperor like Douqing was already considered as a top expert. Even if the Battle God clan sent more experts to deal with him, they might not be that strong. Can you spare my life? I'm begging you. The Battle God clan will definitely repay you. Douqing gritted his teeth and said. He was a half-emperor realm expert who had never blinked his eyes in the northern cold divine region. However, he was now submissive to a hierarch realm kid. Douqing had endured great humiliation. However, he had no other way to survive. Your Battle God clan sees me as a thorn in your flesh. Letting you go this time is equivalent to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Will your Battle God clan let me go? Do you believe it? Xianxia snorted. This guy was talking nonsense. If he was deceived by him, he would be a fool. He had killed several experts from the Battle God clan, including 2 half-step divine emperors. This hatred was irreconcilable. No matter how magnanimous the Battle God clan was, it was impossible for them to reconcile with him. How could Xianxia not understand this? This Douqing was just talking to himself. Douqing held his breath. He knew that he had underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia was not fooled. Since it has come to this, you have already killed 2 of my Battle God clan's experts. Why don't we bury the hatchet? I'll tell you a big secret and you let me go. Is this a good deal? Douqing said in a deep voice. This was his last chance to live. He had lost the ability to fight in front of Xianxia. He could not move an inch now. Tell me about it. Xianxia said faintly and looked at Douqing with interest. Douqing was overjoyed. As long as Xianxia was interested, he would have a chance to live. The reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole Divine region. Moreover, our Battle God clan knows that the God-suppressing monument has appeared. In less than 100 years, the entire West Pole Divine region will be in chaos. We are the first to receive this news. As long as we get the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, we will be able to command everyone. The entire West Pole Divine region will be in chaos. Now, the West Pole Divine region is completely divided. The God-suppressing monument is the supreme divine weapon that can unify the West Pole Divine region. Douqing said word by word. God-suppressing monument? Xianxia's pupils shrank and his expression changed. The person holding the God-suppressing monument must be a monk. It has been more than 100 years. Did this guy cause trouble in the West Pole Divine region again? However, Xianxia believed that this guy would not suffer any loss. In the past, this guy was always the one who cheated others in the 9 region's immortal world. But now, Xianxia was still a little worried. After all, the divine world was not like the 9 region's immortal world where they came from. The true experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. No one knew how many experts were standing at the peak of this world. Even though Xianxia's current strength had the ability to fight against a half-step divine emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against a true divine emperor expert. You know about the God-suppressing monument? Douqing was overjoyed. Since Xianxia knew about the God-suppressing monument, he understood the relationship between the God-suppressing monument and the reincarnated living Buddha. In order to recover his damaged soul, Xianxia went to Red City. In Red City, he met the heroine Yan Xinyu and helped the Misty Rain Tower to defeat their opponents. He became the overlord of Red City and obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit to fly in the sky. I know. A divine item like the God-suppressing monument is in the hands of my friend. Therefore, the person you are looking for and the peerless divine item is in my friend's possession. Tell me, should I spare your life? Xianxia laughed and said. Xianxia. You. How dare you go back on your words? Douqing's expression changed. Xianxia's killing intent surged as soon as he took a step forward. Douqing was the first to bear the brunt of Xianxia's killing intent, becoming Xianxia's target. Even though Douqing had told Xianxia the big secret, he still could not return to peace. This fella is like a scoundrel. A true expert cares about their dignity. When did I promise you that I would spare your dog life? To me, your death is not worth mentioning. Therefore, killing you is just a matter of convenience. Xianxia sneered. He raised his sword and the half-step Divine Emperor expert died under his sword. Since then, the 3 half-step Divine Emperors of the Battle God clan had all died in the hands of Xianxia. The people of Tongxian Mansion were extremely nervous. Because Xianxia was going to deal with their Tongxian Mansion next. Rumble. At this moment, an incomparably huge scorching wave rose up from the Heaven Dragon prison. The destructive aura was suffocating. Xianxia couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, a flaming dragon was formed from the Heaven Dragon prison. It roared and soared up, crushing the entire Profound Connection Divine Palace. Its mightiness was overwhelming and unstoppable. The eyes of the flaming dragon were ferocious and terrifying. Xianxia kept retreating, but the terrifying flaming dragon had already swept towards him, as if it was about to devour him. What a terrifying fire dragon! Xianxia thought to himself. Even his 5 elements divine fire seemed extremely insignificant in front of this fiery dragon. The 5 elements divine fire rippled out and fire snakes filled the void, burning the entire Tongxian Mansion. Scram! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The blazing flame of the 3,000 flame sky seal was instantly swallowed up. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. What exactly was this flame dragon? It was actually so powerful and majestic. Even if the current him were to go all out, he might not be able to block the attack of this berserk flame dragon. Flood the Golden Mountain. Heavenly River, retreat. All of a sudden, a roar was heard. The 4 waters mad dragon that was formed from endless divine water crushed the void. In the void, the 2 dragons, 1 fire and 1 water, intertwined with each other. Terrifying waves of air rolled and mist rose into the sky. In the end, the 2 terrifying water and fire dragons returned to the void. Their dreadful aura also rapidly retreated like the tide. Xianxia's heart trembled. He also felt that he had a new lease of life. If it wasn't for the 4 waters mad dragon that forced the flaming mad dragon to retreat, he might have been turned into ashes by now. Not to mention the students of the Tongxian Mansion, even Xianxia had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon. Just a flame phantom alone was able to burst out such a terrifying power. Xianxia knew that he was far behind. It's him. It's really him. A hoarse voice resounded in Xianxia's ears. You're awake? Senior Dragon Emperor. Xianxia's heart moved. The 4 waters mad dragon should have been created by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, Xianxia could feel that the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura had become weaker. Obviously, it was caused by the attack just now. I'm awake. But soon, I'll fall into a deep sleep again. Damn it. To meet him here. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words were filled with helplessness. Xianxia knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had been in a deep sleep for a long time. However, in order to save Xianxia, the ancestral Dragon Emperor fought the flaming mad dragon with all his might. The flaming mad dragon emperor was forced to retreat and he must have used up a lot of his soul energy. Is it because of the flame phantom? What is it? Xianxia frowned and asked. He always felt that there was something hidden in the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. After seeing it today, he knew that it was not something that he could control. It's something that you shouldn't know about now. If it wasn't for the ancient seal, the seal left by a divine emperor expert wouldn't be able to suppress him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said with lingering fear. As for who he is, it's better for you not to ask about it. You might only have the chance to witness his magnificence when you've at least reached the Divine Emperor realm. Currently, even if he's sealed under the ground, his illusory figure is enough to kill you. To think that there's a seal left by a Divine Emperor expert here. What a joke. The only thing that can seal him is the ancient seal. This fella might explode anytime. Once he explodes, he'll be the real devil from hell. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words were filled with fear. Xianxia didn't ask any more. To be able to make the ancestral Dragon Emperor afraid, he must be a powerful existence even in the immemorial era. Most importantly, that fellow's phantom that was sealed under the ground could still deal a fatal blow to him. How powerful was that? You really didn't disappoint me. To think that your soul has reached the Emperor realm. Wait. You've formed your own Tao? The ancestral dragon emperor was shocked as he did not expect Xianxia to be able to condense his own Tao when he was still in the hierarch realm. Moreover, this Tao was quite powerful, even the ancestral dragon emperor was extremely serious about it. Yes, I call him Ling Tian Dao. Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao. Xianxia said. Great. This is too shocking. Ha ha ha, kid, promise me one thing. When you've reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, can you come to the Dragon Clan? If I want to be revived, I must go back to the Dragon Clan's ancient land. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate the golden body. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. All right. Xianxia promised the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, he didn't know when he would be able to reach the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Oh right, Senior Dragon Emperor, I have another question. How did I obtain the Great Emperor's Tao? Where exactly is the Taoist connotation? Xianxia asked with a low voice. The Great Emperor's Taoist connotation is born out of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The Taoist connotation is born out of the will of the Tao. Cultivating with the sword, cultivating the heart with the sword. The Tao is born from the heart and the will is moved. It is the Qi connotation of the cultivation of the Great Way. For you, it is still too far away. Although you have cultivated the Great Way, it is not easy to truly comprehend the Taoist connotation of heaven and earth. Even so, you're the first person that I've seen who could form the Tao in the hierarch realm. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was full of praise for Xianxia. When the great Tao is formed, the heaven and earth will not move. Xianxia's talent has a long way to go. This time, in order to save you, I defeated that guy. It's really a failure. I might have to fall into a deep sleep again. When your soul realm is strong enough, you might be able to wake me up. Remember, hurry up and leave this place. It won't be long before that guy makes a comeback. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice slowly disappeared from Xianxia's mind. Xianxia looked at the Heaven Dragon Tower that he had razed to the ground with a lingering fear. What kind of expert was sealed under the Heaven Dragon prison? Xianxia didn't know. However, he knew that he must leave this place. Otherwise, there might be another battle. By then, the ancestral Dragon Emperor would have retreated and Xianxia wouldn't be able to fight against him. Xianxia looked around. The entire Tongxian mansion had become a ruin. The void was filled with dust. Those people from Tongxian mansion looked at the scene helplessly. To Tongxian mansion, they were innocent. Xianxia did not start a massacre. The Tao of Ling Tian was to go against the heavens, not to bully the weak. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his face became extremely gloomy because he felt an incomparably strong killing intent directed at him. Xianxia's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent that was hard to describe. He didn't expect that Xianxia would stare at him at this time. That kind of gaze penetrated all obstacles and the sea of people, directly towards him with a terrifying momentum. Although Xianxia didn't do anything, he still felt his heart tremble. No one could understand that kind of feeling of despair. Yu Chenglong felt that his heart was already in his throat. Tongxian mansion is in danger. Lin Yukong sighed. He originally thought that Xianxia would continue to kill at this time, but Xianxia's actions were out of everyone's expectations. He didn't attack the people of Tongxian mansion. Even those elders weren't reprimanded by Xianxia. Killing people can't solve everything. The grudges between me and the second and third mansion masters have been cleared. It has nothing to do with you. When the so-called great mansion master comes back, he might come looking for me. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Xianxia shook his head and said. There was no meaning in killing them. It would only increase the sin of killing. The great elder, Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other. The corners of their mouths were full of bitterness. Xianxia didn't want to attack them because if Xianxia attacked them again, they wouldn't have any power to fight back. They had witnessed Xianxia's previous means. It wasn't something they could contend against. Yu Chenglong, I really underestimated you. Xianxia looked at Yu Chenglong in the crowd and said. Everyone looked at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's heart sank to the bottom. What do you mean? Yu Chenglong's heart was beating like a drum, but he didn't dare to look Jiang Chen in the eye. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, but that murderous aura was frightening. Yu Chenglong had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen knew what he was doing in secret? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he was unhappy with me, it should just be a guess. Don't you understand what I mean? Jiang Chen sneered. We can be considered old friends. Jiang Chen, it's true that you're strong, but I, Yu Chenglong, won't allow anyone to frame me. If you have anything to say, just say it. What's the meaning of this? If you want to kill me, I won't be able to fight back. But even if I die, I want to die in peace. Yu Chenglong walked over proudly. He forced himself to look at Jiang Chen, but his heart was already filled with fear. If Jiang Chen really acted like a hothead and killed him instantly, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was also gambling that Jiang Chen wouldn't act against him, gambling that Jiang Chen was just guessing. If it wasn't for Sister Ning, I would have already killed you. Jiang Chen said coldly. I've taken care of Sister Zhu for over 100 years, and I'm infatuated with her. Even though she only has you in her heart, when have I ever hurt her? I've only silently protected her. Unfortunately, you don't know that Sister Zhu won't be able to live for long. If I can save her, I won't hesitate even if I have to die. But where were you at that time? Do you really think that you're worthy of Sister Zhu? For her, I can go through fire and water, but you're still carefree. What right do you have to obtain her selfless love? I'm not willing, Yu Chenglong, am not willing. Yu Chenglong roared, pretending to be wronged. Jiang Chen's heart wasn't moved, but he snorted in disdain. But when he mentioned that Sister Ning wouldn't be able to live for long, Jiang Chen's heart was touched. Because Sister Ning had said the same thing before, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take it seriously. She must have suffered a great injury for her to be like this. Jiang Chen didn't argue with Yu Chenglong, because there were some things that he only needed to understand. He could turn them into ashes with a lift of his finger, so why would he care about what others thought? Ask yourself honestly, just do what you should do. But with your cultivation, I'm afraid there's no need for you to continue existing. Jiang Chen said coldly. What are you trying to do? Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his expression changed. Could it be that Jiang Chen was really going to make a move against him? Because of Sister Ning, I'll take your life. But people have to take responsibility for their own mistakes. Jiang Chen said. He took a step forward and charged towards Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's expression changed and he quickly retreated. However, his speed was worlds apart from Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong wanted to retaliate, but Jiang Chen's methods were too ruthless. He didn't give Yu Chenglong the slightest chance to take a breather. With a thunderous palm strike, Yu Chenglong couldn't retaliate at all. Too powerful. Jiang Chen defeated senior brother Yu in a single move. This is too shocking. It's a complete suppression in terms of strength. But he's only slightly stronger than senior brother Yu. How could there be such a huge disparity? Don't forget that a half-step divine emperor is much stronger than Jiang Chen. But in the end, he was still killed by Jiang Chen. Can this guy be judged by common sense? That's right. Jiang Chen only needed one move to deal with Yu Chenglong. This is already giving him enough face. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't kill senior brother Yu. Jiang Chen's strength was shocking, but everyone was already used to it. Jiang Chen had done more shocking things than this. Jiang Chen crippled all of Yu Chenglong's strength with a single move, turning him into a mortal in an instant. Yu Chenglong was completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale. The feeling of being reduced to a commoner was far more painful than being killed. He fell from heaven to hell. Such a difference was really better than Jiang Chen killing him directly. His million years of cultivation had completely turned into an illusion. Just a moment ago, he was still all-powerful and had become a well-known figure among the students. But now, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. If it was anyone else, who would be able to endure this? No, this is impossible. Impossible, Yu Chenglong murmured. His eyes were filled with despair. He even looked a little dazed. No one would have thought that Yu Chenglong had actually gone mad. Such a blow was really shocking. Some people felt sorry for him, some sighed. The three heads of the outer sect, who were once the great senior brother of the inner sect, had now become like this, full of lunatics. Those who commit unjust deeds will bring about their own destruction. He only has himself to blame. Gu Maolu sneered. He was well aware of everything that Yu Chenglong had done. This guy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Gu Maolu had really underestimated him and was almost deceived by his appearance. He didn't expect Yu Chenglong to be such a despicable person. Sigh, brother, you still couldn't escape his misfortune. Jiangchen isn't someone easy to deal with. This time, brother Yu has made a grave mistake. Bai Ying also sighed. Both of them were well aware that Yu Chenglong's current strength and status could be considered as fate. But who would have thought that the final outcome would be so miserable? To an expert that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Yu Chenglong's failure was equivalent to his death. It was more painful than death. Now, he's a little crazy, he's no longer as elegant as he used to be. However, no one dared to criticize Jiang Chen's actions. Even Lin Yukong and the Great Elder could only lower their heads silently, not daring to have the slightest objection. Because, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. He's like a god emperor, looking down on all living beings with cold eyes. Don Huang, Zishi, what do you guys plan to do after I leave? Jiang Chen looked at Don Huang Taie and the others. Everyone looked at each other, because they couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, if the great master of the prefecture or the great elder of the prefecture were to come after them, they would be powerless and helpless, waiting to be slaughtered. This was because they were inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen left, they would most likely become the scapegoats. This was a principle that everyone understood. There's more than one divine mansion in the northern cold divine region, we'll go to the other divine mansions. Since we're divine kings now, we can go anywhere in the world. Don Huang Taia said after a moment of silence. This was their only choice, they must not stay here anymore. You're right, there'll be other places for us to stay, ha ha ha. Amo Kihan said with a smile. Without any hesitation, more than 20 of them stood on their side. Many of them were people that were indebted to Jiang Chen, they were close to Jiang Chen. They must leave now, if the people from Tongxian Mansion were to take action against them, it'll be troublesome. The Tongtian Divine Mansion should be the closest to here, I've been wanting to go there for a long time. Gu Maolu said with a smile. He was right to befriend Jiang Chen. Even though he couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen anymore, they've fought together before. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. Jiang Chen still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and left. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Don Huang Taiji, Don Huang Tai A, Morong Wanyu, Lu Dong, Mo Qihan, Zishi, Gu Maolu, Bai Ying and the rest, more than 20 people came from the same place as Jiang Chen. They left Tongxian Mansion. The world was big, there would be a place for them. A group of Divine King Realm experts would not be buried in the divine world. Yu Chenglong slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Jiang Chen had left with a gloomy expression. His aura was completely gone and all that was left was a broken body. He would remember today's humiliation for the rest of his life. The first elder glanced at Lin Yukong and said in a low voice, Tongxian Mansion has suffered such a great loss. Looks like we have to make a choice. That's right. No one can stay out of this. Jiang Chen's battle has caused a huge blow to our profound connection Divine Palace. 2 of our palace masters have fallen, only the Great Palace Master is left. I wonder when the Great Palace Master will return. Lin Yukong said. The day the Great Mansion Lord returns will be the day we take our revenge. The first elder's eyes were cold. Even though Jiang Chen had spared them, they would never forget the enmity of Tongxian Mansion. However, it was impossible for them to change their fate with their current strength. They could only place all their hopes on the Great Mansion Lord. Bai Yun silently looked towards the east. That was the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She had an uneasy feeling in her heart, as if there was something hidden in her heart. Brother Shursan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai Yun squatted on the ground and cried silently. However, she was clear that Xianxia was completely angry with her. They had even broken off their relationship. When she tried her best to bring Xianxia away, he was filled with hostility towards her. Even though she only wanted to save Xianxia, in Xianxia's eyes, Bai Yun had already disappointed him. Bai Yun knew that Xianxia's departure was a disaster. They had witnessed the strength of Tongxian Mansion. If it wasn't for Xianxia who sacrificed his life to save them, the situation would have been even more dangerous. Xianxia sacrificed his life for justice, but he was suppressed by 4 half-step deity emperors. That scene was extremely tragic and dangerous. Even Xianxia's final choice was no different from seeking his own death. Sister Ning, what should we do? Little Chinzi, Yan Qingqing murmured. When the words came to her mouth, she could no longer control her emotions. That kind of sorrow and heartache was written all over her face. I don't believe that our man will leave just like that. Wu Ningzhu looked towards the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She couldn't believe that she had suffered such a huge blow when she had just met Xianxia. She was willing to die for him, but she didn't want him to lose his life for her. Humans were selfish, but Wu Ningzhu wanted to keep Xianxia by her side forever. Although Wu Ningzhu knew that she would die soon, she couldn't stop missing Xianxia. Yan Qingqing followed Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Xianxia's aura had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was gone forever. Was this the end for them? Would the peerless prodigy of the Nai region's immortal world fall just like that? Qianrenji had left. She wanted to go to Lone Dragon County and Qilian boundary to look for Ziqing Tian. She was helpless and could only leave silently. The people of the Lihuan sect had also left. After knowing that Xianxia did not leave a life-death mark on them, they were filled with gratitude and longing for life. Shuiliang and Bingyun looked at each other. Shuiliang didn't believe that Xianxia would fall just like that. When he turned around, Bingyun held his hand tightly. Don't go. If you leave, how can I live alone? Bingyun bit her red lips. Shuiliang had to stop his actions. He wanted to go to Tongxian Mansion to look for Xianxia, but how could Bingyun let go of him? The extravagant hope full of affection melted Shuiliang's heart at once. Sigh. Shuiliang sighed. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't abandon Bingyun. If he was alone, he would definitely go to Tongxian Mansion, even if he had to collect Xianxia's corpse. Xianxia, if you die, I won't live alone. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes, and her heart was filled with despair. In this world, the one who can make me, Xianxia, bow down to me has not been born yet. A burst of laughter resounded in the void. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the familiar figure. They felt as if their hearts had been hit by a huge impact. Xianxia, whom they had been longing for, had finally returned. Moreover, he had broken free. This was unbelievable. To be able to escape from the hands of 4 half-step deity emperors was simply a fantasy. However, Xianxia did it. This insufferably arrogant guy had once made countless people sigh in pity, but he still returned with pride in the end. When Xianxia's figure appeared in the void, everyone was greatly shocked. Xianxia was like an invincible god of war, returning with glory. That kind of power and dominance made them feel that the insufferably arrogant Xianxia had returned. Little Chinzi. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait to rush into Xianxia's embrace, feeling his warm and firm chest. This kind of real and warm feeling made Yan Qingqing heave a sigh of relief. Their prayers had finally come true. Xianxia looked at Wu Ningzhu, and Wu Ningzhu looked back at Xianxia. When their gazes met, Xianxia felt like he had just survived a disaster. Wu Ningzhu's eyes didn't show any blame or resentment. There was more of tolerance. She knew that it wasn't easy for him. She knew the pressure he was under. She knew the reason why he returned with boundless longing. I want all of you to live well. Live well with me. Xianxia smiled faintly. He reached out and embraced Wu Ningzhu. At that moment, there was only a faint satisfaction in his heart. There was no killing, no competition, no comparison, and no hurt. There was only deep affection for each other. The most unforgettable ancient poems, the most disdainful was yearning. Xianxia knew that there was no joy or sorrow in his heart, only their gentle faces. 100 years of melancholy, just a thought. Regardless of life or death, just to hold hands with you. Shuiliang and Bingyun looked at each other and smiled. Their lips were full of blessings. Jiangchen's return was undoubtedly the best news. Although they didn't know how Jiangchen broke through all the dangers and finally escaped, that scene must have been quite thrilling. Shuiliang's admiration for Jiangchen increased. This guy was always so mysterious. Even under the encirclement of 4 half-step deity emperors, he could still walk leisurely and escape unscathed. Except for Jiangchen, Shuiliang couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. It was just like a fantasy story. However, Jiangchen's luck had made it. In Shuiliang's heart, Jiangchen was always the kind of expert who stood at the top of the world. He had always wanted to compete with Jiangchen. Even if he was not as good as Jiangchen, he still regarded Jiangchen as his goal. Jiangchen's strength was always beyond his imagination. Regardless of life or death, both were exciting. However, if Jiangchen really died, then he seemed to have lost the motivation to improve. The two of them were like two fated people who were entangled with each other. Shuiliang regarded Jiangchen as his confidant and would never let him leave so easily. A gentleman would die for his confidant. Although Bingyun had too many concerns and fetters, Shuiliang would never retreat if it was a matter of life or death. Jiangchen. Where's brother Shirsan? Is he? Baiyun looked at Jiangchen with hope in her eyes. Her heart was full of entanglement and struggle, but she missed Long Shirsan. Jiangchen was back, but Long Shirsan had disappeared from her sight. His strength was not as good as Jiangchen's. Would something bad happen to him? Baiyun's eyes made Jiangchen's heart ache. This little girl had a natural sense of closeness to Long Shirsan, and her humble side made Jiangchen feel sad. Don't worry. He is not dead, and I won't let him die. However, his injury is too serious. I'm afraid it will take a long time for him to recover. Jiangchen said. Really? Baiyun finally felt relieved. As long as Long Shirsan was alive, everything would be enough. Even if she was wronged, even if she was abandoned by Long Shirsan, so what? As long as he was alive and happy, she would be satisfied. As long as he was well, it would be a sunny day. Can you give him to me? I promise that he will recover as soon as possible. Baiyun seemed to be a little excited and said, looking at Jiangchen eagerly. Jiangchen frowned. It wasn't that he didn't trust White Cloud, but her identity was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out at all. Moreover, she had healed Dragon Shirsan's body several times, which had shocked him tremendously. Even his myriad chi body couldn't be faster than her. All right. Jiangchen hesitated for a while. However, looking at Baiyun's eyes, he couldn't bear to reject her. After all, she had good intentions. If she could help Long Shirsan recover as soon as possible, it would be beneficial for him. As Jiangchen waved his hand, Long Shirsan appeared in front of Baiyun. Baiyun was crying tears of joy, but she felt heartache for Long Shirsan. Her tears fell on Long Shirsan's body. Long Shirsan's injuries were too severe. At the last moment, he almost resisted the attacks of 3 half-step divine emperors by himself. In order to buy time for Jiangchen, in order to hold on until the last step, he had almost exhausted all his strength, essence, chi, and spirit. He was left with only a breath left. Baiyun's body was covered in blood. Baiyun was crying while using her origin energy to heal Long Shirsan. Jiangchen was extremely shocked. Because the origin energy was her own essence, it was equivalent to using her life force to prolong Long Shirsan's life. No one could imagine that Baiyun was so determined. Jiangchen wanted to say something, but he shook his head in the end. This was Long Shirsan's fortune, and also their fate. The rise and fall of fate was not something that he could control. Long Shirsan's body was recovering bit by bit. However, Baiyun's expression became extremely ugly. Wrinkles appeared on her young face. Even her long black hair had slowly turned silver. Jiangchen took a deep breath. Baiyun had channeled 90% of her origin energy into Long Shirsan's body. It was like giving Long Shirsan a new lease of life. Moreover, his body had also undergone a huge change. His terrifying recovery power and self-healing ability had increased infinitely. Jiangchen could not help but feel speechless. Baiyun was really silly. There was no doubt that she had harmed him. This silly girl. Sigh. The red cocoon wrapped Longshan layer by layer. Xianxia became more and more curious. Such a change in Longshan made the vitality in his body extremely exuberant, more than 10 times stronger than before. However, all this was because of White Cloud. White Cloud's little hand was silently placed on Longshan's body. Bursts of bright essence shone and overflowed with colorful flowing light. Longshan also became extremely lucky, at least in Xianxia's view. Xianxia could see that White Cloud had almost transferred all her origin energy to Longshan. This was undoubtedly a great harm to her, but the benefits to Longshan were also immeasurable. White Cloud was so selfless and affectionate that Xianxia could not help but be surprised. This red cocoon has such powerful energy. I have never heard of it. Brother Jiang, what is it? Shuiliang looked at this scene in shock and whispered. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know, but it seems that this red cocoon should benefit him a lot. Shuiliang nodded silently. There was no doubt that the violent energy and the huge origin energy in the red cocoon amazed them. After Longshan absorbed this terrifying origin energy, he was bound to be reborn. The red cocoon gradually turned into strands of purplish-red chi that resonated with Shan. In less than half an hour, 80% of Shan's injuries were healed, but he still didn't wake up. It was not until the red cocoon gradually faded that White Cloud staggered a step back. Her little face was full of solemnity. She stared at Longshan with burning eyes, full of reluctance and attachment. Hey too, I'll leave Brother Shan to you. I'm leaving first. White Cloud said reluctantly, her heart full of anxiety and hesitation. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not going to wait for him to wake up before leaving? Xianxia said with a frown. White Cloud shook its head. The person he probably doesn't want to see the most is me. I think I'm not annoying, so I'll leave now. I hope he won't speak ill of me the moment he sees me. Xianxia saw White Cloud's helplessness, but he didn't understand why. He wanted to ask more, but Wu Ningzhu grabbed his hand and signaled him to stop asking. That's good. Take care of yourself. We will meet again if fate allows it. I thank you on behalf of Longshan. Xianxia smiled. Thank you. I don't regret meeting you at all. Goodbye. After saying that, White Cloud turned around and left. His thin and small figure was withstanding a huge pressure, which made people's hearts ache. One was a peerless weirdo, one was a flawless piece of jade, one was proud and conceited, one had no worries, one was like the bright moon in the water, the other was like a flower in the mirror. If there was no fate, he met him again in this life. If there was fate, his worries would eventually disappear. Just like that, White Cloud left without any worries, but was their fate really broken just like that? In Xianxia's view, White Cloud's friendship with Longshan had been extremely benevolent, but he knew Longshan's character better than anyone else. He was right only if he thought it was right, and no one could change his mind. When you were trapped in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, Shan tried his best to save you. But at that time, we had just gotten out of the Profound Connection Divine Palace and we didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Even if Shan went back, he would be courting death. So White Cloud took the opportunity to knock him out. When he woke up, he completely broke up with White Cloud. After all, it was because Longshan wholeheartedly wanted to save you that it ended up like this. White Cloud has good intentions, but in Shan's eyes, it's a deliberate obstruction. Perhaps he knows it very well in his heart, but he's still filled with deep hatred towards White Cloud. If you die, perhaps he'll put all his hatred on White Cloud. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. All this happened because of Xianxia, but they could not blame Xianxia. None of them was wrong, including Longshan and White Cloud. The only mistake was the battle. Although they won in the end, they paid a great price. For them, Xianxia's safe return was the greatest relief. After all this happened because of me. Hee hee. Xianxia sighed with a wry smile. If you hadn't turned the tide, we would have died in Tongxian Mansion. Why do you blame yourself? Shuiliang said. Now that Xianxia and Longshan had returned safely, they were going to leave. The world was vast, but he had to rely on his own means to make a breakthrough. I'm going to the Central Province Divine Land. Xianxia, I'll wait for you in the central province. I hope you won't let me down. When we meet again, I'll definitely fight with you. Shuiliang said confidently. His pride and confidence were what Xianxia admired the most. It's a deal. Shuiliang and Bingyun left. At this moment, the red remnant sword on Long Shersan's body all turned into halos and finally integrated into his body. Baiyun left, but Xianxia was greatly shocked and surprised by her background. Her origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi body. Xianxia could not help but sigh at the recovery of his injuries. Baiyun's origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi. When Long Shersan integrated all the halos formed by the red cocoons into his body, Long Shersan finally opened his eyes slowly. There was a burst of brilliance in his eyes. His strength had recovered, and it seemed to be more refined and terrifying than before. There was an extremely powerful origin chi in his body, which had not been completely absorbed by Long Shersan. But Long Shersan knew that it was White Cloud's origin chi. When he was injured before, she used this method to save him. But at this moment, his injuries were even more serious. He could wake up so quickly and his injuries had disappeared completely because of the origin chi that had not been completely digested by him. This origin chi was endless, which made Long Shersan gain a lot. All of this came from White Cloud. Little Chenzi. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiangchen, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others. Damned monkey, you're finally awake. Jiangchen said with a smile. Did she save me? Long Shersan's expression changed. In order to save you, she gave 90% of her origin chi to you. You shouldn't blame her. Jiangchen said. I don't like to be controlled by others, especially when she knocked me out. Long Shersan said with a frown. This matter started because of me. That's why you hate her so much. If you're going to die, blame me. White Cloud has sacrificed a lot for you. It has nothing to do with you. There's no friendship between me and her. Dragon Shersan gazed afar with fiery eyes. Jiangchen knew that this bastard was too stubborn. If he was in Dragon Shersan's shoes, perhaps he wouldn't have done any better than Dragon Shersan. If Dragon Shersan was in danger, Jiangchen would never allow anyone to knock him out, but the situation was different. If there's a chance, I'll repay her favor sooner or later. Long Shersan said stubbornly. Everyone had their own choice. Jiangchen couldn't say anything more. They didn't do anything wrong. It was just that their personalities didn't dictate it. Long Shersan knew that he was indebted to Baiyun. Anyone would feel that he should forgive her, but he couldn't do it. Especially when he thought that she had stopped him from saving Jiangchen, Long Shersan felt very upset. If something really happened to Jiangchen, he might be even crazier than he was now. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a rest and prepare to head to the West Pole Divine Region. Jiangchen said. West Pole Divine Region? Why are we going there? Yan Qingqing asked doubtfully. The monk might be there, in the land of the West Pole Divine Region. I heard from that guy from the Battle God clan that they are heading to the West Pole Divine Region. The reincarnation of the living Buddha and the appearance of the God-suppressing monument all indicate that the monk might be there. Jiangchen said solemnly. Alright, then let's take a rest and head to the West Pole Divine Region. I haven't seen the monk for a long time. I wonder how that guy is doing and how strong he is now. I don't think he's a match for us. Long Shersan said confidently. Oh yeah, Sister Ning, what happened to you? I heard from Yu Chenglong that you might die soon. Let me take a look at you. Jiangchen said with concern. Wu Ningzhu's safety was more important than anything else. Wu Ningzhu's breathing stagnated. Her eyes were filled with despair and sadness. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to leave Jiangchen and Yan Qingqing so soon. She still had so many things to say and so many hardships to tell Jiangchen. Don't worry, Sister Ning. No one can take you away from me, not even the heavens. Jiangchen held Wu Ningzhu's hand tightly and said. He was afraid that Wu Ningzhu would do something that would make him feel a trace of despair. However, Jiangchen knew what was going on and was confident that he wouldn't let his woman gradually wither in front of him. Wu Ningzhu nodded silently. Your soul has suffered a heavy injury? This is a sign of withering souls. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. Even he couldn't do anything about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. Her soul seemed to be withering slowly until its end. Even Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul couldn't help her at all, but Jiang Chen could prolong Wu Ningzhu's life. Your soul will wither completely in less than 10 years. Although I can't save your soul right now, I definitely won't let you get hurt. Within 1,000 years, I will use my soul force to protect you. In this way, we can find a solution as soon as possible. When my strength reaches the Divine Emperor realm, I'll probably find a solution. 1,000 years was more than enough. Don't worry, Sister Ning. I won't let you lose me, and I won't lose you either. Jiang Chen hugged Wu Ningzhu tightly and said. Really? 1,000 years? Even if it can't be cured, I'll be satisfied. I thought that my soul was really going to wither. When Wu Ningzhu heard Jiang Chen say 1,000 years, she felt relieved. 1,000 years was already too much for her. Little Chenzi never goes back on his words. Sister Ning, we should believe him even more. So what if it's 1,000 years? We want to be together forever, not just 1,000 years. In the divine world, 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye. Yan Qingqing pulled Wu Ningzhu's hand and helped her out of her predicament. Let's rest for a while, we should leave now. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shan. The four of them had finished their preparations and could leave for the West Pole Divine Region at any time. West Pole Divine Region, Moro Prefecture, Ethereal World, Wolf Mountain. Thousands of miles of divine land, thousands of miles of wind and snow, piercing through a world, the shadow of snow torrential, the wind and frost falling, the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain was covered in silvery white, the sky and the mountain joined into a line, the imposing manner swallowing the heavens, only leaving behind a boundless expanse. The Wolf Mountain stretched endlessly, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. One side was covered in snow, the other side was sunny, it was above half of the ethereal world. In the middle of a snowy mountain, 3 red-eyed snow-ground ice apes were staring at a woman with long hair. The woman was dressed in white, pure and flawless, as if she was even purer than the snow. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 beasts in front of her, she was extremely nervous. Facing these 3 beasts, it was almost impossible for her to avoid them. Her snow-white clothes were stained with scarlet blood, it was exceptionally dazzling. The storm was still rolling, the snow fell like goose feathers, it was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The woman's cold face was full of hardships, but it could not hide her beauty. The coldness and stubbornness at the corner of her mouth made her even more indignant. She was like a monument that would never yield to mediocrity, she would never bow her head even in death. The 3 abnormally powerful beasts roared continuously and slowly approached her. That kind of invisible pressure made it hard for her to breathe. It went without saying how terrifying the 3 early Hierarch realm beasts were. It was quite taxing for her. Although she managed to kill one of them, she was also seriously injured. It would be extremely difficult for her to escape from this place. The 10,000 miles of ice vein and 1,000 miles of snow mountain were the snow-ground ice apes' territory. She was also seriously injured, it was impossible for her to escape. She wanted to obtain the snow-ground ice ape's gallbladder and refine it, but she did not expect that she would end up losing the rice used to lure the chicken. She was now trapped in a dangerous situation. Am I really going to die here? The white-robed woman murmured. Her face was filled with desolation. Her current strength was less than 1/10 of her original strength. There was no way she could fight against these 3 ferocious beasts. After running for 1,000 miles, she could no longer run. Damn human, how dare you kill our people? You must die. The snow-ground ice apes roared, constantly pounding their huge chests to show their anger and hatred towards the white-clothed woman. The 3 vicious beasts surrounded her, trapping her in the middle. There was no way to advance or retreat. Even if I die, don't think that you will have an easy time. The white-clothed lady said coldly. The sword in her hand was full of energy, sweeping away the flying snow. Even though she knew she could not win, she had no way out and could only fight till the end. The 3 snow-ground ice apes completely ignored the white-clothed lady's attack. The rain of swords was blocked by them. They roared and kept approaching the white-clothed lady. The aura of the 3 beasts was terrifying. They attacked and closed, creating a terrifying wave. Snowflakes danced in the sky. The white-clothed lady was once again pushed back by the snow-ground ice apes. Her expression was extremely ugly. Despair was written all over her pretty face. If this continued, her chances of leveling up would be slim. Puff, the snow-ground ice apes struck with their palms. The sword in the white-clothed lady's hand was broken. A terrifying wave of air rolled out. The three-headed beast roared like thunder. The white-clothed lady was heavily injured again. It's been 100 years, everything has been wasted. Am I going to die here? She looked towards the north with despair in her eyes. Between life and death, no one could change anything. It was quite ironic that she was killed by the snow-ground ice apes because of her greed. Although she tried her best to resist, it was still difficult to break through the three beasts' encirclement. Snow and wind filled the air, making it difficult for her to move. Three beasts, get out of my way. Suddenly, when she was in despair, a burly figure holding the Great Way appeared and landed in front of her and the snow-ground ice apes. Lady, leave these three beasts to me. You just watch from the side. The deep and rough voice was filled with endless killing intent as it stared straight at the three beasts. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the woman in white. Was there finally hope? Looks like heaven was still waiting for her. The middle-aged man's beard was loose and unkempt, but his eyes were like torches. Wherever his long blade pointed, he directly clashed with the three fierce beasts. The blade was resplendent, and wherever it went, it directly cut off the arm of a snow-ground ice ape, causing the other two fierce beasts to be shocked. With a furious roar, they charged forward. Under the suppression of the middle-aged man, the three fierce beasts did not have the slightest chance. They were completely blocked. The middle-aged man's every step was filled with killing intent. Within 100 moves, he had swept away the three fierce beasts. This scene caused a trace of fear to appear in the eyes of the white-clothed lady. What a powerful technique! The white-clothed lady was shocked. That person's strength had reached the middle hierarch realm, which was quite terrifying. Facing the three ferocious beasts, he was able to defeat them with lightning speed. It was impossible for her to do that. The three beasts were instantly killed by the middle-aged man. The lady was relieved that she had just brushed shoulders with death. Lady, you're frightened. Snow-ground ice apes often appear in the deep mountains. These snow-ground ice apes should be the strongest elder-level beasts. They're not simple. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I'm Yuki Chihyun. Nice to meet you. Yuki Chihyun smiled bitterly. She was very grateful to the middle-aged man. What a good name. Young lady's appearance is so shocking that it can cause the downfall of a city and state. You've really shocked me. If I didn't already have a wife and concubines, I would definitely go through fire and water for young lady. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed and said. He couldn't help but take another look at Yuki Chihyun with a strange light in his eyes. The corner of Yuki Chihyun's mouth twitched slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Senior must be joking. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Seeing that you're heavily injured, it's inconvenient for you to move around. Why don't you return to the mansion with me and recuperate for a while? It won't be too late to make a decision after you've recovered. This seat is the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. The 500,000 li of Wolf Serpent Mountain is completely under my control. You are Tao Qianjun. The realm lord of the Nether Passage realm, Tao Qianjun. Yuki Chihyun exclaimed. Her pretty face slightly changed. She had been in the Wolf Serpent Mountain for more than 10 years. She naturally knew who the master of the Wolf Serpent Mountain was. It was the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm, Tao Qianjun. However, Tao Qianjun's arrogance made Yuki Chihyun somewhat disapprove. The Wolf Serpent Mountain stretched across more than half of Moro Prefecture. If it was said that Tao Qianjun was in charge of the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain, he was still somewhat arrogant. But even so, Yuki Chihyun was incomparably shocked. She was actually saved by the overlord of the Wolf Serpent Mountain, the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. This was truly a fortune. Qianying is afraid that it will be inconvenient. It's better that I don't go. This trip will definitely cause many troubles. Your great kindness is something that I can't repay. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, I will definitely die 10,000 times. Yuki Chihyun cupped her hands in obeisance and said. Hey, don't be so polite. You're now seriously injured. If anything happens to you in the Wolf Serpent Mountain, I'm afraid it'll only bode ill for you. Even I can't save you every time. Haha, let's go back to my residence to recuperate first before making a decision. You definitely want a safe environment to recuperate and cannot be disturbed. My Nether Passage realm is also the only choice. Tao Qianjun still insisted. Then, alright, then I'll have to trouble the Realm Lord. Yuki Chihyun said hesitantly. It was difficult to refuse Tao Qianjun's kindness. Moreover, he had saved her. Yuki Chihyun really couldn't refuse. Nether Passage Realm, Tianguang City. As the largest city in the Nether Passage Realm, and also the place where the Realm Lord of the Nether Passage Realm resided, it was incomparably peaceful and serene within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. No one dared to cause trouble in the Nether Passage Realm of the Western Pole Divine region. However, it was difficult to live up to its reputation. Undercurrents were surging in the Nether Passage Realm. On the surface, it looked calm, but in reality, it was full of turbulence. In the city lord's residence, there were thousands of pavilions and towers. The land was vast, incomparably luxurious, incomparably magnificent. However, to Yuki Chihyun, this place was like a cage. Yuki Chihyun had already stayed here for more than a year. In the hall, at this moment, Tao Qianjun had a difficult expression on his face. His face was filled with worry as he paced back and forth in the hall. On this day, it just so happened that Yuki Chihyun wanted to bid farewell to Tao Qianjun. Senior, why are you so worried? Yuki Chihyun asked. Sigh, it's difficult. The city lord's residence is currently on the verge of collapse. Tao Qianjun said with a bitter smile. The corners of his mouth were filled with helplessness, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Even his appearance had aged a lot in an instant. How could this be? If Senior has any difficulties, you can tell me. If Qianying can help, I will definitely do my best. Yuki Chihyun said. Really? Tao Qianjuan's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. His heart was filled with hesitation, and he did not continue speaking in the end. My life was saved by Senior. Now that Senior is in deep trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Yuki Chihyun knew that she had to return this favor. Otherwise, her heart would always be filled with entanglement. She never liked to owe anyone anything. Now that she was about to leave, she did not want to leave any regrets behind for Tao Qianjun. This matter has nothing to do with you. I cannot drag you into this. Tao Qianjun said with a straight face and righteous tone. He was completely unwilling to drag Yuki Chihyun into this. I understand Senior's words, but I, Yuki Chihyun, do not like to owe anyone anything. If there's any help, Yuki Chihyun will naturally do her best. I will definitely not make things difficult for Senior. Sigh, since you insist, I'll tell you. Tao Qianjun pondered for a moment. It's like this. Presently, the entire Nether Passage world is in turmoil. Two great powers are coveting my Nether Passage world, and it's even to the extent that there are people trying to obstruct us. Presently, I'm in a dilemma. At this time I can only push my daughter, Tao Lianlian, forward. For the safety of the entire Nether Passage world, for the survival of the entire Tao clan, this is the last method. But Lianlian committed suicide at this moment. Even though I've saved her, there's nothing I can do. Presently, the two great powers will probably charge over here in no time. Originally, I intended to use Lianlian to find a spouse through a martial competition and let the two great powers deal with me. So long as any one of them is able to successfully form a marriage alliance with my Tao clan, then it would surely form a triangular force. At the very least, it would ensure the safety of my Tao clan and the safety of the Nether Passage world. Unfortunately, Lianlian would rather die than agree. As her father, I almost ended her life. Tao Qianjun sighed with extreme emotion. Right now, I can only fight with my back to the river. Although I don't know what the final result will be, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Otherwise, how can I explain to the millions of people in the ethereal passage realm? You can't help me in this matter. You're not strong enough. If the two great forces join forces, my Tao family's chances of survival are slim. Tao Qianjun glanced at Yuki Chihyun. Yuki Chihyun's beautiful face carried a trace of solemnity. Tao Qianjuan's words made her feel incomparably complicated. It was almost impossible for her to leave now. After all, the entire ethereal passage realm and the Tao family were in danger. How could she leave at this time? Wouldn't that make her an ungrateful person? But if she wanted to save the Tao family, she could only step forward bravely and ask for a marriage alliance. Yuki Chihyun frowned. She naturally wasn't willing to do this, but it seemed to be the only solution. Moreover, Tao Qianjun was facing the difficulties of the two great forces. Yuki Chihyun already knew that this battle was almost certain to end for him. Then let me go. Yuki Chihyun said in a low voice. Her life was saved by Tao Qianjun. If she left at this time, she might not be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. However, she wasn't someone who dared to surrender to fate. At this time, the only thing she could do was to follow her heart. Yuki Chihyun had no choice but to repay Tao Qianjuan's kindness. What are you thinking? Qianing, although you are not related to me by blood, you should know that I see you as my own child. How can I let you replace Lian? This is simply nonsense. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will definitely not compromise. Qianying's face was filled with disdain as she said, what a joke. Tao Qianjun said with a resolute expression. Yuki Chihyun shook her head. Perhaps this is the only way. I'm indebted to Senior for saving me and allowing Qianing to stay here for over a year. Now that the Tao family is in imminent danger, I naturally can't sit idly by. Miss Lian is extremely noble and cannot compromise, so let me take her place. Yuki Chihyun was also incomparably persistent. She insisted. She had to return this favor. Yuki Chihyun knew that it was impossible for her to help Tao Qianjun with her current strength. Therefore, this was the only way. Even though she would be betting her entire life, Yuki Chihyun had no other way. At this moment, that cold and aloof figure couldn't help but appear in her mind. Not long ago, that figure had already been buried in the bottom of her heart. It was just that even she didn't dare to believe it. Only at this moment, did she finally feel anticipation towards that figure from 100 years ago. However, everything was like a dream. What was love in the world? She was unable to answer it, nor was she able to free herself from it. No, although you are not my daughter, you are more like a daughter. How can I push you into a pit of fire? Tao Qianjun said with a face full of indignation. This matter is decided. Senior, this is the only way to save the netherworld. Yuki Chihyun said in an unquestionable manner. She turned around and left, not giving Tao Qianjun any chance to continue speaking. At the instant when Yuki Chihyun turned around and left, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Tao Qianjuan's mouth. This was the method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. He had long seen through Yuki Chihyun's character. If he wanted to obtain the support of the two great powers, this was the only way. His daughter Tao Lian's suicide was fake. He wanted to use Yuki Chihyun as his bargaining chip. If he used force, this woman would definitely threaten him with death. However, now that he was using the carrot and stick tactic, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, there was no doubt that Yuki Chihyun had fallen into his trap. Above the jade water, Yuki Chihyun stepped on the clear waves. At this moment, her heart had already died. From the moment she decided to sacrifice herself for Tao Qianjun, Yuki Chihyun was no longer Yuki Chihyun. She should have had her own meaning in life. However, she had never imagined that this would be the outcome. Would she be willing to accept this? Obviously, she was unwilling. However, she was a loyal person, and a person who kept her promises. Since she had chosen to repay her debt, she would definitely not hesitate in the slightest. This was her belief, and it was also her character that she would adhere to for her entire life. Fate is decided by the heavens. I didn't expect that this trip to the extreme west would become the focus of my life. I hope that in my next life, I'll still be fated to meet him. Yuki Chihyun murmured. She didn't want to admit that she had truly fallen in love with him. However, at this moment, there was only that proud silhouette in her heart. With a single sword strike, he was invincible, sweeping away the entire younger generation. That was the peerless hero that she loved. Finally, I'm here. Ha ha ha, the Extreme West, this should be the most eye-catching wolf mountain in the entire Extreme West. I, Longsure-san, have finally arrived. Smelly monk, even if you're powerful, Master Monkey still has to come and save you. Longsure-san said proudly. The Wolf Mountain was the symbol of the Extreme West and the northern cold divine regions. A large part of the Wolf Mountain was located in the Moro prefecture of the Extreme West divine region. It seems like you can't wait for that monk to be captured and beaten up. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but smile. However, they didn't stop along the way because they wanted to see that monk as soon as possible. Now that they had entered the territory of the Extreme West divine region, they were one step closer to their goal. Kaka, then I'll take this opportunity to strike. Isn't that equivalent to saving that monk's life? The unparalleled Longsure-san is supposed to be like this. Longsure-san said seriously. Jiangchen smiled but didn't say anything. This guy was really not serious at all. However, at this moment, after Longsure-san finished speaking, his face turned extremely grim. Even Jiangchen was startled. He had never seen such a solemn sight of Longsure-san. What's wrong? Jiangchen asked. It's Ling Ji. I can feel the chi of Ling Ji. I can't be wrong. Longsure-san said in a deep voice. His expression also became more and more solemn. She must be in the Extreme West divine region. I have to look for her. She has entered the divine world. Longsure-san's breathing became rapid. Lan Lingji was the most important person in his life. Jiangchen could understand the worry in his heart. I'll go with you. Jiangchen said. Longsure-san shook his head. That monk might also be in danger. I alone am enough to deal with him in the Extreme West divine region. Unless it's a divine emperor expert, I won't be afraid even if it's a half-step divine emperor. I'll go alone. Then you must take care of yourself. See you in the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the Extreme West divine region. Jiangchen and Longsure-san exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Even Lingji has entered the divine world? Wu Ningzhu said plainly, but her eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, Jiangchen's eyes were filled with disappointment. Now that he and Yan Qingqing were here, the only one missing was Yan Xinyu. Xiaoyu was the biggest concern in Jiangchen's heart. She was also the last person he wanted to talk about. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing exchanged a glance. They knew Jiangchen better than him. They also hoped that Xiaoyu could appear as soon as possible. However, things didn't go as they wished. Xiaoyu didn't even appear in front of them. There wasn't even the slightest news about her. Even though Lan Lingji had already entered the divine world, there was still no news about Xiaoyu. I hope 13 can find Lan Lingji as soon as possible. To him, Lan Lingji is his biggest harbor. Ever since he entered the divine world, he has experienced too many trials and tribulations. It couldn't be better if there's someone who cares about him and comforts him. He won't be so presumptuous in the future. Jiangchen said with a smile. Although he missed Xiaoyu, he didn't say a word about it. Although he didn't know where Xiaoyu was, he could feel that she must be in the divine world. It was just that he didn't know where she was. One day, they would be reunited as a family. Let's go to this city first. It would be best if we can find some spiritual herbs that can help your soul. We can also inquire about Tyrant's news. Jiangchen held Wu Ningzhu's hand in one hand and Yan Qingqing's hand in the other. The three of them walked towards Skylight City in the distance. After paying 15 mid-grade divine origin stones, Jiangchen took out a high-grade divine origin stone and handed it to the city guard. The guard's facial expression changed instantly and revealed a look of surprise. This was half a year's income for them. Moreover, high-grade divine origin stones were something that could only be found by luck. What can Senior do for me? Feel free to tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The city guard could tell that Jiangchen's strength was not ordinary. Moreover, he had brought two fairy-like beauties with him and was so generous. Such a person was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. I want to know where the largest medicinal herb trading center in the city is, or what large-scale auction houses are there. Jiangchen said lightly. The largest medicinal herb trading center of our Skylight City is Linging Workshop. There are almost all kinds of spiritual herbs there. As for the auction house, it is also the Linging auction house under the banner of Linging Workshop. Elder can go to Linging Workshop and ask. It is 3,000 miles east of the city. The city guard said with a chuckle. Xianxia nodded his head. He brought Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu and headed straight for the east side of the city. A few city guards smiled with envy in their eyes. On one hand, they were envious of the city guard who could be rewarded by an expert. On the other hand, they were envious of the ladies beside Jiang Chen. She was simply devastatingly beautiful and looked like a fairy. They had never seen such a beautiful lady in their lives. It was as if she had walked out from a painting. She's really too beautiful. I'll be satisfied even if I look at such a lady one more time. This is simply a miracle. This is the most perfect creation of the heavens. I feel that I've already lost interest in that tigress of mine. A group of city guards looked at the disappearing figures of Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu with infatuation. Linging Workshop, as the largest medicinal herb trading center of Skylight City, could be said to be in the limelight. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs here. As long as it wasn't too strange, it could definitely be found. Jiang Chen directly entered Linging Workshop. The eyes of the beautiful female attendants fell on Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing without blinking. I want the best spiritual herb here to heal the soul. Jiang Chen looked at the female attendant and said. The best? Young master, are you sure? The female attendant was slightly startled. The best spiritual herb, how much would that cost? It was not something she could receive at all. I don't like to repeat myself. Jiang Chen said with a frown. All right, please wait for a moment. Go to the private room upstairs and have some tea and snacks. I'll go and invite the shopkeeper. The female attendant did not dare to be negligent. Most importantly, the two great beauties beside Jiang Chen were too stunning. How could an ordinary person control these two peerless beauties? Jiang Chen's identity was certainly respectable. He had been working in Linging Workshop for many years, so he still had this kind of eyesight. Not long after, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the private room. His expression was calm and his eyes were shining. He said with a smile, "Young master, what do you need? How can this old man help?" "I need the best spiritual herb for healing the soul." "The price is not a problem," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "The best spiritual herb for healing the soul here is the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. The price is also very expensive. One soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass costs at least 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones." The old man said with a smile and looked at Jiang Chen. One should not judge a book by its cover. As one of the few old shopkeepers of Linging Lane, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Those who were truly capable and had a strong background would always keep a low profile. However, this young man was indeed low profile, but he was ostentatiously walking around with two stunning beauties. He was not low profile at all. "Bring me to have a look," Jiang Chen said. The old shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. The soul-breeding Ganoderma was a treasure that not many people would touch. Those who could use the soul-breeding Ganoderma were mostly Divine King Realm experts or even Hierarch Realm experts. After all, not everyone could afford hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. At least, those who were below the Divine King Realm would not be able to afford it. The old shopkeeper was only a peak heavenly god. He could not see through the three people's strength at all. "All right. Young master, please follow me." The old shopkeeper brought Jiang Chen to see the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. Wu Ningzhu also held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, hoping that the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass could help her. The three of them followed the old shopkeeper to the warehouse. Jiang Chen stopped in front and the old shopkeeper entered. After a while, they came out from the warehouse. The old shopkeeper held a purple golden wooden box and gently opened it. A purple velvety medicinal herb with a thin layer of ripples appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. This soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass was indeed a great treasure. However, this one was just a drop in the bucket. "How is it? Young master, what do you think of my soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass?" The old shopkeeper said proudly. "A treasure worth 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones, how could it be ordinary?" "It's not bad. How much do you have here? Xianxia said. The old shopkeeper was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he wanted to take everything? How much do you have? I'll take everything, Xianxia said. Little Qinzi, Wu Ningzhu was a little shocked. One soul-nurturing Lingji grass was worth hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. Even one was enough to shock her. Don't worry, what is this bit of money? As long as your soul injury can be healed, it doesn't matter even if I have to use up all my divine origin stones. Xianxia smiled gently. Divine origin stones were just worldly possessions to him. They were worthless compared to Wu Ningzhu. Young master, are you serious? The old shopkeeper said with a solemn expression. Do I look like I'm joking? Xianxia said. Even our Linging Lane only has 30 soul-nurturing Lingji grass in our inventory. Young master, do you really want to buy all of them? That's at least 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones. The old shopkeeper said again. Okay, deal. 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones? Xianxia asked. I want this soul-nurturing Lingji grass. A yellow-clothed youth with a loud voice slowly walked over with a folding fan in his hand. His face was steaming and his eyes were bright. He had an elegant demeanor. It's young Master Bai. Hee, young Master Bai, where did you get the mood to come to my Linging Lane? Your presence brings light to my humble Linging Lane. The old shopkeeper's eyes brightened as he said with a smile. But, first come, first served. This young master has waited for a long time. Although the old shopkeeper was very respectful to the yellow-clothed youth, he didn't ruin Linging Lane's reputation. Xianxia glanced at the yellow-clothed youth and said, Leng, there's always a first come, first served rule for everything. First come, first served. If you want the spirit incubating Ganoderma grass, don't even think about it. Soul-nurturing Lingji grass is indeed a good thing. I also want to buy it for this young lady. This young lady has an extraordinary appearance and charm. This one is very moved. Just now, I heard that Mrs. Soul was injured. I, Bai Jiagong, naturally want to buy this soul-breeding Lingji grass to comfort Mrs. Soul injury. I hope Miss doesn't mind. Bai Jiagong's face was full of smiles, and his gaze was fixed on Wu Ningzhu. However, Wu Ningzhu remained unmoved, and her expression did not change. She only held on to Xianxia's hand calmly. Xianxia smiled faintly. The coldness at the corner of his mouth grew even more frightening. You still dare to tease my woman in front of me? You really aren't afraid of death. Everyone loves beauty. Even if this lady met you first, do you think you can stop me from liking her? Truly laughable, 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones, old shopkeeper, you should understand what to do now, right? Bai Jiagong said confidently. 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones. That's 1,000 more than Xianxia. At this moment, the old shopkeeper was finally moved. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Needless to say, the difference of 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones was too exaggerated. If he was still not moved, then the old shopkeeper would really be a fool. 5,000. Xianxia said calmly. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The old shopkeeper and Bai Jiagong never thought that Xianxia would be so daring, to increase the price by another 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones. This was simply too crazy. The old shopkeeper could no longer control himself. For the first time, he felt that he was about to be defeated by money. The difference of 2,000 superior grade divine essence stones would all be his if he sold this soul-breeding Lingji grass. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing never thought that Xianxia would be so stubborn. Obviously, this soul-breeding Lingji grass was very important to Wu Ningzhu. Most importantly, how could he let others give something that he wanted to Wu Ningzhu? This was Xianxia's bottom line. 6,000. Bai Jiagong held his fan and said while shaking his head. 6,000 superior grade divine essence stones, only a young master of a realm like him would be so daring. Now, the old shopkeeper was a little dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Nobody would say no to money, especially when the price had already doubled. 7,000. Xianxia increased the price again. At this moment, Bai Jiagong was obviously a little powerless. The price had already risen to a sky-high price. Although this soul-breeding Lingji grass was a superior-grade spiritual medicine, it wasn't worth this much money. Jiang Chen and Bai Jiagong's provocation had actually helped Linging Lane. Bai Jiagong's expression was a little ugly. After all, spending 7 or 8,000 superior-grade divine essence stones just to win a beauty smile wasn't worth it. Even he was a little hesitant. 8,000. Bai Jiagong gritted his teeth and said. If he wanted to act cool, he absolutely couldn't hesitate. If the beauty looked down on him, then how could he continue to communicate with this absolute beauty? This beauty, he must get her. These 2 essence divine tools, the price shouldn't be lower than 5 or 6,000 superior-grade divine essence stones. They're yours. Jiang Chen took out 2 essence divine tools and threw them to the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper's hand trembled and almost couldn't catch it. These were essence divine tools that weighed more than 1,000 caddies. Even Bai Jiagong sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy wouldn't be a madman, right? He actually threw out 2 essence divine tools. He originally thought that he was already awesome enough, but he didn't think that the other party was actually so rich. Could it be that essence divine tools were picked up from the streets? He casually took out 2. Just what was this guy's background? How could he have such great capabilities? Such lofty sentiments, it was hard for him to compete with him. After all, if one had money and divine essence stones, one could really do whatever one wanted. Bai Jiagong didn't have the courage to bid anymore. If he were to bid again, it would definitely be above 12,000 superior-grade divine essence stones. That was not something he could afford. Even if he was the young master of a realm lord, there must be a limit when he did things. Without so much money, acting cool was not something he could bear. The strength of this Linging Lane was not ordinary. Even in Tianguang City, its position was also extremely aloof. Even the city lord residents did not have too much power to restrict it. From this, it could be seen that the force behind Linging Lane was definitely extremely terrifying. The old shopkeeper licked his dry lips and took a glance at Bai Jiagong. Bai Jiagong's face was also extremely ugly. To fail in acting cool in front of a beauty was a very shameful thing, and Jiang Chen had obviously succeeded. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Bai Jiagong gritted his teeth and said. This guy was really too rich. He casually threw out 2 essence divine tools. This was too extravagant, even Bai Jiagong couldn't catch up to him. Things that should be yours, why would I let others give them to you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Wu Ningzhu instantly melted into his embrace. Jiang Chen hugged the 2 beauties as if there was no one else around, making Bai Jiagong furious. Bai Jiagong's expression turned ugly. He naturally would not let Jiang Chen leave just like that. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Although he could not fight in Linging Lane, if he wanted to touch someone, not many could escape. Kid, you have made me very angry. Since you like to argue with me so much, let's have a good fight today. How about it? Bai Jiagong said in a deep voice, his eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. You are not qualified. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Bai Jiagong's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. He was not his match at all. Jiang Chen could crush him with one hand. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the first time I heard someone more arrogant than me. Why am I not qualified? Who do you think you are? You can have 2 beauties? Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, come and fight. Bai Jiagong coldly said and laughed out loud. This fellow was simply boasting shamelessly, causing Bai Jiagong to sneer. Another guy who wants to die. Old shopkeeper, where is my soul-nurturing Ganoderma? Here, here. The old shopkeeper quickly gave the soul-nurturing Ganoderma to Jiang Chen. This is a small place. If young Master Bai wants to fight, please go outside. The old shopkeeper said with a smile. Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Humph humph. Bai Jiagong said coldly, glaring at the old shopkeeper. This money-minded guy was really hateful. Although Bai Jiagong was angry, he wouldn't make a move in Linging Lane. Otherwise, once Linging Lane was dissatisfied, it would likely lead to a war. Although Bai Jiagong was a playboy, he still knew the severity of the situation. I will wait for you outside. Kid, if you lose, the two beauties beside you will belong to me. He he he. Bai Jiagong said with a smile, turned around and left Linging Lane. Young master, you must not act recklessly. This Bai Jiagong is the son of Tianlai Boundary's lord. Be careful. The old shopkeeper said to Jiang Chen. It was a kind reminder. By the way, old shopkeeper, apart from this spirit incubating Ganoderma, do you have any other elixirs or living elixirs that can greatly restore and benefit the soul? Jiang Chen asked. The old shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, there is, but I don't know if you can get it. In the Punlai realm 300,000 miles away from here, the Punlai realm lord has a chalcedony soul seed. It's his treasure, but I don't know if you guys can borrow it. Jade marrow soul seed? Jiang Chen murmured. That's right. The jade marrow soul seed is extremely beneficial for nourishing the soul. It's not something that the spirit-breeding Lingji grass can compare to. The old shopkeeper said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded and left with the two women. Little Chenzi, do you really want to fight this guy? Yan Qingqing said worriedly. What, are you afraid that I'm not his match? Jiang Chen smiled. I'm afraid that you will beat him to death. After all, he has the lord of a realm behind him. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. We've just arrived and we're in someone else's territory. It's better to be careful. Yan Qingqing continued. Sister Qingqing is right. Little Chenzi, you have to be careful. Wu Ningzhu also said in a low voice. She knew that this matter was caused by her. Wu Ningzhu was afraid that Jiang Chen would offend the entire realm. At that time, things would get out of hand. I have my own plans. Jiang Chen said. Outside Linging Lane, in an empty area, Bai Jiagong was already standing there, blocking the path of Jiang Chen and the others. Brat, you're the first who dares to snatch my love away from me, Bai Jiagong. Give me your soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass and these two beauties. Maybe I can consider sparing your life. Bai Jiagong laughed and said. His eyes were cold, but more of them were covetous towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. These two peerless beauties. To be able to get one of them was already a blessing of 10 lifetimes. But this guy actually had them on his left and right. For Bai Jiagong, it was really exciting. Look, isn't that young master Bai from Tianlai realm? Who's the person fighting with him? How dare he go against young master Bai? Is he tired of living? TSK, you're short-sighted. How can he be a nobody if he dares to go against young master Bai? Look at the two beauties beside him. They're like fairies. How can ordinary people have such luck with women? That person must also be someone with a respectable status. Now that you put it that way, it really is the case. But this time, the 7th marriage proposal from the Skylai realm has already caused our city lord to be badly battered. This time's marriage by combat will definitely be quite exciting. It's said that this Bai Jiagong is a popular candidate for this marriage contest. Maybe our city lord will betroth his adopted daughter to him. Many experts in the city saw this scene. Bai Jiagong had already been in Skylight City for a period of time. Moreover, he was very high profile. Soon, everyone in Skylight City knew about him. A filthy mouth can't spit ivory. I didn't want to kill you at first. But it seems that even if I spare your life, it won't help. Jiang Chen said coldly. Haha, come on. I'd like to see which one of us is the real filthy one. Bai Jiagong didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He naturally didn't care about Jiang Chen's arrogance and mockery. Who was he? He was the son of the lord of Tianlai realm. He had a noble status and a respectable position. Moreover, his strength had reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Unless he encountered a peerless expert, there weren't many people in Moro Prefecture who could kill him. Moreover, many people couldn't afford to offend his Tianlai realm. Today, he encountered a hothead who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Jiagong's heart was filled with amusement. He felt that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more ridiculous. Noisy guy. If you die, perhaps this world will quiet down. Jiang Chen sneered. He took a step forward and started to fight with Bai Jiagong. He didn't hesitate at all. To deal with this kind of scum, he must be swift and decisive. Only then would he be satisfied. Good. Bai Jiagong shouted. However, Jiang Chen's punch already had a mountain-shattering momentum. Bai Jiagong's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take one punch from Jiang Chen. Was this guy's strength so much stronger than his? Before Bai Jiagong could recover from his shock, he was already hit by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying. Pfft, so fierce. Bai Jiagong's expression was ugly. He was shocked. Jiang Chen had forced him back with one move. He was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy's strength too strong? Where did this guy come from? He was completely not his opponent. Stop fighting. Let's fight another day. Bai Jiagong roared and retreated. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't because of your arrogance, I might not have killed you. However, now, even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He stepped into the sky and slammed his palm down. The 3,000 flame sky seal destroyed everything. Bai Jiagong's pupil shrank and he cried out in surprise. However, he was already submerged in Jiang Chen's 3,000 flame sky seal. F***ck. It can't be, right? Young Master Bai is so weak. He's too weak. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm is just SOSO. Wasn't he very powerful in our ethereal realm? Why has he become a soft-footed shrimp now? This is called marinated tofu. Everything has its vanquisher. Ha ha ha, I think young Master Bai won't be able to end this now. I can only say that this guy who popped out of nowhere is even more terrifying than young Master Bai. The onlookers could all see the result. Bai Jiagong was not a match for Jiang Chen. He was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen without any room to maneuver. Bai Jiagong's figure was completely subverted in Jiang Chen's palm print. The 3,000 flaming sky print instantly destroyed Bai Jiagong's attack. His vitality was severed. He struggled to stand up, but Jiang Chen did not give him the slightest chance. He directly punched out. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shocking all directions, causing the surrounding onlookers to exclaim. Bai Jiagong was directly punched by Jiang Chen until nothing was left. He turned into ashes. Daring to tease his woman, this was his ending. Jiang Chen did not have any hesitation. He moved like lightning and killed quickly, not leaving any room to maneuver. This is the retribution you've won. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would defeat young Master Bai, but he actually killed young Master Bai. To them, this was really a great shock. That was the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm. His status was respected and no one could compare to him. And Jiang Chen, this guy who popped out of nowhere, actually killed Bai Jiagong. Once this news was spread, the realm lord of Tianlai realm would definitely go crazy. He's really bold. This guy actually dared to kill Bai Jiagong. He's done for. Yeah, I'm afraid this guy is in big trouble. I wonder why the realm lord of Tianlai realm hasn't appeared yet. His own son was killed, but he's still so calm. Looks like Tianlai domain is fated to return in failure from participating in the joust for a spouse held by the city lord's mansion. As for the soul rising spirit gathering pill, they probably won't be able to fight for it at all. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face became solemn. With a flash, he appeared beside the person who spoke just now, scaring the heavenly god realm expert to the point that he almost lost control of his bowels. You're talking about the soul rising spirit gathering pill? Where is it? Jiang Chen frowned, exuding killing intent. The heavenly deity realm experts didn't dare to look at him directly. That soul rising spirit gathering pill is the dowry of the city governor this time around. It is rumored to be a relatively frightening peak immortal tier medicinal pill. The value of this medicinal pill can be said to be extremely valuable. Moreover, there is also the adopted daughter of the city governor. Whoever can come out on top should be able to obtain the soul rising spirit gathering pill. The heavenly deity said in a trembling voice. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill him with a single palm strike. Even young noble Bai was not a match for Jiang Chen. The terror of this man was simply indescribable. All right. Thank you. Jiang Chen turned around and left. The heavenly deity realm expert couldn't believe his eyes. This man actually thanked him? However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like an expert indeed has the demeanor of an expert. He would never kill the innocent. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Xianxia. Looks like we have to wait until the joust for a spouse event before leaving. I must get this soul-rising spirit-gathering pill, Xianxia said in a deep voice. What if the daughter of the city governor falls for you? Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. I already have 2 beautiful ladies. I don't want to be a playboy anymore. Xianxia shook his head. He wanted to get the pill. He had heard about this pill before. Its effect was comparable to the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. However, no one had seen it before. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to concoct this pill. It was extremely difficult for a hierarch expert to concoct such a pill. Now that he had news of this pill, Xianxia couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Although this soul-rising spirit-gathering pill might not be able to completely cure Wu Ningzhu's soul, it must have a miraculous effect. Xianxia knew that. I believe in Little Chenzi's character. He is definitely not a womanizer. However, an expert is destined to be the center of attention. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes. This is something that cannot be changed. I hope you can control yourself. If I were to lose my man in order to cure my soul injury, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Wu Ningzhu said faintly with a mischievous smile on her face. Obviously, she was joking with Xianxia. Sister Ning is right. Don't suffer a double loss. Our man will not be shared with others. Yan Qingqing was also beaming with joy. Her face was filled with pride. How would I dare to act recklessly in front of the 2 ladies? Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a big laugh. He then hugged the 2 beauties in his arms, causing the onlookers to feel envious and jealous. This is what a winner in life should be like. This is what an expert should be like. The city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The atmosphere was joyous and excited. Outside the city lord's mansion, an arena had been set up in a thinly open space. It was time for the martial contest to start. Martial contest to find a spouse. It was not only a son-in-law of the city lord's mansion, but also a helper of Tao Qianjun. The moment Yuki Qihian was chosen, Yuki Qihian was taken in as Tao Qianjuan's adopted daughter. And this adopted daughter was the one who would replace Tao Qianjuan's daughter, Tao Lianlian. In a sense, Yuki Qihian had become Tao Lianlian's scapegoat. However, she was willing to do so. This was her way of repaying Tao Qianjun. If it was said that Tao Qianjun was not in such a terrible predicament, Shui Qianying would definitely not give up her happiness and become the sacrifice of the martial arts competition to find a spouse. Because of this, the ethereal passage realm was in a deep crisis. If she left just like that, what would it mean? She couldn't bear the infamy of betrayal. If she could use her happiness to exchange for the safety of the realm, it would be a kind of comfort to Yuki Qihian. Yuki Qihian was a stubborn woman. However, she couldn't escape the shackles of the world. If there wasn't a debt of life and death, she would rather die than comply. However, the world was unpredictable. Tao Qianjun was at a loss. How could she sit back and watch? Yuki Qihian knew that from this moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. Her future was already fixed. Looking at the cheering relatives and friends, looking at the happy marriage character that was plastered in 100 li, looking at the boundless sky, even her world seemed to have lost its initial color. The martial contest to find a spouse was imminent. There were not many people participating in the martial arts competition. There were only 3. Monk Yuanyin of Tianluo Temple, the son of the lord of Tianlai Boundary, Bai Jiagong, and the son of the lord of Punlai Boundary, Gang Men. These 3 great powers were all powers that could contend against the ethereal opening realm. Otherwise, Tao Qianjun would not have wanted to find one of the 3 great powers to ally with him. Only then would he be able to resist foreign enemies and stabilize his empire. Otherwise, the ethereal opening realm had been covetously eyed by others all these years. Whether it was the heavenly Lai realm or the Punlai realm, they all had the same intention. Only by keeping the powers within in check could he not drift with the flow and be killed by others. The lord of a boundary was not omnipotent. As long as he fell, there would be countless people rising up to replace him. There had never been a lack of experts in the god world. There had always been quite a number of people eyeing them covetously in the dark. Once the city lord's mansion fell, the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls. Naturally, there would be people who would replace them. As for those people living in the Nether Passage realm, it was impossible for them to rise up and fight back. All they wanted was a peaceful realm. As for who was the ruler, it was not important to them. To Shui Qianying, Tao Qianjuan's trick of injuring himself to gain Shui Qianying's confidence was considered a successful trick. However, Shui Qianying didn't know that even if she knew, she would still do it in order to not owe Tao Qianjun. This was just her nature. Now, the martial arts competition for a spouse was about to begin. Countless experts had gathered. There were more than 10 hierarch experts and hundreds and thousands of divine king experts. The martial arts competition for a spouse in the city lord's mansion had attracted more than hundreds of thousands of spectators. However, most of them were just there to join in the fun. They just wanted to see a battle between true experts. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the guard leader came in panic. He knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Not good, city lord. Something bad has happened. Why are you panicking? What's going on?" Tao Qianjun said coldly and glared at the guard leader. "The son of Tianlai realm's lord, Bai Jiagong, is dead, and he died in our Skylight City. It's said that the murderer was a powerful godly venerable realm expert, and he even brought along 2 stunning beauties." The guard commander said timidly, fearing that the city lord would vent his anger on him. "What?" Tao Qianjun abruptly stood up, his countenance extremely gloomy. Bai Jiagong was dead. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm was dead, and he had died in Tianguang City. This was no small matter. How was he going to explain this to Tianguang City? How could he explain this to Bai Chao? This put him, the city lord, in a crisis. How could Bai Chao remain indifferent when his own son had died in Skylight City? They would definitely find an opportunity to start a war with Skylight City, especially before this. He had received secret information that the Tianlai realm might ally with the Punlai realm to launch an attack on them. Thus, he had no choice but to recruit a few major factions and hold a martial arts competition to recruit his companions, hoping to tide over this crisis. But now, Bai Jiagong had died in their Tianguang City before the war had even begun. This made Tao Qianjun unable to continue. What the hell was this? Could it be that someone was interfering? Could it be that someone from the Punlai realm who was still alive from the Tianluo temple did it? Investigate this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, the Tianlai realm will definitely not let this go. Tao Qianjuan's breathing stagnated, his countenance grim. Now it seemed that this martial arts competition for a spouse was the calm before the storm. Perhaps Bai Chao still did not know that his own son had died here. Otherwise, he would definitely rush to Skylight City without stopping. The martial arts competition for a spouse will be held as scheduled. Outside the city lord's residence, the arena will be opened. Tao Qianjun shouted in a deep voice. Countless people from the city lord's residence began to get busy. But now, there was not much time left for Tao Qianjun. The martial arts competition for a spouse had to be carried out as soon as possible. Now, even if only Monk Yuanyin of the Tianluo Temple and Gang Men of the Punlai realm were left, they definitely could not stop. As long as he could obtain the support of either of these 2 forces, Tao Qianjun would not have to fear the Tianlai realm. At that time, Bai Jiagong's death could be investigated slowly. At least, he would not have to worry that Bai Chao of the Tianlai realm would do something desperate in desperation. Tao Qianjun was still worried. Before the martial arts competition started, he went to Yuki Chihian's boudoir. "Qianying, alas, it has really been hard on you. Your father is also extremely ashamed and angry. If you are not willing now, I will definitely not force you. The life and death of my ethereal realm is important, but my daughter's lifelong happiness is also equally important," Tao Qianjun said in a righteous manner. Yuki Chihian shook her head and said in a low voice, "I have already decided. Father, don't worry. As long as I can marry into any force, I will definitely not trespass on a single inch of the ethereal realm." Yuki Chihian's persistence also made Tao Qianjun feel completely at ease. Now, he did not need to worry that his protection would fail. In the end, Yuki Chihyun did not disappoint him. Tao Qianjun had to admit that saving Yuki Chihyun was a completely correct decision. At the crucial moment, she had blocked such a scheming battle for him. How could he not feel happy? And his daughter was also exempted from this political marriage. Tao Qianjun was quite gratified in his heart. But this was life. For Tao Qianjun, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Yuki Chihyun was all alone in the world. If she could enter a large force and become the mistress of a family, it could also be considered a good fortune. At least, Tao Qianjun did not feel that he had pushed Yuki Chihyun into a bottomless abyss. Everything has its pros and cons. To Yuki Chihyun, this matter was not necessarily not a big change. I have really wronged you. Qianying, I really feel guilty in my heart. Tao Qianjuan's face was full of sorrow as he let out a long sigh. Yuki Chihyun's heart was as calm as still water. After all, this martial contest for a spouse was necessary for her. She had to repay what she owed. The next day, on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, Tao Qianjun stood proudly. Facing the hundreds of thousands of people of the ethereal realm who came to watch the battle, Tao Qianjun was unusually calm and indifferent. However, there was a faint smile on his face all along. Today is the day of my adopted daughter's wedding. The martial contest for a spouse is imminent. This old man is very happy to have a daughter at such an old age. My adopted daughter is a peerless beauty with a leisurely charm. Her beauty is unparalleled. Since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. My adopted daughter's strength has already reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Her strength is extraordinary. Naturally, I have to choose a powerful genius to be worthy of my adopted daughter. Therefore, I have specially set up an arena here today. Whoever wins will be able to marry my daughter and form an eternal bond with my ethereal realm, bringing peace and prosperity. Apart from this love, I, Tao Qianjun, will also present a peak immortal grade pill that I have treasured for many years, the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill, as a dowry. However, unfortunately, the son of the Realm Lord of Heavenly Claw Realm, Bai Jiagong, has unfortunately died. Moreover, he died in my ethereal passage realm, in Heavenly Light City. I, Tao Qianjun, am duty-bound to investigate this matter thoroughly, and bring justice to the Heavenly Claw Realm, and bring justice to Brother Bai. Now, only Pulai Boundaries Gugang and Tian Luo Temple's Reverend Tianyin are left to fight for the top spot in the martial arts competition. However, Bai Jiagong has already passed away. For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to pick one of the experts from all over to have the chance to become my ethereal world's lord's son-in-law. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples, Bai Jiagong's death and the fact that Tao Qianjun would choose a successor from the experts of the 8 regions had become the reason why everyone present had gone mad. This caused the groom search competition to be even more thought-provoking, and countless people raised their heads in anticipation as they hoped they would be able to win the heart of the beauty. Are you serious? Anyone can participate? That's great. Ha ha ha, I want to participate too. You're really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Do you think anyone can become the city lord's son-in-law? Haven't you heard that even the city lord's adopted daughter has reached the early hierarch realm? How many people can reach that level of strength? This brother's words are not false. Sigh, it's really impossible to compare oneself with others. Even among the true experts, you are still outstanding. Among the countless young geniuses here, there might not even be 10 who can surpass the hierarch realm. There's still hope. The hierarch realm experts are probably going crazy with joy now. Ha ha ha. Everyone's heart was itching. They had long wanted to see the city lord's adopted daughter's peerless beauty. Many of them were looking forward to it. Even if they could not become the city lord's son-in-law, just a glance was enough to make them remember it for life. At this moment, Yuki Chihyun, who was dressed in white, slowly walked out. Her face was covered by a green veil, but even so, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, shaking the 9 provinces. Hundreds of thousands of people were fascinated by her. Just the green veil alone was enough to make people unable to look away. Who could imagine how beautiful this woman was? Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was graceful and graceful. She gave others a feeling of grace and elegance, but there was also a feeling of coldness. Is this woman as beautiful as us sisters? Yan Qingqing giggled and said. She looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wrinkled his brows. He felt that the woman with a green veil on the high platform seemed to be somewhat familiar. He became absent-minded for a moment. Humph. Damn Jiang Chen, stinky Jiang Chen. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. There is no good man. Don't you think so, Sister Ning? Yan Qingqing snorted coldly. Wu Ningzhu also smiled bitterly. The two of them had already covered their faces with green veil. Otherwise, they would definitely become the focus of the crowd outside the city lord's mansion. At that time, the entire city lord's mansion would probably be in an uproar. She is indeed very beautiful. Jiang Chen murmured. However, he could not remember who this woman was. That ice-cold temperament was extremely familiar to him. Looks like some people are going to turn this martial arts competition into reality. They said that it's for the medicine, but who knows if they are coveting the city lord's precious daughter. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Jiang Chen with a hint of anger. This guy was really infatuated with her, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. How boring. Looks like this trash from Tianlai world deserved to die. He didn't even see my face before he was killed. How laughable and sad. Ha ha ha. His body was sturdy, his chest was exposed, and his face was covered with a full beard. He looked quite rough and his strength was quite good. His lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He naturally did not care about trash like this. He only had one goal, and that was to obtain the spiritual gathering pill, as well as the heart of the princess of the city lord's mansion. Originally, he only needed to obtain the soul rising spirit gathering pill. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. This was because the city lord's mansion's princess was really too beautiful. He yearned for her and could not stop himself. Who wouldn't want such a woman? Moreover, as long as he could become the son-in-law of the city lord's mansion in the ethereal realm, his position and reputation in Punlai world would be even higher. In the future, it would be reasonable for him to succeed the position of Punlai realm lord. With the existence of the ethereal realm's marriage alliance, these trash from Tianlai world could also join hands and slowly plot against them. In this world, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. There were only eternal interests. As long as there was enough entanglement of interests, the Punlai realm would not only be able to collude with the Tianlai realm, but also with the ethereal realm and the Tianluo temple. Even spiritual master Tianin, who cultivated on behalf of Tianluo temple, had his eyes fixed on Yuki Chihian. This city lord's mansion's figure, temperament, beauty, and strength were all at the same time. He was determined to get her. The reason he came here this time was to gather strength for Tianluo temple. Although he was not a true core disciple of Tianluo temple, with spiritual master Tianin's strength and methods, he still had an unusually high position in Tianluo temple. As one of the 10 famous temples of the West Pole, Tianluo temple's strength and status were unquestionable. If the person who came today was a core disciple or successor of Tianluo temple, even the reverend of the 7 realms of Moro prefecture would have to come and pay his respects. Even so, spiritual master Tianin's visit to the ethereal realm represented Tianluo temple to a certain extent. Their ultimate goal was to contact the ethereal realm. Moreover, Tao Qianjun had taken out the soul-condensing pill to protect himself and to find a qualified partner to rely on. Even a peak hierarch realm expert might not be able to take out such a powerful pill. However, as the ethereal realm lord for millions of years, Tao Qianjun's strength and status were still there. You can see me, but won't the ending be the same? Hee hee. Dao Master Tianin looked at the man with disdain. His long hair was tied with a hairpin, and he looked like a talented man. Compared to the man with a rigid mouth, he was thousands of times better. He was like a gust of wind, as light as a swallow. His figure was thin, but his agile aura gave people a great pressure. As a spiritual master of Tianluo temple, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we have to drag him out for a walk. Aren't you afraid of cutting your tongue with your words? We'll know who the real prince consort is later. Humph, as you wish, you will be defeated very, very miserably. Dao Master Tianyin said faintly, as if he was going to win. At this moment, among the 10 or so hierarch realm experts in the crowd, 7 of them were highly respected seniors. Among the remaining 4, there were 2 women. The remaining 2 early hierarch realm experts wanted to give it a try. After all, if they could win this martial contest for a spouse, not only would they get the beauty, they could also become the son-in-law of the Hidden Realm Lord. Who wouldn't want to participate in such a good thing? However, the lowest requirement was the early hierarch realm. The rest of the people had no chance at all. I'm Zhang Liaoyuan. I want to give it a try. I hope the city lord agrees. I'm Su Jianshan. I also want to challenge the Tian Luo Temple's spiritual master and Punlai Realm's young master. Tao Qianjun, the lord of the hidden realm, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the 2 of them. He knew both of them. Zhang Liaoyuan was his advisor, and Su Jianshan was an overlord of the hidden realm. Both of them possessed extraordinary strength, being at the early stage of the hierarch realm. Being able to become respected venerables, they were naturally not ordinary people. However, their strength might not be a match for Dao Master Tianyin and Unyielding Mouth. Both of their strength had reached the peak early hierarch realm. If there were no accidents, the Emperor's son-in-law would be decided between Dao Master Tianyin and Unyielding Mouth. Good. Both of you are our Nether Passage Realm's geniuses. This martial contest will definitely be a battle of the century for us. I'm very pleased, very pleased. Ha ha ha. Tao Qianjun said with a laugh. The green leaf matched with the red flower made him look fair and impartial. Count me in. Jiangchen took a step forward and said with a faint smile. His appearance also startled Gangmen and Daoist Tianyin. This person's strength made them feel a trace of danger, because his strength gave them a feeling of unfathomable depth. Jiangchen was calm and composed, standing proudly in the void. He looked at Tao Qianjun on the city gate tower with a calm expression. Who are you? Tao Qianjun asked lightly. Rank 1 loose cultivator, I am Jiangchen. Under the green veil, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless complicated emotions. There was panic, excitement, shock, joy, sorrow, and all sorts of other emotions. Her thoughts changed rapidly and turned into tears that she didn't know what to call. It's really him, Yuki Chehian stared at Jiangchen in disbelief. She had even seen this scene in her dreams. He had fought alone for her, but was that figure really for her? Yuki Chehian didn't know if Jiangchen was aware of her existence, and she didn't know why he had come here. However, at this moment, everything seemed to be filled with hope. If he could come out on top, the person she loved might once again become the invincible hero in her dreams. All of this seemed to be specially arranged by the heavens. At this scene, the corner of Yuki Chehian's mouth changed from the initial desolation and bitterness to the current slight anticipation, becoming the expression that she should have in her heart. Not long ago, Yuki Chehian, who had almost lost all hope in life, had never thought that the heavens would play such a joke on her. She didn't know whether she loved Jiangchen or not, but if she could marry him, perhaps it would be much better than those strangers. At least, she no longer had that inexplicable rejection in her heart. The person who had appeared in her dreams countless times had finally become a reality. It's him, it's him, it's him. Bai Jiagong was killed by him. I've seen it before. This guy killed Bai Jiagong in one move. It's really terrifying. Are you serious? You're not kidding, are you? Is this guy really the murderer who killed Bai Jiagong? It can't be wrong. I've seen it too. It's really terrifying. A battle between godly venerable realm experts is not something that we can hope to achieve. There was a commotion in the crowd. More and more people began to point fingers at Jiangchen, but most of them were afraid. Because he killed Bai Jiagong, killed a godly venerable realm expert, and killed the future realm lord of Tianlai Boundary. This was unimaginable to anyone. At this moment, even Tao Qianjun had heard the rumors. Was this guy in front of him really the one who killed Bai Jiagong, the son of Tianlai Boundary's realm lord? You killed Bai Jiagong? Tao Qianjun asked in a deep voice. A scumbag deserves to die. Jiangchen said coldly. A scumbag? You killed the son of a realm lord for no reason. Aren't you afraid that Tianlai Boundary's lord will find you? Aren't you afraid that you'll be besieged and hunted down by the entire realm? Tao Qianjun pressed forward and looked at Jiang Chen. Since he's here, I'll kill him. Tao Qianjun's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen deeply. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen, but the current situation was not too optimistic for them. This person who could kill Bai Zhegong was definitely not an ordinary person. If he really won this battle, how would it end? Since you have the ability to kill Bai Zhegong, it seems that your strength is not bad. I'd like to see it for myself. Spiritual Master Tianyin looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. If you kill Bai Zhegong, you'll be qualified to fight with me. Tao Qianjun said faintly. At this moment, Tao Qianjun also fell into silence. Now, he was not afraid of Tianlai Boundary, but this guy who was causing trouble. Moreover, Tianlai Boundary's realm lord probably already knew that his son had been killed. Delaying him first was also an expedient measure. All right. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you can grasp it or not. The corner of Tao Qianjun's mouth suddenly curled up as he looked at Jiang Chen. This guy always gave him an unpredictable feeling. To be able to kill Bai Zhegong, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Thank you, City Lord. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and said. Then let me try and see how much you're worth. Zhang Liaoyuan looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. Then, it's up to you, brother Zhang. Su Jianshan smiled. Originally, he also wanted to make a move, but Zhang Liaoyuan took the initiative. This kind of scene of being in the limelight was quite exciting for them. Both of you, come at me together. Jiang Chen's words once again caused an uproar among the crowd. Many of them even took a deep breath. This Jiang Chen is too arrogant, isn't he? How could he be so daring? Two hierarch realm experts attacking at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Sigh, this guy won't be able to go far. He's so arrogant and wants to fight two people at the same time. He's digging his own grave. I thought he's a powerful expert, but it seems like he's just a fool. I'm looking forward to this guy defeating Bai Zhegong. Ha ha ha. Both the soul condensing pill and the city lord's daughter are very tempting. I'd like to give it a try if I'm not weak. Jiang Chen's arrogance made Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan furious. Isn't he looking down on us? The two of them were enraged and their faces instantly turned gloomy. I alone am enough to deal with you. Zhang Liaoyuan said in a deep voice. You're not my match. Jiang Chen shook his head. Weak, too weak. Even when facing a late hierarch realm expert like Lin Yukong, he could only force him back with one palm. These two early hierarch realm experts could not pique Jiang Chen's interest at all. He had his own reasons for wanting the two of them to fight at the same time. He wanted them to not lose too badly. But it was obvious that Jiang Chen's good intentions were a blatant provocation in their eyes, a manifestation of arrogance and conceit. Is this guy really capable, or is he stupid? He wants to fight two people at the same time. Hee hee. Zhang Liaoyuan sneered. I think he's capable. Daoist Tianyin said faintly. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen from the beginning to the end. Although this guy looked ordinary, he gave people the feeling of a vast ocean. This wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Let's fight together, then you won't lose too badly. Jiang Chen said. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Brother Zhang, let's fight together. If we don't teach this arrogant guy a lesson today, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Su Jianshan shouted angrily and looked at Zhang Liaoyuan. Both of them tacitly agreed to attack each other. This guy must be taught a lesson. Tao Qianjun was also looking forward to Jiang Chen's battle. Jiang Chen's strength should be able to contend with Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the two early-stage hierarch realm experts. After all, Bai Zhegong might not be their match if the two of them joined forces. After all, they were both hierarch realm experts. This is the real you. Yuki Chihin murmured. He was still as cold as before, calm and composed as before, as steady as Mount Tai, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. He was as proud and aloof as a goshawk in the sky, or as arrogant as a kuanping in the 9 regions. He was so conceited, yet so insufferably arrogant. Everyone was watching the scene. Under everyone's attention, Jiangchen stood proudly while Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the two early-stage hierarch realm experts, launched their attacks. Their terrifying aura swept across 10 miles. If it wasn't for the protective barrier around the arena, perhaps the area within 1,000 miles would have been flattened. Both of them used all their skills. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing layers of airwaves to roll. That kind of power made those below the hierarch realm to hold their breaths. They did not dare to miss it, let alone look at it directly. They were too strong. However, Jiangchen did not hold back. His expression was calm as he struck out both of his palms. Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan's attacks were destroyed in an instant by Jiangchen's palms. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The seemingly strong attacks were destroyed by Jiangchen's palms. What followed was a terrifying wave that could overturn the heavens and earth. Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan's attacks were not weak, but they were completely destroyed by Jiangchen's palms. Moreover, they were defeated in just one move. The two of them did not even have the strength to fight back and were sent flying by Jiangchen's palms. They were seriously injured. From the beginning to the end, Jiangchen only used one move and it was enough to severely injure the two of them. Even Tao Qianjun did not dare to say that he could do such a thing. Wasn't his strength a little too terrifying? Even Jiangchen and Su Jianshan could not believe their own eyes after repelling the two of them. However, after 10 breaths, they finally realized that Jiangchen had gone easy on them. If he did not go easy on them, the two of them would have been dead by now. The two of them looked at each other in shock. However, the truth was as Jiangchen had said. They were not a match for Jiangchen. It was not sarcasm nor arrogance. It was confidence. It was the unchangeable truth. After a while, the entire arena was filled with thunderous applause. It was even more shocking than Tao Qianjuan's speech. Jiangchen's technique had shown them what it meant to be truly shocking. He defeated his opponent with just one move. It was something that many people could only dream of. Not to mention those Divine King realm experts, even those hierarch realm experts were still in shock. Just with pure strength and without any fancy moves, he had seriously injured two hierarch realm experts. How impressive and domineering was that? This man is really terrifying. Now I feel that Bai Zhegong's death was not unjust. Yeah, I heard that he was killed for flirting with someone's wife. He deserved it. No one can challenge the pride of an expert. He has the right to be proud. Jiangchen defeated his opponent with just one move. It became a story that everyone was talking about. Jiangchen had become famous after this battle. Countless people admired him. Jiangchen looked at the green-veiled lady on the tower again. When their eyes met, Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. However, he still could not remember who that lady was. However, he knew that he definitely knew that lady. You're really strong. I can't wait anymore. An earth-shattering fighting intent was emitted from his unyielding eyes. His majestic and mighty body gave off a suffocating pressure that was akin to a mountain pressing down on others. I know that I'm strong. However, it's a fact that you're weak. Jiangchen said with a smile. Jiangchen was a bit too good at making fun of people, wasn't he? Everyone was startled by his words. However, to be honest, many of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Jiangchen was quite interesting. He was the first person to look down on a hierarch realm expert. You'll pay for your arrogance. Roar. So strong. The strong-mouthed disciple was shocked and rushed forward again. This time, he was even stronger than before. Heaven-splitting divine axe, invincible. The strong-mouthed disciple shouted angrily. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the momentum of a bull, shocking many people. Jiangchen's expression was calm. With a flip of his hand, he punched out again. The fist wind intertwined with the 9-foot gold-plated axe, and the 9-foot gold-plated axe was actually shattered by Jiangchen. Lines and lines of cracks appeared on the axe. The strong-mouthed disciple's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. This terrifying vibration caused the 9-foot gold-plated axe to collide with him. The feeling of being heavily injured by his own divine weapon made the strong-mouthed disciple want to cry, but no tears came out. The 9-foot gold-plated axe was instantly shattered, and he was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He was completely defeated. The audience was shocked once again. Xianxia was like an ancient bull. With a punch and a palm, he dealt with everyone, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. Even Tao Qianjun started to worry. Now, he could only hope that the Lord of Tianlai realm would appear quickly and suppress Xianxia. Then, he would be able to do the Lord of Tianlai realm a favor. At the very least, he would be able to stop the Tianlai realm from taking their anger out on him. The son-in-law he valued the most was the strong-mouthed disciple and the Reverend Tianyin. This was because the strength of the Penlai realm and the Tianluo temple was quite strong, especially the Tianluo temple. If he could climb up the tree that was the Tianluo temple, then he would definitely be able to rise rapidly in the Moro prefecture in the future, and he would not have to fear anyone. However, all of this depended on the Reverend Tianyin. Now, the strong-mouthed disciple of the Penlai realm had been defeated, and only the Reverend Tianyin was left. This forced Tao Qianjun to make preparations in advance. Jiangchen's strength had exceeded his expectations. In the end, if Jiangchen wanted to leave, he might have to suppress him. I already said that your strength is too weak, but you just don't believe me. Jiangchen smiled and said. At this moment, he had nothing to say. After all, he had lost to Jiangchen. Moreover, he had lost in a rather ugly manner. However, he had not died in the hands of Jiangchen. After all, it was rumored that Jiangchen had killed by Jiagong. Now, it seemed that this guy had the strength to do so. Now, it seems that you are indeed the strongest. However, in front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. As one of the strongest disciples in Tianluo Temple, it looks like I'll have to show you the true power of an ancient temple today. Dao Master Tianyin looked at Jiangchen and said faintly. Ancient Heaven Luo Temple? I've never heard of it. I wonder what's the relationship between Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple? Jiangchen said. You know Hongyan Temple? Daoist Tianyin said with a faint smile. It was not strange for him to know about Hongyan Temple. After all, as one of the top 10 ancient temples in the entire West Pole state, Hongyan Temple could barely be considered as the 10th. Do you know Daoist Qi Yan from Hongyan Temple? Jiangchen asked. You know Daoist Qi Yan? He's an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. How could I not know him? However, Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple don't interact with each other. Daoist Tianyin said proudly. If you can't even defeat Daoist Qi Yan, I advise you not to fight anymore. Daoist Qi Yan might be an eminent monk, but I'm not afraid of him. Even if he's here today, I'll definitely exchange a few moves with him. Daoist Tianyin said. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. You're not even comparable to Daoist Qi Yan. It seems like this battle is meaningless. Jiangchen's words made Daoist Tianyin's expression turn solemn. Why? Because he's already dead. Jiangchen said faintly. What? Daoist Tianyin couldn't believe what Jiangchen said. If what he said was true, that Daoist Qi Yan was already dead, then how strong was this guy? Daoist Qi Yan's strength was quite powerful. Furthermore, he was an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. Daoist Tianyin still couldn't believe that Jiangchen was able to kill him. However, looking at Jiangchen's confident expression, he was also skeptical. No matter what, if you want to get the beauty today, you'll have to go through me. Humph, Daoist Tianyin sneered. Whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. If he really wasn't a match for Jiangchen, it was understandable for him to retreat. However, he was quite fond of the Castellan's daughter and the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Wouldn't it be better to have both? If this guy didn't appear out of nowhere, perhaps he would have already been together with the Castellan's daughter. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiangchen smiled faintly. To him, these guys were like chickens and dogs. However, what he wanted was not the Castellan's daughter, but the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Yuki Chihian was incomparably nervous. She knew that if Jiangchen could defeat Daoist Tianyin, he would become the son-in-law of the Castellan's daughter. To Yuki Chihian, this might be the best outcome. Even Yuki Chihian's calm heart was filled with a trace of anticipation and excitement. If it's really him, then I'll just accept my fate. It's a good ending to be able to stay by his side. It's time and fate. Yuki Chihian's lips curled up into a faint smile. Under her green veil, a trace of maiden's feelings rippled. Tao Qianjuan's face was solemn. Jiang Chen had defeated 3 people consecutively. His heart was getting more and more worried. He hoped that Daoist Tianyin could defeat Jiang Chen. If that was the case, his plan would become a reality. He would board the ship of Tianluo Temple and help the Lord of Tianlai Realm to capture Jiang Chen. This way, the Lord of Tianlai Realm wouldn't vent his anger on him. It could be said to be the most perfect ending. However, Jiang Chen was the biggest variable in all of this. He hoped that he wouldn't defeat Daoist Tianyin. Otherwise, things would become extremely bad. He would be surrounded by enemies. If Tianlai Realm and Punlai Realm joined forces, his situation in the ethereal realm would become even more difficult. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Outside the arena of the city lord's mansion, hundreds of thousands of people were cheering and cheering for Jiang Chen. Although they didn't know Jiang Chen, they didn't know Daoist Tianyin either. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was like a devil incarnate. He was like a brother or sister who walked out from among them. Naturally, he would receive everyone's support. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength was too strong. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His strength was so strong that it made people speechless. Looks like little Chenzi is going to win. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Sister Ning, how can you still smile? If that guy wins, I'm afraid that peerless girl on top of the city tower will definitely give herself to little Chenzi. Didn't you see how radiant he was before? How he winked at people. Just looking at him makes me angry. Humph, this guy is like eating from the pot and looking at the pot. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Then can you still control it? If he really has such intentions, as his women, we should support him. If he doesn't have such intentions, as his women, shouldn't we believe him even more? He. Feeling 2 sharp gazes, Yuki Chihian also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock. Her face was still covered by a green veil, but the appearance and temperament of those 2 girls had already made Yuki Chihian feel as if they were celestial beings. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. What kind of man would be able to control such girls? Yuki Chihian murmured. She was incomparably shocked. Although she was extremely confident in herself, her confidence had already vanished into thin air when facing these 2 stunning girls. As for these 2 women, when they looked at him, there was actually a faint hostility in their eyes. At this moment, Daoist Tianyin was also incomparably solemn towards Jiang Chen. The battle between the 2 was about to break out. This is the day of your death. You can't win against me. Daoist Tianyin held the Buddhist discipline staff in his hand as he charged towards Jiang Chen. Layers of Buddhist discipline staff shadows flew up high into the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally and faced the attack with only one hand. He wasn't afraid of Daoist Tianyin at all. Facing the incoming Buddhist discipline staff shadows, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. He threw out a fist shadow with a terrifying aura. Daoist Tianyin's unparalleled Buddhist discipline staff shadows smashed onto Jiang Chen's hand, but they were continuously pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, but Daoist Tianyin's expression changed greatly. One move, just one move was enough to make Daoist Tianyin feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Using an iron fist to counter it was simply too terrifying. Who wouldn't be shocked when this strike came crashing down? What a terrifying aura. Su Jianshan, Zhang Liaoyuan, and even Xiangmen were overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't Jiang Chen being too arrogant? But this punch gave them a deep understanding of jealousy. Jiang Chen indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Daoist Tianyin's powerful might made them feel a wave of palpitations, but in Jiang Chen's hands, it was like a child playing house. Within 3 moves, Sage Tianyin had already unleashed all of his techniques. His strongest attack had landed, but he was unable to break through Jiang Chen's palm wind. After 3 moves, Jiang Chen also instantly counterattacked. Under the superposition of his fist and palm, his strength split Mount Hua. His unparalleled posture shocked the world. One punch shook 3 mountains, chi waves surged as a terrifying might surged forth, rendering Daoist Tianyin completely unable to block Jiang Chen's attack. The rod in his hand was directly split into two by Jiang Chen. Daoist Tianyin's face changed as he staggered backward. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation to chase after him, sending out a palm strike that caused thunder to rumble. "No!" Daoist Tianyin bellowed. But Jiang Chen's palm wind had already landed. He was unable to retaliate and was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen. Daoist Tianyin suffered a crushing defeat, and without any warning, he was forced to retreat. His body was covered in injuries. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen not using his full strength, Daoist Tianyin would probably be in an even more miserable state. The crowd once again burst into thunderous applause. Jiang Chen had used an overwhelming advantage to defeat 4 people in a row. Now, the scene was quite lively, and no one could stop the surging enthusiasm of the crowd. Yuki Chihian's cheeks carried a faint blush. Jiang Chen did not let her down after all. In the end, this guy still managed to come out on top. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen's cheers were deafening, each louder than the last. Jiang Chen was like a representative of the powerless crowd. He was not like the genius disciples of Tianlai Realm, Penglai Realm, or Tianluo Temple with strong backgrounds. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was all alone and looked down on the crowd. This was true ability. Tao Qianjuan's expression became a little embarrassed. He wanted to borrow the power of the Tianluo Temple and Penglai Realm to form a marriage alliance, but he did not succeed. His plans were directly disrupted by this kid who appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, he felt quite sullen. "Thank you for letting me win, Lord City Lord. I should be the final victor. Now, can you give me the soul-raising spirit-gathering pill?" Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. "You killed the son of the Lord of Tianlai Realm. Before the matter is cleared up, how can I marry my daughter to you? Everything will be decided after the Lord of Tianlai Realm arrives." Tao Qianjun said lightly. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The moment he looked at Tao Qianjun again, his expression became cold. "In that case, Lord City Lord, are you going to go back on your word? Are you going to tear up your promise in front of so many people?" Jiang Chen said coldly, pressing forward step by step. "Yes, Lord City Lord won't go back on his word, right? That's too funny. If that's really the case, I'll feel ashamed. Are the words of the dignified Lord City Lord not as good as farts? Shoo! Lower your voice. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. Lord City Lord might have his own difficulties." "What difficulties? Isn't it just that he doesn't want this guy to become his son-in-law? Didn't you see that Taoist master Tianyin has the Tianluo Temple behind him, Penglai Realm is behind him, and Bai Jiagong has Tianlai Realm? If it's an ordinary person, how could he become Tao Qianjuan's son-in-law? In the end, isn't it just a political marriage alliance? TSK, if Lord City Lord really goes back on his word this time, then I'll immediately withdraw from the Netherworld." At this time, many of the spectators were relatively supportive of Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had obtained first place and obtained the final victory. If Lord City Lord went back on his word, he would be slapping his own face. How would he explain to the millions of people? How would he gain a foothold in the Netherworld? How would he be respected and loved by tens of thousands of people? This was an extremely serious question. Tao Qianjun had no choice but to take it seriously. Tao Qianjuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. When did I say that I would go back on my word? It's just that you killed the son of Tianlai Realm's realm lord. If I let you marry into the Netherworld just like that, Tianlai Realm would start a war with my Netherworld. Then wouldn't I become the eternal sinner of the Netherworld?" Tao Qianjuan's words were like pearls, reasonable and well-grounded. At this moment, even those spectators chose to remain silent. Indeed, Tao Qianjuan's words were not false. Jiang Chen had killed Bai Jiagong, so Tianlai Realm would not let the matter rest. And once Tianlai Realm vented their anger, it would very likely lead to a war between realms, and Jiang Chen would become the biggest target. This was indeed something that the people of the Netherworld had not thought of. They had never imagined that they had wrongly blamed Lord City Lord. At this moment, it was Jiang Chen who had become the target of scorn. At least now, it was already impossible for Jiang Chen to marry the city lord's daughter. At the very least, he had to first solve the problem of Tianlai realm. At the end of the day, is this the reason why you speak irresponsibly and go back on your word? Jiang Chen sneered and snorted. Tao Qianjuan's face was gloomy and he completely ignored Jiang Chen. You only have yourself to blame. If you didn't kill the son of Tianlai realm's lord, how could this matter have developed to this stage? How could it have become your hindrance? Originally, I wanted to betroth my daughter to a handsome young man, but you are immoral. How can I be at ease? Tao Qianjun shouted in a low voice. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. You really disappoint me. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. It seemed that he had to use force. Shameless thief, give me back my son's life. Thunder rumbled and exploded in the void. A loud shout made everyone's expression change drastically. Within 1,000 miles, the sound waves rolled and shook people's hearts. It's Bai Chao. Has Tianlai realm's lord finally come? Tao Qianjuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Jiang Chen's time of death had come. As long as this guy died, he could start the martial arts competition again. At that time, he would definitely be able to find a suitable son-in-law from Punlai realm and Tianluo temple. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. It's someone from Tianlai realm. Could it be Bai Jiagong's father? It must be Bai Chao. It must be Tianlai realm's lord. What a powerful aura. This time, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape. Everyone looked up into the air, and as expected, a red-haired man stepped on a green cloud. He was clad in golden armor, and he held a meteor hammer in his hand. Beneath him was a three-eyed amethyst lion. His aura was majestic and intimidating. Brother Bai, you're finally here. Tao Qianjun said in a low voice. My son can't die in vain. Your nether passage realm will have to bear the blame. Who else could it be but Bai Chao? A terrifying sound wave caused the experts in all directions to tremble, as if they were afraid of a tiger. I know what I'm doing. Although Jiang Chen won first place in the martial contest for a spouse, I resolutely refused him, all for the sake of returning justice to Brother Bai. Young Master Bai can't die in vain. Even if you hadn't appeared, I would have forced him to carry a thorn and ask for punishment. Such a person isn't fit to be the son-in-law of the Nether Passage realm. Since Brother Bai has come, I'll leave him to you to deal with. If you want to kill or scrape, it's all up to you. Tao Qianjuan's righteous words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness, and it was even to the extent that it caused others to be unable to refrain from shedding tears. But in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was hypocrisy, and it couldn't be any more fake. It was as if Jiang Chen was his subordinate, arrogant and bossy. That kind of high and mighty attitude caused Jiang Chen to laugh coldly. How did such a person become the ruler of a world? Who do you think you are? You even dare to order me around, ha ha ha. Jiang Chen pointed at Tao Qianjun as he spoke while laughing wildly. I originally thought that since I, Jiang Chen, had defeated them in a just and proper manner, this medicinal pill would naturally belong to me. But now it seems that if I don't use force, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Humph, Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His gaze was terrifying, and even Tao Qianjun felt quite a bit of pressure from him. Boy, you dare. You're someone who deserves to die, so it's only right that Brother Bai kill you. A life for a life, this is the cycle of the heavens, and it's not up to you. Tao Qianjun pretended to be the envoy of justice and spoke nonsense. At this moment, the person who was the most worried was Yuki Chihian. She'd never imagined that the matter would actually develop to such an extent. She'd originally thought that the heavens had greatly changed her fate, but who would have imagined that such a scene would actually occur? This was simply forcing her into a hopeless situation. If Jiang Chen died, then she would absolutely not live alone. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. She was now Jiang Chen's woman, so how could she give herself to someone else? To Yuki Chihian, this was impossible. She'd rather choose death. Faithful to the end, unswerving until death. This was Yuki Chihian. Do you think that I care about your daughter? Do you really think that I want to be your son-in-law? What I want is merely the soul-rising spiritual pill. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered coldly. At this moment, he could only snatch it. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu both soared into the sky and stood guard by Jiang Chen's side. The two stunning beauties caused even more astonishment in all directions. What? Yuki Chihyun couldn't believe her eyes. So, he doesn't want me at all. What he wants is just a mere pill. Am I really that worthless in his eyes? Yuki Chihyun slumped on the stone pillar and smiled bitterly. Yeah, with such a stunning wife, how could he be interested in a lowly person like me? From the beginning to the end, it was just her wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, she was just a grain of sand in Jiang Chen's eyes, insignificant. At this moment, Yuki Chihyun's heart was as dead ashes. Shui Qianying had always felt that she was noble and arrogant. She was not the kind of person who would fall into the mundane world. However, she was worthless in Jiang Chen's eyes. No one could understand the pain she was feeling in her heart. It was an incomparable sense of defeat, it was a kind of desolation where her heart was like dead ashes. What's the use of me in this world? What's the use of me in this world? Yuki Chihyun realized that even if she really fell down, perhaps no one would mourn for her, and it wouldn't stir up any dust on the ground. Ha ha ha, good, good. Everyone heard it, right? This guy is intentionally causing trouble, and he even wanted to scheme for my medicinal pills, kill the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm, and instigate a battle between us and the Tianlai realm. You really are a schemer, humph. Brother Bai, let's join hands today and kill this bastard together. Tao Qianjun shouted angrily. He laughed coldly and pointed at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. Bai Chao also hated Jiang Chen to the bone. After all, Jiang Chen had killed his son. This debt was absolutely irreconcilable. Give me your life. You have to pay the price for your arrogance, Bai Chao said in a deep voice. He held the meteor hammer in his hand and the three-eyed amethyst lion under him leaped into the air and charged towards Jiang Chen. Retreat, Jiang Chen said. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing quickly retreated. The current Yan Qingqing had already reached the hierarch realm. However, Wu Ningzhu was only a late divine king. She couldn't help Jiang Chen much. Today, I, Jiang Chen, will start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Chen sneered. In this world, if there were no divine emperor experts, who could do anything to him? Even a half-step divine emperor could only serve as a foil to him. Not to mention these hierarch experts who didn't know their place. This person's strength has already reached the peak of the middle divine venerable realm. It's too terrifying. I reckon that this Jiang Chen is dead for sure. Sigh, if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself. Who does he think he is? He even dared to kill the son of the realm lord. He's too audacious. Impermanence in the world. Who would have thought that this all-powerful guy would be killed so quickly? Who can stop the Tianlai realm lord and our realm lord from the nether passage realm? Haha, I reckon that this Jiang Chen might not even be able to defeat the lion under the Tianlai realm lord. It's a pity. Those two beauties will definitely perish like Jiang Chen. Bai Chao's attack was like a thunderbolt. One man and one lion were unstoppable. From their point of view, Jiang Chen seemed to have already been killed. At this moment, Yuki Chihyun gritted her teeth. From her point of view, Jiang Chen had also fallen into a dead end. Two great realm lords attacked at the same time. How could he still have a chance to survive? Yuki Chihyun's heart was already filled with love. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen would marry her or not, regardless of whether Jiang Chen loved her, since she was the final victor of the marriage contest, then in Yuki Chihyun's heart, there was only Jiang Chen. Even if she was going to die, she would die before him. Yuki Chihyun did not hesitate at all. She resolutely rushed out, like a ray of light, rushing to the peak of the void. This scene was unexpected. The daughter of the city lord actually made a move, and directly blocked in front of Jiang Chen. This scene was unexpected. Jiang Chen did not notice it either. At the moment when Bai Chao attacked, there was actually someone standing in front of him and blocking this attack for him. Blood sprayed out from the white-robed figure. It was like a cold light that pierced into Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen frowned, his heart was filled with an indescribable pain. Who could it be? He had actually risked his life for him to block the attack of the Tianlai realm lord. Originally, Jiangchen basically didn't need anyone to block him. But in Yuki Chihian's heart, no matter how strong Jiangchen was, could he be stronger than two world overlords? No matter how fast his strength increased, how could he be a match for them? Therefore, Yuki Chihian had no choice but to step forward. This was her only choice, and also her final farewell. No. Tao Qianjun roared angrily, but it was already too late. Because Yuki Chihian had appeared too suddenly, no one had noticed her. Jiangchen also didn't have the time to save her. Her and the Tianlai realm lord's attacks seemed to have appeared in an instant. That kind of despair and deathly stillness continuously spread out. Tao Qianjuan's heart instantly collapsed. Because once Yuki Chihian died, everything he had done before would be useless. Yuki Chihian was his chess piece, his most important trump card. Once Yuki Chihian died, it was possible that he would lose everything. A smear of bright purple and red blood splattered on Yuki Chihian's snow-white clothes. Jiangchen quickly acted, and saved Yuki Chihian. The green veil slid down, and Jiangchen's gaze was also completely fixed on Yuki Chihian's face. Shock, surprise, trepidation, panic, and finally, solemnity. Jiangchen's expression was incomparably grim. He knew that he was wrong, and it was a huge mistake. He should have thought long ago that this person was someone he knew. From her gaze, he must have seen it before. It was as if he had seen it before. The corner of Yuki Chihian's mouth was still indifferent and calm. It was as cold as frost, just like her face that had never changed in 10,000 years. But the corner of her mouth was covered with blood, but it was gentler and more real. In Jiangchen's eyes, Yuki Chihian was so beautiful, so cold, and so charming. But unfortunately, her breath was fading away little by little, and her eyes were gradually dimming. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you," Jiangchen said in a low voice. Yuki Chihian gently covered Jiangchen's mouth with her slender fingers. "Don't say sorry. All of this is predestined. Maybe we are not fated to be together. No matter how unbearable I am in your eyes, or how hateful I am to you, from the moment you defeated everyone, I, Yuki Chihian, am also yours. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, I, Yuki Chihian, will never give myself to another man. Although, in the end, the one you want is not me." At this moment, Yuki Chihian's eyes dimmed. Her heart was abnormally cold because Jiangchen said that the one he wanted was not her, but a pill. "Compared to the two girls beside you, am I too ugly?" "Hee hee," Yuki Chihian said with a bitter smile. She felt like there was an ugly duckling living in her heart. Whether it was Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu, both of them were so beautiful, so outstanding. Compared to them, she was simply too inferior. "I know that in your heart, I am just a passerby. But I hope that from now on, you will remember me. Don't blame my foster father. My life was saved by him. Even if I am unwilling, this is my choice, and also my fate. Leave quickly, you are not their match. Otherwise, even if I die, it will be in vain." Yuki Chihian held Jiangchen's hand tightly. A peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple a city, had perished at this moment. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, but Yuki Chihian's aura had also disappeared without a trace. Jiangchen's eyes became gentle as he nodded his head silently. He continued to inject the myriad qi into Yuki Chihian's body. But it was too late. Even if an Emperor Realm expert was here, he might not be able to save her. "Promise me, leave quickly, live well." Yuki Chihian spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her vitality was also slowly severed at this moment. "Why are you so foolish? So foolish. How did you know that they are no different than dolls in my hands? So foolish." Jiangchen sighed. His hands started to tremble. His gaze became extremely sharp as he murmured. A monstrous aura surged out from him, causing everyone's expression to change. Jiangchen's aura was like a peerless devil that had descended from the heavens. That invisible storm caused everyone's heart to tremble. "Looks like they knew each other long ago," Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. "To be willing to die for little Chenzi, it means that she's not a simple girl," Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. "By Chao, Tianlai boundary, Tao Qianjun, ethereal boundary." Ha ha ha, today, I will wash the ethereal boundary with blood and trample on Tian Lai. When Xianxia raised his head again, he looked at Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao. A deathly aura filled the air. Both of them must die. Such a big tone. Humph, I haven't had the time to settle the debt with you. What's so great about a stinky girl? The one that I'm going to die is my precious son. Bai Chao roared angrily. Even if it's you and your son, 1,000 dog lives, it's not even worth a finger of hers. Xianxia shook his head. When his eyes met Bai Chao's, Bai Chao felt his heart palpitating. This guy's eyes were really terrifying. But what could he do? Terrifying eyes didn't mean that he was strong. Today, nobody could change his mind. My adopted daughter died because of you. Brat, I will never let you go. Tao Qianjun said ferociously. At this moment, all of his efforts were destroyed by Xianxia. How could he not be angry? Moreover, he had to join hands with Bai Chao to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame and the marriage contest would become a joke. He no longer had any tools or trump cards left. He could only choose to fight with his life on the line. Xianxia must die. He must turn his bones into ashes. A bunch of ignorant fools. Xianxia said faintly. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. Three-eyed amethyst lion, go. Bai Chao looked down on everyone. His strength was the same as Tao Qianjun, a peak mid-hierarch realm expert. Killing a little bastard would be a piece of cake for him. Although Xianxia had defeated many people and even killed his son, those people were still trash in Bai Chao's eyes. They could not be compared to him at all. Even his three-eyed amethyst lion had reached the mid-hierarch realm. At the same time, he regretted his actions. His son wanted to bring the three-eyed amethyst lion along with him, but Bai Chao did not agree. If the three-eyed amethyst lion had followed him to the netherworld, things would have ended differently. The three-eyed amethyst lion charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at it coldly and punched the three-eyed amethyst lion's skull. The three-eyed amethyst lion howled and retreated. Its three eyes were filled with flames of anger. How dare you hurt my divine beast? Go to hell. Bai Chao and the three-eyed amethyst lion joined hands and instantly closed in on Xianxia. Both of them had rich battle experience and complemented each other. Even a late hierarch realm expert might not be able to win against them. Xianxia had just broken through to the mid-hierarch realm. How could he be a match for him? Xianxia looked calm. His iron fists moved in all directions. If you have any moves, just use them. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Tao Qianjun sneered, and he instantly joined the battle as well. Because he was afraid that Bai Chao would instantly annihilate Xianxia, and there would be nothing left for him to do. Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? You are not worthy of me drawing my sword. Xianxia said in a cold voice. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements divine dragon seal flipped out. A monstrous palm print blotted out the sun and covered the sky. Tao Qianjun's expression changed abruptly. He didn't expect that Xianxia would actually display such a terrifying palm print. He didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia at all. Sky Silkworm Scimitar. Tao Qianjun held the curved blade in his hand and swept out horizontally, creating a broad path. However, Xianxia's 5 elements divine dragon seal was still unable to be split apart by Tao Qianjun. In the end, the 5 elements divine dragon seal forced Tao Qianjun to retreat. His perlique was also filled with blood. Tao Qianjun was forced to retreat with a single strike. Everyone in the Nether Passage realm was shocked. Who was Tao Qianjun? He was the Nether Passage realm's lord, but he was actually forced to retreat by a single strike from Xianxia. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like they were evenly matched. Bai Chao's anger grew. When he rushed up, he joined forces with the three-eyed amethyst lion to block Xianxia's path of retreat. He wanted to give Xianxia a head-on blow. A bunch of extremely stupid fellows. All of you deserve to die. Xianxia once again punched out. He didn't use any moves. With just a single punch, the three-eyed amethyst lion's third eye was forcefully destroyed by Xianxia. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone held their breath in rapt attention. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Bai Chao's 8-jong meteor hammer smashed down horizontally. Starlight overflowed in all directions. Above the sky, there were endless starlight. A mere origin divine tool dares to show off in front of me. Xianxia sneered. He grabbed Bai Chao's 8-jong meteor hammer in his hand. Bai Chao's expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Xianxia directly crushed his origin divine tool. Bai Chao's lips were slightly dry. After 2 exchanges, he had lost his proudest divine weapon and his most loyal assistant. The 3-eyed amethyst lion had already suffered heavy injuries. Purple flame golden crystal. A purple flame spurted out from the 3-eyed amethyst lion's mouth. As Xianxia turned around, he struck out with the 3000 flame sky seal. The 5-elemental divine fire instantly engulfed the 3-eyed amethyst lion. Almost in an instant, the 3-eyed amethyst lion turned into ashes. The whole place was dead silent. Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun looked at each other. Their expressions changed again and again. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Lord of Tianlai Boundary's 3-eyed amethyst lion is a middle hierarch realm expert. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying demonic beast. How could it be melted so easily? This Xianxia's strength is too heaven-defying. I think even if the Lord of Hidden Path Realm and the Lord of Tianlai Boundary join forces, they might not be able to stand on the upper hand. This guy can kill Bai Jiagong without fear. He's not easy to deal with. Does he really not put the 2 great boundary lords in his eyes now? Someone could not help but curl his lips and say. His heart was filled with fear. Xianxia's power had almost instantly crushed the 3-eyed amethyst lion. No one saw clearly how the 3-eyed amethyst lion died. However, the flame that was even more terrifying than the 3-eyed amethyst lion was the best proof. You dare to kill my divine beast? I'll fight you to the death. Bai Chao roared angrily and joined forces with Tao Qianjun to attack. The 2 of them had almost used all their strength. This time, they were determined to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, not only would they lose their positions, they might also become ghosts under Xianxia's palm. Both of them had the intention to kill because Xianxia had threatened their lives. Bai Chao was the most furious one. His son and his mount were killed by Xianxia. He had lost all his face. If he let Xianxia leave at this moment, how useless would he be? Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun were very strong when they joined forces. The 2 of them could definitely fight against a late hierarch realm expert. Unfortunately, they met Xianxia, who did not even put a half-step divine emperor in his eyes. Dragon transformation. Xianxia's eyes changed. His human and dragon body turned into a giant dragon. His roar was extremely ear-piercing. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos. The power of Xianxia's dragon transformation had forced Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao to retreat. Xianxia's palm strike had completely emptied Bai Chao's body. At that moment, Tao Qianjun's face turned pale. Xianxia's dragon transformation was so powerful that it instantly killed Bai Chao. Tao Qianjun finally knew what kind of terrifying devil he had provoked. However, at this moment, a monk with a purple hairband and a black robe with golden embroidery appeared silently in front of Yuki Chihyun. The monk had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xianxia with a profound gaze. He then moved his hand and Shui Qianying's body started to move slowly at this moment. She then disappeared into the void and murmured, Bai Chao was dead. Everyone in the Netherworld realm was in an uproar. This was something they did not expect, and they did not understand. Why was Xianxia so strong? Why was he able to kill Bai Chao with just one move? This scene of Xianxia fighting 2 heroes, 2 great boundary lords, one dead and one injured, almost made the whole world quiet down. This is too crazy. The Lord of Tianlai Boundary is already dead. It seems that no one can avenge the Tianlai Boundary. Sigh, it's really ironic. The Lord of Tianlai Boundary actually lost his life here to avenge his son. It's really scary. This Xianxia, is he really the reincarnation of the devil incarnate? Guys, look, our Netherworld Realm's Lord is also about to die. No one knew who said that, but at this moment, Tao Qianjun was already completely defeated. Compared to the Lord of Tianlai Boundary, Bai Chao, he was still considered to be relatively lucky. Under Xianxia's attack, his life was not directly taken away. This was already quite a considerable result. After all, Xianxia's methods were really too good. No one could stand in his point of view and look down on all living beings. The arrogant Bai Chao was dead, and the powerful Tao Qianjun was also defeated. The whole netherworld realm was in a state of panic. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tao Qianjun roared. The 20 aides of the city lord's mansion, as well as more than 10 hierarch realm experts on the battlefield, attacked together. More than 30 hierarch realm experts had already completely surrounded Xianxian. After all, as the saying goes, even a tiger can't fight against a pack of wolves. With so many people, how are you going to deal with them? Tao Qianjun sneered in his heart. Bai Chao, that idiot, was the first to attack and kill himself. He almost fell into Xianxian's death trap. With so many hierarch realm experts, even he could only look at their backs. What did Xianxian do? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than more than 30 hierarch realm experts? Let's see if you can survive this time. Tao Qianjuan's eyes were sharp and his murderous intent was resolute, leaving no room for maneuver. Xianxian had killed Bai Chao, so he had temporarily lost the threat of the Tianlai realm. If he could kill Xianxian again in this battle, then the Punlai realm and the Tianluo temple would definitely be greatly shocked. At the very least, they would refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and would not directly point the spearhead at them. Xianxian coldly stared at Tao Qianjun. What a reckless guy. The human wave tactic was like a pile of dog shit to Xianxian, it was utterly useless. Little Chenzi should be fine, right? Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but worry. More than 30 hierarch realm experts were a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Sister Ning, don't tell me you've forgotten how little Chenzi fought against 100 people with a single sword? These guys were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his hands. Humph. Yan Qingqing was full of confidence in Xianxian. At this time, they only needed to wait for Xianxian silently. You're right. It seems like I've been worrying too much. Wu Ningzhu smiled. The smile at the corner of her mouth was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. Xianxian was not afraid at all. Facing the 30 hierarch realm experts, he sneered and struck out the 3,000 burning sky seal. The 30 hierarch realm experts were almost instantly defeated. They did not even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. More than 30 hierarch realm experts were directly swept away by Xianxian. 17 died and 13 were injured. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one dared to take another step forward. The first time was an accident, would the second time still be an accident? There were so many of them, yet they could not do anything to Xianxian. Even if they were to take action again, they would only be courting death. Every hierarch realm expert's face was filled with fear. At this moment, Xianxian was far more terrifying than a devil. The hierarch realm experts who died beside him were the best proof. One move. Just one move and their people were all dead. This was the dignity of an expert that could not be violated. Tao Qianjuan's lips were dry. Although he still wanted those hierarch realm experts to take action, he knew that they had been beaten by Xianxian. They were retreating step by step and did not have the slightest courage to fight with Xianxian. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When Xianxian's reputation had made them feel fear, even if they were strong, they would not be able to exert even 10 or 20% of their strength. Moreover, they were not Xianxian's opponents. Tao Qianjun retreated step by step, but at the same time, he did not forget to throw out palm after palm. However, when his palm hit Xianxian's body, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect at all. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun felt numb from Xianxian's counterforce. Tao Qianjuan's heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this bastard? Why didn't he let Bai Chao deal with him? If he did not take action, he could at most sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, the current Xianxian did not give him such a chance. To put it bluntly, Xianxian wanted to kill him as a warning to others. However, he had no other way. He could not defeat Xianxian. More than half of the 30 hierarch realm experts were killed in one strike. Who would dare to disobey Xianxian after witnessing such a result? Those who ridiculed Xianxian at the beginning had shut their mouths obediently. Jiang Chen's strength had given everyone a loud slap on their faces. They were powerless to fight anymore. Facing a devil like Jiang Chen, they could not even look at him. How could they be his enemy? Jiang Chen's long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and his aura was cold. His angular face was filled with arrogance and coldness. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me to do so. I wanted to reason with you, but you didn't listen. Jiang Chen said faintly. He was not an unreasonable barbarian. He only wanted to use his own strength to obtain the pill. However, he was framed by Tao Qianjun in the end. This guy was really despicable. I beg you, let me go. Consider it as an explanation to my adopted daughter, Qianing. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His life was more important than anything else. If he did not die, he would be able to dominate the world. If he died, it would be the end of everything. You still have the face to mention Qianing? If it wasn't for you, would she have died? You watched helplessly as your adopted daughter was killed, yet you still joined forces with Bai Chao. And now, you even dared to use the word adopted daughter to plead for your death. How ironic, how ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of person deserved to die. After all, I have saved Qianying's life. If you still consider her as your old friend and let me go, I, Tao Qianjun, will serve you faithfully. It can't be, right? The city lord actually knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Isn't this too strange? Our ethereal realm's realm lord is actually willing to compromise? The situation is worse than the person. This is something that can't be helped. Haven't you seen how strong Jiang Chen is? Even the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm has been killed by Jiang Chen. More than half of the 30 hierarch experts have died. The city lord can't do anything about it. It's not shameful to lower one's head in front of an absolute expert. It can only be said that Jiang Chen is too strong, so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. He's so strong that our city lord couldn't do anything about it. A dignified realm lord. Sigh, how sad. Everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, the city lord was a high and mighty figure in their hearts. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the city lord was so weak and vulnerable. Now, he had become a prisoner of the city lord. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. Needless to say, this feeling was unbearable. Tao Qianjun was also completely helpless. He really didn't have the ability to contend against Jiang Chen. More than half of the hierarch experts had died. It would definitely cause the overall strength of the ethereal realm to be greatly reduced. He didn't know how many years they would need to recuperate. This was what he was most worried about. He was worried that others would join hands to destroy his ethereal realm. Jiang Chen's peerless divine might shook the heavens and earth, making everyone tremble. Tao Qianjun was naturally no exception. However, he could only play the emotional card now to be able to escape from Jiang Chen's hands. The death of the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm, Bai Chao, shocked Tao Qianjun too much. In the hands of Jiang Chen, they were like ants that could be trampled on. Don't mention Qianing to me anymore. If I knew that your adopted daughter was Yuki Chihian, I would definitely stand on your side, even in the end. However, you are so stubborn. If I don't kill you, how can I face the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm? Am I right? In the face of the death of his adopted daughter, he was actually so indifferent. In his eyes, Yuki Chihian was just a chess piece, dispensable, but she was the most important part of his plan. Right? A person like me with no background is worthless in your eyes. What you want is to use your adopted daughter to ally with the forces of other domains. That is why you care about her life and death, not her person. Now that she's dead, your plan has completely failed. In your eyes, I can only see endless unwillingness, and not the slightest bit of pity. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He felt sorry for Yuki Chihian. How could such a person be her adoptive father? If it weren't for the fact that Yuki Chihian had once been indebted to Tao Qianjun, she would never be willing to be under someone else. Moreover, in the face of such a crisis, she would never allow Yuki Chihian to become someone else's tool. Therefore, Jiang Chen guessed that Tao Qianjun must have guided Yuki Chihian patiently and methodically. In order to repay a debt of gratitude, she must have acted this way. Her personality was incomparably stubborn. To make her become a toy and link for colluding interests was completely a fool's dream. However, for the sake of this unforgettable debt of gratitude, Yuki Chihian had acted this way. This is all a misunderstanding. How do you know the depth of our mother-daughter relationship? How do you know that I am doing this for her own good? I am your enemy precisely because you killed the son of the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm, Bai Jiagong. If I don't join forces with Bai Chao to deal with you, he will very likely point his spear at me. At that time, who will know the suffering of the people of Seclusion Realm? Once a war between realms starts, how many people will die because of it? For the sake of the big picture, how can I not do this? I didn't expect that Qianying would have such an ignorant friend like you. So what if you were strong? Humph, Tao Qianjun coldly snorted. At this time, he had already given up. Rather than being killed by Jiang Chen, he would rather die a clean death. At the very least, he would let the countless people of the Seclusion Realm remember him as the realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. Tao Qianjun spoke vehemently, his face filled with pride, as if he was the brave warrior who had died a righteous death. Even the people of the Seclusion Realm were filled with endless sighs. It seemed that Tao Qianjun was truly a realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. They thought that the Seclusion Realm lord was afraid of death, but in reality, he was helping the world. Jiangchen coldly sneered. How could he not see through the Seclusion Realm lord's sophistry? But just as he thought, this fellow's words were filled with righteousness, as if he stood at the peak of righteousness. Although he didn't care about the lives of so many people in the Seclusion Realm, he couldn't let Yuki Chihian bear the infamy of infamy for no reason. If he killed Tao Qianjun, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But Yuki Chihian would also be seen as the same as him. It was her arrival that caused the great war between realms, causing the Seclusion Realm to become the target of public criticism. It would make everyone feel that Yuki Chihian was a star of calamity. All of this was caused by her. How could Jiangchen allow her to be so lowly? At that time, her death would be considered worthless by others. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun would become the object of worship of tens of thousands of people. Jiangchen's heart trembled slightly. He originally didn't want to kill Tao Qianjun. In other words, he wanted to. But he couldn't let Yuki Chihian's soul be condemned. He couldn't break Yuki Chihian's final will. This was the best respect he could give her. Forget it. So what if I kill you? Qianying won't come back. And do you know what the last thing she said to me was? She told me not to hate you, not to kill you, not to make things difficult for you, because after all, she owed you. No matter what the process was, the result was very disappointing. Qianying's death wasn't worth it. She didn't need to die. So from this moment onwards, a life for a life. Yuki Chihian no longer owes you anything. As for your kindness, I will repay it in her stead. Sparing you from death is only to comfort Qianying's soul in heaven. Jiangchen's words made Tao Qianjuan's heart skip a beat. He heaved a long sigh of relief because he knew that Jiangchen had changed his mind. If he wanted to kill him, he didn't have any strength to resist at all. So in the end, he could only give up. But he didn't expect that Jiangchen would actually change his mind. He knew that it was impossible for him to mobilize Jiangchen because of his own words. It must be because of Yuki Chihian's last words that made Jiangchen change his mind. No matter what the reason is, I hope that you can understand that this world isn't as simple as you think. You should know very well why I didn't kill you. Whether you're a scheming schemer or willing to compromise, it has nothing to do with me. Your strength is not worth mentioning to me. Killing you is like killing a chicken. In the future, be a good realm lord. I got it. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His face was incomparably gloomy as he nodded silently. His heart was filled with endless grievance and unwillingness, but as long as he could survive, it was more important than anything else. Qianying, I've done what you asked me to do. I know that you've already seen through everything. It's just that you can't escape the condemnation in your heart. You don't want to owe anyone anything. Jiangchen sighed in his heart. The moment he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Chihian's body had disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Who did it? Jiangchen was shocked and his expression changed greatly. Tao Qianjun didn't have the ability to take Yuki Chihian's body away under his eyes. Moreover, no one had discovered this. Even Jiangchen didn't feel anything strange. However, Yuki Chihian's body had disappeared without a trace. Not only Jiangchen, Tao Qianjun was also dumbfounded. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also perplexed. Yuki Chihian's body had been taken away by someone? Who had the ability to do such a thing right under Jiangchen's nose? Jiangchen's heart became incomparably gloomy. His Emperor Realm soul had scanned the surrounding 10,000 li, but he still couldn't find anything. Where did Yuki Chihian go? Could it be that she could lead by herself? She was already dead and there was nothing strange about her body. However, the current outcome had shocked Jiangchen and made him feel extremely guilty. I'm sorry, Qianying. Where are you? Jiangchen's expression became incomparably sorrowful. Yuki Chihian's death had completely turned his heart cold. How could her body suddenly disappear? Yan Qingqing frowned. She could see Jiangchen's worry. However, at this moment, even Jiangchen couldn't find her body, let alone them. Qianying, don't worry. I'll definitely let you rest in peace no matter where I go. Jiangchen said Leng. He looked up at the void. No matter who it was, he must make them pay the price. Where's my pill? Jiangchen looked at Tao Qianjun. Tao Qianjun's eyes flickered. At this moment, how would he dare to challenge Jiangchen? He immediately offered the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill with both hands. Holding the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill in his hand, Jiangchen could feel that the medicinal effect of the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill was much better than the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. Although the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass was indispensable, it paled in comparison to the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill. Jiangchen handed the pill to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu glanced at Jiangchen. She was extremely touched. Jiangchen was willing to pay any price for her, even going against several great domains. His sincerity made Wu Ningzhu shed tears silently. Her eyes were slightly red, but she couldn't express her feelings. Take it, Sister Ning. The medicinal effect of this pill is very strong and gentle. It's extremely beneficial to the recovery of your soul. Jiangchen smiled. Little Chinzi, for me, you didn't hesitate to go against the whole world. Thank you. Wu Ningzhu held the pill tightly in her hand. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? If it was me, wouldn't you do the same? Don't worry. Even if I have to go to the ends of the world, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiangchen rubbed Wu Ningzhu's head and said softly. Sister Ning, don't worry. Little Chinzi won't let anything happen to you. Don't you know his ability? Hee hee. Yan Qingqing also held Wu Ningzhu's hand. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were tightly connected. Shortly after, Jiangchen looked at the resolute man again. Young master of the Punlai domain, I would like to request for the Jade Essence Soul Seed. Is it possible? The resolute man was also shocked. Jiangchen's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing towards him as he said indifferently. Jade Essence Soul Seed? That belongs to my father. It's his treasure. Brother Jiang, I'm really powerless. The resolute man had a wronged expression as he said with a bitter smile. He was really afraid that Jiangchen would slap him to death in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would really be wronged. Alright, then bring me to the Punlai domain. Jiangchen said. The resolute man's expression changed. His expression became even more strange. Alright, Brother Jiang. If my father doesn't lend it to me, then don't blame me. The resolute man sighed in his heart. You want to forcefully snatch the Jade Essence Soul Seed from my Punlai domain? That's simply a pipe dream. Do you think my Punlai domain is the same as Tian Lai domain? How can my father be compared to the Tian Lai domain's lord? Tao Qianjun and the resolute man sneered in their hearts. It seemed that Jiangchen was seeking his own death. The Punlai domain's lord had the strength of a late-stage hierarch realm expert. He was slightly stronger than them. Although Jiangchen's strength could suppress them, it would not be so easy to deal with the Punlai domain's lord. The departure of Jiangchen and the resolute man made Tao Qianjun heave a sigh of relief. He said disdainfully, one day, you will know how stupid you are. One day, you will know how foolish you are. The Punlai Realm Lord will definitely teach you a lesson that you deserve. The corner of Tianluo Temple's spiritual master Tianing's mouth also curled up. He said indifferently, "Does this guy really not know how terrifying the Punlai Immortal Island is? The Punlai domain is one of the most terrifying domains in the Moro Prefecture. This guy is completely seeking his own death. We should really mourn for him." Punlai Domain, the immortal island of Punlai. 100,000 miles of lush ancient trees, 1,000,000 miles of long rivers, 1,000,000 miles of setting sun, 1,000,000 miles of great rivers and lakes, a vast ocean to the south, and thunder to the north. When Xianxia and the resolute man landed at the edge of the Punlai domain, they saw the 1,000 miles of miasma. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked cold. This terrifying terrain was boundless. However, for Xianxia, he could see the endless miasma of the Punlai Immortal Island. This was definitely a master-level superformation. Even Xianxia could not see anything strange about this formation. This is the immortal island of Punlai? It's quite beautiful. The fragrance of flowers permeates everywhere, and there are no clouds in the sky. It's really a paradise on earth. Yan Qingqing secretly praised. That's right. This is indeed a rare and wonderful place. Wu Ningzhu also nodded silently. The resolute man looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing with covetous eyes. To him, these two beauties were already in his hands. As long as they entered the Punlai domain, what else would he have to fear? He really liked these two women too much. Compared to Tao Qianjuan's adopted daughter, they were even better. With these two women, what more could he ask for? "If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out," Jiangchen said Lung Lung. The resolute man quickly shifted his gaze. Right now, he was still under Jiangchen's control. How could he dare to act rashly? Jiangchen suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. An incomparably huge eagle flew past and headed straight for them. The sound of the wind was swift and fierce, and its aura fluctuated. It had the awe-inspiring might of cutting down the world with its wings. Its wings were 10 zhang long, and its eyes were like awls. When it flapped its wings, it soared through the sky and soared through the 9 continents. Its majestic appearance was unparalleled. "Little Chenzi, be careful!" Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu cried out in alarm at almost the same time. They knew that this eagle was approaching menacingly and was definitely not simple. "It's just an evil beast." Jiangchen looked at it coldly and struck out with his palm. The mountain winds howled and thunder rumbled. The eagle's posture was pushed back by Jiangchen. It let out a sigh and looked back angrily at Jiangchen. However, it had already glided up again. Jiangchen held his blade horizontally and didn't move an inch. The 3,000 winds were unable to do anything to him. However, at this moment, the upright man had already flown up and sat on the back of the eagle. He coldly looked at Jiangchen and the others and said disdainfully, "Little bastard, you still dare to come to my Punlai celestial island and behave atrociously. Little brat, you still dare to come to my immortal island Punlai and behave atrociously? You must be tired of living. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed that trashy world lord from the Skylai world? Let me tell you, the Punlai realm is not something that those trashy realms can compare to." Humph! The upright man stood on the back of the eagle with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes carried a hint of coldness. Previously, he had suffered great humiliation in the hands of Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen didn't really suppress him, this kind of treatment was already a great humiliation to the young master of a realm. How could he not be angry? He had been enduring silently all this while because he knew that he wasn't Jiangchen's opponent. That was why he avoided the brunt of the attack. Now that he had entered the Punlai realm, how big of a storm could this brat create? Now that he was in the territory of Punlai realm, even if he was a dragon, he had to coil up. If he was a tiger, he had to crouch. His father was much stronger than the trashy Tianlai realm lord, Bai Chao. Moreover, the Punlai immortal realm had been a true great realm since ancient times. Even in the Moro prefecture, it was second to none. Jiangchen coming here was tantamount to seeking his own death. It seems that you are still very confident in yourself and your Punlai immortal island. Jiangchen smiled slightly, calm and unruffled. Jiangchen had long since noticed that this fellow was dissatisfied. However, Jiangchen could not be bothered to bicker with this kind of person. After coming to the Punlai realm, He could very well fight against all the outstanding heroes and kill them with a single strike of his sword. He completely disregarded the stubbornness of speech. Trash will always be trash. Mud will never be able to support a wall. Little bastard, who do you think you are? Such shameless boasting. Today, you will definitely die here. How can my Punlai realm allow others to humiliate us? The Jade Essence Soul Seed is the clan treasure of my Punlai realm. You want it just because you want it? Do you really think that you are an unparalleled emperor? My father is already on his way here. Today, you will definitely die. If you kneel and beg me for mercy, then offer up the two great beauties with both hands, I might spare your dog life. He. The stubbornness of speech narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. He had a drooling expression on his face, unable to control himself. In his eyes, this fellow Jiang Chen must have walked on 8 lifetimes of dog shit luck to be able to have such fortune. Two great beauties would never leave him. What virtue or ability did he have? Even the daughter of the ethereal realm lord, Tao Qianjun, whom he had yet to meet, had died for him. This caused the stubbornness of speech to be filled with jealousy. Why was he able to have the goddess, while he, the dignified son of the Punlai realm lord, did not have such fortune with women? He must snatch the two women beside Jiang Chen to his side. And this moment was not far away. I, the stubbornness of speech, have never been unable to obtain anything I want. Why are you still not kneeling and begging for mercy? The stubbornness of speech shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was overflowing. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. This fellow was a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now that he had returned to the Punlai Immortal Island, his heart was naturally incomparably at ease and confident. He still wanted to become Jiang Chen's enemy. Most importantly, he wanted to snatch Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. This was already a death sentence for him. What a coincidence. There is nothing that I, Jiang Chen, cannot obtain if I want it. It's just that no one has been able to lay a finger on my, Jiang Chen's, women. Those who had evil intentions have already entered the underworld. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This fellow was already shameless to the extreme. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted now? Even if he had the Punlai Immortal Island as his strong backing, it was not worth mentioning in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Brat, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. When my father comes, it will be the time of your death. Coveting the treasures of my Punlai Immortal Island, you really don't know the meaning of death. The stubbornness of speech said fiercely. He naturally did not dare to make a move now. Even his father's celestial eye condor could not gain an advantage against Jiang Chen. One should know that the celestial eye condor had a trace of the Kuan-Peng's bloodline. Among the demonic beasts, it was considered an extremely terrifying existence. Although it was not as domineering as the azure dragon or the black tortoise, it was still a truly ferocious beast. It seemed that he still had some ability to kill Bai Chao and a dozen hierarch realm experts of the Netherworld realm. After all, he was not someone ordinary people could compare to. It seemed that he had to wait for his father to make a move to kill him. Then I'll kill you first. Let's see when your father will come and avenge you. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He took a step forward, and the wind and thunder rumbled. The miasma in the sky was also dispersed. An aura that soared into the sky completely crushed down, causing the entire sky to become incomparably dark. The stubbornness of speech suddenly changed. The eyes of the celestial eye condor moved, and it quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, an even sharper blade light had already cut through the void. It split apart the miasma in 100 li, and split the green mountains on the ground. An extremely tall and burly figure rose into the sky, holding a 9-foot-long blade in his hand. He was extraordinarily domineering. His rough face was terrifying and full of hostility. His eyes were sunken and lifeless. He stared at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Is it you? Are you the one who wants to kill my son?" The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. His voice spread and shocked countless experts around the Punlai Immortal Island. Usually, the Punlai Realm Lord would not show up. Now, all the trivial matters of the Punlai Immortal Island had been handed over to the stubbornness of speech. He had been cultivating in seclusion to reach the peak of the hierarch realm for more than 8,000 years. I only want the Jade Essence Soul Seed. He's just my guide. I spared his life, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. Tell me, should I kill him? Xianxia said coldly. This father was full of arrogance. It seemed that he was also jackals of the same tribe as the stubbornness of speech. Like father, like son. If this old man was not so ruthless and arrogant, how could this little guy be so arrogant? Bullying my son at my doorstep, you're dead today. The stubbornness of speech sneered. He held the Ling Tian long blade in his hand and pointed the blade light at Xianxia. He had completely locked onto him. The Jade Essence Soul Seed is the treasure of my clan. You want it too? You must be tired of living. I really don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be. You came here with the determination to die, right? Daku sneered. He was full of disdain towards Xianxia. You father and son are also weirdos. One's mouth is like an anus, while the other's mouth is like a maggot. What should I say about you? Xianxia smiled faintly. He found this pair of father and son extremely funny. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other and covered their mouths as they giggled. What are you laughing at? I'll send you to heaven today. I'll take both of your women. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Daku shouted angrily as he pointed his blade at Xianxia and charged forward. Celestial Eye Godly Eagle, fight with me. Following Daku's shout, the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle screeched and flew up, clashing with Daku. The Celestial Eye Godly Eagle's Daku was obviously much stronger than the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle. His strength had already reached the late Hierarch realm. In his opinion, killing Xianxia in a second was too easy. In order to shock those who were hiding in the dark, Daku decided to use his strongest move to kill Xianxia to establish his prestige. He wanted those who were not convinced by his son's Celestial Eye Godly Eagle to give up on the idea of rebellion. He also wanted them to understand who the true overlord of Punlai Island was. At this moment, Daku came out from his closed-door training. He wanted to let everyone know that the master of Punlai Island had never left. He wanted to establish the prestige of the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle. Ever since the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle took the throne, it had caused quite a commotion in the entire Punlai boundary. After all, his strength was not enough to convince the masses. Daku was his strongest backing. However, he had not appeared for a long time, so many people had forgotten about his peerless demeanor. Today, in order to kill Xianxia and restore the prestige of Punlai boundary, Daku had to defeat his enemy in one strike. Moreover, he wanted to shock everyone who was watching in the dark. Today is the day you die. It's still not certain who will die. Xianxia said indifferently. This pair of father and son were really a pair of idiots. If he did not suppress them, it would be impossible for him to obtain the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. He initially thought that he might have to pay a price, but he did not expect to start a war in Punlai boundary. Xianxia was disappointed. He would rather pay a price, since the Jade Marrow Soul Seed was not an ordinary item. If he directly snatched it, he would be no different from a robber. At least in Xianxia's heart, there was a sense of righteousness in his heart. He disdained to kill and rob, but it was a pity that others had forced him into this path. Phantom Saber Intent. With a loud roar, he soared into the sky, swinging his saber to crush Xianxia. Saber shadows danced in the sky, hanging upside down in the starry sky. A pair of saber shadows formed. The saber radiance was like frost, shaking the sky. It made people blush with shame. Even Hierarch experts worshipped him, not to mention those experts who were below the Divine King realm. Secretly observing, they were already shocked. The Boundary Lord's strength has increased again. In less than 10,000 years, this kind of improvement is really fast. Yeah. Although the Boundary Lord's strength has not reached the peak of the Hierarch realm, this kind of strength is enough to sweep across Moro Prefecture. Very few people can fight the Boundary Lord to a draw. This middle Hierarch guy is simply seeking his own death. Someone who was secretly watching the battle said with a sneer. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. The might of the Boundary Lord is really frightening. Looks like we still have to quickly improve our strength. Otherwise, the gap between us and the Boundary Lord will become bigger and bigger. Sigh, that's right. This saber strike is invincible. Compared to the fierce battle with old ancestor Lingxi over 8,000 years ago, it is more than a few times stronger. Everyone from the Punlai boundary seemed to be quite afraid of Xianxia. Those hierarch experts were all shocked. The saber radiance of the phantom saber shot up to the sky. Wherever the saber radiance went, it cut through the void. Jiangchen threw out a punch. The mountains and rivers were shattered. Traces of lightning flashed in Jiangchen's palm. The fist wind was sharp and powerful, it could split mountains. With an endless domineering aura, it directly collided with Xianxia's saber radiance. In an instant, the two terrifying auras disappeared and dispersed like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sharp auras were everywhere in the void. Both of them retreated. Jiangchen's shattering three mountains punch had directly blocked Xianxia's powerful attack that had accumulated 80% of his strength. However, it did not defeat Jiangchen instantly. To Xianxia, it was a great humiliation. Moreover, the attack that he had high hopes for was easily blocked by Jiangchen. How could he not be shocked? Xianxia's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth. Jiangchen's methods were unfathomable. His first attack actually ended in such a way. The spectators were all afraid. This intermediate hierarch guy seemed to be quite strong. If he could block an attack from a sector lord, then he was really strong. Xianxia originally wanted to kill Jiangchen to establish his dominance, but now they were evenly matched. He was furious, but he had to face it head-on. This guy that he had underestimated was not as weak as he had imagined. This guy, even my father can't kill him with one attack? His words were firm and unyielding, but the waves in his heart were extremely great. He had originally thought that his father would be able to easily kill Lin Fan. But now, it seemed that it was indeed somewhat unbelievable. However, his father might not have fully displayed his strength. Father, be careful. This guy killed Bai Chao, the lord of Tianlai boundary. His strength cannot be underestimated. Xianxia said in a low voice. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Not only Xianxia, even the spectators were shocked. The lord of Tianlai boundary. How was this possible? Was he really killed by this guy? The person who was the most shocked was Xianxia. More than 100,000 years ago, when he was still a intermediate hierarch, he had fought with Bai Chao, the lord of Tianlai boundary. At that time, both of them could be said to be heroes who admired heroes. Their strengths were almost the same. Xianxia's evaluation of Bai Chao was also extremely high. However, after he had a breakthrough in his strength, he was naturally not on the same level as Bai Chao. However, it was still extremely difficult to kill Bai Chao in the intermediate hierarch realm. Most importantly, Bai Chao was the lord of a boundary. If it was an ordinary intermediate hierarch, perhaps he would not be so shocked. However, how could a lord of a boundary not have any life-saving methods? Otherwise, how could he become the lord of a boundary? However, he died in the hands of Jiangchen. This made him quite shocked. Bai Chao and I used to be friends. Today, I will kill you to commemorate my old friend. Since you can kill Bai Chao, it means that your strength is not weak. From this moment onwards, I will give you enough respect. Jiangchen looked straight ahead and Linglin looked at Daku. Daku's strength was not enough to compete with him. He was determined to get the Chalcedony soul-grade seed. Initially, he only wanted to exchange for the Chalcedony soul-grade seed. However, the people of Punlai boundary were so stubborn that Jiangchen could only do so. Then, I will fulfill your wish. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. He changed his hand seal and the 3,000 flaming sky seal turned into a 9 heavens fire dragon that filled the sky. The 3,000 flaming sky seal's palm print was like a rainbow that covered the sky. Daku's facial expression changed. He swung his long saber and wherever the saber light passed by, not even a blade of grass would grow. However, facing Jiangchen's 3,000 flaming sky seal that was filled with destructive power, it was like a drop in the bucket. The saber light was instantly destroyed. However, Jiangchen still attacked fiercely without the slightest hesitation. His attacks caused the heavens and earth to change. His iron fist was invincible and shocking. Jiangchen's punches were ferocious. Daku's face turned gloomy as he retreated step by step. His strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. He did not expect that he could not even dodge the simplest attacks from a middle hierarch realm fellow like Xianxia. Moreover, every violent punch made Daku's heart tremble. Daku's long saber was already losing his grip on it and even almost fell out of his hand. Xianxia's moves were ruthless. After more than 10 moves, the power of his punches had made Daku completely lose his initial confidence. Even Daku began to worry about his father. Damn it, a middle hierarch realm fella. How can he suppress me? Daku Shuang was not satisfied with Xianxia's performance. Xianxia was just a kid. How could he fight evenly with him? Furthermore, Daku Shuang had to be cautious with every step he took, putting him in a passive position. This was the most hateful thing about Xianxia. Soaring Dragon Imperial Sky, long saber breaking sky mote. He brandished his long saber and stepped on the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. His aura was even stronger than before, and he borrowed the power of the Heavenly Eyes Eagle to crush Xianxia. The saber's shadow turned into a dragon, and the dragon's shadow flickered. Xianxia dismissed it with a smile. In his eyes, the 8 directions divine dragons could not even withstand a single blow. Break! Xianxia bellowed angrily. He held his saber horizontally and punched out with his fist. The dragon's shadow dissipated and the saber was shattered. The saber was also knocked back 800 miles. Fortunately, the Sky Eyes Eagle caught it. This scene shocked everyone. Those who originally thought that Xianxia would be ruthlessly obliterated by the great song of fortune-telling were greatly shaken. It seemed that the bitter days of the Punlai Immortal Island were finally coming. This devil incarnate clearly did not give the Punlai realm any face. Daku would definitely suffer heavy losses in this battle. The Punlai realm has been peaceful for hundreds of thousands of years. It looks like the peace is finally going to be broken. That's right. The great song of fortune-telling is incomparably arrogant and despotic. I never thought that he would have such a day. Humph. The Punlai realm has been in the hands of the great song of fortune-telling for more than 1,000,000 years. Is it finally going to decline in the hands of the great song of fortune-telling? Some people rejoiced, while others were worried. If the Punlai realm fell into chaos, it would definitely affect many people. However, if someone fell, someone else would rise. Some people would fight for the right to become the Punlai realm lord. Perhaps the competition would be even more intense, and there would be even more casualties. Heavenly Eyes Eagle, charge! The great song of fortune-telling shouted and charged at Xianxia with the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. It had to be said that the Heavenly Eyes Eagle's methods were extremely sharp and fast. As an outstanding figure in the sky, it possessed a trace of the Kuan Peng's bloodline. It was not easy for it to do so. Its speed was astonishing as it soared 90,000 miles. It was like a sharp sword cutting through bamboo. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived. Beast, do you think you are worthy of the 2 words Kuan Peng? Even if you have a trace of the bloodline, you are just deceiving yourself and others. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. His speed was astonishing, and he almost instantly caught up to the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. Xianxia stepped down and directly trampled the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. The Heavenly Eyes Eagle could not withstand the force of 1,000 caddies. Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps instantly crushed all the bones in the Heavenly Eyes Eagle's body. When the other foot stepped down, the Heavenly Eyes Eagle was completely destroyed by Xianxia. No! My Heavenly Eyes Eagle! The great song of fortune-telling roared. This Heavenly Eyes Eagle was like his own child. He valued it even more than the great song of fortune-telling. However, he did not expect it to be directly trampled to death by Xianxia at this moment. How powerful was Xianxia's method to cause such a huge shock? A hierarch realm demonic beast was trampled to death by Xianxia. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ignorant brat, I will not rest until you are dead. The great song of fortune-telling was completely enraged by Xianxia. Xianxia had entered the Punlai realm without fear and even killed his demonic beast mount. How could he not be angry? All Punlai realm divine kings and above, fight with me. The great song of fortune-telling's voice traveled thousands of miles. All the Punlai realm divine kings and above gathered here. Hundreds of divine kings had come to protect the Punlai realm. 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts surrounded Xianxia at this moment. The densely packed crowd almost filled the void. The sky was filled with divine kings. Xianxia's eyes were cold and disdainful. It seemed that everything he had done had to be put into action. If killing one was not enough to serve as a warning to others, then what harm was there in killing the entire Punlai realm? These people who did not know death were merely pawns for the great song of fortune-telling. However, at this moment, Xianxia no longer had the slightest bit of pity. Some people might not live well even if they lived. Some people's death might be their final destination. There was no such thing as kindness or not. In life, one should live freely and uninhibited. He had kindness in his heart, but what did he get in return? He had no intention of provoking a battle, but what he got in return was the Punlai realm's relentless pressure. What could he do? Xianxia looked at the Tsung mountain coldly. Only those who survived were qualified to discuss the path, what was kindness, and what was human nature. Wu Ningzhu's soul was already getting weaker and weaker. Although she had his constant help, it was still extremely difficult. Once her soul withered, it would be the greatest harm to him. Xianxia would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. He had to obtain the jade marrow soul seed, and these people in front of him were nothing more than ants to him. However, if he did not kill ants, how could he obtain the soul seed? Since the Punlai realm lord wanted to fight to the death, then what did he have to fear? You have thoroughly disgusted me. Even if you had 10 lives, it would not be able to match up to my heavenly eye-eagle. You must die today. I will use your soul as a sacrifice to my heavenly eye-eagle. I will make sure you will never be able to reincarnate. A disorderly mob dares to talk about bravery? Xianxia said with disdain. His lips curled into a cold smile as he reached out his hand. At this moment, his heavenly dragon sword had just appeared in his hand. A disorderly mob, you're really shameless. If I don't let you witness the might of my Punlai boundary today, do you really think that you're invincible? A mere mid-hierarch realm expert dares to be so arrogant. Let's see how long you can keep this smile on your face. Mustache Daku sneered. His eyes were extremely cold as he waved his hand. Hundreds of divine kings and dozens of hierarch realm experts were on standby, ready to fight to the death with Xianxia. In their eyes, the dignity of the Punlai boundary was on the verge of death. Hundreds of divine kings, this kind of power was quite terrifying. For those who were weak, this terrifying aura was enough to make them feel the pressure of death. Coupled with the hierarch realm experts that were rarely seen, the entire Punlai boundary seemed to have become extremely oppressive. Many people felt that a storm was about to come. The hierarch realm experts were even more disdainful of Xianxia. So many hierarch realm experts, how could they not be a match for him? With the Punlai boundary lord leading them, what was there to be afraid of? In their eyes, this battle was just to establish their prestige, to give Xianxia a head-on blow, to kill him in one strike. Even my heavenly eye-eagle was killed by this guy. Everyone, be careful. Today, for the safety of the Punlai boundary, I will lose this battle to the death. Mustache Daku's eyes were gloomy. Many people also became serious. After all, they knew about the heavenly eye-eagle, a mid-hierarch realm demonic beast. It was the treasure of the Punlai boundary lord, even Mustache Daku could not get close to it. Now that it was killed by this reckless guy, one could imagine how furious Mustache Daku was. We swear to follow the boundary lord until death. We swear to be loyal to the Punlai boundary until death. The roars of the 800 divine kings shook the firmament. The morale of the entire Punlai world was high. Xianxia was facing 800 divine kings and dozens of hierarch realm experts alone, but he was not afraid at all. He looked at the crowd with disdain. His cold attitude made Mustache Daku even more hateful. His voice was like that of an ancient sovereign, standing at the peak of the void, commanding the masses. The might of the Punlai realm was indeed a level higher than the ethereal realm and heavenly Lai realm. The strength of the Punlai realm was already a level higher than the ethereal realm and heavenly Lai realm. The strength of the realm overlord was already enough to explain everything. If his strength wasn't enough, it would be impossible for him to have such prestige and dominance. As the citizens of the Punlai realm, those people swore loyalty to the Punlai realm. It was understandable that they were loyal to the Punlai realm. At this moment, they raised their morale to the peak. warriors, follow me and slay this bastard. Only then can the Punlai boundary regain its peace. Mustache Daku shouted. A 10-foot-long soul-refining lock appeared in his hand. In order to take revenge for the Heavenly Eye Eagle, in order to let Xianxia know how powerful the Punlai Immortal Island was, he had to attack fiercely and suppress Xianxia. Only then could he regain his prestige. Xianxia, be careful, Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. She was extremely anxious. After all, the people that Xianxia was facing at this moment were very different. However, her strength had yet to enter the hierarch realm. Unlike Yan Qingqing, who had already reached the early hierarch realm and could solve Xianxia's problems, she felt that she was extremely useless. Xianxia had put himself in danger time and time again, but she could not do anything. She could only stand behind him silently and might even become his burden. Wu Ningzhu had always been a strong woman. In her heart, she was not willing to become Xianxia's burden. She also wanted to become Xianxia's right-hand man and become his solid backing. She would be satisfied if she could help him even a little bit. But now, how could she become Xianxia's assistant with her sickly body? No one knew that Wu Ningzhu was struggling in her heart at this moment. As Xianxia's woman, how could she be so weak? However, she had brought too many troubles to Xianxia. Although there wasn't much of a competitive relationship between her and Yan Qingqing, and both of them had already become a part of Xianxia's heart. However, as a woman, how could Wu Ningzhu tolerate her cowardice and incompetence at this moment? Yan Qingqing had fought side by side with Xianxia several times. Although she might not be able to help Xianxia win the battle, a person's heart would always change. Wu Ningzhu was no exception. Wu Ningzhu's heart longed to be together with Xianxia. But the reality did not allow it, and the reality was much crueler. Little Qinzi, I'm sorry, Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Her face was slightly pale. She could only pray silently in her heart. Her eyes were filled with envy when she looked at Yan Qingqing. She knew that Xianxia would not blame her, but she blamed her misfortune and was angry at her incompetence. Qingqing, protect Sister Ning well. I'm going to start a massacre, Xianxia said faintly. Wu Ningzhu's heart slightly trembled. Why? Why am I always the one who needs to be protected? If I'm not so weak, why do I need someone to protect me? Wu Ningzhu's heart was slowly becoming desolate. Xianxia pointed his sword at the void. His agile sword chi swept across the place, not putting anyone in his eyes. Everyone was filled with killing intent towards Xianxia. Xianxia, you'll know how it feels to be dismembered later. At this moment, Kozai and Gangman had also joined the battle, standing together with many hierarch experts. Everyone stood beside him. Apart from Kozai and Gangman was now the true leader of the Punlai boundary, the true leader of the Punlai boundary. I'm only here for the Jade Essence Soul Seed, but you've forced me to do this. If I don't kill all of you, how am I going to get the Jade Essence Soul Seed? Xianxia was calm and composed. He smiled faintly and flew up to the void, taking the initiative to attack. The limitless sword swept across the void. 800 divine kings took the initiative to attack. Countless divine kings formed a formation in an instant, connecting with the ever-changing miasma in the void. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This might be Chuxiang Daku's true trump card. The formation formed by 800 divine kings was not to be underestimated. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to face it head-on. Waves of sword chi pressed down. Xianxia shouted. The 9th sword attacked while the 10th sword swept across. 800 divine kings almost blocked his 2 attacks. Even Xianxia was shocked. The formation of 800 divine kings was not terrifying at all. What was terrifying was that the miasma in the sky was able to completely nullify his formation. Hence, Xianxia's attack did not kill those divine kings. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Xianxia, you'll definitely die today. The miasma formation isn't something you can break. Oral divination sneered. He was just using his father's name to intimidate others. Without his father, Oral Divination Daku, he wouldn't have such power. Even the miasma formation was controlled by his father, Oral Divination Daku. He didn't have the ability to break it. Listen to my command. Change the miasma formation and attack. Oral Divination Daku yelled. The 800 divine kings almost enveloped Xianxia completely. Together with the miasma, Xianxia couldn't move at all. His surroundings were filled with miasma and poisonous gas. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Xianxia's heart sank. He quickly put Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu into the Zulong Tower. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape from the miasma formation with their strength. Within the miasma, the attacks of the 800 divine kings had undergone a qualitative change. They were far, far more powerful than divine kings, and they were extremely close to the hierarch realm. It was all because of the misty formation. With 800 god kings forming the misty formation, even Great Song of Oral Divination did not dare to say that he could ignore it. The misty formation was the life-saving method of his Punlai Island. If it was not a crucial moment, Great Song of Oral Divination would not use it. 800 divine king realm experts working together was extremely terrifying. Ordinary hierarch realm experts would be easily crushed in the miasma formation. One after another, attacks were launched at Xianxia's side. Xianxia fought and retreated at the same time. Every step he took was filled with danger. He was extremely nervous. The poisonous gas in the miasma is so terrifying. However, my myriad chi body is immune to poison. I'll let you guys have a taste of the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. Xianxia smiled with a hint of viciousness. So what if there are 800 divine kings? Let's see if you can survive the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. In the miasma formation, Xianxia constantly released the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The terrifying poison gas mixed with the poison gas in the miasma and entered the bodies of the 800 divine kings in the end. Xianxia could clearly feel that the endless attacks were gradually decreasing. The auras were also gradually disappearing. This meant that the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad had taken effect. Looks like these god kings can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia sneered in his heart. The 800 divine kings were all injured by the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad in Xianxia's body in less than 30 minutes. Furthermore, none of them could save the situation. The 800 divine kings were all hit. Within the miasma formation, the 800 divine kings were unable to play a decisive role. Instead, they were all killed by Xianxia using poison to fight poison. At this moment, the entire sky above Punlai domain became quiet. The earth-shaking attacks at the beginning also gradually subsided. Why is it like this? Daku was puzzled. The aura of those divine king realm experts was disappearing one after another. At the moment when all of them disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. 800 divine king realm experts, even if they just stood there and let Xianxia kill them, they would not be able to be killed in a short period of time. At this moment, he felt an even stronger sense of danger. Why is it like this? Father, did that guy use some method to defeat the miasma formation formed by the 800 divine kings? Daku Jingmen frowned and asked softly. He was also extremely puzzled. 15 buckets of water were being drawn. There's something fishy going on. Everyone, quickly take action. Daku's expression changed. He felt that Xianxia was definitely not someone who would sit and wait for death. Now that the miasma formation was becoming more and more peaceful, his heart was becoming more and more restless. Do we take action now? I'm afraid it's already a little too late. Xianxia waved his sword and scattered 1,000 miles of the void. The miasma dispersed and the 800 divine kings were completely dead. A deathly silent aura made everyone's breathing stagnate. In the blink of an eye, 800 divine kings died just like that? Even Daku Jingmen could not believe it. How did Xianxia do it? He actually killed them so quickly. These 800 divine kings could not even withstand a single blow from him. Why you? You actually killed 800 of my divine kings? Daku Jingmen's body trembled. These 800 divine kings were not any weaker than the 40 hierarch realm experts. This was because they were the cornerstone of his Punlai boundary. These 800 divine kings were the capital to protect his Punlai boundary. However, in the hands of Xianxia, he defeated the enemy with a single move and killed thousands of them. This heart-wrenching shock made Daku Jingmen's heart tremble as if it was dripping blood. He stared at Xianxia. The anger in his heart had already burned beyond the 9 heavens. The next person to be killed will be you. Xianxia smiled calmly. He attacked across the sky and ascended to the heavens in a single step. The 800 divine kings were burned to ashes by him. Daku Jingmen's teeth were almost crushed. He clenched his fists tightly and the soul-refining chains in his hands made cracking sounds. The 800 divine kings were dead. It was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Punlai boundary. To Daku Jingmen, this was intolerable. I'm so angry. All hierarch experts, listen up. Follow me to kill this bastard. We must crush his bones and scatter his ashes to take revenge for our 800 divine kings. Daku Jingmen held the soul-refining chains in his hands and attacked again and again. Xianxia was fearless. The limitless sword began the most terrifying slaughter. Against more than 40 hierarch experts, Xianxia fought against 1,000 by himself. This kind of heroic and domineering spirit was admirable. However, his life was facing a choice between life and death at this moment. Daku Jingmen and the attacks of more than 40 hierarch experts were destined to make Xianxia die a tragic death. Sigh, 800 divine kings. What a pity. This time, our Punlai boundary is going to suffer a great loss. Yeah, but the death of the 800 divine kings and the death of the heavenly Eye-Eagle has completely ignited the old realm lord's anger. It seems like this battle will definitely be chaotic. However, there is no longer any suspense now. More than 40 hierarch experts can't even defeat one of him? What a joke. This guy deserves to die. He came to our Punlai boundary and behaved atrociously. How can we let him leave unscathed? Even I can't take this lying down. The people of the Punlai boundary were all silently feeling sorry. The shock caused by the death of the 800 divine kings was indescribable. The Punlai boundary was vast and had abundant resources. It needed many people to manage it. The 800 divine kings were the cornerstones. Now that they had been killed, it was even more painful than the Daku Jingmen cutting off one of their arms. How could they not want to kill Xianxia? I no longer have the patience to play with you. Today, let me overthrow your Punlai boundary. Shameless boasting. Everyone, listen to my command. Kill this bastard. Daku took the lead and rushed towards Xianxia. He held the soul-refining lock in his hand and smashed it hard. The void was filled with flames. Eloquent Daku's late divine venerable realm strength was fully displayed. His domineering aura soared to the sky. More than 40 divine venerables were present, and eloquent Daku was not to be outdone. At this time, he naturally chose to stay by his father's side and be his right-hand man. It could also be considered as a way for him to make contributions and increase his achievements to shock the Punlai realm. Only by making contributions would he be able to wield great authority and command the venerables. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? Xianxia snorted coldly. His sword momentum changed. The limitless sword opened and closed. 11th blade. Xianxia's sword shadow cut through the past. The 11th blade and the heavenly dragon sword were in perfect harmony, seizing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, not even a blade of grass grew. As the 11th blade fell, everything trembled. More than half of the 40 hierarch experts were pushed back. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Half of them were extremely frightened because his strength was too strong. The 11th blade was like a rain of falling swords, cutting across the sky. 23 hierarch experts were hit in an instant and almost all of them were severely injured. The power of Xianxia's sword forced countless experts to retreat. However, Xianxia's sword aura did not show any signs of stopping. A 10,000 zhang long sword light came crashing down towards Xianxia. Daku forcefully resisted the sword light and used the soul-shackling lock to hook Xianxia. However, he was actually forced back by Xianxia's sword light and blood spurted out from his mouth. More than 40 hierarch realm experts suffered different degrees of injuries. Encircle and suppress him together. We can't let him escape. Daku dared not delay and quickly rushed into the encirclement. Now was the time for them to exert their strength. With so many hierarch experts, how could they not be able to defeat one Xianxia? The great tune of mouth and voice once again activated the soul-refining lock. The soul lock spread across the void like a giant net, wanting to trap Xianxia within. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He rushed into the crowd and fought against a group of hierarch experts. His heavenly dragon sword spirit vibrated unscrupulously and decisively. He took a step forward and fought against the 9 heavens. Those arrogant hierarch realm experts became more and more fearful under Jiang Chen's attacks. Because Jiang Chen's lethality was too terrifying. His sword could cut off a hierarch realm expert's arm, cut off a hierarch realm expert's head, pierced through a hierarch realm expert's chest, and killed him. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen moved forward decisively. In the blink of an eye, 17 hierarch realm experts were completely overturned by the power of the sword spirit. Jiang Chen's aura was extremely domineering. Even hierarch realm experts could not withstand a single blow from his sword. They had no power to resist at all. Every hierarch realm expert's eyes were filled with fear. However, death was too close to them. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. In less than half an hour, those hierarch realm experts were all turned into ashes. They were all dead or injured. Including the great tune of mouth and voice, there were only 4 people left. They kept retreating to the side of the great tune of mouth and voice. That kind of deathly silence and despair filled the heart of the great tune of mouth and voice. Jiang Chen's methods were too horrifying. He had completely lost the ability to resist. The Punlai realm did not have the slightest ability to resist him. Even divine venerables could not stop him at all. Like a demon god descending to the world, like the reincarnation of a ferocious ghost, like a life-taking soul lock, like an ancient skeleton, Jiang Chen's aura had already reached its peak. More than 40 hierarch realm experts were like grass to him. His sword was stained with blood, the Jianghu's calamity. Who could understand his name? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the great tune of mouth and voice. At that moment, he could not help but tremble. As the lord of the Punlai realm, he had already tried his best. However, 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts were all completely wiped out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cut them up like vegetables. They disappeared without a trace. There was no news of them at all. Their deaths were like the extinguishment of a lamp. Next, it's your turn. Jiang Chen went straight for the great tune of mouth and voice. A sword shadow flashed past. It was faster and more terrifying than the speed of light. Father, save me. The great tune of mouth felt a sense of fear in his heart. He could not help but cry out. No, the great tune of mouth cried out in alarm and took a step forward. However, he still could not block Jiang Chen's sword. It was too fast. Too fast. His hand was still in midair, but the great tune of mouth and voice and the other 3 had already completely collapsed. The greatest pain in the world was the death of a child. To the great tune of mouth and voice, Jiang Chen had really gone too far. Even if there were 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts, how could they compare to the value of his son's life? This is a predestined fate. Jiang Chen said faintly. The great tune of mouth's hand was still in midair, trembling. His gaze gradually became dull. In that dullness, he once again became indifferent. He was cold-blooded and emotionless. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. I will use your blood to pay for my son's life. Jiang Chen, you brat, I will perish together with you. The great tune of mouth had been completely enraged by Jiang Chen. He was like a mad lion. His son, his subordinates, and his mount had all been killed by Jiang Chen. Now, he was like a lonely traveler without any support or sustenance. This Punlai realm lord had become a loner. You are not qualified, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had said that he would destroy the Punlai boundary. Initially, he only wanted to exchange for the Jade Essence Soul Seed. However, the Punlai boundary didn't know how to appreciate his kindness and even dared to covet his woman. That was Jiang Chen's greatest opportunity. The dragon's reverse scale, anyone who touched it would die. No one could escape from this calamity, not even the Punlai boundary lord. Is that so? If that's the case, it's too early for you to be happy. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will make you accompany my son in death. I will seek justice for the countless experts of the Punlai realm who died unjustly. The great tune of mouth took a deep breath. Jiang Chen saw a hint of determination in his eyes. This fellow seemed to want to cut off all means of retreat and fight with his back to the river. I want to see what exactly you have to rely on. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest. Right now, he was completely confident and daring. What did he have to fear in the Punlai realm? The great Tune of Mouth had been defeated by him. What did he have to fear? He had already chopped off his left and right arms. Now, the great Tune of Mouth was nothing more than an evil dog struggling on its deathbed. You will pay for your arrogance. Do you know what is the strongest thing about our Punlai Immortal Island? It's the cloud mist array. The great miasma array you used before was just an appetizer. The true cloud mist array is what my Punlai Immortal Island relies on. The Punlai realm will never retreat. As for you, you will forever be a slave of my Punlai realm. The wind comes, the fog rises, the thunder moves, the array changes. Daku shouted coldly. Within 10,000 miles of the Punlai Immortal Island, the wind and rain swayed and the mist was hazy. The mountains, rivers, and swamps were filled with marsh gas. It was as if the entire misty swamp had become dense and dense. The light in the sky was also changed by countless strange moving mist. It was as if the earth was in a murky state and the end of the world was coming. Wherever the mist passed, Xianxia felt a strong suction force. He felt as if he was in a quagmire. The mist had completely sealed all the world's Yuan-Chi in the surroundings. What a terrifying formation. It seems that oral analysis Daku is not exaggerating. Xianxia frowned. His expression was grim. The surrounding mist began to fill the air. Moreover, the mist seemed to have solidified. The divine Yuan-Chi in the surroundings was completely sealed. Xianxia could not use it at all. This misty cloud formation had almost cut off his escape route. This guy was determined to kill him. It seemed that this was his last resort. This time, I don't believe that you won't die. Misty cloud formation, activate. Oral analysis Daku used himself as the eye of the formation. This was because the amount of energy required for the misty cloud formation was too large. It was equivalent to using the entire Punlai Island as the cauldron to activate the misty cloud formation. Once the misty cloud formation was activated, the entire Punlai Island would become hell on earth. The Punlai Island was vast. Although it was not the largest area in the Punlai boundary, once the Punlai Island was turned into the misty cloud formation, millions of people would die. Those who were not strong enough might even die. The entire Punlai Island had a population of hundreds of thousands. They were all true experts, the mainstays of the Punlai boundary. Even so, such a large formation was quite terrifying for oral analysis Daku. He did not think of using the misty cloud formation until the last moment. Once the misty cloud formation was activated, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people would be turned into dead souls. This was a deal that would kill 800, or even 1,000 of them. However, oral analysis Daku had no other choice. When the formation was first formed, the entire misty formation had already become hell on earth. Without the divine Yuan-Chi, the divine Yuan-Chi of the entire Punlai Immortal Island had all turned into a substantial misty cloud, solidifying in the void. Even with Daku's strength, it was impossible for him to do this. This was a great formation laid down by the ancestors of the Punlai Immortal Island to protect the Punlai Immortal world. It was a supreme technique of the Divine Emperor realm. Daku already felt powerless, so he used his body as the eye of the formation to support the operation of the misty formation. As Xianxia was trapped in the misty cloud array, even the divine origin chi in his body was constantly draining away. This misty cloud array and the song clearly intended to bury the entire Punlai Immortal Island with Xianxia. Don't, help me, no. My strength is constantly deteriorating. Why is it like this? I don't believe it. What's going on? I feel like I'm being evaporated by the mist. Countless people were roaring. The entire Punlai Immortal Island had also turned into a purgatory. It seemed calm and unremarkable, but the Punlai Immortal Island had gradually turned into a great formation that devoured the divine Yuan-Chi. Those with low strength were gradually suffocating as the divine Yuan-Chi in their bodies were gradually drained away. In the end, they became useless. Then, in the mist of the divine Yuan-Chi, they turned into statues and eternal stones. How could this be? The divine yuan qi in our bodies is also draining away? Yan Qingqing looked at Wu Ningzhu, and the latter also nodded her head in astonishment. Needless to say, they also felt the aura of death. Countless people on the Punlai Immortal Island began to flee frantically. However, the Punlai Immortal Island had already become a cage. Even Jiangchen could not escape, let alone them. If this goes on, we will probably die here. Even the divine yuan qi in the Zulong Tower is draining away. Little Chenzi must be very anxious. Wu Ningzhu knitted her brows tightly. The only person she was worried about was Jiangchen, not herself. She did not care about her own life and death. However, Jiangchen was her only emotional support, and also the person closest to her. At this moment, she would rather die than to see Jiangchen being suppressed by this misty formation and turned into a stone statue. Don't worry, little Chenzi will not fall that easily. Yan Qingqing trusted Jiangchen very much, but she was just comforting herself. If Jiangchen couldn't escape from this place, how could they escape from this place? Yan Qingqing was very clear that Jiangchen was their only chance. He was also their only hope to survive. She was not afraid of death, but if she were to die, she would die together with Jiangchen. Life and death are bound together, a promise made to my son. Holding my son's hand, we will grow old together. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing held each other's hands tightly. They were silently cheering for Jiangchen. Life and death were not important to them. What was important was whether they could be together with Jiangchen or not. Looking at Jiangchen's gradually weakening aura, they were the ones who felt the most distressed. In order to avenge his son, Daku had obviously gone crazy. He wanted to use the entire Punlai Immortal Island to suppress Jiangchen. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate to do so. Facing the people of Punlai Immortal Island, they kept calling and begging for mercy. However, Daku was indifferent. Since he had decided to do this, he would let everyone die together with him. This was his determination and his original intention. Ha ha ha, Jiangchen, let's see how you are going to break my formation. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen, let's see how you're going to break my formation. Do you see that? Those people whose cultivation base was gradually disintegrated by the misty formation have turned into stone tablets. You will be the next one. Ha ha ha. Accept your death. No one can escape from this misty formation. This is the forbidden death formation left behind by the ancestors of the Mouth Xiong family. You won't be able to escape from it. You can't escape from it, and no one can escape from it. Daku said with a cold smile. His eyes showed that he was unafraid of death. He was incomparably resolute. At this moment, even he himself might not be able to escape from the misty formation. He had already become the eye of the formation. He had no way to escape anymore. Because in order to kill Jiangchen, he needed to operate the formation to complete the operation of the misty formation. Only then would Jiangchen's cultivation base be dissolved. Jiangchen's divine origin qi had already been reduced by more than half. More and more people fell down and turned into stones, becoming eternal statues. There were hundreds of thousands of people below the heavenly god realm. There was no exception. Jiangchen's heart was pounding violently, and he kept retreating. However, the misty fog formation completely ignored Jiangchen's attacks, and it also ignored Jiangchen's movements. No matter how hard Jiangchen tried to attack, he couldn't do anything. The boundless Punlai Immortal Island had collapsed, the sea dried up, the rocks crumbled, and the ancient trees turned into ashes. The place was like a purgatory on earth. Ha 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 ha, everyone has to die. You have to be buried with my son. His mouth was full of ferocious laughter. His eyes were dark as he looked at Jiangchen and Punlai Immortal Island. His heart was filled with the desire for revenge. He had completely changed. He had become an avenger, a lunatic who would resort to any means necessary, causing the people of Punlai Immortal Island to fall into a trap, causing them to perish. Currently, the entire Punlai Immortal Island had suffered countless casualties. Only a little more than 10,000 people were left, all of whom were experts above the heavenly god realm. However, their bodies had gradually become sluggish. They wanted to fly up to the heavens and fly out of the territory of Punlai Immortal Island, but they had no chance to escape. They could only wait for death to come. That kind of fear was far more painful than being killed by a sword. They could feel death devouring them bit by bit. That was the most terrifying thing. The divine origin qi in Xianxia's body had also been drained by more than half. His attacks were completely useless against this formation. He wanted to use the no beginning formation to break it, but Xianxia found that this formation was completely a dead formation. It could be said that the transformation of the formation was for killing. There was no way to break it. However, Xianxia believed that it was because he hadn't found a suitable way to break it yet. This misty cloud formation wasn't like those great formations that attacked crazily. It was more like a formation that gathered countless divine origin qi and eventually turned into nothingness. The divine origin qi gradually turned into mist, and the more it turned into mist, the stronger the formation became. As time went by, the misty cloud formation had reached an unbreakable stage. Xianxia attacked again and again. The sword shadows and the wind from his fists were invincible. When they hit the formation, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no echo at all. Xianxia exerted all his strength, but it was still the same. His divine origin qi had already turned into mist. The crisis was getting bigger and bigger, and death was approaching. Damned fella. This formation is so strange, and he actually turned into the core of the formation. He's really risking his life. Xianxia murmured. But this time, his attack had completely lost the initiative. It was completely useless. The divine origin qi had been completely vaporized. Such a grand formation could be said to be invincible. It was equivalent to using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. It basically didn't want to fight, it wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, like boiling a frog in warm water. It wanted to gradually grind away all the edges and corners of one's body, before finally dying in silence. Let's see if you can block my Emperor Realm soul. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This was his last resort because no matter how strong the attack was, it would not cause any ripples on the formation. Therefore, Xianxia could only rely on his Emperor Realm soul to see if he could deal a fatal blow to the great tune. Soul-stealing divine art, soul-seizing technique. Xianxia's soul moved and a terrifying soul storm swept out. The entire Punlai Immortal Island's grand formation seemed to be shaken by the soul storm. The soul-stealing divine art was quite terrifying. Those who were weaker than him would definitely be severely injured by the divine art and die. However, Xianxia did not expect that this fella's soul power had already reached the Emperor Realm. Although he had just broken through, it still shocked Xianxia. If this fella's soul was only at the late Hierarch Realm, he would have been killed by Xianxia. But no matter what, it was still effective, even if the effect was very small. Xianxia had underestimated this fella's soul power. There must be a reason why this fella's soul power was so strong. Could it be because of the Jade Essence Soul Seed? Xianxia's heart moved and his eyes lit up. He once again activated the soul-stealing divine art and continued to attack. Departed Soul's Annihilation. The second move, Departed Soul's Annihilation, made the Great Tune extremely horrified. The terrifying soul power swept across the entire misty formation. No one knew that the Great Tune's soul power was instantly engulfed by the Departed Soul's Annihilation. However, at this moment, his soul power had become the soul power of the entire Punlai Immortal Island. His life and death were no longer under his control. Instead, it was controlled by the misty formation. Although his soul had been severely injured by Xianxia, the misty formation was still engulfing and changing, unable to stop the destruction of the Punlai Immortal Island. I didn't expect your soul power to be so terrifying. It seems that I have underestimated you. My soul has been severely injured by you and I don't have long to live. But you want to change the misty formation? It's just a pipe dream. He, all of you have to die. All of you have to die. Be buried with my son and me. The eerie laughter of the Great Tune reverberated in the ears of Xianxia and the hearts of everyone who was still alive on the Punlai Immortal Island. It was like a judgment from hell. They didn't have much time left. Although the soul power that he was so proud of had yet to be released, it had already been completely suppressed by Xianxia. If it wasn't for the Jade Essence Soul Seed, he would have been completely destroyed when Xianxia used the first move of the soul-stealing divine art. Damn it. This bastard is playing with fire. Let's drag everyone down with him. Xianxia was incomparably furious. The soul fire of the great tune was getting weaker and was about to be extinguished. However, the misty formation didn't change at all. This misty formation is really hard to deal with. It's just that I haven't found the way to break it yet. Once I find the way, it won't be so difficult anymore. Xianxia kept comforting himself in his heart. If one's heart was as clear as ice, the sky wouldn't collapse. Only by relaxing his mind could he have a chance to find a way out. The formation had yin and yang. When there was a surplus, there was a deficit. Only when yin and yang protected each other and the surplus and deficit were balanced could it complete a qualitative transformation between heaven and earth and become a formation of the Great Way. The formation of the formation was because of the Tao of heaven and earth. Xianxia was shocked. The formation of the formation was carved with the simplest Tao. In other words, the Tao of the formation and the Great Way led to the same destination. Although I don't have the Tao accumulation in my body now, I have the understanding of the Tao. If I use the power of the Great Way to analyze this misty formation, will there be an unexpected harvest? At the end of the day, Xianxia had yet to fully understand the no-beginning formation. This was because many aspects of the cloud and mist formation were similar to the no-beginning formation. If he had fully understood the no-beginning formation, perhaps it would not have been so difficult. However, his understanding of the Great Path was not any weaker than the no-beginning formation. This allowed Xianxia to instantly analyze this seemingly hopeless cloud and mist formation in a short period of time. The cloud and mist formation was just a confusing formation. After dispelling the clouds, Xianxia's understanding of the cloud and mist formation had improved. Although his strength was constantly being weakened, it was already a piece of cake to break the cloud and mist formation. Xianxia continued to lay out the entire cloud and mist formation and the entire Punlai Immortal Island. Gradually, there was no trace of Daku's aura in the cloud and mist formation. In other words, Daku was already dead. He had sacrificed himself to activate the cloud and mist formation. If it was not for Xianxia's soul-killing strike, he might have had a chance to survive. However, since Xianxia's strike, he had completely lost his chance of survival. Finally, the clouds have parted and the moon has appeared. Heaven and earth have the same lifespan, and all living things have the same Tao. Indeed, different paths lead to the same destination. It seems that in the future, the understanding of the Great Path can be completely integrated into the formation. The Great Path is the simplest with a long-lasting meaning. The true Tao connotation is to combine countless Taos together to form the Great Path. I didn't expect that the Great Path of heaven and earth could not only be used to achieve the Emperor realm, but also have such a great use. Xianxia murmured. When he analyzed the cloud and mist formation with the power of the Great Path, he realized how simple this cloud and mist formation was. In other words, this cloud and mist formation was not worth mentioning in front of a true Emperor realm expert. Unfortunately, Xianxia was far from reaching that realm. The Great Tao is the simplest. Different paths lead to the same destination. The power of the Great Tao dissolves all illusions. Break for me. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and used the power of the Great Path to resolve the matrix of clouds and mist. That day, the sky cleared up, and the clouds dispersed. The sun shone, overflowing with colorful light. The withered earth seemed to bloom with a different kind of vitality at this moment. The earth was stretching, the sky was roaring, and all things were reviving. The entire Punlai Deity Island looked brand new. The cool breeze blew gently, the ripples on the water were still. Suddenly, everything became clear. The decadence was gone, and the sun and moon had changed into a new day. The clouds receded, and the spell formation was gone. The thousands of people who had survived the cloud spell formation thanked heaven and earth, and offered their thanks to Xianxia. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. The Punlai Immortal Island will follow your lead in the future. Your life-saving grace is greater than the heavens. Benefactor, please accept our gratitude. Eloquence is unyielding, but eloquence is immoral. Only benefactor can see through the clouds and see the blue sky. Thank benefactor. Thousands of divine kings and heavenly gods were all kneeling on the ground. They had millions of years of cultivation, and some of them were already crying. They thought that they would die for sure, but they didn't expect Xianxia to pull them back from the gates of hell. This was the grace of saving their lives, and he had given them a warm hand in the desperate situation of death. Otherwise, they would be like those weaker people, dying in silence. No matter how loud they shouted, it would be of no use. In the end, they could only turn into stone and be buried deep in the earth. Everyone rejoiced as if they had survived a calamity. Even those powerful experts couldn't help but cry. When they were filled with despair, being helped by someone was truly shocking. The realm lord of the Punlai Immortal Island was preposterous and tyrannical. With their lives, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people had all turned into stone. This was no different from a massacre. Fortunately, the eloquents did not have the ability to change the entire Punlai Immortal Island. Otherwise, the billions of people in the Punlai Immortal Island would have become ghosts under his feet. The blue sky had opened, and Xianxia was their blue sky. In their eyes, Xianxia was the bodhisattva that saved them from suffering, and Xianxia was the savior of all living beings. The unyielding gate of eloquence was dead, and so was the eloquence. The entire Punlai Immortal Island was now a group of dragons without a leader. As the center of the Punlai Immortal Island, it was now lifeless. Although the blue sky had been restored, it was unknown how long it would take to rebuild it. Finally, everything is fine. I told you, little Xianxia would definitely be able to save us, Yan Qingqing said. However, the two of them were still hugging each other tightly. Tears could be seen at the corners of their eyes. This was the pride and expectation they had for Xianxia. He had done something that others couldn't. He was the Lord of Eloquence. Their man would always be the best. Truly preposterous and tyrannical. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hundreds of thousands of people, millions, and even trillions of demonic beasts were all turned into ashes. All of this was done by the eloquence. He basically didn't care about the heavenly Tao or the heavenly moat. In his eyes, the lives and deaths of everyone couldn't even be compared to his son. How could such a person become the realm lord? That was everyone's sorrow. Within the 10,000-li Great Forest, thousands of demonic beasts were also expressing their gratitude to Xianxia. The birds and beasts were flapping their wings, and the demonic spirits were roaring. Xianxia had unintentionally saved these people and demonic beasts who shouldn't have sacrificed their lives for this war. This made them full of reverence and gratitude towards Xianxia. This happened because of me. Millions and millions of lives were lost. I can't absolve myself from the blame, Xianxia thought in his heart. He wasn't sorrowful, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone had their own thoughts. Xianxia was also not a good person, but those innocent people and demonic beasts lost their lives. Hundreds of thousands, millions, who could remain indifferent? At least, Xianxia couldn't do it. I only want the jade marrow soul seed. Xianxia looked at the corpse of the eloquent Daku. He stretched his hand and the corpse was crushed, leaving only an interspatial ring. Xianxia crushed the interspatial ring. As expected, he felt an extremely strong spiritual force spreading out. The feeling of his soul changing made Xianxia's heart tremble. A dark green gem-like object appeared in Xianxia's hand. Is this the jade marrow soul seed? Xianxia played with the dark green gemstone in his hand. The gemstone contained an extremely strong spiritual force, and it grew endlessly. The jade marrow soul seed was indeed magical. Xianxia was quite surprised. Even with his Emperor Realm soul, he couldn't clearly see what was inside the jade marrow soul seed. It was extremely magical and precious. The jade essence soul seed gave Xianxia an indescribable feeling. He felt that this thing had an extraordinary origin, but it was filled with a strange light. The most important thing was that it had an endless spiritual force, because this was what Wu Ningzhu needed. Only then could she stop the withering of her soul, allowing her to be reborn. That's all I need. The soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass, the soul-gathering pill, and the jade marrow soul seed should be enough to help Wu Ningzhu temporarily stop her soul from withering. At this moment, the sun rose in the east. On a quiet and ordinary hill 700,000 miles away from the Punlai region, a rainbow light shot up into the sky. Give me back my son, give me back my son, a hoarse voice was heard from the abyss of the Punlai Immortal Island. Everyone on the island felt inexplicably terrified. It's him? Is it really him? It's definitely him, the oldest descendant of the oral divination family. Seven Realms Reverend, is it the Seven Realms Reverend from 9 million years ago, oral divination genie? Benefactor, hurry up and leave. The oldest Seven Realms Reverend of the oral divination family is about to come out. You've killed oral divination gang men and oral divination Daku. Oral divination genie will never let you go. That fella's strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm millions of years ago. All the surviving experts were in awe of Xianxia. Now that the legendary Seven Realms Reverend genie had returned, he would definitely look for Xianxia to avenge his descendants. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he had not broken through the half-step divine emperor realm. Therefore, those experts of the Punlai boundary were worried about Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had done them a great favor. They had lost their initial trust in the oral divination family. Oral divination gang men and oral divination Daku were all muddle-headed and tyrannical. As the realm lords of the Punlai boundary, they had made them suffer a lot. At the last moment, oral divination Daku had also made everyone disheartened. At this time, who would still care about the Punlai boundary? They wished that genie would be killed by Xianxia. However, Xianxia's strength was still there. It was impossible for him to compete with oral divination family. That was why they tried their best to persuade Xianxia to leave as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you, everyone. Xianxia will take his leave now. Xianxia said in a low voice. He was not afraid of this legendary Seven Realm Reverend, but he did not want to complicate matters. After all, the most important thing now was to help Wu Ningxiu recover her soul. Xianxia brought Wu Ningxiu and Yan Qingqing and quickly left the Punlai Immortal Island. He wasn't afraid that the Seven Realm Reverend would speak the truth. He just wanted to enjoy the treatment of Wu Ningxiu. Tianlai Realm, Yangguan City. Currently, Tianlai Jia was already in a mess. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. After losing the Realm Lord, Tianlai Jia could be said to be filled with heroes. Many godly venerable realm experts led their own forces and wanted to take control of Tianlai Jia. At this moment, Xianxia chose a remote mountain range in Yangguan City to heal Wu Ningxiu. I will protect you. Little Qinzi, you must help Sister Ning get rid of her illness. Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia seriously. Wu Ningxiu had been depressed during this period of time. Although she forced a smile on the surface, Yan Qingqing knew that as a woman, Wu Ningxiu felt helpless. Not being able to stay with the person she loved was the biggest regret. Yan Qingqing could not bear to see Wu Ningxiu like this. She and Wu Ningxiu were like sisters. They were closely connected because of Xianxia. It was impossible for them to be separated. They supported each other to become the strongest support for Xianxia. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Qingqing. Xianxia held Yan Qingqing's hand. With them taking care of him meticulously, he could be fearless and give it his all. In the cave dwelling, Xianxia held the jade marrow soul seed in his hand. Waves of extremely pure soul remembrance began to spread throughout his body. This is the jade marrow soul seed? I can already feel a huge soul remembrance. It seems to be absorbing my soul power. Wu Ningxiu said in surprise. Not bad. Sister Ning, eat the soul rising spirit gathering pill first. I will crush the jade marrow soul seed and assimilate it into your body. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Wu Ningxiu nodded. She opened her red lips and swallowed the soul rising spirit gathering pill. An extremely powerful soul power seemed to explode in her mind. Calm down. Absorb the soul rising spirit gathering pill's medicinal effect first. Xianxia held Wu Ningxiu tightly and comforted her. The soul rising spirit gathering pill was a peak immortal grade pill. Its medicinal effect was completely different from the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. After Wu Ningxiu swallowed the soul rising spirit gathering pill, her body started to heat up. Her face constantly changed color, causing Xianxia to be extremely worried. However, this was a normal phenomenon. After all, the soul rising spirit gathering pill was extremely powerful. Xianxia could feel the terrifying soul power nourishing the soul power in Wu Ningxiu's body. Her withered soul showed a trace of recovery. At least, it stopped withering. Although the recovery was relatively slow, it was still effective. 10 days passed by quietly. Wu Ningzhu's soul had also experienced some changes. Her withered soul was much better. The soul-rising spirit-gathering pills effect was also quite obvious. However, it was still not enough because Wu Ningzhu's soul was already quite withered. No one knew why her soul kept withering, causing her soul to become weaker and weaker. The effect was average. However, at least it stabilized Wu Ningzhu's soul. That was enough. Xianxia placed his last hope on the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed. The Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed could definitely help Wu Ningzhu recover more than half of her soul. She would not have to worry about her life for at least a few thousand years. Next, let's fuse the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed into your soul. Xianxia took a glance at Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was in a state of cultivation. She might even break through to the hierarch realm at any time. Her strength was originally at the peak Divine King realm, so it was reasonable for her to make a breakthrough. Xianxia did not look sideways. His hands were like hooks as he slowly crushed the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed. The Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed in his hands gradually showed a water-like state. The dark green Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed was like a gluey liquid, constantly jumping as if it had its own soul. This fella is a little interesting. Could it have its own soul? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not feel any signs of life. Xianxia had great confidence in the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed due to his powerful soul remembrance. It could definitely help Sister Ning recover more than half of her soul power. Only then, she could cultivate normally and accompany him. The spirituality of the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed was relatively strong. Although Wu Ningzhu was still in the midst of cultivation and refining the soul-condensing pill to adapt to her current state, the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed had a strong telepathic connection with Wu Ningzhu. Not only that, even the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed seemed to want to fuse with Wu Ningzhu's soul. The endless soul remembrance was full of vitality. The connection between the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed and Wu Ningzhu was simply seamless. The Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed was like a jumping bubble. It was like a sprite that constantly changed its form. Xianxia slowly fused the Jade Essence Soulgrade Seed into Wu Ningzhu's mind. Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and her expression changed. Her expression became more and more difficult. Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly went out of the cave, but it was already too late when he saw Yan Qingqing. At this moment, Yan Qingqing had already flown up to the 9 heavens, as if she was being pulled by an extremely strong suction force to the 9 heavens beyond the 9 heavens. Little Qinzi, save me, Yan Qingqing was extremely anxious and her eyes were filled with fear. Her body was completely controlled and she could not use her early hierarch realm strength at all. Qingqing! Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. His figure flashed and he quickly chased after Yan Qingqing. He had also casted the Great Void technique to the extreme, but he still could not catch up with Yan Qingqing's speed. She seemed to be bound by something and could not control herself. Save me, little Qinzi. It's him again. It's him again. Yan Qingqing's words made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. It's him again. She must be referring to the fella that had invaded her soul previously. How could this be? I've already gotten rid of it, so how can it make a comeback? Xianxia did not believe it. However, it was proven that his guess was right. That fella had come back again. Xianxia was extremely anxious. What's this bastard's background? He's so hard to deal with. Wait for me, Qingqing. Xianxia said in a deep voice and flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to catch Yan Qingqing's hand but he could not do it. Xianxia clenched his teeth and desperately tried his best. Finally, his hand was about to touch Yan Qingqing's palm. At that moment, Yan Qingqing looked back and smiled. Her strange smile carried a hint of gloominess and terror. She was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a nation. Her eyes were like a lamp and her spirit was like an immortal's charm. Her purple eyes carried a meaningful smile and contempt. This was not Yan Qingqing, however, it was already too late when Xianxia reacted as Yan Qingqing had already made her move. In a blink of an eye, Yan Qingqing struck with an extremely strong palm. Xianxia could not defend against it at all. How could he expect that Yan Qingqing would injure him the moment she looked back? Moreover, that palm strike was definitely not something that an early hierarch realm Xianxia could do. Jiang Chen's meridians felt like they were being torn apart as if they would explode at any time. Puff, blood spurted out. Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing were getting further away from each other. However, Jiang Chen was still chasing after them. He would never give up at this moment. Yan Qingqing was entangled by that fella again. Jiang Chen was even more anxious because Jiang Chen had witnessed how terrifying that fella was. If it was not because of his Emperor Realm soul, he would never be able to suppress that fella. He thought that he had completely eliminated it from Yan Qingqing's body. However, he did not expect that it would enter every nook and cranny of Yan Qingqing's body. Jiang Chen did not even know whether it was a man or a woman or who it was. The scariest thing was knowing nothing about the other party. Jiang Chen was not confident at all. If Yan Qingqing was taken away again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen tried his best but he still couldn't catch up with Yan Qingqing. Moreover, he was severely injured by Yan Qingqing. That palm strike could only be executed by a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen saw a hint of killing intent in her eyes. That's right, it was killing intent. Her eyes had already landed on Jiang Chen. I realized that if I don't get rid of you, you will always be a burden. Today, I will kill you to save myself a lot of trouble. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered and her aura rose abruptly at this moment. Early Hierarch Realm, Middle Hierarch Realm, Late Hierarch Realm, Half-Step Divine Emperor. Finally, it stopped at the Divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how strong was this man? It was a body that could allow him to live in. Yan Qingqing had reached the Divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen felt helpless. A Divine Emperor Realm was not something a half-step Divine Emperor could compare with. Even if Jiang Chen exerted his full strength, he would not be able to fight against a Divine Emperor Realm expert unless he reached the Late Hierarch Realm. However, he was still far away from breaking through. Jiang Chen had just stabilized his cultivation in the Middle Hierarch Realm not long ago. It's just a piece of cake for me to kill you. Die, help me erase her soul imprint and I will spare your life. Yan Qingqing's pretty face suddenly changed. Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. It was extremely difficult for her to control Yan Qingqing's soul completely. Only by erasing her soul imprint could she become the new Yan Qingqing. As long as Yan Qingqing's soul was strong enough, it would be a long and arduous journey for the person who wanted to take over her soul. Therefore, as long as Yan Qingqing gave up on resisting, it would be able to replace her quickly. You want to use me to threaten Qingqing? Dream on. Who are you? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It's fine to tell you. I'm the second disciple of Buddha Longxiang, Yun Gaiyao. You won't know how big the world is without entering the middle region. You won't know how many experts there are without stepping on the divine land. You're just a frog in a well. Don't make me angry. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Yan Qingqing said faintly. She looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Jiang Chen could feel its coldness and ruthlessness. The current Yan Qingqing was no longer the same person. Buddha Longxiang. Divine land of the middle region, one day, I'll pull that bullshit Buddha of yours down from its pedestal. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. His face was gloomy. At this moment, he felt a huge pressure. Yan Qingqing was walking towards him step by step. You want me to help you kill my own woman? You must be dreaming. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. This bastard had forced him into a desperate situation. If it wasn't for the fact that it had taken over Yan Qingqing's body, Jiang Chen would have fought it to the end even if it meant death. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He didn't dare to act recklessly even if it was his opponent. If he accidentally hurt Yan Qingqing, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Good, you're a man of steel, but you can't save the woman you love. How sad, how lamentable. He. Since you don't want her to die for you, then die for her. Yan Qingqing sneered and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. Since you don't want her to die for you, then I'll kill you. Maybe she'll die even more. It's not a bad idea. As long as her soul is destroyed, I can get rid of her in the blink of an eye. So, it doesn't matter if you listen to me or get rid of you. It's a good choice. I'll be grateful to you. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Xianxia raised his blade. He knew that it would be difficult for him to fight against Yun Gayao with his current strength. However, Xianxia could not sit still and wait for death. Yun Gayao had taken over Yan Qingqing's body, and her strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Then, her own strength might be even more terrifying. Stubborn boy, do you really think that you're the reincarnation of a god emperor? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Yun Gayao said disdainfully. Her cold demeanor and bloodthirsty eyes had completely portrayed Yan Qingqing's cold-bloodedness. However, Xianxia knew that it was not Yan Qingqing, but the demon that had been taken over by Yun Gayao. He could not let Yan Qingqing fall into trouble again. What he had given her was too little. They had just met not long ago. At this moment, Xianxia could not let his guard down. Whether it was Sister Ning or Qingqing, they were his treasures. Xianxia would use his life to protect them. He would not regret it even if he had to die. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand. At this moment, he knew that he had no way out. He had never met a Divine Emperor realm expert before. He hoped that Yan Qingqing was not familiar with this body. If that was the case, the strength of a Divine Emperor realm expert would be greatly reduced. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the weakest Divine Emperor realm expert could easily kill a half-step Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor realm was different from the past. Although the gap between the Divine King realm and the Hierarch realm was huge, it was not insurmountable. However, a Divine Emperor realm expert was almost an irreversible existence. Because when one reached the Emperor realm, he or she would be considered as the true creator of the heavens and earth. It could be said that every Divine Emperor realm expert had cultivated for millions or even billions of years. They should not be underestimated. The Divine Emperor realm was the real watershed in the path of cultivation. It was the same for the God Emperor realm. Reaching the Emperor realm would change the world. An Emperor realm expert could easily kill thousands of Divine Emperor realm experts. That was truly raising one's hand to cover the sky. But now, even if Xianxia were to face this Divine Emperor expert, it was getting more and more difficult for him. This was the first time he had encountered a Divine Emperor expert. He didn't know how long he could last against her. However, Xianxia would not show weakness, nor would he lower his head. He would use his life to keep this guy here, till death. They would never change. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. Ha ha ha, I really don't know who gave you the courage to go against me. Is it not good to be alive? Yun Gayao said with a faint smile. As the second in command of the Buddha dragon and elephant, she was rather powerful. Even in the central region Divine Land, she was exceptionally powerful. The Buddha dragon and elephant was a legendary existence. At the very least, the legend of the Buddha dragon and elephant had gradually disappeared from the world since ancient times. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia did not dare to be careless and displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. His strength had also reached the peak late Hierarch realm. It was not a problem for him to face a half-step Divine Emperor. Xianxia was confident that he would not be defeated even if he were to face those powerful half-step Divine Emperors. However, Xianxia did not dare to be careless in front of a true Emperor realm expert. Ancient soaring dragon technique, interesting. Looks like you have a deep relationship with the dragon clan. To think that he could even obtain such a secret technique. Ha ha ha, little brother, you are not simple. But it's a pity that you are still not my match. Yun Gayao attacked aggressively. Her jade-like fingers turned into claws and tore through the void. Her cold eyes were filled with coldness as she charged towards Xianxia. The momentum of Yun Gayao's attack was extremely strong. Although it was just a close-range battle, she was able to force Xianxia back with 3 punches with her bare fists. Even though he had unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique, and the strength of his body and physique had reached an extremely terrifying level, he still couldn't withstand Yun Gayao's attack. The 3 punches directly injured Xianxia, causing him to quickly retreat with a pale face. 11th Sword. The heavenly dragon sword Qi shook the 9 heavens. Wherever the sword soul pointed, the Qi would shake the universe. It actually has an extraordinary sword soul. It's really a good sword, a good sword. I'm going to take this sword. Ha ha ha. Yun Gayao chuckled. Her eyes fell on the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. She could tell that this sword was extraordinary at first glance. She immediately took the heavenly dragon sword. Let's see if you have the ability. 12th sword. Jiang Chen's sword chi was extremely terrifying. The 12th sword had pushed the aura of the infinite sword to the peak. Combined with the supreme sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword, it was an almost unstoppable sword momentum that surged wildly. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Countless terrifying sword chi swept out. At this moment, it was not inferior to the sword chi in the Shura sword formation. It was even more powerful. The 12th sword perfectly demonstrated what the peak of sword chi was. Yun Gayao's expression changed. She did not look sideways. Her hands were bursting with energy, and there was a series of explosions. Claw marks that looked like eagle claws shattered the sword chi. She was unstoppable. She was as powerful as a war god, and she completely tore apart Jiang Chen's supreme sword chi. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He finally knew what the might of an emperor was. That terrifying aura completely crushed him. Even the supreme sword chi was not worth mentioning in her eyes. The thunderous eagle claws tore the void, shattered the sword chi, and shook the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Yun Gayao was like an all-powerful war goddess, constantly attacking and destroying Jiang Chen's attack and hope. What she tore apart was not only Jiang Chen's domineering sword chi, but also Jiang Chen's confidence. Too powerful. So powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. So powerful that Jiang Chen had never felt such an oppressive force. He had used all his means, but she was just taking a leisurely stroll, blocking him outside. His attacks were completely useless. Her jade-like hand tapped lightly, and the starry sky shattered. The entire earth seemed to tremble, and the mountains collapsed. Jiang Chen's body was forced back by this domineering force. It was the first time that the 12th sword had encountered such a powerful backlash. Separate from the heavens. The sword shadow was frightening. Separate from the heavens. The sword will of solitude crisscrossed and formed countless terrifying killing matrices. The sword shadow blurred, and with one slash, the void was fixed. However, Yun Gayao was still as unmoving as a mountain. Her powerful aura was fully displayed. One body into 9 avatars. Jiang Chen transformed into 9 avatars. This was the 4th time he had used the effects of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. The 9 avatars became saints, and they turned into 9 Supreme Venerables. They went straight for Yun Gayao. Jiang Chen split into a matrix, and the 9 avatars became one, trapping Yun Gayao within. In the face of true strength, all moves are nothing but illusions. Yun Gayao said coldly. Her jade-like hand changed, and 3 of her fingers turned into a sword. It turned into a rainbow and severely injured the 9 avatars. Pfft. What's the point of doing this? You're just seeking your own death. In my eyes, you're just an ant. I've warned you before, but why didn't you listen? In the end, you're still asking for trouble. Look, in the depths of my soul, Yan Qingqing's heart aches for you. She's in so much pain, and it's so heartbreaking. He he he. Yun Gayao said with a charming smile. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He knew that this fellow was trying to destroy his mental defense and Yan Qingqing's mental defense. In that case, she would be able to quickly devour Yan Qingqing's soul and make it hers. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, but he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, death was approaching him step by step. Yun Gayao was suppressing Jiang Chen with the mightiness of an emperor realm expert, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This had aroused the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. Unfortunately, the Dao accumulation in his body was too weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to severely injure Yun Gayao with the heavenly torrent seal. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you straight to Avicii hell. After that, your sweetheart will completely give up. Yun Gayao struck out with her palm, causing the heaven and earth to change color. The might of a divine emperor was displayed endlessly. The wind from her palm was thunderous, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Jiang Chen even felt a trace of despair. Muyi spirit. Just as Jiang Chen was about to fight with his life on the line, an incomparably sturdy ancient vine appeared around his body, protecting him firmly within it. The ancient vine trees were lush and lush, towering to the heavens, unparalleled in this world. The ancient trees were in groups, scrupulously guarding their boundaries, repelling the divine palm, comparable to metal and stone. "This is," Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes slightly trembling. The towering ancient trees in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. "Who dares to spoil my plans? Come out and meet your death." Yun Gayao let out a delicate cry, and the towering ancient tree blocked her divine palm of death. It even forced her back. Such prestige. A mere disciple of Buddha Longxiang dares to be so arrogant. If old man Longxiang were here, what would happen? Ha ha ha. A maniacal laughter echoed across 1,000 miles. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely familiar with this voice. Back then, he had heard this laughter in the No Beginning formation. "What kind of monster are you? How dare you call out my master's name? Come out and die." Yun Gayao Lingling said with squinted eyes. She could sense an extremely powerful force approaching them. "Venerable Wood Spirit!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. A green-cloaked figure descended from the sky and landed not far away from him. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings also disappeared. The Reverend Wood Spirit put his palms together and looked at Jiang Chen, then he said with a smile, "Little brother, how have you been?" The appearance of the Wood Spirit Venerable made Jiang Chen calm down, because the Wood Spirit Venerable easily blocked Yun Gaya's attack, which meant that his strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm at the very least. Otherwise, why would he be so fearless towards Yun Gayao? The Wood Spirit Venerable attacked and blocked his opponent. Jiang Chen knew that his situation would definitely turn for the better. "It's you, Wood Spirit Venerable. What are you doing here instead of staying in the Nantung Divine region? Are you trying to make my master, Buddha Longxiang, your enemy? Don't forget your identity. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? I don't think you have the strength to do so." Yun Gayao harumphed coldly and said. However, she was also shocked by the appearance of this Reverend Wood Spirit. His appearance had put her in a difficult position. If she really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, this Reverend Wood Spirit wouldn't agree to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. "Even if your first senior brother is here, he might not dare to speak to me like this. I don't care about old man Longxiang. As for you, hee, if it wasn't for the fact that my strength has yet to recover, why would I need to use my spear to kill you?" The Wood Spirit Venerable said with a smile. "You. What a good Wood Spirit Venerable. Today, I'd like to see how strong you, the so-called Wood Spirit Venerable, are. You dare to challenge my master? You're really tired of living." Yun Gayao snorted coldly and attacked again. She fought the Wood Spirit Venerable again. The wind from her palm was invincible, stirring up waves of terrifying waves that rose to the sky and covered the sun. The Wood Spirit Venerable looked calm. He pointed his finger lightly and dissipated the wind from the palm. His momentum returned to nothingness. Neither of them could gain the slightest advantage. Yun Gayao retreated after a single strike. Then, she quickly withdrew and left. "We'll meet again. Wood Spirit Venerable, if you have the ability, come to the Central Region Divine Land to find me. We'll fight again. Jiang Chen, I'll spare your dog life for now. If you dare to take half a step into the Central Region Divine Land, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. He, goodbye, my little lover." Yun Gayao's figure flashed and disappeared in a flash. Yun Gayao's departure also meant that Yan Qingqing had left. This time, it was as if she had disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight forever. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger was soaring to the heavens. Jiang Chen got up and chased after her, but he was stopped by the Wood Spirit Venerable. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Yan Qingqing's body was once again occupied by the sky, and she left right in front of him. To Jiang Chen, this was a great humiliation. He was furious, but he was powerless to do anything. "She's not entangled with me because she can come and go as she pleases. Even I'm not her opponent, so you won't be able to catch up to her. However, you don't have to worry about one thing. As long as her soul isn't invaded, she'll be safe. If she's killed by force, then it'll be meaningless for her to keep this body." Therefore, she wants to fuse with the soul, only then can she truly occupy the body. I'm very sorry, but there's nothing I can do. The wood spirit venerable shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Yun Gaiyao had left just like that, and even he couldn't chase after her. It was conceivable that the hope of Jiangchen chasing after her was slim, or even zero. Jiangchen's expression was dejected, and his gaze was stagnant. His expression was also extremely solemn. He didn't expect this scene, and he didn't know what to do. This was the first time that Jiangchen felt how useless he was. He didn't have the intention to blame the wood spirit venerable. He couldn't even protect his beloved woman, so what qualifications did he have to blame others? This was all because he didn't have the ability, and he didn't have the ability. Jiangchen's heart was filled with self-blame. No one knew how pained he was, but ultimately, his strength was still insufficient. In the end, he still couldn't change this fact. That Yun Gaiyao made a comeback and took Yan Qingqing away. Jiangchen felt that his dignity had suffered a great humiliation. All of this wasn't important, the most important thing was that Yan Qingqing had left. Her soul was suppressed by Yun Gaiyao, and she must be in incomparable pain, but he couldn't do anything to help her. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jiangchen murmured. The wood spirit venerable saw all of this, but not to mention Jiangchen, even he was powerless. So what could he do? Venerable Mu Ling silently looked at Jiangchen, his eyes dimmed. All of this was because of Yun Gaiyao, because of the Buddha dragon and elephant. Jiangchen's heart was trembling, but he wasn't that easily defeated. At least, he couldn't be defeated. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu needed him, Yan Qingqing needed him even more. He couldn't fall like this. Jiangchen's eyes gradually turned cold. Yun Gaiyao, Buddha dragon and elephant, he must find this fella. The Buddha dragon and elephant isn't as simple as you think. Even if I recover my strength to my peak, I'm afraid I'm still not his match. You should know that in the central region Divine Land, there's almost no one who dares to go against the Buddha. Even that Yun Gaiyao's strength shouldn't be underestimated. She should be around the mid-divine emperor realm. I know what you're feeling right now, but if you go to the central region Divine Land rashly, you'll only lose your life. Although your strength isn't bad, there's still a gap between you and a divine emperor. So you need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Only when you're strong enough can you go wherever you want, even saving your woman won't be a problem. But now, you must not step into the central region, at least not before you reach the divine emperor realm. Otherwise, you'll know how powerful that fella is in the central region Divine Land. Even then, you won't be able to escape. Venerable Mu Ling shook his head. He was afraid that Jiangchen would go to the central region Divine Land to take revenge on Yun Gaiyao out of anger. That would be no different from digging his own grave. Who is this Buddha dragon and elephant? What kind of power is it? Venerable Mu Ling, can you tell me? Jiangchen suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Knowing your enemy and yourself is the key to 100 battles. If he didn't even know the background of the other party, how could he fight against them? How could he estimate his own strength? There are 8 divisional pagodas in the world, and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda is one of them. The 8 divisional pagodas are only a part of the demon-subduing pagoda. The demon-subduing pagoda is the most terrifying evil force in the central region Divine Land. Every single one of the 8 divisional pagodas was extremely powerful. However, ever since the ancient war, hundreds of millions of years had passed and no one from the 8 divisional pagodas had appeared. Everyone thought that the 8 divisional stupa was dead and had fallen in the ancient war. However, how could they know how terrifying the 8 divisional stupa was? Even I didn't die, so it's even more impossible for them to leave and perish in this world. As for how strong the 8 divisional stupa is, you have no idea. To you, it is an insurmountable mountain. That Yun Gaiyao is the second disciple of the Buddha dragon elephant of the 8 divisional pagodas. She's already so powerful. It goes without saying how difficult it will be for you to charge into the central region Divine Land and take back your beloved wife. Although the Buddha dragon elephant is no longer here, the 8 divisional stupa is still filled with experts. The demon-subduing pagoda is still an unshakable super force in the central region Divine Land. Although it has been greatly weakened and its strength is not as good as before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The 8-divisional stupa is still a powerful force in the demon subduing pagoda. You can't target the demon subduing pagoda because you're not their match. The 8-divisional stupa has its own way of doing things. You only need to target the Buddha dragon elephant. Even so, the Buddha dragon elephant is still filled with experts. You've already seen Yun-Gayao, not to mention the first disciple of the Buddha dragon elephant. Therefore, if you want to step into the Central Region Divine Land, you must reach the Divine Emperor realm. You'll be discovered by the Buddha dragon elephant's clan as soon as you step into the Central Region Divine Land. If it's an ordinary middle hierarch realm expert, he might be taken seriously by the other forces after entering the Central Region Divine Land. However, you'll definitely be attacked fiercely. Reverend Mu Ling said in a deep voice. To Jiang Chen, the best thing to do now was to endure the humiliation and wait for the day he could step into the Central Region Divine Land and take over the Buddha dragon elephant. However, to Jiang Chen, this step was too uncertain. At least, his strength had yet to recover to its peak. He didn't know when he would be able to fully recover. At that time, Reverend Mu Ling might be able to help him. One day, I'll make the entire Central Region tremble under my feet. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He must let everyone remember and let Yun-Gayao know that anyone who dares to touch his, Jiang Chen's woman, will regret it. Definitely, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely depressed. Yan Qingqing had already left him. At this moment, he felt extremely guilty. He didn't even know how to explain to Sister Ning that he couldn't blame anyone. It was all because of his inaction. I can't thank you with words, but I still have to thank Senior Reverend Mu Ling. If it wasn't for you, I might not be here anymore. Reverend Mu Ling waved his hand and said, I'm just passing by. There's something in the Nantum Divine Region that called me back immediately. Otherwise, I'll take a good look at who's the real reincarnated living Buddha. Reincarnated living Buddha? Could it be that Reverend Mu Ling is also here for the reincarnated living Buddha? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. That's right. It's a pity that I can't wait until then. There's also something big happening in the Nantum Divine Region. It's said that the return of the Arhat might be more important than the reincarnated living Buddha. Reverend Mu Ling said solemnly. The return of the Arhat, the reincarnated living Buddha, what's the difference? Although reincarnated living Buddhas are also very important, after the ancient war, there were many living Buddhas who fell. Hence, it's still unknown whether reincarnated living Buddhas are real or not. Some living Buddhas can't be considered the most important Buddhas in the West Pole Divine Continent. Compared to the Arhats who have returned, they are the ones who have truly experienced all sorts of tribulations before returning. The Arhats are the true venerables of West Paradise. Moreover, I seem to have heard the call of Avalokitesvara, so this time I have no choice but to hurry back to the Nantung Divine Region. As for the changes in the West Pole Divine Region, I'm afraid it's hard for me to see its true nature. This trip is urgent, so I can't stay any longer. This is a broken willow branch that was planted by Avalokitesvara. It can help you block an attack from a Divine Emperor realm expert. It can save your life. I'll leave now. Reverend Mu Ling said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen could also see that he was very anxious. Alright, thank you, Reverend Mu Ling. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and said. If there's a chance, come to the Nantung Divine Region to find me. See you later. After saying that, Reverend Mu Ling turned into a stream of light, dispersing between heaven and earth. Now that Yan Qingqing had been captured by Buddha Dragon Elephant's underlings, he could only look on helplessly. This was a huge blow to Jiang Chen. However, according to Reverend Wood Spirit, Yan Qingqing's soul wouldn't be easily erased within 100 years. That Yun-Gayao wanted to devour Yan Qingqing's soul, not kill her. What was the use of killing her to obtain a stinky body? Buddha Dragon Elephant, Yun-Gayao, I will definitely make you pay the price. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, feeling extremely worried. However, this matter had to come to an end. He still didn't have the strength to step into the Central Region Divine Land. It was self-evident how terrifying the Central Region Divine Land was. If he didn't have a big tree to rely on, it would be unrealistic for him to gain a foothold in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Chen might have rushed back to the cave because he was worried about Wu Ningzhu at the same time. Wu Ningzhu was in a critical state of recovering her soul. There couldn't be any mistakes at this time. However, the moment Xianxia returned to the cave, he discovered that Wu Ningzhu was nowhere to be found. Xianxia's heart sank once again. Sister Ning! Xianxia roared. His anger soared to the sky. When it rains, it pours. Yan Qingqing had just been taken away, but Wu Ningzhu had also disappeared. Xianxia looked at the messy rocks around him and seemed to have understood something. Martial Spirit Emperor. Jade Marrow Soul Seed. Xianxia clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His nails even dug deep into his flesh. He knew that it must be because of the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't have happened. Right now, Xianxia didn't even know where Wu Ningzhu was, whether she was dead or alive. Jade Marrow Soul Seed. It must be because of the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. But who was the Martial Spirit Emperor? Xianxia didn't know, but the handwriting on the rock wall was really left by Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia would never mistake it. Xianxia's heart trembled for the first time. Even if Yan Qingqing was taken away, he at least knew that she wasn't in any danger right now. However, Wu Ningzhu only left behind these two lines of words. Xianxia had no way of knowing how Wu Ningzhu's situation was. However, this Martial Spirit Emperor and the Chalcedony Soul Seed must be closely related. Otherwise, Sister Ning wouldn't have left behind these words. Sister Ning. Xianxia murmured. However, he wouldn't give up just like that. Xianxia used his Emperor Realm Soul to search for a long time. Finally, he found traces of Sister Ning within 30,000 miles of the west. However, Wu Ningzhu was currently flying towards the extreme west with extreme speed. Wait for me, Sister Ning. I must find you. Xianxia stepped on the void and flew towards the west at his maximum speed. Xianxia brat, I finally found you. Don't think of leaving today. Return my son to me. Suddenly, a tall and mighty figure rushed out and blocked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. He didn't have time to waste with this person. Who are you? Get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. Xianxia said and turned around, ignoring the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man was furious as he stared at Xianxia. He didn't expect that he, a half-step divine emperor, would be ignored by Xianxia. How could he not be angry? Moreover, all of his descendants had died at Xianxia's hands. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable and must be avenged. Shameless brat, do you think you can just leave like this? Humph, where are you going? Shinichi quickly caught up with Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. He didn't have the heart to continue fighting because Sister Ning was getting further and further away from him. If it wasn't for the Emperor Realm Soul tracking, he might have lost track of Sister Ning. But now, a bastard appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia was even angrier than Shinichi. Why did this bastard stop me? Is he in cahoots with that person? If you block me again, I'll kill you without mercy. Xianxia shouted angrily. His voice could be heard over 1,000 miles. On the mountain range, rocks rolled down and birds and beasts flew away in fright. Well said. If I don't kill you today, how can I face my descendants? Get lost. Shinichi shouted angrily. He couldn't stand Xianxia anymore. Both of their gazes met. The anger in their eyes seemed to be able to burn the air. However, Xianxia didn't want to continue fighting. He didn't dare to continue fighting. Killing a reckless guy was harmless to him. But if Wu Ningzhu disappeared in front of him, he would be in even more pain. He would be a failure as a man. Yan Qingqing had already left him. How could Xianxia let Wu Ningzhu disappear without a trace? Don't force me. Get lost. Xianxia chased after Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Shinichi didn't intend to let Xianxia go easily. Xianxia tried his best to shake off Shinichi. However, Shinichi was still chasing after him. Xianxia couldn't use his full strength to chase after Shinichi. One after another, terrifying energy chi struck from the back of Xianxia. The attack of a half-step divine emperor was not something to be trifled with. Xianxia had to focus on fighting against a half-step divine emperor. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. You want to escape from me, truth teller? Dream on. Stay behind and be buried with my children and grandchildren. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just desperately running away. Jiang Chen was no match for him at all, that's why Jiang Chen wanted to escape. However, he was a dignified half-step divine emperor, how could he give Jiang Chen such a chance? Truth Mouth had already made up his mind to regain control of the Punlai boundary. However, he had to kill Jiang Chen as a sacrifice for his children and grandchildren. Only then would he be able to convince the people of the Punlai boundary. Of course, with his decisive power, he didn't need to do this, but revenge was more important than anything else, he definitely couldn't die in vain. If that was the case, where would his oral divination family's face be? Eat my palm. Xianxia struck out with his palm. The heavens and earth changed color. The means of a half-step divine emperor was not simple. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He exerted his full strength and clashed with Xianxia. Both of them retreated. However, at this moment, when Jiang Chen turned around, Wu Ningzhu's aura had completely escaped from Jiang Chen's pursuit range. In other words, Wu Ningzhu had completely disappeared from his pursuit range. This was all because of this reckless half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he leapt up. The five-elemental divine fire engulfed him completely. With the divine fire in his palm, Jiang Chen's gaze was like the fire of hell. I didn't want to kill you, and I didn't want to tangle with you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen's aura was rising in the flames. However, Xianxia could feel the endless coldness. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead. His eyes were as cold as frost, but there was also a raging fire burning in them. The blood and qi in Jiang Chen's body were gushing out at this moment with unstoppable force. He wanted to burn Xianxia's bones and scatter his ashes. Wu Ningzhu disappeared without a trace, all because of him. You know you can't escape, so you don't want to escape anymore? Hee, it should have been like this long ago. Today, this old man must avenge my grandson. I will take your heart and liver, dig out your spleen and lungs, and finally refine you for 100 years. I will make you my slave for eternity. Ha ha ha. Zheni said with a laugh. His shameless boasting made Jiang Chen even more abhorrent. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill this abominable bastard. If it wasn't for this bastard, he would have had the chance to catch up with Sister Ning. However, it was all because of this fool that he wanted to have a life-and-death battle with him, which led to such a tragic thing. Are you here to kill me? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. That's right. I'm here to kill you. You know what I'm doing. It's a worthy death for me to think highly of you and come to kill you. Humph, but it's not that easy to wipe off the revenge of my grandson. Xianxia Lingling said. As he raised his hand, a big black wok appeared in his hand. It looked like a black wok, but it had a terrifying power. It had actually reached the peak of primordial divine tool and should not be underestimated. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Sister Ning's departure is all because of you. Go to hell. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and directly used the 12th sword. With a wave of his hand, the 7 late hierarch heavenly dragon riders guards surrounded Xianxia. Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand in an instant due to the frightening sword momentum and the impact of the dragon rider heavenly guards. Even Maneuver did not expect Jiang Chen to be so ferocious. The 7 dragon rider heavenly guards blocked his way and Jiang Chen's 12th sword made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. The fierceness of the 12th sword was far beyond Maneuver's imagination. No matter how powerful a mid-hierarch guy was, how could he be compared with him? However, he was very clear that Jiang Chen must have his own strength to be able to kill Daku Shuxiang. It's just that it's not easy for Jiang Chen to reach a level that even a half-step divine emperor like him would have to be wary of. The shadows of the swords overlapped one after another. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He held the black wok in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. However, under the attack of Jiang Chen's endless sword rain, the black wok clanged. The impact of the sword aura made it hard for Xianxia to defend himself. Heavenly black flames container, suppress thousands of mountains. Masanori Kuji held the heavenly vessel of black flames in one hand and smashed it towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's qi was overwhelming and domineering. With a slash of his sword, the heavenly vessel of black flames was shattered. Masanori Kuji couldn't defend against the 3,000 flaming heavenly seal and was struck by the seal. After losing the heavenly vessel of black flames, Masanori Kuji's mind was thrown into chaos and rage. Why was Xianxia able to achieve such terrifying strength? He was a half-step divine emperor. How could he be so miserably suppressed by Xianxia? I can't accept this. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xianxia was infuriated. His heavenly black flames container was his natal divine weapon. However, it was shattered by Xianxia. One could imagine how angry he was. You don't have a chance anymore, Xianxia said coldly. His anger soared to the sky and he slashed his sword across the Milky Way. The 12th sword's momentum reached the heavens. With the help of the sword soul, this slash made Masakazu feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Deadly heavenly secret palm. Xianxia struck out with his palm. The heaven and earth were overshadowed. It was the strongest attack of a half-step divine emperor. The palm print covered the sky and crashed into the mountains. Xianxia's sword shadow collided with the palm print. However, the sword shadow broke through the layers of barriers. The palm print was chopped into pieces by the sword, losing all its power. The sword shadow was like a monstrous weapon, smashing towards Xianxia. Xianxia resisted the cauldron with all his strength. The sword chi instantly sent him flying. However, at this moment, he was already severely injured. Xianxia. What a good Xianxia. Puff. Xianxia retreated with a pale face. The sword aura had seriously injured him. He, a half-step divine emperor, had nowhere to hide in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was like a ferocious tyrannosaurus. His aura was like a rainbow, making Xianxia's throat dry and his face pale. How could this guy have such an explosive power? Was he really only at the middle hierarch realm? Obviously, it was unrealistic. At least, Xianxia did not believe it at this moment. The heavenly dragon riders were fighting desperately. At this moment, Xianxia didn't even need to do anything. They had already put Kenji Koxiang in a difficult situation. However, Xianxia's anger couldn't be quelled. At this time, he had to vent his anger on Kenji Koxiang. Putting away the heavenly dragon sword, Xianxia unleashed the dragon transformation with his bare fists. His raging chi spread out and collided with Manjiki Kufuku's fist. Bang, bang, bang. Xianxia's punches were powerful. Xianxia had to go all out with each punch, but even so, he still could not withstand Xianxia's storm-like fierce attacks. Xianxia's body collapsed under Xianxia's punches, and his strength was greatly reduced. In the face of Xianxia's attacks, Xianxia had no way to get rid of Xianxia. Moreover, his injuries were getting more and more serious. His aura was also extremely weak. Xianxia took advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. His aura skyrocketed, not only because of his strength, but also because of the infinite anger accumulated in his heart. Yan Qingqing was taken away and Wu Ningzhu was missing. At this moment, Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. However, he had no way to deal with it. He could only vent his anger on Xianxia. Every punch of Xianxia had the power to destroy heaven and earth, as if it could smash a deep crack in the heaven and earth. Under Xianxia's crazy punches, Xianxia's aura was already faintly discernible. Although external injuries could not kill him at this level, Xianxia's terror filled Xianxia's heart with fear and panic. This guy was like a devil from the depths of hell. No one could contend against him. Spare my life, venerable Xianxia, spare my life. Xianxia kept begging for mercy, but Xianxia was unmoved. He attacked Xianxia step by step, seemingly tearing his body into pieces and smashing it into a meat patty. The tragic scene was unbearable, but Xianxia was as cold as ice. He wanted Xianxia to suffer countless tortures. However, the anger in Xianxia's heart was still hard to quell. He had lost the woman he loved the most, and this Xianxia had blocked him, causing him to miss the best opportunity to chase after Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia had to bear this anger. Spare my life? If I spare you, who will save my sister Ning? If I spare you, where would I go to find her? If it wasn't for you, how could I lose the news of sister Ning? I want your soul to be suppressed by me for eternity, so that you can't die even if you want to. The 5 elemental divine fire pulsated unceasingly. The sharpness in Jiang Chen's eyes caused Shinichi's entire body to turn cold. His soul was being burned by the five elemental divine fire. That kind of pain invaded the depths of his soul, making it incomparably difficult for Shinichi to die. Shinji Koshion's body was in extreme pain. The soul fire in the depths of his soul was constantly suppressed by Jiang Chen's five elemental divine fire. It was a kind of fear towards life, because Shinji Koshion's body was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Chen, turning into a pile of minced meat. Even his soul was suffering inhuman pain. The kind of pain was self-evident. He couldn't live, he couldn't die, he had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Shinichi kept begging for mercy, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His rage had already been ignited. The mistakes Shinichi had committed were unforgivable. This was also something Jiang Chen had no way to change. I'm begging you, Grandpa Jiang Chen, please spare me. If I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Even if my soul dissipates, I'm willing to do so. I'm begging you, Shinichi kept begging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly laughed in his heart. You caused me to lose the news of Sister Ning. Who will settle this debt? Right now, I don't know anything about Sister Ning. Who can help me search for her? In a single day, both Qingqing and Sister Ning left me. What did I, Jiang Chen, do wrong exactly? What were you thinking when you were trying to stop me? You want me to pity you? Do you even have the qualifications to do so? I don't want to kill you, I only want my Sister Ning. But in the end? Even if I kill you now, it won't be able to make up for the fact that I lost Sister Ning. Jiang Chen roared, feeling incomparable self-blame in his heart. Qingqing's departure was because he was powerless to reverse the situation. Sister Ning's departure was because of Shinichi's obstruction. But who could understand the pain in the depths of his heart? Let me ask you. Do you know about the Martial Spirit Emperor? What exactly is the Jade Marrow Soul Seed? I know. The Jade Marrow Soul Seed was his protective treasure back then. But I don't know what use that Jade Marrow Soul Seed has. Apart from nourishing the soul, it has no other use. I saw that it was unable to help me break through, so I bestowed it to my descendant. In the end, it was taken by you. Even though that Jade Marrow Soul Seed isn't some rare treasure, it has already been viewed as the symbol of the Punlai Realm Lord. Shinji said in an incomparably painful tone. Jiang Chen's divine fire made Shinji not dare to lie. He didn't even want to live, but to die. Only by dying would he be able to end all his troubles. Only by dying would he be able to live without the slightest bit of pain. That kind of pain that went deep into the soul was something that no one could bear. Is that all? Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Shinji hurriedly said, since it has already come to this, is there still a need for me to lie to you? I really only know this. But what does this matter have to do with the Martial Soul Emperor? Didn't you already get the Jade Marrow Soul Seed? The Jade Marrow Soul Seed is gone. My sister Ning is also gone. She only left 2 words in the cave about the Martial Soul Emperor and the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. What do you think I should do? What can I do? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. Martial Soul Emperor, it doesn't matter who this Martial Soul Emperor is. What's important is where Sister Ning is now. Does she have an important entanglement with this Martial Soul Emperor? Could it be that the Jade Marrow Soul Seed has the Martial Soul Emperor's soul imprint? Shinji said. Jiang Chen's heart sank. Although he didn't want to believe it, Shinji's words were very important to him. If the Jade Marrow Soul Seed really has the Martial Soul Emperor's imprint, then it would be very troublesome for Jiang Chen. What the hell is the Martial Soul Emperor? Will it put Sister Ning in a dangerous situation? I hope it's not like what you said. Otherwise, I will definitely make you my slave forever. Go to the great you soul-forming light and suffer for 100 years. If you can live for more than 100 years, then your life and death will be determined by fate. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. At this moment, an extremely tragic scene suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Sister Ning seemed to be suffering from a terrifying oppression, struggling in agony. The pain she was experiencing was extremely difficult. She was in a state where she couldn't even beg for death. No, Sister Ning. Qingqing. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with self-blame, incomparably complicated, incomparably painful and incomparably entangled. He could even forgive Shinji, but the only person he couldn't forgive was himself. At this moment, the thunder rumbled, the mountain wind whistled, the clouds were dense, the thunder rumbled, and the rain poured down. Why is it like this? Why is the heavens always making fun of people? Why, I have to be controlled by the heavens. Why? Xianxia held his sword and soared into the sky. He used the azure dragon's 5 steps and pointed his sword at the sky, causing thunder to rumble. I can destroy mountains and rivers with a single hand, dry up rivers and seas with a single anger, shatter the void with a cold gaze, and cause thunder and lightning with a single thought, but I still can't protect the woman I love. What use do I have for this strength? When did the heavens open their eyes? Xianxia soared through the rain amidst the rumbling thunder, causing thunder and lightning to rumble. His world-destroying might caused the countenances of millions of people to tremble. Xianxia brandished his sword wildly, his chi state was calm. In his heart, there was only boundless rage, there were no other emotions. His sword whistled through the air as the formless 13th sword slashed out unceasingly, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter as rain poured down. Xianxia wantonly waved his sword in the heavy rain, his sword intent unceasingly rose to a higher level. His limitless sword also became more and more like a fish in water. At this moment, there was no longer any sword in his heart. There was only regret and self-blame for Sister Ning and Qingqing, as well as the rage of a proud sword challenging the heavens. After the 13th sword, the 14th sword came into being. The reincarnation of 100 swords caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Xianxia hated the heavens for being tyrannical. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. There would be a day when he would replace it. He wanted to make the heavens kneel before him, he wanted to make the 9 underworlds tremble. Xianxia's sword slashed out again and again. There was no return, there was no life and death. Limitless sword was better than limitless. At this moment, Xianxia was using the sword to discuss the Tao under the heavy rain, comprehending the heavens and earth. When the wind blew, he knew that the grass would move. When the swords flew about chaotically, he felt the sorrow of the heavens. The great Tao in Xianxia's heart also wavered at this moment. That strand of silent Tao was born from the heavens and earth. The embryonic form of the great Tao had already undergone a qualitative change. Strand after strand of Tao was born in Xianxia's heart. That's strange. Why is there such a huge change in this world? We can't even use our techniques here, said a young man in a white robe. His handsome face seemed to be filled with arrogance. His eyebrows were slightly raised, but he still looked very domineering. Behind the young man in a white robe were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. They were all very strong. If this force was in Tianlai realm, they could probably destroy a realm in an instant. Among the 4, the young man in black was the coldest. He wore a black robe and his aura was the strongest. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He was very arrogant. He stood with his arms crossed. Obviously, he was the strongest. However, the black-robed young man did not say a word. Apart from the blue-robed woman, everyone else seemed to be looking at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. Senior brother Xianxia is right. This world seems to be completely sealed. It's impossible to pass through. It seems that within 10,000 miles, all the divine origin chi has been sucked dry. The woman in purple agreed. She seemed to admire the senior brother Xianxia in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness and affection. What do you think? Lan Luo. The young man in black didn't speak for a long time. Once he spoke, he looked at the woman in blue next to him. This person was Lan Luo. I don't know. This world seems to have been restricted by someone, and it's impossible to use any techniques. No matter if it's techniques or divine origin energy, it's impossible to use them. I'm afraid we can only cross this mountain range on foot. Lan Luo said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, it's true. Lan Luo is right. This place seems to have been sealed by a powerful technique. It has completely become a barren land. There must have been a battle of life and death here. Lan Xianxia laughed. He didn't look at the woman in purple. Instead, he looked at Lan Luo. The woman in purple was so angry that she snorted coldly. Lan Ningjia's expression changed. He looked at the young man in black embarrassedly and asked in a low voice, "Second senior brother, what do you think is going on here? Is there really someone who has the ability to seal this area without relying on a formation?" The young man in black shook his head and didn't say anything. However, this place was not normal. He didn't know what kind of place it was. After a moment of silence, the man in black finally said, "This place is very similar to a pilgrimage grounds that I've once recorded in a book. In other words, it's the place where the great emperor passed away." Pilgrimage grounds? What is the pilgrimage grounds? Lan Ningjia asked again. The Tao of the martial monarchs moves unhindered, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Only in the pilgrimage grounds, where the martial monarchs manifest the Tao of the heavens and earth, can the martial monarchs lose all the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land, which is the scene before us. However, after the ancient times, no more emperor stage experts have appeared in this world. Even whether or not there are any emperor stage experts left in this world is still a mystery. Lan Luo muttered in a low voice. No way. Could this really be the pilgrimage grounds? The purple-robed woman said in surprise. Lanzi, let Lan Luo finish. Lan Ningjia frowned. Lan Luo shook his head and continued. That's all I know. The pilgrimage grounds doesn't look like it, but this place has indeed lost the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land. Lanzi snorted coldly and looked into the distance. However, she saw a man in ragged clothes standing on the peak of the towering mountain. His figure was like a hook, standing there as if it would never change. Look, there's someone there. Lanzi exclaimed. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Lanzi did not think that there would be such a lonely silhouette standing on the peak of the mountain where they could not fly. That silhouette seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. Even the person they looked at had an indescribable sense of sorrow. Why does he feel so familiar? Lan Luo frowned. The figure was upright and plain-spoken, as if it had merged with the mountain. It was hard to describe, as if he had been there from the beginning to the end. You know him? The black-robed man said indifferently. I'm not sure. Let's go take a look. Lan Luo said. At that moment, the four of them quickly rushed to the peak of the mountain. Even though they could not fly in the air, their agility and strength were still present. In the blink of an eye, they sprinted up and climbed up the peak. It's really him. Lan Luo frowned. Jiang Chen's appearance surprised her. Why was he here? Could it be that everything here was caused by him? Lan Luo didn't believe it. Although Jiang Chen had extraordinary strength, he didn't have the ability to do so. He just stood there, looking rather desolate and lonely. Everyone could empathize with him. A sorrowful cheek could be felt across the entire ground. Jiang Chen, is that you? Lan Luo called out softly. The figure didn't move. His gaze didn't seem to change. He looked into the distance. Lan Ningjia said in a deep voice. Kid, I'm talking to you. Turn around and let me have a look. Jiang Chen's clothes were a little tattered and covered with dust. His back was facing the crowd, but his body was extremely straight and firm. Lan Ningjia took a step forward, trying to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder, but he was repelled by an extremely strong force. Lan Ningjia was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back before he could regain his balance. His face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen. Stop, Lan Ningjia. Lan Luo shouted in a deep voice and blocked Lan Ningjia's path. No one had expected this to happen. Jiang Chen's body was like an unshakable Buddha. Lan Ningjia was completely injured by the recoil. Not only him, even the black-clothed youth and Lan Luo were shocked. Because Lan Ningjia was a late Hierarch realm expert and was even close to the peak Hierarch realm. How could he be repelled by this blue-clothed youth? This fella made the black-clothed youth even more shocked and curious. The black-robed man's pupils shrunk. Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. This guy was like a dead man, standing there without moving. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Step back, Ningjia. The black-robed man finally spoke. Lan Ningjia reluctantly stepped back. I'm Lan Luo. Do you remember me? Jiang Chen. Lan Luo said in a low voice. Xianxia slowly turned around and looked at Lan Luo. He nodded silently without any expression. At that moment, Lan Luo seemed to have seen Xianxia's eyes as if he was already dead. Lan Luo's eyes were slightly stunned. She didn't know what Xianxia had experienced. However, just like this barren land, his eyes were dead. His heart was dead. He had lost all signs of life. He was just like a walking corpse. His eyes were lifeless. Was this still the same high-spirited Xianxia who had dared to drag Heaven's sovereign down from his high horse without hesitation? Lan Luo didn't know. At least at this moment, she would remember his eyes. Xianxia might already be dead. What made him like this? The Temple of All Lives. Lan Luo silently looked at Xianxia. His current clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. It made people feel sad. Where did that all-powerful guy go? Sigh, Lan Luo lightly sighed. Everyone has their own ambitions. She couldn't understand Xianxia's world, but she felt sorry for Xianxia. It was puzzling that a peerless genius like him had fallen. You're just like a beggar. Middle Hierarch Realm. Hee. Interesting. You dare to step into this place with your strength? Xianxia sneered and looked at Xianxia disdainfully. He never liked this guy. Moreover, he was pushed back just now. Of course, he felt it was unfair. That's right. A beggar-like guy. Is he your so-called friend? Sister Luo. Lanzi was also jealous and disdainful of Xianxia. This guy had messy long hair, no temperament, and weak strength. He couldn't even be compared to her heroic senior brother. She had no idea why Lan Luo became friends with him. This was a disgrace to her family. Lan Luo remained indifferent. Xianxia and Lanzi obviously had a bad impression of Xianxia. However, Xianxia's strength might not be weaker than Xianxia's. Women are the ones who can defeat a man and destroy his mind. The black-clothed young man said faintly. Xianxia remained calm and looked afar, as if his heart was swaying along with the willow catkin, drifting along with the wind, far away. However, the black-clothed young man did not know that it was not only one woman who defeated Xianxia, but two. Lan Luo shook his head and sighed. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I won't force you. Although Xianxia didn't say anything, the black-clothed youth was certain that Xianxia was in his grasp. It must be because of the woman he loved, that's why he was acting like this. He also had that kind of deathly gaze before. However, after meeting Lan Luo again, his heart melted and became normal again. Do you know why this place became a barren land? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked impolitely. No matter how the fellow in front of him was compared to him, he couldn't even be compared to him. Why should he be nice to him? Furthermore, he was infatuated with Lan Luo. He hadn't expected that Lan Luo would treat someone who looked like a beggar much better than him. How could Xianxia not be angry? He once saved my life. I hope that you can be more courteous. This time, we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience. I hope that you will not cause any unnecessary trouble. Lan Luo's expression also trembled slightly. She actually couldn't bear to see Xianxia again. Although she had used unscrupulous methods to achieve her goal, it was an indisputable fact that Xianxia had saved her. She had failed to complete her mission, so she no longer cared about the enmity between her and Xianxia. After all, she did not have a true life and death enmity with Xianxia. I know that you might hate me, but there is no life and death enmity between us. This time, we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience to discuss how to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha. If you are interested, you can come with us, Lan Luo said indifferently. Lan Luo said faintly. She couldn't bear to see Xianxia's eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. Xianxia slowly raised his head and glanced at Lan Luo. This was the only trace of emotion he had ever shown. Okay. Xianxia didn't say much. He only said a single word, okay. Lan Luo's heart calmed down slightly. This fella really made her curious. Previously, she had said so much, but he was still indifferent. Now that she mentioned going to the All-Life Temple for an audience to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha, there was finally a ripple in his heart. Xianxia sighed in his heart. His heart had no distractions now. There was only one belief, and that was to increase his strength, go to the central region Divine Land and find Yan Qingqing. As for Sister Ning, the most important thing for him now was to find information about the Martial Spirit Emperor. Only by finding information about the Martial Spirit Emperor would he be able to find traces of Sister Ning. If everything was because of the Jade Essence Soul Seed, then Sister Ning's disappearance might have been caused by him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with self-blame. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. Even if he had used the 13th sword and comprehended the 14th sword, the foundation of his Dao accumulation was becoming more and more solid. Even if the Dao accumulation was born in the Great Dao, Jiang Chen's heart was still unmoved. In the past, Jiang Chen was too optimistic. He thought that the divine world was only SOSO. He thought that there would be results as long as one worked hard. However, when he was truly tired of love, hurt by love, and felt powerless to reverse the situation, he suddenly realized that his world was too narrow. His strength was not enough to stand in the divine world. Not to mention a province, he couldn't even control a county or a realm. Only when one had truly lost something, would one understand the pain and torture within. Jiang Chen's heart once again underwent a qualitative transformation. The disposition of an expert must be fought for by oneself. Only when one stood at the peak, could he look down on all living beings, could he cross the continents of the divine world, and could ignore the laws of the heaven and earth. At that moment, the current Jiang Chen was still too far away. Lan Luo, are you really going to bring this fella along? Do you know where he came from? Do you know how important our mission is this time? What if something goes wrong along the way? How are you going to take responsibility? Lan Ningjie frowned and looked at Lan Luo. He disliked Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, Jiang Chen was going to follow them to the All-Life Temple. In other words, they were going to travel together. This fella suddenly appeared in a barren land. How would he know if it was someone else's doing, or if it was him who did it on purpose? It was hard to tell if there was any conspiracy. I have my own choice. His strength is not necessarily weaker than yours. You should think about yourself first. If there's any danger, Jiang Chen will save your life. As for our mission, you don't need to worry about it. Lan Luo said coldly. Lan Ningjie wanted to say something, but the black-cloaked young man glared at him. Lan Ningjie chose to keep his mouth shut. Let's not argue about this anymore. Let Lan Luo make the decision. He's just a mid-hierarch realm fella. What can he do? The family didn't send you guys here to join in the fun. It's for you to gain experience. Do you understand? The black-clothed young man said. These words made Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi speechless. They needed to do something now. They were not going to the All-Life Temple for sightseeing. The chaos that happened in the West Pole Divine region this time was all caused by the reincarnated living Buddha. Therefore, they were safe and sound on their journey. The family sent them out to the West Pole Divine region to gain experience, especially for them to grow and become part of the family. The reason why Lan Luo's status was higher than theirs was because Lan Luo's experience and gains were better than theirs. This was something that Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi didn't have. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. As they passed through the mountains, Lan Luo and the rest headed straight for the All-Life Temple. In order to obtain information about the monk, Jiang Chen decided to follow Lan Luo and the rest. This black-robed man was quite powerful and had been staring at him. Jiang Chen didn't mind. Fortunately, the black-robed man didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. As for Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi, he didn't bother to talk to them. Jiang Chen could kill them effortlessly. It wasn't that Jiang Chen couldn't defeat them, it was just that he didn't care. When one's strength reached a certain level, one would naturally feel pity for the weak. Every time Jiang Chen looked at him, there would be pity in his eyes. As for Lan Luo, Jiang Chen didn't plan to fight to the death with her. Since they had already left the great emperor's tomb, there was no grudge between them. Lan Luo even took the initiative to tell him about the monk. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. Of course, if they offended him, he would return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. This was Jiang Chen's code of conduct. After half a year, they finally stepped into the territory of the All-Life Temple. The West Pole was vast and boundless. It was one of the largest divine regions in the divine world, comparable to the northern cold divine region. The main power of the West Pole was the Buddha world. The Buddha world's factions were complicated. In the entire divine world, it was hard to find a clan that could contend against it. During the peak of the Buddha world, even in the central region divine land, only 2 great clans could contend against it. In the ancient era, the war had ended. The Buddha world was completely fragmented. The Buddha world, which used to be the sole power of the West Pole, was now in shambles. However, the power of the West Pole was undeniable. Each of the great temples had their own inheritance from the ancient era. They were all evolved from the Buddha world. The All-Life Temple was one of them. "We should reach the All-Life Temple in less than 100,000 li," Xianxia said. "Is the All-Life Temple very powerful?" Lanzi asked with a blank expression. "I don't know much about this All-Lives Temple either." "Lan Luo, do you know?" Xianxia looked at Lan Luo. "The strength of the All-Life Temple is different from those small temples. In the West Pole Divine region, those that are able to be ranked in the top 10 are the true great clans of the Buddha realm. These temples all have an incomparably powerful foundation. Because when the Buddha realm fell apart, the foundation of these great temples was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It is said that the Buddhas, venerables, and arhats were all attached to these great temples. The disappearance of the Great Laying Temple and the chaos of the Buddha realm are closely related to this. I'm afraid that only the people of the top 10 great temples know the true reason," Lan Luo said in a low voice. She frowned. That was all she knew. To a large extent, the disappearance of the Great Lightning Tune Monastery was closely related to the ancient war back then. Most importantly, there was a traitor in the Buddha realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for someone as powerful as the Buddha ancestor to fall so easily. During the golden period of the Buddha realm, only the people from the heaven realm had the qualifications to challenge him. The black-clothed young man crossed his arms and stared into the distance. Heaven realm, this was the first time Xianxia had heard of this name. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of place was that? Heaven realm? Could it be that the legendary heaven realm really exists? Didn't even the heavenly race prove that the heaven realm doesn't exist? Those who know the truth all say that the heavenly race are the descendants of the heaven realm. The existence of the heaven realm has also been proven by others. It's not like what the legends say, Lan Luo said in disbelief. The words of the heavenly race can't be trusted. It's not that some things don't exist. It's just that their existence is not known by others. Even the Buddha ancestor fell. Do you think that the existence of the heaven realm shouldn't exist? Remember, existence is reasonable. It's just like billions of years ago, a different species, life forms, or experts appeared. Things that we don't know about doesn't mean that they didn't exist. The legends of the heaven realm exist among the 8 great clans. Although the heavenly race denied it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The black-clothed young man said. He glanced at Xianxia. This fellow's expression was as cold as ever. It was as though he didn't care about anything. His strength was also the lowest. However, the black-clothed young man felt that there was something different about this fellow. He didn't seem to be that weak. Since the heaven realm is so powerful, why isn't the heavenly race willing to make it public? Xianxia frowned, his heart was filled with suspicions. As a member of the 8 great clans, Xianxia was born with incomparable arrogance. If the people of the Tian clan were stronger than him, he would find it hard to accept this fact. There are some things that aren't what you see on the surface. After saying that, the black-clothed young man turned around and stepped into the void above the 9 underworlds. The 8 great clans, the heaven realm, the heavenly race. These names appeared in Xianxia's mind. The black-clothed young man didn't avoid him and spoke bluntly. As for what clan the Lan family was, Xianxia still didn't know. However, their mysteriousness was even more unfathomable than a great force like the Tongxian mansion. The Great Laying Monastery no longer existed. However, the Buddha venerables of the Great Laying Monastery still existed in this world. However, there were very few people who knew about them. After millions and millions of years, it was extremely rare for a Buddha to appear and a venerables to descend upon this world. Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was still indifferent. It was as if he had seen through everything in the world. His calmness, his unruffled expression, and his indifference towards everything in the world made Lan Luo feel that there was a certain depth to this fellow. What are your plans for this trip to the All-Life Temple? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Luo. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak. Lan Luo was slightly startled. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. It seemed that because Jiang Chen had remained silent, he had become even more mysterious. What Lan Luo didn't know was that the Tongxian mansion had already fallen apart. It was no longer the powerful force it once was. There should be a demon-slaying conference. 6 of the 10 great temples will be participating. You can tell how grand it is. Although he is the reincarnation of the living Buddha, many people think that he is the reincarnation of the heavenly demon. This is because he has killed too many people. Therefore, the 10 great temples are holding this conference. Many people are here for the legendary reincarnation of the living Buddha. Of course, the God-suppressing monument is what many people are looking for. Moreover, the reincarnation of the living Buddha has given many people a sense of crisis, including the 10 great temples. Lan Luo said with a solemn expression. This mission was extraordinary. It was even more challenging than the tomb of the great monarch. Maybe it's because the West Pole Divine Land has been peaceful for too many years. Many people have forgotten the prosperity of the Buddhist world. The current top 10 temples are nothing compared to the Buddhist world. It's not worth mentioning. However, it's mostly because of the God-suppressing monument. A gentleman's wealth arouses the envy of others. Even the reincarnated living Buddha is not exempt from this custom. Because too many people want to get the God-suppressing monument. Even our clan's mission this time is the same. We must get the God-suppressing monument no matter what. Lan Luo said in a low voice. She knew that she was stupid and shouldn't tell Jiang Chen these words. However, Jiang Chen really didn't have the slightest intention to fight. She also didn't know what caused Jiang Chen to become like this. What a great irony, he. Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed like his guess was right. The appearance of the God-suppressing steel was most likely tyrant. This God-suppressing steel was considered a great treasure even in the divine world. Many major powers were fighting for it. As a result, Tyrant was now in a dangerous situation. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Although Jiang Chen wasn't sure whether it was Tyrant, the God-suppressing monument had always been in Tyrant's hands. With his temperament, if he wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument, he would definitely fight to the death. He had no choice but to kill. After all, if someone wanted his treasure and his life, who would be willing to be captured without a fight? If I don't enter hell, who will? Perhaps even Buddha himself wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Jiang Chen himself was now in the West Pole Divine Land. He had just destroyed the Tianlai world, flattened the ethereal world, and suppressed the Punlai world. Jiang Chen didn't want to make too big of a commotion. A big tree is bound to attract wind. Moreover, ever since he lost the news of Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen's heart had become quiet again. He urgently felt that his strength was a little weak. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and find his brothers. The news of Tyrant was right in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't want to miss it. By the way, why didn't you come with the Tongxian mansion? It is said that the Profound Connection Divine Palace has also been invited to participate in the Grand Assembly of the 10 Great Temples. Lan Luo asked. I've already left the Tongxian mansion. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lan Luo didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be willing to say more. Just follow us to the Temple of Life this time. I know your strength, but don't provoke that guy in black. You're not his match. He might be hostile to you, but with me around, he won't make a move. Don't worry about that. We will gather at the All-Life Temple. Half of the 8 great clans are here. The 4 great clans are here, the Battle God clan, Xianyuan clan, Luoshan clan, and Armu clan. Luo God clan? Will the Luo God clan also come? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of De Huang. That guy couldn't have forgotten about his home, right? He had completely forgotten about his existence. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had completely lost contact with him. Xianxia wanted to go to the God Luo clan to look for Big Yellow, but he bumped into the people of the God Luo clan. This time, he must find out about Big Yellow's whereabouts from the God Luo clan. Xianxia missed the days when he and his dog roamed the 9-region immortal world. When would he be able to return to those days? Yes, do you know about the Luo God clan? Lan Luo didn't expect Xianxia to know so much about the 8 great clans. I'm not too sure, but I have a friend in the Luo God clan. I just don't know if he's doing well in the Luo God clan. Xianxia shook his head. You have enmity with the Battle God clan, you should be more careful. Lan Luo reminded. Xianxia was following them to the Temple of Life. It was very obvious that there would be a conflict if he encountered the people of the Battle God clan. Thank you. Xianxia nodded, feeling a trace of gratitude towards Lan Luo. Although they had a lot of grudges in the past, everything had faded away in his opinion. The Temple of Life was right in front of him. Xianxia had made all the preparations. Once he found Tyrant and someone was against him, what harm was there in becoming the enemy of the whole world? Although Xianxia was silent, it didn't mean that he would be depressed. He just knew how to endure and judge the situation. He knew how to take one step at a time to reach the peak. Everyone had their own stage of life. From Saint Origin world to the 9 continents immortal world, and then to the divine world, Xianxia had experienced too many ups and downs, joys and sorrows, but he had never disappointed his family and loved ones. However, since he entered the divine world, his progress had become more and more difficult. It was easy for a person to become weak, but difficult to become strong. One must bear the weight of the crown. First, one must have the heart to rise up, and an indomitable belief. He was once glorious, but he was also once lonely. He was once dazzling, but he also once fell into the abyss. He was once standing at the peak of the 9-region immortal world, looking down at the world like an ant. He had cried, he had laughed, he had felt pain, and he had also struggled. At this moment, Xianxia had long lost that flashy aura and he had become more reserved. His sharpness came from his heart, and his cultivation came from his actions. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The black-cloaked youth glanced at Xianxia. He was quite dissatisfied with Lan Luo's treatment of him. However, as an expert, he naturally had his own pride and self-esteem. He wouldn't fight with a mid-hierarch expert. Where would his dignity go if he did? Killing Xianxia was just a matter of a palm strike for him, but he was too lazy to do so. If he made Lan Luo unhappy, then he would lose his meaning. One must know one's place. You're not worthy of Lan Luo. Stay away from her in the future. You should know that if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. However, you're her friend, so I'll let you go. However, it doesn't mean that you can appear beside her without fear. You better behave yourself in the Temple of Life. The black-cloaked youth said. Xianxia glanced at him and smiled. He had nothing to say to such a person. Moreover, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Luo. His heart was as calm as still water. It was undeniable that Lan Luo was very beautiful, but Xianxia wasn't the kind of man who would fall in love with anyone he saw. When the black-cloaked youth looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with disdain. It was already a blessing for Xianxia that such a person could attract his attention. If he still dared to go against the black-cloaked youth, it would be tantamount to courting death. Xianxia wasn't interested in the black-cloaked youth's words. At this moment, he had no other thoughts in his mind. He only wanted to save the monk. This was the only thing he wanted to do. The All-Life Temple was located at the border of the West Pole Divine region. However, no one dared to underestimate this force that was ranked amongst the 10 great temples. In the West Pole Divine region, the Buddhist realm was the mainstream. There were millions of temples, but the All-Life Temple was one of the 10 strongest forces. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Just as Lan Luo had said, it was basically impossible for the All-Life Temple to stand out from the rest of the West Pole Divine region. However, the All-Life Temple was a strong competitor for the reincarnated living Buddha and a god-suppressing monument. The 8 great clans were the strongest clans in the divine world. No one knew about them. The All-Life Temple was able to invite the 4 great clans to help them. This showed how powerful the All-Life Temple was. The mountain gate was 100,000 kilometers wide, and there were 9,000 zhong tall buildings. There were 800 pagodas, and ancient bells stood in great numbers. Green trees towered into the sky. Sanskrit chants filled the air, and the sound of bells rang. Incense was lit, and all living beings knelt down. One of the cornerstones of the West Pole Divine region. It was a well-deserved reputation. Within the mountain gate, a formation was protecting it. Golden light flickered and dazzled. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This protective formation was so powerful that even he couldn't break it. How powerful must the person who laid this formation be? This place was peaceful and tranquil. The All-Life Temple's name was majestic. The golden words flickered and its might was boundless. We're finally here. Lanzi said with a smile. She let out a long sigh of relief. After a long and arduous journey of thousands of miles, they had finally arrived at the place of pilgrimage, the All-Lives Temple. The strength of the 8 great clans should be above the All-Life Temple. However, due to the scarcity of their clansmen and the passage of time, the Shepherd clan's strength had declined compared to its former glory. It could no longer compete against the Xianyuan clan and the Luotian clan. It should be on par with the Battle God clan. Even so, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shepherd clan should not be underestimated. Otherwise, why would they be invited by the All-Life Temple? In front of the All-Life Temple, there were 800 divine monks standing on the left and right sides. The Mu clan's arrival was naturally a big deal. More than 10 holy monks came from the All-Life Temple to welcome them. All of them were above the hierarch realm. The leader was wearing a golden kasaya, holding a Buddhist staff in his hand. He looked old but his eyes were shining brightly. Xianxia only had 3 words in his mind: invincible. This person's strength had definitely reached the Divine Emperor realm. The powerful aura that he exuded made people feel extremely ferocious. He did not seem like a Buddhist at all. Ba, the Shepherd clan has come from afar. I'm the chief of the All-Life Temple's commandment yard. Martial law, I apologize for my lack of manners. Martial law chanted the Buddha's name with one palm and said with a stern expression. His face was cold. It wasn't because he didn't like the crowd. It was because he had to enforce the law strictly as the chief of the commandment yard. The chief of the commandment yard had the strength of a divine emperor realm expert. Then, the person in charge would be even more terrifying. The true power of the West Pole Divine region should not be underestimated. Martial law, you're too courteous. I represent the seniors of the Shepherd clan to greet you. If we can lend a hand to the All-Life Temple, it would be our Shepherd clan's fortune. Lan Luo said with a smile and slightly nodded. The black-clothed young man stood behind Lan Luo. He didn't like to show his face in public. Lan Luo was naturally calmer than him. However, the black-clothed young man still caught martial law's attention because he was the strongest among the crowd. You must be tired after such a long journey. Everyone, please take a rest in the yard. We hope that the Shepherd clan will forgive us if we don't treat you well. Ba. Martial law said again. He gave the black-clothed young man a meaningful look. He should be the true expert of the Shepherd clan. Grandmaster, you don't have to be so courteous. Please. Lan Luo said. Xianxia followed Lan Luo and the others and entered the All-Life Temple. Martial law arranged for the people of the Shepherd clan to rest in the guest rooms for 3 days. After that, they received the invitation of the host and entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength, the atmosphere was majestic. Incense was lit and boundless Buddhist scriptures could be heard. An old monk wearing a black and white kasaya was sitting in the Hall of Great Strength, chanting scriptures. Martial law and the other experts of the All-Life Temple stood behind him. Even martial law could only stand at the back. One could imagine that the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya was undoubtedly the host. Xianxia looked at the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya. The old monk was like a deep sea, unfathomable and unfathomable. It was hard to see through him. In his heart, he had a great understanding of the All-Life Temple. Although the Tongshan mansion was very powerful, it was nothing compared to the All-Life Temple. If he were to cause a ruckus in the All-Life Temple, no one would be able to save him. The All-Life Temple was truly a superpower that could be considered as the pillar of a prefecture. The Battle God Clan. Xianxia looked at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. A group of 4 people was leisurely walking in. Their imposing manner was imposing and they were holding their heads high. The gazes of the Battle God Clan fell on the people of the Shepherd Clan. Even the experts of the Battle God Clan were no exception. Their gazes all fell on Lan Luo. Everyone loved beauty. One couldn't help but admit that Lan Luo's beauty was not inferior to Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu. Her bewitching beauty made people feel relaxed and happy. "We meet again, Miss Lan Luo." The leader of the Battle God Clan, a white-clothed young man, slowly walked towards Lan Luo. He had met Lan Luo once before. As the strongest genius of the Battle God Clan, he also had the ability to make Lan Luo his woman. Lan Luo slightly nodded her head, but she didn't say anything. Because she didn't like this guy who had a feminine look on his face. Even she couldn't understand what he was thinking. It was an extremely terrifying experience to stand beside such a person. Lan Luo naturally didn't like this guy. "Ever since I met Miss Lan Luo last time, Doubai didn't want to eat or drink. Hee, I've been hoping to see you again one day. I didn't expect it to come true so soon," Doubai said with a faint smile. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Luo. His gaze was filled with adoration, but more of it was covetous. Because he coveted Lan Luo's beauty, he wanted to make her his. That intense desire to conquer made this woman the only one in his eyes. However, at this moment, the black-clothed man's expression became incomparably cold. "There are many people who like Lan Luo, but you're not good enough for him." The black-clothed man looked at Doubai coldly and said disdainfully. "Oh? Really? I was wondering who it was. So it's the sinner who was exiled from the clan because he fell in love with his own sister, Lan Mao." Instead of being enraged, Doubai wore a cold smile on his face. It was obvious that he knew this black-clothed young man, Lan Mao. A wave of rage arose spontaneously in Lan Mao's heart because his older sister was a taboo in his heart, and it was especially so because he had fallen in love with his own older sister. In the end, his clan had wanted to execute him, and his older sister had sacrificed herself for him in exchange for his life. At that moment, the rage and regret accumulated in Lan Mao's heart had become the greatest knot in his heart. Because of this, he was exiled from the Mu clan. However, after Lan Mao met Lan Luo, he gradually walked out from the sorrow of losing his beloved. Even so, Lan Mao's strength had surpassed too many people of the Shepherd tribe. He cultivated alone and stepped into the half-step Divine Emperor realm. His terrifying talent and strength were self-evident. If it wasn't for Lan Luo, he might not have returned to the Mu clan. He only returned to the Mu clan for the sake of his sister. The word sister was the biggest humiliation in Lan Mao's heart. It was also his only taboo. At this moment, Lan Mao's aura skyrocketed. The aura of a half-step Divine Emperor was suddenly released, but it was blocked by Doubai. Both of their auras were released continuously. At this moment, neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to fall behind. Their terrifying auras made Xianxia and Lan Zi take a few steps back, including Lan Luo. "Enough," Lan Luo said in a low voice. If they were to fight in the Hall of Great Strength, which was the territory of the All-Life Temple, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? The reputation of the Mu clan cannot be laughed at by others. "Lan Mao, you should know where you are right now." Lan Luo's words made Lan Mao retract his aura slowly, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Xianxia looked at the two of them silently. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Even Douqing's strength was not as good as Doubai's. Even though they were all half-step Divine Emperors, there was still a difference in strength. Just like how Xianxia could defeat 3 half-step Divine Emperors when he was only a mid-hierarch, it did not mean that everyone could do the same. He was probably the only one who could do it. Doubai and Lan Mao faced each other with equal harshness. However, it only lasted for a moment, and it did not cause too much of a commotion. Otherwise, how could they possibly act so presumptuously in the All-Life Temple? There was more than one Divine Emperor. It was just that the All-Life Temple's experts were giving face to the two clans. They knew that the two clans would have self-discipline and knew what they were doing. If you dare have any improper thoughts towards Lan Luo again, I will definitely kill you. Lan Mao said calmly. Ha ha ha, kill me? I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. If Miss Lan Luo admits that she's your woman, perhaps I would choose to retreat. However, what qualifications do you have to say that? Dou Bai's eyes were cold, and he was not afraid of Lan Mao at all. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. None of them took a step back, which caused the two clans to be in a stalemate. Obviously, the All-Life Temple was not happy to see this. What a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha, I'm late. A burly young man in a green cloak arrived, looking travel-worn. He had red hair, a resolute face, a pair of sharp eyes, and a pair of iron fists. Someone from the Xianxia clan. Dou Bai said calmly. Lan Mao, how have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. This is really fate. The battle between you and me should finally come to an end this time. Xianxia laughed. His gaze fell upon Lan Mao. Their gazes met and both of them were incomparably excited. The two of them could be said to be heroes admiring heroes. When Lan Mao was training in the outside world, he was alone. At that time, he fought alongside Xianxia. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched in the end. However, it had been thousands of years since they last met. The current Xianxia and Lan Mao were no longer the youths of the past. Anytime, Lan Mao said in a low voice. Xianxia Rainman's strength was exceptionally terrifying, and this encounter had once again ignited the unparalleled battle intent in Lan Mao's heart. Good, straightforward. Ha ha ha. Since I've come to the All-Life Temple today, I'll naturally let the All-Life Temple take the lead. I should also step back a little. Xianxia Rain Demon might seem rough and uncouth, but he knew this well. Although the four great clans didn't have any particular enmity with each other, their relationship wasn't very solid. The fact that the All-Life Temple was able to bring the four great clans together and form a united front was enough to show how powerful the All-Life Temple was. Xianxia. Jiang murmured. There was an unusual aura coming from this person. His appearance made Jiang slightly worried, but he did not know where he came from. The Xianxia clan and Jiang were considered as archenemies. Jiang action of annihilating the Clear Stream sect was equivalent to declaring war against the Xianxia clan without any hesitation. Moreover, Xianxia Kanglin was heavily injured several times. Perhaps the Xianxia clan already knew about his existence. Jiang had to be careful of this person in the future. This person was an enemy, not a friend. Jiang would definitely not show any mercy. The Shepherd clan, Battle God clan, and Xianxia clan are all here. Now, only the God Luo clan is left. Looks like the Luo God clan is quite arrogant. Humph. Dou Bai of the Battle God clan sneered. At this moment, only the God Luo clan was missing, so he was naturally unhappy with them. It's a remote place. I hope that the senior of the All-Life Temple will forgive me. A gentle voice resounded in the Hall of Great Strength. A lady wearing a green muslin slowly walked over. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, captivating the hearts of others. Her figure was graceful, like a fairy of the 9 heavens. Even Lan Luo seemed to be overshadowed by her. It's not that Lan Luo wasn't beautiful, but her elegant aura made others feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lan Luo was the exact opposite of her. Jiang pupils contracted. That's because the person in front of him was Goddess Luo. Jiang heart was thumping non-stop. It wasn't because he admired Goddess Luo, but because he was worried about his brother, De Huang. He had no idea how that fellow was doing in the Luo God clan. It's been too long since Jiang saw De Huang. The longing in his heart was expressed in words. However, as a man, he would naturally not say those words out loud. However, Jiang excitement was predictable. Even Lan Luo could feel that Jiang wasn't ordinary. Today, when he saw Goddess Luo, he clearly had a different impulse. Lan Luo knitted her brows. Even she was a little unresigned. Could it be that she wasn't as beautiful as Goddess Luo? I'm such a beautiful woman, yet you're so blind. Lan Luo looked at Goddess Luo unwillingly. In terms of temperament, he was indeed slightly inferior to her. The Luo River nourished people, temperament was naturally formed. This saying was true. Xianxia's gaze towards Goddess Luo became more and more passionate. Goddess Luo also felt Xianxia's presence. Hehe, no wonder. The goddess of God Luo clan is indeed extraordinary. I'm so envious of you. Doubai squinted his eyes. When he looked at Goddess Luo, there was a hint of covetousness in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a blessing if he could get such a woman? Lan Luo on his left and Goddess Luo on his right. That kind of life was truly enjoyable. Even an Emperor Realm expert might not be as carefree as him. Goddess Luo didn't even look at Doubai. This made Doubai very angry. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. One day, I will make you tremble under my crotch. Humph. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of Lan Luo. He looked at Goddess Luo. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Although they had only met once, she could see how strong Xianxia was in the divine tomb. But now, Xianxia was cultivating alone. His strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and was not considered weak. However, Goddess Luo could not help but sigh when she saw him in such a sorry state. A person's strength was too weak after all. If he had entered the God Luo clan, his strength would not be so weak. A middle hierarch realm was really not enough. The weakest among the people they sent this time was a late hierarch realm expert. However, Goddess Luo did not look down on Xianxia. It was not easy for him to reach this stage by himself. He had to grope for the stones to cross the river, cultivate quietly, and explore step by step. De Huang didn't come? Xianxia inhaled a deep breath of air. He didn't even dare to ask, fearing that he would hear bad news about De Huang. Xianxia's heart had always been in his throat. If De Huang had the slightest uneasiness, he would definitely head to the Luo God clan. But since De Huang had chosen the Luo God clan, he wouldn't disturb De Huang, unless he appeared at this moment. Xianxia hoped that he could see De Huang's figure at this moment. However, he knew that his wish would never come true. Because Goddess Luo's eyes had told him that. De Huang, De Huang, you should know how much I miss you, dead dog, right? Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know when the two of them would be able to join hands again and roam the God world. He's really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He wants to be related to Goddess Luo? He was really overestimating himself. Humph, that's right. Does this guy really think that Goddess Luo will be with someone like him? He looks sloppy, has stubble on his face, messy hair, and dirty face. How can someone like him enter the Mahavira Hall, a solemn place like this? Forget it. He's a member of the Shepherd clan after all. This kind of person just doesn't know his place. So many people wanted to be together with Goddess Luo, but they were all rejected by her. I think this guy has gone crazy from thinking about women. Ha ha ha. Why would Goddess Luo care about him? He's just like a beggar. Among us, no one should be weaker than him, right? Ha ha ha. The people of the four great clans were whispering to each other. The appearance of Xianxia filled them with anticipation. This guy dared to come out and talk to Goddess Luo. He even wanted to be on equal footing with Goddess Luo? He was really overestimating himself. He's really a disgrace to the people of our Shepherd clan. Humph. This guy is not a member of our Shepherd clan at all. Lan Yingjie sneered. No matter what, Xianxia came with the people of the Shepherd clan. Therefore, even if it was a disgrace, the people of the Shepherd clan would not be able to escape from it. Yeah. This kind of person is really a disgrace to our Shepherd clan. Lan Luo, I really don't know why you brought this guy along. I'll definitely tell the elders of the clan about this when I return. Bringing such a person is really a disgrace to our Shepherd clan. Lan Zi snorted and said. She would not let go of the chance to ridicule Lan Luo. At this moment, it was obvious that her beloved brother Yingjie was not happy. She would definitely go along with him. Even she looked down on a beggar like him. Why would Goddess Luo give him any face? Did he really think that he was one of the top disciples of the 8 great clans? Lan Luo was indifferent. He said that he had a friend in the God Luo clan. Could it be this Goddess Luo? Goddess Luo is not someone that anyone can touch. Brat, I think you're tired of living. Doubai frowned and his face turned gloomy. Could it be that this guy was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water? However, this kind of person's strength was so low that Doubai did not even bother to fight him. Big brother, De Huang, he has something important to do. He can't leave the God Luo clan for the time being. He told me that once he leaves the God Luo clan, he will look for you first. Goddess Luo said with a complicated expression. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The dignified goddess Luo of the God Luo clan, the princess of the world, the pride of the generation, one of the 3 peerless geniuses of the 8 great clans, goddess Luo actually called a beggar in such a sorry state big brother. Everyone held their breath. No one had expected that goddess Luo would be so polite and respectful towards Xianxia. This made the people on the scene go crazy. Who is this guy? How could goddess Luo lower herself and talk to him like this? Moreover, she even addressed him as big brother. Their hearts were in disbelief. Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. Alright, I got it. When we go back, tell him to look for me when he's strong enough. I don't want to protect that guy. Xianxia squeezed out a smile. De Huang's strength is slightly stronger than you now. I don't think he needs your protection anymore. Goddess Luo smiled slightly. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. Everyone yearned for her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed like De Huang's situation was much better than his. He should have good cultivation resources in the God Luo clan. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be stronger than him. Xianxia was very happy about this. As long as he knew that De Huang was fine, Xianxia was satisfied. At least, this news was better than nothing to Xianxia. He's the big brother that De Huang mentioned? A figure stepped out from behind Goddess Luo. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Xianxia. What he cared about the most was not who Xianxia was, but the inheritance of the craftsman god in Xianxia's hands. This was what he wanted the most. It was also what the entire God Luo clan wanted. King Luo Bin, what are you trying to do? I'm King Luo Bin. I hope to have a spar with you one day. King Luo Bin said with a smile. Looking at Xianxia could naturally feel the hostility from that guy. There was even a trace of disdain in that guy's tone. It should be true that the God Luo clan knew that he possessed the inheritance of the craftsman god. Although it was just a guess, Xianxia still had to be on guard against King Luo Bin. King Luo Bin had obviously noticed him and was interested in him. There must be a reason behind it. I don't like to spar with strangers unless it's a life and death battle. Otherwise, it's a life and death battle to determine who's better. Xianxia said faintly. Everyone felt that Xianxia didn't know how to appreciate kindness, especially the 2 from the God Luo clan. Did this guy really think that he was a genius expert? He actually dared to say such words to the peerless genius of their God Luo clan. He was really courting death. His good days were about to come to an end. Moreover, King Luo Bin was infatuated with Goddess Luo. Xianxia's appearance had obviously angered King Luo Bin and he even had the intention to kill Xianxia. It's him. Do Tianhuang's expression turned solemn as he stared at the man standing behind Lan Luo. The man had messy long hair and a beard. His strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Compared to these late hierarch realm geniuses, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. But his existence was like a fish thrown into the sea, it would not cause the slightest ripple. However, even so, the reason why the people of the Battle God clan hated Xianxia was because his existence had caused Do Tianhuang to become solemn. The Battle God clan's inheritance, the Do formation technique, was not allowed to be leaked. What do you mean? Doubai glanced at Do Tianhuang and frowned. At this moment, he faintly felt that Do Tianhuang was referring to someone else. He's the one in the Great Emperor's tomb. He's also the one who killed several geniuses of our Battle God clan. The inheritance of our Battle God clan was stolen by him. This time, we must not let him go. Do Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Xianxia's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm. Even if he were to face Xianxia now, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xianxia. Bringing back the 2 progenitors was of great significance to the entire Battle God clan. Do Tianhuang's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. This time, Xianxia had walked right into their trap. They would definitely not show any mercy to him. Is he Xianxia? This is really the case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. Looks like I'll have to carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and remove the weeds from the roots. Doubai sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow had stolen the secret of the Battle God clan. Only death awaited him. Unexpectedly, you still dare to appear in front of the Battle God clan. You're really a reckless fellow. Today, I must kill you to restore the prestige of the Battle God clan. Doubai's aura burst out and pointed at Xianxia. Everyone held their breaths. This fellow was really determined to kill Xianxia. Ba. Friends from the Battle God clan, please retract your hostility in the Mahavira Hall. Do not fight in front of the Buddha. Martial Lord said in a deep voice. His face darkened as he lightly stomped his feet. Xianxia and Doubai took a few steps back. Everyone was prepared to face their greatest enemy. The prestige of the All-Life Temple was inviolable. Even if Doubai wanted to kill Xianxia, it would be impossible. Doubai's face darkened as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "Count yourself lucky this time. If it wasn't for the Grandmaster pleading for you, I would definitely not let you off. Even so, you can't hide forever. If we meet again, I will definitely take your dog life. The prestige of the Battle God clan is inviolable." Doubai's words were sonorous and powerful. Everyone watched this scene in silence. A weak fellow like Xianxia was actually targeted by the experts of the Luo God clan and Battle God clan. One could imagine how great the pressure was for Xianxia. You have to be careful. If there's any movement, you have to follow us closely. Do not let them take advantage of the situation and harm you. Lan Luo whispered in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia knew that he was in an extremely dangerous situation at this moment. If the Xianyuan clan knew of his identity, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. They would definitely obstruct him. Even in the Shepherd clan, only Lan Luo didn't have any enmity towards him for the time being. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Battle God clan hated him to the bones, and the Luo God clan wanted to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Xianxia realized that he couldn't escape misfortune no matter where he went. Doubai and Do Tianhuang silently stared at Xianxia. If this wasn't the All-Life Temple's Great Strength Hall, they might have already made a move against Xianxia. This fellow had to be killed as soon as possible. The secret technique of the Battle God clan couldn't be leaked to the outside world. This was a taboo of the Battle God clan for millions of years. The secret of the battle formation technique couldn't be leaked to the outside world. But now, everyone was just observing. After all, this was the All-Life Temple's territory, and they were all invited here. The All-Life Temple was the leader, and the four great clans were the support. Ba. Benefactors of the four great clans have come from afar. This poor monk, Jia, is gratified. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the All-Life Temple. The old monk, Jia, slowly stood up and bowed with sincerity. Everyone also bowed and put their palms together. After all, Jia was the abbot of the All-Life Temple, and his strength was extraordinary. Who would dare to disobey a divine emperor realm expert? Who would dare to act rashly? Xianxia squinted his eyes. There were actually 5 divine emperor realm experts in the entire hall. Such a powerful force could stand proudly in the West Pole divine region, and Xianxia wasn't an exception. Master Jia, our purpose for coming here is clear. Why don't you tell us? We're all here under orders, and we'll follow Master Jiaqian's arrangements. King Luo Bin nodded his head. If that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. This old monk is grateful that everyone has come to help us. This time, we've invited the experts of Tongxian Mansion, but it's a pity that Tongxian Mansion couldn't come due to some urgent matters. Now, there are only people from the 4 great clans. I hope that everyone can help our All-Life Temple to stand out in this competition. Jia said with a faint smile. Tongxian Mansion can't come? What happened? The 3 half-step deity emperors of our Battle God clan are all at Tongxian Mansion. Could it be that Tongxian Mansion is in trouble? I came from the direction of Tongxian Mansion, but I heard that the 3 half-step deity emperors of the Battle God clan have all fallen. Lan Mao said coldly, purposely showing a gloating expression. Dou Bai's face became even more unsightly. What? Don't talk nonsense. How could the 3 half-step divine emperors of our battle god clan die? The person who could kill them must be a divine emperor expert. Even if they couldn't defeat a divine emperor expert, it would still be extremely difficult to kill all of them. The battle god clans, 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 battle god clans. Dou Bai didn't believe what Lan Mao said. At this moment, he looked at the abbot of the All-Life Temple, Xianxia. He hoped that the news was false. Although I don't know the exact situation, I heard that the 3 experts of the Battle God clan have all fallen. I hope that it's false. Ba. Xianxia put his palms together and prayed. Dou Bai and Dou Tianhuang looked at each other and felt a heartache. Dou Qing was Dou Bai's uncle. It could be said that Dou Bai was raised by Dou Qing. Now that Dou Bai's strength had surpassed Dou Bai's face turned extremely gloomy after hearing the news of his uncle's death. At this moment, his anger had been ignited. "Uncle, I hope that nothing bad happened to you," Dou Bai murmured. Lan Mao sneered in his heart. This news was an indisputable fact. He just didn't want to admit it. Moreover, although Tangshan Mansion had been keeping this news under wraps, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once someone knew about it, this news would surely spread across the world. It wouldn't take long for this news to be known by everyone. At that time, the Battle God clan would surely be enraged. Xianxia looked at Dou Bai coldly. If these guys really wanted to take action against him, then he could only send the Battle God clan back to their clan. Xianxia was now besieged from all sides. These people were all top-notch experts. Xianxia might not be able to kill any one of them. Xianxia was a freak, a genius, and a ferocious man, but wasn't he the same? Xianxia could easily kill ordinary half-step deity emperors. However, these were the elites among the half-step deity emperors. They were the true monstrous geniuses of the major races. Xianxia might be strong, but they were even stronger. Therefore, even Xianxia did not dare to let his guard down. These guys were not easy to deal with. Right now, there was no doubt that he had to be careful. All Life Temple was built by All Living Buddha. After the Great Laying Temple split up, we built this temple to protect the dignity of the Buddha world. We did our best to unify the Buddha world. After the fall of the Gautama Buddha and the destruction of the Great Laying Temple, the current West Pole Divine region is in a turbulent situation. Rumor has it that the living Buddha has reincarnated. However, whether he is a real Buddha or not is still up for debate. However, the most important divine tool of the Buddha world, the God-subduing monument, is in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. For billions of years, although we have been worshipping Buddha wholeheartedly, this is related to the rise and fall of the Buddha world. As disciples of Buddhism, we can't just stand by and watch. Therefore, this time, even if we have to risk the wrath of the world, our all-life temple will snatch the God-subduing monument back. All-living Buddha is one of the strongest Buddhas under the Gautama Buddha. He is also the leader of our all-life temple. All-life Buddha, the world will be unified. Today, the Buddha world was once the strongest throughout the ages. But now, the West Pole Divine region is in a mess. As long as we get the God-subduing monument, we will be able to command all the Buddhas. Master Jagan said with a pious expression. May I ask, Master, is there still a Buddha in this world? Xianxia looked at Master Jagan and asked in a low voice. Master Jagan smiled and answered. Buddha transcends all beings and becomes one with them. The Buddha is right in front of us and in our hearts. Master Jagan's words confused everyone, but Xianxia felt that Jagan seemed to be hiding something. He was not willing to say much about Buddha. Master Jagan is extremely powerful. Our strength is far inferior to yours. How can we help you? Asked Lan Luo. Ba, that's not it. This time, the Divine Emperor realm experts don't stand a chance at all. Everything is under the Divine Emperor realm. To say this, we have to start from the moment the phantom of the Great Laying Temple appeared. The Great Laying Temple should have been destroyed a long time ago. However, a ray of light appeared on the remains of the Great Laying Temple like a mirage. Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter it at all. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm could enter the boundless Buddhist land of the Great Laying Temple. I once tried to enter, but in the end, I still failed. Master Jagan shook his head and sighed. In other words, the Great Laying Temple has reappeared in the West Pole Divine region? Xianyuan Yuma asked in shock. The Great Laying Temple had been destroyed in the ancient war billions of years ago. Now that it had reappeared, even though it was in ruins, the Buddhists were still yearning for it. The Great Laying Temple has the occasional morning bell and evening drum, as well as the occasional Buddhist radiance. All of this is because of the rumored reincarnated living Buddha who stepped inside, causing the entire West Pole Divine region to descend into chaos. Now, the reincarnated living Buddha is in the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. Although it's an illusion, it's real, because it's no different from the real Great Laying Temple. When the reincarnated living Buddha was in the Great Laying Temple, Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter the Great Laying Temple at all. Half-step Divine Emperors are the best candidates. In the Great Laying Temple, the reincarnated living Buddha has killed many people. Therefore, in the eyes of the All-Life Temple and the other temples, this so-called reincarnated living Buddha is probably just a cover. He's more like the reincarnated living Buddha. The entire West Pole Divine region has lost countless people. They were all killed by the reincarnated living Buddha. We have no choice but to seek help from the 4 major clans. We hope that everyone can help restore true peace to the land of the West Pole Divine region. Master Jagan paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, we won't slack off. The All-Life Temple will send out 3 half-step Divine Emperors to fight against the legendary reincarnated living Buddha with everyone. This is a small token from this old monk. Please don't take it to heart. Please accept it. Master Jagan waved his hand, and a dozen green seed-like objects appeared in everyone's hands. This is a Bodhi seed? It's really the Bodhi seed. Do Tian Huang and the others were extremely surprised as well. They did not expect Master Jagan to be so generous. However, they knew that entering the illusion of the Great Laying Temple this time was likely to put their lives on the line. No one knew what the outcome would be. Most importantly, they came to the All-Life Temple with their own thoughts. If they could really obtain the treasure, they might not necessarily hand it all over to the All-Life Temple. These are not the real Bodhi seeds, but the small Bodhi seeds, which are the Bodhi seeds shed from the Great Bodhi seed. They are commonly known as the small Bodhi seed. The small Bodhi seed contains unparalleled divine origin energy and can stabilize one's mind. It is definitely comparable to an ordinary divine-grade elixir. As for the real Bodhi seed, if any genius can find the God-suppressing monument for the All-Life Temple, this old monk will definitely offer 3 real great Bodhi seeds. Master Jagan's words shocked everyone. The Great Bodhi seed, as the name suggested, was countless times more powerful than the small Bodhi seed. Rumor has it that the Great Bodhi seed has the same effect as a divine-grade elixir. Back in ancient times, even Emperor realm experts coveted it. Dobai's heart skipped a beat. He coveted the Great Bodhi seed as well. It was very difficult for them to obtain the God-suppressing monument. Even if they obtained it, they might not be able to take it away. However, obtaining the Great Bodhi seed would definitely be a very tempting thing. Moreover, there were 3 Great Bodhi seeds. It was hard for anyone to avoid this temptation. In layman's terms, even if they obtained the God-suppressing monument and brought it back to their clans under the watchful eyes of the All-Life Temple, they might not be able to obtain more than 3 Bodhi seeds as a reward. After all, even their clans might not be able to obtain the large Bodhi seed. Every one of them was a person who had lived for millions of years. Even the rising young talents of the younger generation had countless experiences. Everyone knew that this kind of transaction was definitely worth it. It had to be said that the little Bodhi seed that Grandmaster Jia had given them as a reward was already very generous. It was comparable to an ordinary divine-grade pill, and not just anyone had the chance to obtain one. Even Xianxia got one. Of course, in the eyes of Lanzi and Lanningjia, Xianxia didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If he didn't follow the shepherd tribe here, how could he have obtained the little Bodhi seed? This guy is really shameless. Even he has one. Lanzi said with a cold smile, looking down on Xianxia. Although she did not know what kind of relationship he had with goddess Luo, to her, Xianxia was just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He was just overestimating himself. He's just lucky. Who asked our Lan Luo to be so kind? Xianxia said and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. The current Xianxia was a huge burden to them. I believe everyone knows that the battle this time is extraordinary. We only have one goal, which is to capture the reincarnated living Buddha. We don't even mind killing him to benefit the people of the West Pole Divine region. Many experts have died in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. The reincarnated demon king is undoubtedly the reincarnated living Buddha. However, not everyone is qualified to enter the Great Laying Temple's dreamland. You must at least reach the late hierarch realm before you can enter the dreamland. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the pressure. Grandmaster Jie Qian said in a low voice. Did you hear that, friend? I'm afraid a middle hierarch realm expert won't be able to withstand the pressure. Xianxia said in a strange tone. Lanzi also chimed in from the side. Obviously, the two of them were doing this for Xianxia to see. I'm afraid some people don't even have the qualifications to enter the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. How lamentable, how laughable. Humph, if you don't want to die so quickly, perhaps staying here is your best choice. The great masters of the All-Life Temple will definitely protect you. Doubai sneered. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Xianxia was only suitable to stay in the ivory tower and be protected. With his weak strength, it was impossible for him to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. You guys can go. I can go too. Xianxia said faintly. He looked calm and did not bother to argue with them. Big brother. Can you really? After all, a late hierarch realm expert can enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Those who are too strong can't enter and those who are too weak can't enter either. Goddess Luo looked at Xianxia and said worriedly. Unlike the others, she was really worried about Xianxia instead of mocking him. There's no place in this world that I, Xianxia, can't go. Xianxia stood proudly. However, his disheveled and unkempt appearance made others laugh. Especially Xianxia and Lanzi, they hated Xianxia's guts for trying to fish in troubled waters. Jie Qian smiled without saying anything. He shook his head and looked at everyone. There's no need to argue. There's a bridge of life in the All-Life Temple. As long as you can cross the bridge of life, you'll have the strength to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. However, if you can't cross the bridge of life, you'll be repelled by the power of the bridge of life. That's the standard to determine the strength of our All-Life Temple's younger generation. Today, we'll use it to determine your strength and whether you're qualified to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Of course, if you're strong but you can't cross the bridge of life, it means that you can't withstand any hardship and pressure. You're not qualified to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Furthermore, this is for your own good. Otherwise, before you can even deal with the reincarnated demon king after entering the Tempest Temple, you might have already been crushed by the immense pressure of the environment. There's no way you can walk out alive. Jie Qian took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Many of them even looked at Xianxia. Only late hierarch realm experts were qualified to cross the bridge of life. Xianxia would definitely become a joke among them. There were 17 people from the 4 great clans. Xianxia was the only mid-hierarch realm expert. The rest of them were either late hierarch realm experts, peak hierarch realm experts, or half-step divine emperor experts. Everyone, please follow me. Martial law took the lead and walked at the very front. The rest of the group followed closely behind him. No one wanted to fall behind. In martial law's words, if one couldn't cross the bridge of life, then there was no need to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. That would only be courting death. The rainbow turned into a shadow and crossed over 1,000 meters of the mountain. The bridge of time was forged with the will of all living beings. I'll go first. Doubai walked onto the bridge of life, followed by Do Tianhuang and the other 2 experts of the Battle God clan. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the four of them crossing the bridge so easily. After all, strength was the only way to protect one's life. Seems like this bridge of life is just SOSO. Xianxia said arrogantly. But some people might not be able to cross it. For safety's sake, I advise you to stay here. Lanzi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Goddess Luo, King Luo, and the others also stepped onto the bridge of life. All of them passed without exception. Xianyuan Yuma and the others also reached the other end of the bridge of life. It was undeniable that the bridge of life exerted a slight pressure on everyone. Even though Goddess Luo, Xianyuan Yumo, and the others had successfully crossed the bridge of life, everyone knew how difficult it was to cross the bridge of life. It wasn't easy for them to cross the bridge of life. In the end, only the people of the Mu clan were left. Lan Mao was the first to cross the bridge of life, followed by Lan Luo, then Lanxia and Lan Zi. Brother Xia, let's go together. Lan Zi smiled and followed Lanxia. The moment the two of them stepped onto the bridge of life, they started to tremble violently. Their expressions changed drastically. How could this be? Lanxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of the bridge of life continuously corroded the depths of his heart. Lanzi was also incomparably terrified. The immense pressure made her tremble all over. It was even more difficult for her than for Lanxia. With every step the two of them took, the bridge of life seemed to tremble and sway, as if it would fall at any moment. If you can't make it, just relax your body and mind. It's not shameful to fall. But it's not worth it if you lose your life. Marshal Yan spoke in a heavy voice. Lanxia gritted his teeth. However, his strength was still a level lower than Marshal Yan's. There was no need to mention anything else. The two of them struggled to walk on the bridge of life. But in less than 10 breaths of time, both of them landed on the ground. Arg, arg, two miserable shrieks reverberated above the mountain stream, causing the mountain peaks to rise. The sound shook 1,000 miles, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not long after, the two of them came back dejectedly. Lanxia's face was filled with unwillingness, while Lanzi's face was filled with grievance. The fear that came after being oppressed was indescribable. I don't want to go there anymore. Lanzi curled her lips and said in a wrong tone. Lan Mao furrowed his brows slightly. These two useless things. Normally, they would chatter endlessly. But now, they had become two pieces of trash. Bringing them out had really brought shame to the shepherd tribe. He, the geniuses of the shepherd tribe are truly capable. Since you can't cross the bridge of life, you should just stay here and wait for our triumphant return. Doubai laughed. His tone of ridicule caused Lanxia to be unable to restrain his anger. However, Doubai's words were all true, and he had no way to refute them. What, even you want to give it a try? Doubai looked at Xianxia with interest. If you can pass, why can't I? Even if you die, I won't die. Xianxia took a step forward. Everyone's eyes were on Xianxia. Xianxia walked leisurely and calmly across the bridge of life. At that moment, even Martial Law squinted his eyes and started to pay attention to Xianxia. This guy stood there as if he was walking on flat ground. Even those half-step divine emperors felt pressured by him. Xianxia successfully crossed the bridge of life under everyone's gaze. At that moment, they could not believe their own eyes. Even late hierarch Lanxia and Lanzi failed to cross the bridge of life. How could they not be shocked by how easy it was for Xianxia? In fact, Lan Luo did not doubt it from the beginning. Back then, he was stronger than Xianxia, but what happened in the end? In the end, he was still suppressed by Xianxia. Xianxia's strength cannot be measured by an ordinary person. Lan Luo knew that Xianxia's strength must be stronger than him. However, it would not be easy for Xianxia to defeat a half-step divine emperor. Now, what else do you have to say? Xianxia looked at Lanxia and Lanzi. Both of their faces were extremely pale. This was a slap to their faces. They thought that the bridge of life would be able to stop Xianxia. However, they didn't expect that the bridge of life would pull them down instead. It was a miserable ending for them. Trash would always be trash. Xianxia did not say anything. It didn't mean that he didn't hate them or was afraid of them. It was just that he didn't want to argue with them. No one understood that. Jiangchen looked at Lanningjie and Lanzi as if they were ants. They were just clowns. Why did he have to make trouble for himself? At this moment, the veins on Lanningjie's face were bulging. Everyone had passed except for him. His dignity had been greatly humiliated. As for Lanzi, if he were to stoop to the level of a woman, what future did he have? His initial disdain towards Jiangchen was exchanged for today's humiliation. He saw a trace of disdain in Jiangchen's eyes. Indeed, disdain. It was the kind of arrogance that disdained them. How could this guy make such a comeback? Shouldn't the one who fell from the bridge of life be Jiangchen? But now, that person had become him, Lanzi, a pair of bitter lovebirds. Tears could be seen in Lanzi's eyes. All the ridicule she had given Jiangchen was like a sharp knife that pierced into her chest. The coldness and disdain of the surrounding people had greatly hurt her self-esteem. However, all of this was their own fault. They had ridiculed Jiangchen, but what they got in return was an unbearable gap between them. Ridiculing people, saying that they were inferior to others, this was probably what they meant by that. They really have only themselves to blame. Humph. But in the end, I didn't expect this Jiangchen to be stronger than those two men from the shepherd tribe. Not simple at all. Isn't he just a mid-hierarch realm guy? No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Pfft, those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. This is karma. Many people looked at Lanningjie and Lanzi. Even under martial law, they were still indifferent. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. That was the law of survival. The two of you, stay in the temple of life and wait for their triumphant return. Martial law's words had thrown Lanningjie and Lanzi into a bottomless abyss. Lanningjie stared blankly in front of him, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, as Master Jiegan had said, those who were not strong enough would be courting death if they entered the temple by mistake. Brother Ngjie, we're so embarrassing. Lanzi gritted her teeth and said with tears in her eyes. You still know how to be embarrassed? Get lost. In the end, Lanningjie and Lanzi could only resign themselves to fate and follow the arrangements of the All-Life Temple. However, what was the point of them coming all the way here? Wasn't it to fight, to train, to enter the illusion of the Great Lane Monastery and compete with the other heroes? Lanningjie clenched his fists tightly. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. As a genius disciple of the shepherd tribe, this was even more painful than death. Wouldn't it be a pity to let a brave warrior guard the granary? Lanningjie was exactly like that. Unfortunately, the truth spoke louder than words. He had indeed failed to cross the all-life bridge. This was already enough to make him suffer a crushing defeat in front of Jiangchen. Lanningjie sighed. If he hadn't gone against Jiangchen, if Jiangchen hadn't crossed the all-life bridge, while they were stuck here, perhaps Lanningjie and Lanzi wouldn't be so pitiful. However, this was fate, and it could also be said that they reaped what they sow. One could escape a natural disaster, but one's own sins were the hardest to escape. They had been forced into this desperate situation by themselves, so who could they blame? On the contrary, Jiangchen was calmer than anyone else, because Jiangchen's emergence was the greatest insult to Lanningjie and Lanzi. It was like a ruthless slap to their faces, catching Lanningjie off guard. Today, junior brother Jiegan will lead everyone to the ruins of the Great Lane Monastery. Our 6 great monasteries have agreed to gather at the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain in half a year's time and head to the Great Lane Monastery. At that time, many experts will appear, and none of the other 6 great monasteries are to be trifled with. You must be careful along the way. This old monk will await your triumphant return. Ba. Master Jiegan placed his palms together as a faint smile appeared on his benevolent face. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, Yuan Bao, follow your martial uncle Jieyin. Before Grandmaster Jiegan's voice faded, 3 young men in monk robes stepped out from behind him. Their strength was so strong that it left everyone speechless. All 3 of them had reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. In this battle, the All-Life Temple had brought out all of their trump cards. 3 half-step Divine Emperor realm genius disciples had become their mainstay. The might of the All-Life Temple gave the people from the 4 great clans a whole new understanding of them. After all, it was not too surprising for the All-Life Temple to display this level of strength as the main force in this expedition. On the contrary, if their strength was too low, it would make the four great clans feel that the All-Life Temple had no one they could use. On the side of the four great families, there were only four half-step divine emperors, King Luo Bin, Xianyuan Umo, Do Bai, and Lan Mao. Even Goddess Luo had yet to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. However, it was still unknown who would win if they were to fight against each other. Monk, wait for me. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of yours, I, Jiang Chen, will crush his bones and scatter his ashes so that he will never be able to reincarnate. Jiang Chen swore in his heart. He knew that it was fortunate that he had joined the expedition team of the All-Life Temple. Otherwise, if Tyrant had to face so many experts alone, it would certainly be a life-and-death battle, and the ending would be very miserable. Jiang Chen swore in his heart. Jiang Chen was very confident that the person in the Great Lane Temple's illusion was most likely Monk. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If it wasn't Monk, Jiang Chen would be relieved. If it was Monk, he would definitely become everyone's enemy. However, what's the harm in doing so for the sake of his brother? Everything was ready and they were about to depart. Lan Ningjia's face was filled with sadness and despair. After this battle, he might not be able to recover because he was the weakest one among the four great families, even weaker than the weakest Jiang Chen. The 6 great monasteries gathered and everyone was ready for battle. The All-Life Temple alone had 7 half-step divine emperors. The other 5 great monasteries were not inferior to them either. This plan to eliminate the reincarnated living Buddha and seize the God-suppressing monument must have been planned for a long time. It seemed like Monk's life was much harder than mine. It was not easy for him to reach where he was today. Most importantly, he was forced into the Great Lane Temple's illusion, which was equivalent to being forced into a life-and-death situation. Yanling Mountain was once the glorious ruins of the Great Lane Temple. The entire 300,000 li radius around Yanling Mountain was empty. The mountain peaks had collapsed, ancient trees and withered vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were scattered, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It could be said to be desolate and sorrowful. The cries of crows could be heard coming from somewhere. It was extremely sorrowful, as if countless people who were buried in this boundless Buddhist land were mourning silently. Once upon a time, this place was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire divine world. The Gautama Buddha used his supreme power to reform the spiritual veins of the giant dragon, making Yanling Mountain the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. This was the absolute foundation for the unification of Buddhism in the divine world. In the past, above the West Pole divine land, the Buddha world unified the entire world. Even the central region divine land was unrivaled. Billions of years ago, Yanling Mountain and the Great Lane Temple were the grandest, most imposing and most desired place of pilgrimage in the divine world. Many experts came because of its fame. Many forces submitted to it. The Gautama Buddha was peerless, the number one in the divine world. No one could rival him. The Gautama Buddha had no desires. He was quiet and did nothing. However, in this world, there would always be people who wanted to fight for him. There would always be people who wanted to replace him as the supreme ruler, forever remaining in the river of time. This was history, and it was a time that made people excited. Countless people yearned and worshipped him. The might of the Gautama Buddha was boundless, spreading across the divine land. The sounds of Sanskrit reverberated, reforming countless birds and beasts, ferocious beasts, causing the divine world to be at peace. However, when things reached an extreme, they would always move in the opposite direction. After millions and millions of years, Swallow Spirit Mountain was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Countless experts fought here. The Buddha ancestor fell, the Buddha realm was torn apart, the paragons retreated without a trace, countless arhats died, and the Buddhas were destroyed. No one was spared from this disaster. The Buddhist Tao collapsed, the world was in chaos. The 9 provinces and 18 counties once again fell into a situation where everyone ruled their own affairs. The central region divine land still stood strong, but the West Pole divine land was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. The current Buddha world, the current Yanling Mountain, was already a place where few people visited. No one remembered that this place was once the most glorious place in the entire divine world. There was once a god emperor that discussed the Tao here, shocking everyone. There was once a battle between heavenly kings that shocked the world. The passage of history was without a trace. After billions of years, the only thing that didn't change was the blue sky above their heads. The change in the Buddha world had also become the greatest tragedy of the West Pole divine land. Thousands of miles, the walls of the palaces had collapsed, the buildings were empty, the pagodas were no longer there, and the statues of gods had collapsed. The Buddha world no longer had a trace of its past appearance. It was hard to imagine how glorious the past was. Xianxia also sighed in his heart. Why wasn't he born in that era where the wind and clouds gathered? The time he entered the divine world was far too late. He missed the ancient war, missed the chaos of the divine world, missed the collapse of the Buddhist Tao, missed the era where all experts were remembered. Xianxia stroked the sand beneath his feet. A broken Buddhist lamp turned into ashes with a light touch, dissipating between heaven and earth. Look, there seems to be the tallest building over there. It's flickering. It should be the Great Laying Temple. That's right. We should have entered the old site of the Great Laying Temple. Now, as long as we find the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple, we can enter it. Yes, the old site of the Great Laying Temple is right under our feet. Once the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple appears, we might be devoured if we enter it. We must be careful. Looks like the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple is destined to be an intense battle. The 6 great temples will enter at the same time. Ha ha ha. It's exciting just thinking about it. Everyone was excited. After all, the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple that they wanted to enter was quite terrifying. There were so many experts. Although they might not kill each other, they might not be able to keep calm when it comes to fighting for the God-suppressing monument. Even the monks might not be able to keep their hearts. After all, everyone knew what they were thinking. Who didn't want the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument? However, they were being polite now. Once they entered the Great Laying Temple, it would be the survival of the strong. Whoever could survive till the end would obtain the God-suppressing monument. That would be the most useful. Xianxia looked at this scene silently. Everyone was full of confidence. He had no idea who would be the one laughing at the end. This was only the strength of the All Lives Temple. How could the other 5 temples be ordinary? Now, Xianxia only hoped that the others would not meet the reincarnated living Buddha so early. Otherwise, they would be in a very difficult situation. Although he was not sure if that person was the monk, Xianxia was determined to get the God-suppressing monument even if he was not. Even if that person was not the monk, that person must be closely related to the monk. He would never give the God-suppressing monument to anyone else. Therefore, finding the God-suppressing monument was equivalent to finding the monk. Not far ahead is the place where the storms of the Great Laying Temple gather. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm can enter that place. Those below the Hierarch realm will be instantly crushed to death. Even a Hierarch realm expert would not be able to hold on for too long. The Tempest Temple has a total of 3 places where storms gather. Other than us, the people from the Tianluo Temple are also here. Martial Law said in a deep voice. As the envoy of the Great Laying Temple, he might not be able to enter, but he would definitely remind them that this wasn't a game, but a life-and-death battle. Yes, martial uncle martial discipline. Ba. Yuan Da, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao said with serious expressions on their faces as they placed their palms together. Xianxia and the others, on the other hand, looked at the scenery around them as they passed by. Every place they passed by showed the absolute glory and status of the Great Laying Temple. Look, are those people from Tianluo Temple? Do Tianhuang looked ahead, attracting everyone's attention. The group of more than 10 people in front also attracted everyone's attention. Marshal Yan had a solemn expression on his face as he clasped his palms together, chanting Ba. The rest of them continued forward, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. From afar, more than 10 people arrived by stepping on the air and met up with them. At first glance, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. The one leading them was also a Divine Emperor realm expert. His aura was overwhelming and his strength was shocking. Ba, say Jinlan, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Sei Junlan is still as elegant as ever. Martial Law said with a faint smile. This was the first time Xianxia saw Martial Law revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Sei Junlan, who was leading the group, also nodded silently and said with a smile. Bah, indeed. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. It's good to see old friends again. Haha. Sei Junlan and Martial Law looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect a monk to be so courteous. At this moment, the people behind Sei Junlan and Martial Law looked at each other. Everyone was secretly competing with each other because they knew that once they entered the Great Laying Temple, they would quickly become enemies. Once they found the traces of the reincarnated living Buddha, a great battle would probably break out. Sei Junlan and Martial Law exchanged a few words and both of them stopped reminiscing. Martial Law went straight to the point. Looks like senior brother Yunlan has brought a lot of experts with him this time. Hee. I wonder if you guys know where the reincarnated living Buddha of the Great Laying Temple is? Sei Junlan shook his head and sighed, saying, sigh. Who knows? You guys know how big the Great Laying Temple is. However, we don't know where the reincarnated living Buddha is. We can only hope that after they enter the temple, they will work together to find the reincarnated living Buddha. What reincarnated living Buddha? He's just a devil. How many people of our West Pole divine land has he killed? Can such a person be called the reincarnated living Buddha? The sin of killing is not worthy to be called Buddha. Martial Law's expression became solemn. He hated this reincarnated living Buddha to the bone. It's still too early to make a conclusion. However, in everyone's mind, this reincarnated living Buddha has become a devil. Even if we catch him, we should kill him as soon as possible to resolve the grudges of the world. Sei Junlan nodded. Now, we can only leave it to fate. If we can enter it, perhaps the situation will be different. Martial Law said with pity. We're too strong. Entering the Great Laying Temple's illusion will cause the entire illusion to collapse. It's impossible to find the reincarnated living Buddha. Moreover, a divine emperor realm expert is too strong. The illusion of the Great Laying Temple won't last for long. We can only rely on our juniors to go in and search for him. To them, it's also a great experience. Martial Law agreed with Sei Junlan's words. Then let them enter it quickly. The sooner we find the reincarnated living Buddha, the sooner we can be at ease. Once the West Pole divine land is eliminated, our pure land will regain its peace. Martial Law said. Both of them nodded. The group of more than 20 people were all prepared. Are you guys ready? You're going to enter the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. It's the same as the Great Laying Temple in the past. So, don't be surprised if you see anything because it's just a projection of the Great Laying Temple. You just need to remember it. Get ready to go. You only have 10 years. After 10 years, the illusion of the Great Laying Temple will disappear. If you guys don't come out in time, you might be sent to another place. It's hard to tell whether you're dead or alive. So, you guys must come back within 10 years. No matter if you're dead or alive, no matter if you win or lose. Every single word of Martial Yen was like a gem, he said in a deep voice. Dear friends of the Skirich Divine Palace, please remember this in your hearts. This time, we must not fall behind. Perfected Master Yunlan said in a low voice. Although it was not as inspiring as Martial Law, they had already remembered it. The dreamland of the Great Laying Temple was a huge world. Once this world collapsed, no one would be able to come out alive. Therefore, they must find the reincarnated living Buddha before the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple was destroyed. Of course, the most important thing was the God-suppressing monument. They must not show any mercy even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. 10 miles in front of them, a terrifying whirlwind swept up. The scene in front of them was like a mirage, constantly changing. However, no one knew what kind of world was behind this whirlwind. After this, we'll be in the territory of the Great Laying Temple. Hurry up and go in. 10 years, you must come back no matter what. Martial Law and Perfected Master Yunlan exhorted solemnly. Xianxia and the others held their breaths and quickly passed through the astral wind. The whirlwind swept across 100 zhang above the void with terrifying wind blades. Those below the hierarch realm would be instantly torn into pieces if they were to be swept by the wind blades. They were also struggling to resist the wind blades. As long as they passed through the whirlwind, they would be able to enter the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple. It's him. He's here too. Enlightened Master Tianyin squinted his eyes and saw that Xianxia was also in the All-Life Temple. His heart skipped a beat and his expression became solemn. Enlightened Master Tianyin's cultivation realm was at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was still not strong enough to enter the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm. However, his elder brother, Enlightened Master Wu Yin, was very strong. He brought him into the illusory realm so that he could train and cultivate better. This was a rare opportunity. That's why Enlightened Master Wu Yin had fought for a long time for him to get the quota. Why is he here? Although his strength is not bad, he shouldn't be at the peak late hierarch realm yet. It seems like there's something fishy going on here. However, no matter how strong he was, the people here were all peak late hierarch realm and half-step divine emperor realm experts. Even if he killed the Tianlai realm lord, he would not be able to fight against the people here. It's better to be careful when I meet him. However, he was able to escape the calamity on the Punlai Immortal Island. He's very lucky. Perfected Master Tianyin thought. At this moment, he did not know that Xianxia had wiped out the entire camp of experts in the Punlai Immortal Island. Tough Mouth, Daku, and even Zheni were all killed by Xianxia. Such strength was enough to shock everyone. Unfortunately, he only knew that Xianxia had gone to the Punlai Immortal Island, but he did not know the reason behind it. To him, the Tianlai Immortal Island would fall, but the Punlai Immortal Island would not fall. After all, he knew how terrifying the Punlai Immortal Island was. Although it could not be compared to the Tianluo Temple, it was not an ordinary sect. Especially the Heavenly Mouth clan, which had dominated the Punlai Immortal Island for countless years. Hence, Perfected Master Tianyin was very confident about the Punlai Immortal Island. The Tianluo Temple did not find too many people. A group of 10 people. Other than him, the rest were all half-step Divine Emperor experts. The other 6 were experts from the Tongtian Divine Palace. 2 half-step Divine Emperors and 4 late Hierarch Realm experts. Their strength was not to be underestimated. What a beautiful great thunderclap monastery. Golden jade in glorious splendor, exuberant with life and boundless Buddhist teachings. It was truly the #1 monastery in the divine world in the past. This land of treasures, this realm of spirits, it makes one feel relaxed and carefree. Even though this isn't the real Great Thunderclap Monastery, it still makes one feel extremely comfortable. Lan Luo said faintly. The Great Laying Temple was filled with golden light and colorful lights. Looking at it now, it should be the most beautiful place. After all, such a strange scene could no longer be seen in the West Pole Divine Land. Moreover, 10 years later, the entire illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple would completely collapse. By then, the illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple would no longer exist. Arhat Palace. Everyone saw this scene. What came into their sight was an Arhat Palace. The Arhat Palace was 1,000 zhang in size. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the Arhat Palace, there were wisps of auspicious clouds and mist that spread out and filled the sky. Let's go in and have a look first. Doubai's expression was cold and stern. He took the lead and rushed toward the Arhat Palace. Everyone was unwilling to be outdone. Not only the people from the All-Life Temple, but even the people from the Heaven Luo Temple also rushed toward the Arhat Palace. They were afraid that the All-Life Temple's people would snatch away the good stuff. Namo Amida. A huge Sanskrit sound of a divine bell reverberated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this huge Sanskrit sound. The door of the Arhat Palace slowly opened and moved without any wind. Everyone was shocked. Could the Arhat Palace still have the Arhat who passed away in meditation? Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to be the first to rush in. However, everyone was afraid that someone else would beat them to it and snatch away the treasures. Jiangchen's expression was cold as he silently looked at the 1,000 zhang tall Arhat Palace. His mind was racing. He could feel a real auspicious aura. There seemed to be something inside the Arhat Palace that was guiding them step by step. Jiangchen was no exception. At this moment, they were being pulled by the attractive force of the Sanskrit sound towards the Arhat Palace. Around the Arhat Palace, white cranes spread their wings, celestial birds soared, lotus flowers bloomed, luck flourished, and Buddha's aura shrouded the place. This Arhat Palace, why does it look a little strange? Xianxia thought. He had a question that he could not figure out. The Great Laying Temple had been destroyed for hundreds of millions of years. Why would it suddenly appear here? This was the first question. The second question was that the Arhat Palace was shrouded in Buddha's aura. True Qi seemed to be lingering around, but where did the rippling Buddha's aura come from? This was indeed thought-provoking. At this moment, Taoist Master Wu Yin, Taoist Master Yu Yin, Taoist Master Shen Yin, and Taoist Master Tian Yin of Tianluo Temple slowly knelt down and bowed towards the Arhat Palace. The all-life temples Yuanda, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao were no exception. A group of 7 people knelt in front of the Arhat Palace and bowed solemnly. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in the courtyard of the Arhat Palace. Gusts of chilly wind blew out from the door of the Arhat Palace like extremely powerful wind blades. If a hierarch realm expert was not careful, they would be torn to death. Yuan Qing, Yuan Da, and Yuan Bao were the first to bear the brunt of the chilly wind. The 4 spiritual masters of Tianluo Temple were all forced back by the chilly wind. The Great Laying Temple was built with the Buddha's aura. Everywhere under the heavens was the land of Buddha. Below the Great Laying Temple, thousands of miles away, gods and Buddhas gathered, kings and ministers were everywhere. There were 8,000 Buddhist temples, 500 arhats, and countless Buddhist temples. At the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain, 500 arhats were all great emperors. No one dared to go against them. However, that was the glory of the Buddha world in the past. Now, it no longer existed. Everyone in front of the Arhat Palace wore a solemn expression. The chilly wind seemed to have a restraining force as it swept them up and around the Arhat Palace. The magnificent Arhat Palace was majestic and the Buddha's aura was rippling. The entire sky was filled with endless Sanskrit chants. The surrounding void was filled with fog and the wind and clouds were surging. This is the West Pole Divine Region, the land of Buddha. I don't believe that there's anyone who dares to run amok here. Let's go and have a look. A late hierarch realm expert from the Battle God clan volunteered and took the lead to enter the Arhat Palace where chilly wind was blowing. You guys go and have a look too. Shan Yuma squinted his eyes and said to the people around him. He was afraid that the Battle God clan would take the good stuff in the Arhat Palace. The sky-piercing divine abode also quickly sent 2 experts to enter the cave. Although the chilly wind was terrifying, a late hierarch realm expert could still withstand it. A total of 6 people entered the palace. Lan Luo glanced at Lan Mao. The latter slightly shook his head and said in a low voice, "No matter what good stuff there is, there will definitely be danger. I can't let you take the risk." Lan Mao's words shocked Xianxia. He did not expect Lan Mao to be such a cunning person. Of course, he could not let Lan Luo take the risk. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand any danger. The magnificent Arhat Palace was indeed tempting. However, the chilly wind was blowing in the Arhat Palace. They knew that it was not just a simple Arhat Palace. This wind is indeed a little strange. Xianxia frowned. But at this moment, the entire Arhat Hall began to collapse layer by layer. The surrounding tiles, roof ridges, beams, and doors all gradually fell down and eventually turned into flying ashes, becoming a cloud of yellow sand. As for the 6 people who had just entered, there was no trace of them at all. Everyone knew that they should have disappeared in the dust along with the Arhat Hall. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the Arhat Hall would gradually turn into ashes in just a moment? Those hierarch realm experts who entered the hall did not even gain anything and became history. Their deaths were like pebbles thrown into the sea. There was no ripple at all as they silently became cannon fodder. He's the devil. How is this Yama Palace? It's a living hell on earth. Someone's eyes were filled with shock. His facial expression changed drastically as he retreated step by step. The wind turned into a tornado and swept away, gradually disappearing in the sky. Such a huge and magnificent Arhat Hall disappeared just like that? This is too terrifying. Yeah, where did they go? Did they turn into flying ashes and get buried in the Arhat Hall? The disappearance of the Arhat Hall seemed like a normal thing, but it caused the death of so many Hierarch realm experts. Is this Great Laying Temple's dreamland really the Buddhist land? Why do I feel that everything is so strange? Everyone became nervous. A late Hierarch realm expert was killed in an instant. Especially Tianyin Enlightened Master, who was only a mid-Hierarch realm expert. If it wasn't for his brother, he would not have the chance to enter this place. Now that he saw a late Hierarch realm expert being killed so easily, he could not believe it at all. He also became nervous. No one wanted to die. With his strength, it was impossible for him to cause any big waves here. From the beginning, he entered with the intention of taking advantage of the situation. With the protection of his brother, Wu Yin Enlightened Being, it should not be too dangerous. However, how could Tianyin Enlightened Being not be shocked when he saw a late Hierarch realm expert die without a sound? At this moment, although he had his brother's protection, he could easily be crushed to death in the Great Laying Temple's dreamland if he did not have the ability to protect himself. To put it bluntly, this is a dreamland. The Arhat Hall disappears in the dreamland. What's there to be surprised about? Humph, all of you are so full of yourselves. You can only blame yourselves for not knowing what's good for you if you're dead. You want to get the treasures, but you're afraid. What's the point of entering the Great Laying Temple's dreamland? Why don't you just hide at home and cultivate? Doubai said with a sneer. His eyes were filled with disdain. These people were too pretentious. From the moment they entered the temple, they were already prepared to die. Not every expert could have the last laugh. Although the Great Laying Temple was not a dangerous place, it did not seem like a good place either. Such a huge incident was within their expectations. However, it was still shocking. After all, 6 late Hierarch realm experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Even the half-step divine emperors were not spared from this. Although Doubai's words were full of sarcasm, it was an indisputable fact. It's easy for you to say that. Who do you think you are? Do you still want to order everyone around? Divine Sound pointed at Doubai and said in a deep voice. I don't have that ability, but at least I won't be stupid enough to rush in to look for treasures. At times like this, it's better to let those fools do it. He. Doubai shrugged indifferently. 6 late Hierarch realm experts had died. Everyone was feeling depressed. Doubai's words made Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple speechless. What he said was indeed reasonable. This was all caused by their greed. If they were not greedy, they might not have died. However, the disappearance of the Arhat Hall had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple's Arhat Hall was a little depressed. Divine Sound's face turned gloomy. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Humph, friends from the All-Life Temple, farewell. Let's go. Divine Sound said faintly. As the leader of the All-Life Temple, his words made Divine Sound snort coldly. They no longer wanted to be with this arrogant guy. After all, no one was worthy of an alliance. As for the search for the God-suppressing monument, the fewer people there were, the better it would be. With their current strength, even if they encountered the legendary reincarnated living Buddha, they were confident that they could defeat him. Why would they need more people to add to their troubles? Bah. Reverend Yuan Qing nodded his head and put his palms together. Everyone had their own ambitions. It was not that they would be able to gain anything by staying together. Since the people of Tianluo Temple wanted to leave, they could not stop them. After the Arhat Palace disappeared, the group of people lost the opportunity to work together. Everyone had their own way of doing things. No matter how many experts there were in a force like this, it was like a plate of loose sand. Tianluo Temple and All-Life Temple did not have the intention to work together at all. It was just that they were close to each other at the place where the storm gathered. It was impossible for them to work together. They only had one goal, the power of the God-suppressing monument. Needless to say, it was extremely significant to the entire Buddha world. Xianxia and the others continued to move forward. In the Great Laying Temple, there was a peaceful scene everywhere. However, there was not a single trace of vitality in the entire world. It could be said that the world was like a magnificent painting. Mountains, rivers, streams, grass, trees, everything was there, but there was not a single trace of vitality. On top of a tall mountain, there was a jade palace, 1,000 zhang waterfall and a rainbow across the sky. From afar, an indistinct palace emerged once again. The clouds and mist were pushed away, and the heavens and earth became bright and clear. A pitch-black palace appeared on the peak of the void. Everyone flew up into the sky and rushed towards the incomparably huge black palace. Above the sky, an unparalleled pressure descended from the sky. Xianxia felt that the entire world was pressing down on him. Everyone had the same feeling, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and all living things were being pressed down on him. The Black Palace gave off an extremely domineering feeling. It was not even like the Buddha Palace, which was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. However, everyone still endured the huge pressure and rushed towards the Black Palace, wanting to find out what was going on. Although the previous 6 people disappeared in the void, no one knew where the Arhat Palace went. It disappeared without a trace, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, taking away a few late Hierarch realm experts. However, the Black Palace was like an invisible treasure, attracting everyone to explore it. The ancient Buddha world was an unsolved mystery to everyone, let alone the Great Laying Temple. The Great Laying Temple had disappeared for hundreds of millions of years. Xianxia was not the only one who was curious about the rise and fall of the Buddha world. Even the people of the All-Life Temple wanted to know what happened hundreds of millions of years ago that caused the entire Buddha world to be destroyed. It was an indescribable period of time and also an unsolved mystery of the Buddha world. Such a terrifying aura of death. Yeah, what kind of palace is this? These are the words on the ancient Buddhist scriptures. Eminent monks of All-Life Temple, what kind of palace is this? Everyone looked at Yuan Qing, Yuan De and Yuan Bao, the 3 eminent monks of the All-Life Temple, with a solemn expression. Ba, this is Xitigarbha Palace. Venerable Yuan Qing said with a solemn expression. Xitigarbha Palace? Xitigarbha Palace? This is a Bodhisattva's palace. There shouldn't be any powerful magical treasures in it, right? It's hard to say. Xitigarbha Palace is said to be the Bodhisattva who controls the punishment in the underworld. He's one of the most powerful Bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. Then, should we go in and have a look? Everyone was filled with fear and apprehension. Because the Arhat Hall had quietly dissipated, they had developed a fear of the Buddhist hall. Moreover, this pitch-black hall was the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. They were afraid that the terrifying aura of death would permeate their bodies and melt away their lifetime's cultivation. Xianxia squinted his eyes. The palace of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was definitely unusual. Compared to the other palaces that were shining with golden light, it was extremely powerful and imposing. In short, the palace of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was like a divine palace that came from hell, making people stay away from it. Xitigarbha Palace is one of the strongest bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. He wasn't any weaker than Avalokitesvara. Even the sovereign of the Buddha world was extremely respectful towards Xitigarbha Palace. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. She had seen some legends about the Buddha world in the ancient books of the Luo god clan. Ba. What the lady said is true. Xitigarbha Palace controls the underworld. Life and death are in his hands. It can be said that in the divine world countless years ago, the Buddha was the sovereign of humans, while Xitigarbha Palace was the sovereign of souls. After death, all of them will become the ghosts of Xitigarbha Palace. No matter if you're a deity from the 9 heavens or an unparalleled divine beast in the desolate land, you can't escape from Xitigarbha Palace's eyes. Taoist Yuanda said with a pious expression. He was filled with respect for Xitigarbha Palace. Do you guys think that the Xitigarbha Palace will disappear? Do Tianhuang said nervously. The Arhat Hall had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk. They were standing in front of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's main hall. Everyone wanted to go in and check it out, but the result was unpredictable. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I must get to the bottom of this Xitigarbha Palace. Dobai had a grave expression on his face. He had no scruples at all. At this moment, he actually wanted to go in and take a look. After all, the Arhat Hall and Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine were completely different. Perhaps, there would be some unexpected gains in the Xitigarbha Palace. Tianhuang, follow me. Doubai gave Tianhuang a glance. The three from the Battle God clan walked towards the Xidagarba palace. On the door of the palace, there were two giant dark beasts carved. They looked as if they were looking at each other with bloodthirsty fangs. They were very lifelike and filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. Xianxia was also curious about the divine palace of Xidagarba Bodhisattva. His heart was filled with doubts. There seemed to be a trace of the dragon clan's qi. Xianxia did not know why, but he wanted to enter the palace to find out the truth. That kind of hope and expectation was quite strong. Moreover, this kind of feeling made Xianxia's body feel extremely painful. His face was a little pale. Are you all right? Lan Luo glanced at Xianxia. With his strength, it was extremely difficult for him to go against the Xidagarba palace. I'm fine. I just feel a little pressured. Xianxia shook his head and said. You're not strong enough, but you still want to hold on. One day, you will pay the price for your impulsiveness. Lan Mao was already surprised that Xianxia did not tremble in fear after seeing so many late Hierarch realm experts turn into cannon fodder. He was the weakest among them after all, and the other one was enlightened Master Tianyin. Xianxia did not care about Lan Mao as he only wanted to find the monk as soon as possible. Those people's life and death had nothing to do with him. However, if they threatened the monk, he would have to fight to his death. Ba, Xidagarba bless us. Yuan Qing, Yuan De and Yuan Bao looked solemn as they kneeled down and paid their respects to the Xidagarba. Xidagarba's divine palace is different from the past. I hope there won't be any accidents. Shen Yuma said with a solemn face. Goddess Luo and King Luobin looked at each other and nodded silently. They might regret it if they did not go in and have a look. Everyone was full of hope for the Xidagarba Bodhisattva's shrine. This would be the most important shrine they had encountered since entering the Great Lane Temple's illusionary realm. If they did not explore it, they would not be satisfied. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of the All-Life Temple, took the lead and stood at the very front. They stepped across the void and directly entered the Xidagarba Bodhisattva's shrine. As soon as they entered the dark divine palace, it was brightly lit with burning torches. In the divine palace, there were ferocious-looking arhats with wolf fangs in their hands standing on the left and right. However, the face of Xidagarba's statue could not be seen clearly at the center of the hall. What a terrifying mace. Haha, it's definitely at the primal origin treasure level. Xianxia's gaze fell upon the Xidagarba statue's hand. He could not see the Xidagarba Bodhisattva's face clearly. There was a gigantic mace in its hand, shining with a black light. I'll be taking this mace. The expert of the Battle God clan took a step forward and charged towards the mace. The two experts of the Shen clan did not show any weakness and charged towards it. At this moment, the huge mace was struck down by the expert of the Battle God clan. However, the instant the mace fell, the three experts were smashed by the mace. At that moment, the three of them died in an instant. The mace fell and smashed the three of them to death. Their deaths were extremely miserable. This scene was a ghastly sight to behold. They were drenched in blood. They didn't even have the chance to cry out. Isn't this too terrifying? Someone said with a pale face. With the death of 3 people, their numbers were reduced once again. Doubai and Do Tianhuang became serious. They no longer underestimated the Xidagarba Bodhisattva's sacred hall. Doubai's initial disdain was replaced with caution. Ba. Buddha atoned for his sins. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How can they not anger the Xidagarba Bodhisattva by coveting his belongings? Yuan Qing sighed. His face was extremely grim. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, the Xidagarba Bodhisattva was one of the Bodhisattva they worshipped. It was already too late for him to stop the 3 experts. The mace that fell from the sky had become their divine weapon of death. This mace is probably not simple. Let me give it a try. Doubai took a step forward and reached for the mace. At that moment, he held the mace in his hand and the mace shrunk rapidly. However, the weight of the mace was too much for Doubai to handle. He couldn't even lift the mace with one hand. It's definitely a primal origin treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Xianyuan Yuma had a cold look on his face. He also valued the mace. How can you keep such a good thing to yourself? Humph. Xianyuan Yuma stared at Doubai and said. Benefactor Do, this mace belongs to the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva. Please return it. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally taking back the divine weapon for the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva. Perfected Yuan De and the other two glared at him. Those three have already been punished by the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva. Must Benefactor Do take away the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva's belongings? Perfected Yuan Bao frowned. They were already prepared. Doubai's face was a little embarrassed. These three guys were so difficult to deal with. They should have just said it if they wanted the mace in his hand. They even said it was the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva's will. Damn it. To put it bluntly, you just want the mace in my hand, right? Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Doubai sneered. Benefactor Do, we don't want the divine weapon in your hand. It belongs to the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva. We need to take it back to the All-Life Temple. There is also a temple for the Xittagarbha Bodhisattva in our temple. If the mace is destroyed here, it will be a great loss to the Buddhist sect. I hope Benefactor Do can help us. Perfected Yuan Qing said calmly. However, his tone was extremely firm. He had no intention of giving in. You talk so much, but isn't the result the same? We just want the mace. Doubai's face turned gloomy. Benefactor Do, you've misunderstood. We just want to take it back to the All-Life Temple. Perfected Yuan De continued. Doubai gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight, but he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the three of them with his current strength. Although Do Tianhuang had reached the late hierarch realm, he could not play a decisive role in a battle between half-step divine emperors. Doubai had no confidence to fight against the three of them alone. All right. This mace belongs to the Buddhist sect. I will hand it over to the three perfected masters for safekeeping. I hope the three perfected masters will remember this. Doubai was also sensible. He knew that it was a bad idea to completely fall out with the trio from the All-Life Temple. Although the mace was a good treasure, the price he would have to pay in order to obtain it might not be something he could bear. They had only just entered this place, so there might be even more important treasures waiting for them. Who knew? Doubai threw the mace to Perfected Yuan Qing. Perfected Yuan Qing's hand sank and his face turned solemn. Ba. Thank you, Benefactor Do. Benefactor Do is wise. The All-Life Temple will forever be indebted to you. Perfected Yuan De expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Doubai's face turned pale. Thank you my ass. You three bald donkeys are just bullying others. If I'm strong enough, why would I be afraid of the three of you? If I were a Divine Emperor realm expert, you wouldn't dare to ask me for this mace even if you had 10 guts. However, the situation was worse than him. Hence, he had no choice. Xianyuan Yuma was also gritting his teeth. It was easy to snatch the mace from Doubai. However, it wasn't easy for the Three Life Temple to obtain it. God Luo clan and Shepherd clan did not join the fight. After all, their lives could be in danger at any time. Although the mace was a great treasure, it wasn't worth it if they were to fight. Their target was the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument. Run! No one knew who shouted, but everyone's expression changed. The arhats started to move, and the mud and glaze on their bodies started to fall off, falling onto the floor of the main hall. The sound was sonorous, and the broken pieces were scattered all over the place, as if it was smashing into everyone's heart. An eerie and terrifying aura spread out, like an evil dragon emerging from the sea, filled with an aura of death. How could this be? Are these all arhats from the Buddha realm? Is Xittagarbha really angry? These arhats are really starting to move. Hurry up and put Xittagarbha's things back. Everyone continued to retreat as they looked at the All-Life Temple's Yuan Qing trio. Yuan Qing's expression was cold as he calmly said, "This is the divine item of Xittagarbha Bodhisattva. If Xittagarbha Bodhisattva is still alive, he will never attack us. He just doesn't like those who don't respect him." Daoist Yuan Qing's words infuriated everyone. This bastard was clearly not going to spit out what he had already eaten. He was acting all mysterious, but in reality, he was even more detestable than Doubai and the others. Even in such a dangerous situation, he did not want to hand over the mace that he had just kept. Ba. Senior brother Yuan Qing is right. If it was the real Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, he would definitely not attack us. However, if it was some other demon or monster, then that might not be the case. That's why we absolutely cannot lower our heads to them. We will protect Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings with our lives. Taoist Master Yuanda said with a solemn expression. Although he spoke in such a dignified manner, it was all because he wanted to keep the mace for himself and did not want to take it out. How could they be willing to spit out such a fat piece of meat that was already in their hands? The greed of humans was displayed to the fullest. However, the people of the All-Life Temple seemed so crude and disdainful. On the surface, it seemed like they were protecting Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings, but in reality, it was to satisfy their own selfish desires. As a monk and a Buddhist, their true nature was exposed at this moment. In the Great Tempest Temple, they felt that everything should belong to them. These guys are the real bandits. Xianxia smiled bitterly, his face was a little dignified. Right now, all of them were looking at the arhats who had quietly moved. If it wasn't for the crisis ahead, Xianxia believed that the four clans would have been completely furious at this time and wanted to find these guys to reason with. Xianxia, protect yourself. Lan Luo glanced at Xianxia and nodded heavily. She did not need to worry about him. However, she dared not let her guard down just in case. The 9 late Hierarch realm experts who died tragically were still a huge shock to her. However, the crisis was right in front of them. The so-called arhats had already jumped down from the stone steps. Some were holding huge umbrellas, some were holding black shields, and some were bearing their fangs. A terrible aura of death filled the entire Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. Within a radius of 100 zhang, nearly 30 arhats began to gradually surround them. That cold and gloomy aura permeated everyone's heart. Danger was imminent. The strength of these arhats are not weaker than me. Looks like this will be a great challenge. Dou Tianhuang's face also became gloomy. The ferocious appearance of the arhat was accompanied by a roar of anger. Everyone's face turned cold. The arhat's attack had arrived in an instant. The steel knife and fork fell from the sky. A powerful arhat directly crushed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's palm hit against the dark arhat's fist. No one gained the upper hand. Xianxia and the 6-armed arhat collided. Both of them did not retreat. The 6-armed arhat was much more terrifying than Xianxia had imagined. Xianxia dared not to be careless. Every move of his was ruthless and ruthless. He almost turned the situation around and stabilized the situation. Undeniably, even Xianxia did not expect the 6-armed arhat to be so terrifying. It was comparable to a half-step deity emperor. However, at the same time, the situation on the other side was very bad. A half-step deity emperor could barely hold on against 2 arhats. But against 3 arhats, they did not even have the strength to fight back. Lan Luo was already having a hard time fighting against 1 arhat. In just a blink of an eye, the experts of the Xianyuan clan had died. Even the God Luo clan was not an exception. Other than King Luo Ben and Goddess Luo who was struggling to hold on, the people of the God Luo clan were also ruthlessly killed by the arhat. There were 30 arhats but only 7 of them were Divine Emperor realm experts. The only ones who survived were Dou Tianhuang, Lan Luo, and Goddess Luo. The rest of the late Hierarch realm experts were all dead. Xianyuan Umo was the only one left in the Xianyuan clan. Especially the scene where the heart and liver of the Xianyuan clan's expert was dug out by the arhat. It was a ghastly scene that sent chills down everyone's spine. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo frowned their brows tightly. Their pretty faces were slightly cold and they seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable. The impact of the 30 arhats was hard for them to resist. Each of the half-step deity emperors could not suppress the arhats. 1 against 3, they were struggling to advance step by step. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Facing a 6-armed arhat, Xianxia didn't feel any pressure at all. At this moment, he was the only one who seemed to be relaxed in the grand hall. However, the situation that Xianxia had revealed was quite dangerous. On one hand, showing his weakness was one thing, on the other hand, Xianxia didn't want to reveal his true strength too early. If he did, he might be attacked by all of them. As long as he didn't die, he would still have a chance. The only people that Xianxia wanted to protect were Goddess Luo and Lan Luo. Goddess Luo was the woman that De Huang liked. Xianxia would not let anything happen to her even if he had to risk his life. Otherwise, how could he explain to his brothers? However, it seemed like it was unnecessary now. That King Luo Ben had taken great care of Goddess Luo. Even when his strength was being suppressed, he did not forget about Goddess Luo. It could be seen that King Luo Ben was full of admiration for Goddess Luo. Puff, Dao Master Yuan Bao took a punch from the Arhat and was forced to take a few steps back. These Arhats had bronze skin and iron bones. It was impossible to enter them. The only way to enter them was to destroy them. Otherwise, it would be completely useless. Yuan Qing and Yuan Dou were also having a hard time. They were surrounded by 8 Arhats. They could not hold on anymore. A half-step deity emperor was being suppressed here. This scene was out of Jiangchen's expectation. He could only say that these Arhats were really terrifying. Even after billions of years, they were still invincible. At this moment, everyone kept retreating, wanting to leave this Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. However, at this moment, Jiangchen saw a blood-red chain in Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. Jiangchen's heart was pounding. That blood-red chain could oppress one's soul. It was definitely a divine weapon. Jiangchen stepped on the air and forced the 6-armed Arhat to retreat. He then flew up and took the blood-red chain from Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. The chain moved horizontally and vertically. Once it was in his hand, an extremely cold energy penetrated through Jiangchen's heart. Jiangchen was shocked. He used the karmic fire of the red lotus to suppress the cold energy. However, his own soul was also trembling. This blood-red chain was really unpredictable. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. We'll all die here. King Luoben said in a deep voice. Everyone retreated while fighting, only Jiangchen was still standing in front of the palace. Jiangchen, hurry up. Big brother, hurry up. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme worry. The group of people retreated instantly. Only Jiangchen, who was holding the blood-red chain, wanted to turn around. However, he was already forced to retreat by the Arhats. Jiangchen frowned. These guys seemed to know that this Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace was not an ordinary place. They had already retreated to the edge of the palace. Seeing that they were about to leave the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace, everyone knew that they would die if they continued to stay here. Jiangchen! Lan Luo shouted. However, Jiangchen was once again surrounded by the Arhats. Lan Luo took a step forward, wanting to save Jiangchen. However, he was grabbed by Lan Mao and forced out of the door. The others followed closely behind and jumped in front of the door. The gate is closing, quick! Xianyuan Yuma shouted in a low voice. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and followed closely behind. They kept forcing the Arhats beside them to retreat. Not daring to continue fighting, they jumped out of the door one by one. It seemed that the door above the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall was about to close. Finally, everyone had jumped out, except for Jiangchen. He dashed left and right, dodging the attacks of the Arhats. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. He's actually so agile. Humph. So what? This guy probably won't be able to jump out. Greedy and insatiable. He wants the blood-colored chain. Unfortunately, he is destined to lose his life in it. Doubai and the others said with a feminine expression. Jiangchen retreated as he fought. More and more Arhats rushed up, and he was constantly forced to retreat. He was in a sorry state. No. Goddess Luo's pretty face turned solemn. A giant white chain extended towards Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace and wrapped around Jiangchen's body. However, it was instantly torn apart by someone. Goddess Luo's expression changed. She found out that the one who tore apart the giant white chain was none other than Doubai. What are you doing? Lan Luo shouted. What am I doing? He stole the secret of our Battle God clan. Of course, I'm going to kill him. Doubai said coldly. He didn't care about Lan Luo's question at all. His lips were curved into a sinister and cunning smile. However, Xianxia did not disappoint Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Xianxia dashed left and right, not confronting the Arhats head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid the impact of a large wave of Arhats and ran to the door. At this moment, the door of the divine palace was just a hair's breadth away from closing. Xianxia leaped out. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo heaved a sigh of relief. Their worries had finally come to an end. But at this moment, something strange happened. Dou Bai, Xianyuan Yuma, Lan Mao, and King Luo Bin attacked at almost the same time. The four half-step divine emperors attacked with all their might just to force Xianxia to retreat. Xianxia's expression changed as he squinted his eyes. The four half-step divine emperors attacked him head-on, and they were all extremely powerful experts. Compared to Dou Qing, they were even more powerful. Under the combined attack of the four half-step divine emperors, it was impossible for Xianxia to fight them head-on. He could only retreat. However, Xianxia was unable to jump out of the closed door in the end. "What are you guys doing?" Lan Luo roared. The four half-step divine emperors looked cold at this moment. Dou Bai had enough reasons to kill Xianxia. Lan Mao was full of disdain towards Xianxia. Xianyuan Yuma and Xianxia did not have any deep grudges, but he was quite dissatisfied because all the people he brought were dead. How could a mid-hierarch survive? As for King Luo Bin, he actually wanted to obtain Xianxia's craftsman god's inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to attack Xianxia. If that's the case, then he'll just send him to hell. Once he's dead, everything will be over. If he can't get it, no one else can. Goddess Luo was also extremely angry. When she saw Xianxia being thrown into the door and could not be seen anymore, her heart became cold. These guys are all bastards. How could they kill each other at this moment? Xianxia deserves to die. He stole our battle god clan's cultivation technique. Such a person deserves to die. Dou Bai said gloomily. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to be regretful about? Such a person overestimated himself. A mid-hierarch dared to step into the Great Laying Temple's illusion realm. Isn't he courting death? Xianyuan Yuma sneered. Such a person is full of himself. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. King Luo Bin said faintly. He's too weak. If he's dead, then so be it. Otherwise, he'll only be a burden to us. Lan Mao's expression was cold. Looking at the tightly shut door, he felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. Xianxia's death meant that Lan Luo's heart was completely at ease. Otherwise, Xianxia's existence would be a great threat to Lan Mao. Ba. This is truly tragic and lamentable. Immortal Yuan Qing and the other two sighed towards Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo's expression were extremely gloomy. Xianxia's death had shocked them greatly. These bastards are inhumane. Xianxia was about to run out, but he was forced back by the four half-step god emperors and returned to Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Then, Xianxia will definitely die. At this moment, the entire Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was shaking violently. The whole mountain was shaking along with it. The people who were being pushed back had an ugly expression on their faces. They had just survived a disaster, but Xianxia was trapped in the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace forever. Xianxia, I'm sorry. It's my fault. If Xianxia did not follow him into the Great Laying Temple's dreamland, he might not have died. Or, he might not have been killed. Goddess Luo was the same. She wanted to stop Xianxia with all her might, but she failed. She did not even know how to tell De Huang that she saw De Huang's brother being dragged into a death trap after she returned to the God Luo clan. Clouds and neon lights flashed. 10 miles away, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace had turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Gone, everything is gone. Goddess Luo murmured. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was no exception. Just like the previous Arhat palace, it disappeared like smoke and clouds. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, it was undeniable that Xianxia's death did not affect anyone except Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Now, there were only 9 of them left. Other than Lan Luo and Goddess Luo, all the other hierarch realm experts were dead. However, at this moment, Xianxia was facing more than 30 arhats alone in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He took out his heavenly dragon sword under the dragon transformation. The sword aura was ferocious and it kept fighting against the surrounding arhats. Xianxia strolled leisurely. The 30 arhats could not do anything to him. At this moment, he was curious about these arhats. These guys could walk out from the divine statues. Moreover, they were so ferocious, strong, and terrifying. The evil spirit energy was terrifying. Are these guys the real arhats? Xianxia thought in his heart. Would a real arhat become so ugly? Would the real Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva be so ferocious? Xianxia retreated as he fought. However, the power of the 30 arhats still made it hard for Xianxia. However, it was not enough to kill him instantly. With the appearance of the dragon rider heavenly guards, Xianxia was fearless. Even without those half-step deity emperors, he would not be killed in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill, 1 pill turning into 9. Xianxia had to transform into 9 avatars before he could barely resist the terrifying attack of the 30 arhats. The might of an arhat was as strong as a half-step emperor. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. As for those guys, in their eyes, he was definitely dead. However, he would not give up just like that. Bastards! Xianyuan Umo, King Luobin, Do Bai, Lan Mao. I will let you all die without a burial place. Xianxia said fiercely, gritting his teeth. 30 arhats, Xianxia barely managed to fight to a draw with the power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill. If Xianyuan Umo and the others saw this scene, they would be shocked. Xianxia knew that those guys did not use their true strength. If they really wanted to escape, they would not be in such a sorry state. However, they had the intention to hide their true strength. They would not go all out unless it was a life and death situation. Because they did not trust anyone. If someone stabbed them in the back, they would die without a burial place. In the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they could only trust themselves. Buddha's radiance. Xianxia struck out with his palm. The 9 incarnations all struck out with their palms. The Buddha's radiance flickered. Although this Buddha's radiance was not really powerful, it might have a miraculous effect against the arhats of the Ksitigarbha temple. Sure enough, under the Buddha's radiance, more than 30 arhats were all killed. As soon as the Buddha's radiance appeared, they instantly turned into ashes. Even Xianxia was shocked. These guys, are they really the so-called arhats? Xianxia murmured. Although this was the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he felt that it was more like a hell full of danger. Was this really the Great Lightning Tune Temple where the Buddha once lived? Would the monk really be here? Xianxia was silent for a moment. The tiles, beams, and pillars above his head gradually turned into ashes. Xianxia instantly entered the Zulong Tower. In an instant, the entire Ksitigarbha temple vanished into thin air. Xianxia raised his head and saw the blue sky and white clouds above the Great Lightning Tune Temple again. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shrouded in the chaos. Xianxia looked over and saw that the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had instantly turned into dust. If he did not enter the ancestral dragon pagoda, would he have vanished along with the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? What kind of law did the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple have? Xianxia did not know. When he came out of the Zulong Tower, the entire land and mountains were still the same as before. However, the pitch-black giant temple seemed to have never appeared here. Xianxia was quite at ease in the world alone. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. The most important thing for him now was to find the monk. Xianxia walked forward alone and looked in all directions. 2 beautiful silhouettes pierced through the void. The white silhouette crushed the void and the sword aura swept across all directions. The black-robed lady's long hair was cut in half. She pressed forward and was completely defeated. The white-robed lady was the most unwilling to let her opponent go. She took advantage of the situation to pursue the black-robed lady. The black-robed lady's body was already covered with wounds and blood was flowing freely. Above the void, the battle between the two was getting more and more dangerous. The two fought for a long time. Xianxia watched silently. The speed of the two was extremely fast and it was hard to catch them. Xianxia had the attitude of watching the battle. Both of them were not weak, but the white-robed lady was obviously stronger. Both of their strengths were around the half-step divine emperor realm. However, there was such a huge gap between them. One could see how terrifying the white-robed lady's sword was. Even Xianxia did not dare to say that he could defeat her. This kind of power was very frightening. Xianxia was not a nosy person. If it had nothing to do with him, he would definitely not take action. It was hard to see the faces of both of them clearly. They fought step by step in the void. It's her. Xianxia frowned and his expression changed. He had seen the black-robed lady's face clearly. Who else could she be if she was not Moling Dongchen? Previously, she did not enter Tongxian Mansion. It had always been a mystery in Xianxia's heart. Now that he met her here, how could Xianxia not be shocked? It seemed like he had to take action now. He must not let the white-robed lady have her way. However, when the white-robed lady turned around, Xianxia was completely stunned. Her face shocked Xianxia even more. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. Xianxia stared at the woman in white in front of him in a daze. He was even a little absent-minded. He did not know if everything he saw was real. If it was real, then was the person in front of him really her? Her figure was valiant, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her heroic spirit was overwhelming, and her sword chi was awe-inspiring. Her beauty could topple cities, and she was like a sword of light. Her gaze was extremely cold, and her aura was extremely majestic. She was like an executioner who killed decisively. Her gaze was extremely clear, because she only had killing intent, and it was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. The person in front of him was none other than Yuki Chihian. No one could know the shock in Xianxia's heart at this moment. He had clearly seen Yuki Chihian fall back then, and Yuki Chihian had died for him. Xianxia's heart was filled with guilt. Even though he had the ability to slaughter all living beings in that battle, he had still seen Yuki Chihian perish before his eyes. In the instant that Xianxia had flown into a thunderous rage, he had forcefully killed the Sky-Lai Realm Master. In the instant that he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Chihian had long since disappeared. But now, she had actually appeared before his eyes, alive and well. This kind of shock was difficult for Xianxia to accept. Joy, shock, but more than that, doubt. Was she a dead person, or a puppet? Xianxia could not sense it, because her soul seemed to have already fallen silent, and there was a deathly stillness in her eyes. However, her gaze did not have that kind of enslavement collapse. Instead, it was as cold as ever, and there was only endless killing intent. Yuki Chihian! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. However, Yuki Chihian did not have the slightest intention to stop. Instead, she became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Moling Dongchen had no way to retreat at all. On the contrary, she noticed the appearance of Xianxia. Xianxia turned into a stream of light, and directly blocked in front of the two of them. He swung his sword and clashed with Yuki Chihian's sword. Xianxia actually felt an endless force spreading from the heavenly dragon sword. The rebounding force made him filled with shock. There were only a few people who could make Xianxia retreat with just one sword strike. Her strength is actually so strong. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. He looked at Yuki Chihian with his burning eyes. When her eyes met his, there was only endless killing intent, and nothing else. Xianxia knew that she was no longer the Yuki Chihian from before. I did not expect to meet you here. Moling Dongchen said with a bitter smile. Her face was filled with coldness. She had already decided to cut off her relationship with Xianxia for the sake of her family's revival. However, fate still tied the two of them together. Are you all right? Xianxia asked with concern. He glanced at Moling Dongchen, and the cold and complicated expression in her eyes made Xianxia quite puzzled. If there's something wrong, I won't be standing here. Moling Dongchen's coldness made Xianxia speechless. Did I offend you? Did I make a mistake when I saved your life? It was not Xianxia's fault, nor was it Moling Dongchen's fault. It was just that she surrendered to fate because she had to choose to be with the people of the military family in order to obtain the inheritance of the Mo family. Otherwise, she would have no choice at all. One could not only live for oneself. Moling Dongchen's sacrifice for the Mo family was also her destiny. Get lost. Yuki Chihian's voice was cold. She only said one word. Her sword aura changed and became as light as smoke. It was totally different from Jiang Chen's bold and big moves. However, they had the same effect. Yuki Chihian's sword was full of mystery and agility. It was not like Jiang Chen's sword, which was indomitable and invincible. Two different sword auras constantly caused the void to explode. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Yuki Chihian's strength had definitely reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Although Jiang Chen did not know why, there must be someone controlling everything behind her. However, the current Yuki Chihian might not know anything about it, or she might just be a puppet. Don't you recognize me? Qianying. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. Even he could not compete with Yuki Chihian's sharp sword aura. Who you are has nothing to do with me. What I want is the spirit-gathering stone in his hand. Yuki Chihian said coldly. The coldness in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. However, they were not on the same side after all. Jiang Chen did not feel happy or sad. He knew that he must not act on impulse. Otherwise, he might be forced to retreat by Yuki Chihian. She was not as strong as she used to be. I would like to see who is controlling all of this. Jiang Chen thought. This Great Lane Temple's dreamland seemed to be a terrifying battle of possession. The 10 great monasteries and 6 major forces were not willing to fall behind. There were even unknown forces that had entered the dreamland. The dreamland of the Great Lane Temple was not to be underestimated. No matter what, Yuki Chihian's soul did not dissipate completely. To Jiang Chen, this was good news. At least, it meant that she was still alive. However, he did not know who she was living for. Yuki Chihian's sword aura had completely forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen did not have the heart to continue the battle. He could only let Moling Dongchen leave first. You go first. I will look for you later. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. Jiang Chen said with an incomparably cold expression. What he said was true. If Moling Dongchen was here, Jiang Chen's hands would be tied. Moling Dongchen sneered with a self-deprecating smile. Yeah. That's right. In your eyes, I'm just a burden. Why did you save me? Why don't you let me die? Isn't it better? Moling Dongchen turned around and left. At this moment, he did not look back. His black hair and red sleeves were covered with tears. In Moling Dongchen's eyes, he was just a burden. Why should Moling Dongchen seek trouble for himself? Moling Dongchen disappeared in the void in a flash. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir once again. Currently, it was the 6th time that Jiang Chen had activated the effect of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. There were 9 of them and they instantly became an equal with Yuki Chihian. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the sword aura of Yuki Chihian. Only in this way could Jiang Chen be invincible. At this moment, Jiang Chen already had an idea in his mind. He would set up a formation to kill Yuki Chihian. Of course, he would not really kill her. He just wanted to force out the person behind the scenes. Of course, this was a huge gamble. At the last moment, Jiang Chen must go all out. However, it was still unknown whether he could stop the attack or not. Jiang Chen was controlling the Ashura sword formation. Countless swords rained down from the sky. Yuki Chihian tried her best but she still couldn't block the terrifying rain of swords. However, Jiang Chen had to stop at the last moment because if the rain of swords pierced through her body, even the current Yuki Chihian would have her soul scattered and her body destroyed. Therefore, he had to control the situation well and let the person behind her take action. Only then would he be able to save her. This was Jiang Chen's objective. Looking at the terrifying rain of swords piercing through her body, Jiang Chen was filled with worry. If he made a mistake, he might really cause Yuki Chihian to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Jiang Chen was extremely serious and cautious. At this moment, above the void, an incomparably huge palm fell down from the sky. With an unparalleled domineering aura, it directly slapped on Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. The Ashura sword formation instantly trembled. The huge palm fell again. Finally, the Ashura sword formation couldn't withstand the huge destructive power. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be able to break the Ashura sword formation with pure strength. Jiang Chen was sent flying. But at this moment, he used the soul-stealing divine art, soul annihilation. A terrifying wave of air swept up, but it couldn't stop the huge palm that fell from the sky. The void closed up and the huge palm dissipated. However, Yuki Chihian had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. What a terrifying soul force. Even the soul annihilation couldn't stop him? Xianxia murmured. At this time, he was full of doubts about the person behind Yuki Chihian. Yuki Chihian disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was even more worried. Currently, the so-called Great Lane Temple had many forces. Xianxia didn't know how many forces there were in the Great Lane Temple, but it was destined to be dangerous everywhere. Xianxia must be more careful. The news that Yuki Chihian was still alive was a huge shock to Xianxia. The appearance of the Great Lane Temple was getting more and more mysterious. The disappearance of the temple, the emergence of experts, the mysterious arhats, all of these made Xianxia curious. Tyrant's situation must be getting more and more dangerous. Xianxia's heart was getting tighter and tighter. He could feel that the reincarnated living Buddha must be inextricably linked with Tyrant. When Xianxia turned around to look for Moling Dongchen, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia could only sigh. When she didn't enter the Tongxian mansion, Xianxia was worried. Now, it seemed that she must have something that she couldn't tell him. However, she seemed to have ignored him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as her savior. Xianxia didn't stop. He moved forward quickly. The scenery in the distance was filled with mountains and mountains. The void was filled with golden light. Xianxia frowned and looked solemn. He looked ahead and saw a simple and unadorned palace. Another great hall. Several silhouettes rushed up to the top of the divine palace. Xianxia also hurried over. The simple and unadorned palace was completely different from the Arhat Palace and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. The palace was not big, only 100 zhang. The void was filled with auspicious clouds, golden light and Buddha's aura. Even Xianxia was shocked by this scene. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace and the Arhat Palace did not have such Buddha's aura. However, the simple and unadorned palace here was different from all the other palaces. The long road paved with bluestones went straight up. The palace was so tall that no one could fly in the air. They could only step on the towering ancient palace. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He could feel the ancient aura spreading around the palace. Two figures walked as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the palace on the dome. Ba. So it's the two eminent monks of the Swan Goose Temple. Sorry for not recognizing you. Spiritual Master Silence said faintly. At this moment, Spiritual Master Silence and a dozen others stood in front of the palace but did not take a step in. Ba. Spiritual Master Silence is too courteous. Why are you all standing in front of the palace and not entering? Taoist Master Chi Yu asked in a deep voice. Now, only he and Taoist Master Chi Wu were left in Swan Goose Temple. Everyone else had been annihilated. They had been swallowed up by the great hall that had disappeared for no reason at all. There was no sign at all. The so-called pantheon of gods was simply an invisible killing weapon. Ba. The people who went in before all let out a scream and disappeared without a trace. All four of them died. Even the signboard of this ancient palace has fallen. It's so old that it's hard to tell what kind of palace this is. Spiritual Master Silence's expression was solemn. The four of them had died silently. They were also hesitating. We've obtained one or two magic treasures from other palaces, so this ancient palace is definitely not an ordinary one. There must be danger in it, but there will definitely be unexpected gains. Spiritual Master Silence said. This divine hall was completely different from the previous ones, and it was impossible to fly at all. Within this region of the divine hall, one could only walk. In the end, everyone fell into a state of hesitation before the hall where the signboard had fallen. I heard that this ancient palace is the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha. Some people have seen the reincarnated living Buddha enter it. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows. Spiritual Master Silence's words made Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Chi Wu hold their breaths. They looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. Spiritual Master Silence, is that true? At this moment, Xianxia also appeared in front of the palace. His eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Could this really be the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha? It's you. Xianxia. Daoist Tianin's expression changed. This guy actually dared to venture into the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm alone. This was too presumptuous. He was now completely under the protection of his elder brother. He didn't dare to make any strange movements, fearing that he would be killed in the Great Laying Temple's environment. It's true, but no one dares to step into this ancient palace now. Those who have entered are all dead. Spiritual Master Silence glanced at Xianxia and said coldly. This guy came with the All-Life Temple, but he was alone now. Where are the people of the All-Life Temple? Spiritual Master Silence looked at Xianxia. The dead are dead, the injured are injured, and it's hard to find a trace. Xianxia said. Ba. What a pity. The three eminent monks of the All-Life Temple and the descendants of the major clans are all true experts, but their whereabouts are unknown. Spiritual Master Silence sighed. Then why are you still alive? Even Reverend Qian died in your hands. I don't think the eminent monks of All-Life Temple died in your schemes, right? Enlightened Master Tianin sneered. Xianxia stared at Enlightened Master Tianin. Is this guy trying to start a war between me and the Swan Goose Temple? So that he can reap the benefits from the fight. Damn it. What? You killed Qi Yan? Both Enlightened Master Qiyu and Enlightened Master Qiwu's expression changed. Qi Yan was their junior brother. He had gone to the northern cold divine region but disappeared without a trace. Both Enlightened Master Qi Yan and Enlightened Master Qiwu were puzzled. Although they were unwilling to admit it, Qi Yan was most likely in danger. He said it himself. I think you won't deny it, right? Xianxia. Enlightened Master Tianin said with a smile. He was gloating. Both Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qiyu were here. It would be great if they could start a fight. Is killing me that important to you? Instead of getting angry, Xianxia smiled and shook his head. On the other hand, Daoist Tianin felt his heart palpitate. The moment Xianxia's cold gaze pierced through his body, he felt that this guy had the intention to kill him. Xianxia did not refute, which meant that he had admitted that he was the one who killed Daoist Scarlet Flame. Xianxia had nothing to hide, but these two people from Swan Goose Temple seemed to be extremely angry with him. Ba. Junior brother Qi Yan has really passed away. Sigh. Enlightened Master Qiyu sighed. When he raised his head again, his gaze was locked on Xianxia. You're just a mid-hierarch. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you kill my junior brother Qi Yan? Today shall be the day you die. Daoist Qiwu disregarded everything and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brows and took a step back, quickly entering the ancient temple. At that moment, Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qi Wu hesitated for a moment, but they still followed Xianxia and rushed in. Ba, if I don't enter hell, who will? If you cower, it will be hard for you to achieve great things. I, Spiritual Master Silentine, am here. Daoist Master Wuyin nodded slightly and said indifferently. He followed closely behind and entered the simple divine hall. The hall was in a complete mess, covered in cobwebs and covered in dust. The jade mats had also lost their color and luster, while the surrounding offering tables were all shattered. The entire place was in a complete mess. Both Spiritual Master Qiyu and Spiritual Master Qi Wu did not care at all and directly rushed towards Xianxia. They wanted to avenge their junior brother Qi Yan's death. They absolutely could not let this bastard continue to live freely. A mere mid-hierarch should have died under the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm law long ago, but he was still alive. Xianxia, you will die today without a doubt. Hurry up and die. Maybe I can leave your corpse intact and bring it back to Swan Goose Temple to be punished. Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. Two old bald donkeys, you want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xianxia sneered. At that moment, Xianxia ran all the way and directly jumped under the Buddha statue in the middle of the hall. However, at that moment, both Daoist Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Qi Wu stopped in their tracks. None of them took another step forward. The statues on both sides were not arhats or bodhisattvas, but two Buddha statues. Buddha's light shone under the golden lotus. Although it had lost its luster, the Buddha's aura still remained. With two Buddha statues, who would the Buddha statue in the middle be? At that moment, both Taoist Scarlet Moon and spiritual master Qi Wu looked solemn. Although they hated Xianxia to the core and wished to kill him, they had to respect the Buddha in their hearts. Arhats and bodhisattvas were slightly inferior, but no one dared to disrespect the real Buddha. No one dared to go against him. Ba. Could it be the Three Eras Buddha? Taoist Master Voiceless also looked solemn. At that moment, both of them appeared in the hall. The appearance of two Buddha statues shocked them. This seemingly unremarkable hall that was only a few hundred feet in size had two Buddha statues. The Buddha statue in the middle was even more shocking. The Three Eras Buddha. It can't be the Three Eras Buddha. Why would the Three Eras Buddha be in such a simple hall? Taoist Master Tianyin said. Don't be rude. Step down. Taoist Master Voiceless shouted, ordering Taoist Master Tianyin to step back. Taoist Master Tianyin's face darkened and he said nothing more. How dare you, boy? Step down now. With the Three Eras Buddha above, how dare you act so rashly? Taoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. His eyes were like torches as he pointed his sword at Xianxia. Even the people of Tianluo Temple were extremely devout. They all put their palms together and gathered together. Xianxia frowned. As he lowered his head, he saw the two green lamps on the table. These two green lamps were even more powerful than the blood-colored chain that he obtained previously. Boy, don't act rashly. Taoist Scarlet Crow approached Xianxia and struck out with his palm. The might of a half-step divine emperor forced Xianxia to step back. However, Xianxia did not hesitate to hold the two green lamps tightly in his hands. Although they were on the verge of death, they still possessed supreme power. Xianxia squinted his eyes. These two green lamps were definitely the real treasures. Damn you. Those green lamps are definitely not something that you can touch. At this moment, not only the people of Hongyan Temple, even Taoist Master Voiceless of Tianluo Temple stood up. If Xianxia could see the value of the two green lamps, then they could too. Their eyes fell on the green lamps without blinking. This made Xianxia pay more attention to the two green lamps. The lamps are in my hands. Come and take them if you want. Xianxia stood proudly. No one dared to take a step forward. They were not afraid of Xianxia, but they did not dare to profane the Three Eras Buddha at this moment. Xianxia stood on the table in front of the hall. Because he was not from the Buddha world, there was no taboo for him. However, the people of Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple were full of respect for the Three Eras Buddha. It's the Three Eras Buddha, the Three Eras Stabilizing Light Buddha. Taoist Scarlet Crow said in a deep voice. Those two green lamps are the best proof. Taoist Scarlet Moon nodded slightly. Only the Dipankara Buddha could have such a high position. Those two green lamps, could they be the peerless instruments in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha? Taoist Master Voiceless murmured. The two green lamps were held tightly in Xianxia's hands. Now, everyone's eyes were on the green lamps. Ba. If you don't put down the green lamps, don't blame this old monk for being merciless. Taoist Master Voiceless said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was overflowing. Even if the people of Hongyan Temple did not take action, he could not hold back anymore. So strong. Xianxia was shocked as he was forced back by the green light. He knew that the target of the green figure was the two green lamps in his hands. The green light flickered and all the lamps and torches in the hall were extinguished. The green lamps in Xianxia's hands also trembled violently. Xianxia held the two green lamps tightly, but the green lamps seemed to have an extremely strong mind power, trying to break free from Xianxia's hands. At this moment, Taoist Scarlet Moon and Taoist Qi Wu also rushed towards Xianxia in order to snatch the two green lamps in his hands. The green lamps must be the supreme magic weapon left behind by the Three Eras Buddha, the Dipankara Buddha. The green lamps in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha were the most powerful magic weapons. Even if they were covered in dust, damaged, and lusterless, they were still extremely terrifying magic weapons. Even the blood-colored chain that Xianxia obtained before seemed to be unable to trap the two green lamps. Xianxia used the blood-colored chain in his hand to entangle the two green lamps together, but the green lamps seemed to have come alive. The huge mind power seemed to be trying to break free from the blood-colored chain. The blood-colored chain and the green lamps were entangled. Xianxia was attacked from both sides. The green light flickered and a proud and aloof figure broke through the air, holding a green broken sword. The green light flashed and disappeared. Even Xianxia was greatly shocked. Daoist Scarlet Moon and Daoist Qi Wu could not hide the shock in their hearts. However, they only had one target, and that was Xianxia. Xianxia would kill them and take the green lamps. This was the only belief in their hearts. 13th Sword. Xianxia swept his sword and forced Daoist Scarlet Moon and Daoist Qi Wu to retreat. The two returned and attacked even more fiercely. However, on the other side, the green light did not hold back and forced Xianxia into a dilemma. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He retreated in order to advance, leading Daoist Qi Wu to the place where the green light passed. The green light directly cut through Daoist Qi Wu's chest, and his entire arm was cut off. He was seriously injured. The green light was too fast, even Xianxia could not catch up. At this time, Daoist Scarlet Moon was burning with anger and fought with his life. Although Daoist Qi Wu's arm was cut off, for an expert like him, as long as he was still alive, any injury was not a problem. Enduring the injury, Daoist Qi Wu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Under the joint attack of the two, Xianxia's situation became extremely difficult. Xianxia could use the momentum to hurt Daoist Qi Wu once, but it would be quite difficult for him to hurt him a second time. No one was a fool. Xianxia was already very lucky to be able to use the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu. This Xianxia is actually so powerful? It's really shocking to be able to withstand the attacks of two Daoist masters. Yeah, I really did not expect a middle hierarch realm to have such power. Looks like we have to be careful. An hierarch realm is an hierarch realm after all. Even if he used the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu, it's impossible for him to turn the situation around with his strength alone. Yeah, let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. But who is that green light figure? Could it be the reincarnation of the living Buddha? When everyone looked at the green figure, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were extremely curious about the green figure. Their guesses weren't unreasonable. The appearance of the green figure had given them a great shock. That speed was as fast as the wind, no one could catch up with it. The moment it attacked, it was filled with killing intent towards Xianxia. It was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even the high monks of Tianluo Temple did not dare to rush in. At this time, they were observing in silence. They would only take action if Hongyan Temple showed any signs of losing. If they took action now, Xianxia would have nowhere to hide. This was not the result they wanted. They only wanted to see Xianxia and the people of Hongyan Temple kill each other and reap the benefits. This was the reality. The people of Tianluo Temple would never make unnecessary sacrifices. At this moment, the green light appeared again. Xianxia did not hold back anymore. Xianxia shot up to the sky and the 100 Swords reincarnation. All the sword aura collided with the green light and crashed down. Xianxia squinted his eyes and saw clearly that the green light figure was actually a woman. A woman who was as light as a swallow and looked like a demon. Her long hair was loose, her eyes were like torches, sharp as a knife, and her sword aura reincarnation. The green light figure could only change its target. Otherwise, Xianxia's Xianxia would definitely cause her to stagnate. At that time, her body would be exposed and she would become the target of everyone. Xianxia took advantage of the opportunity to clash with Daoist Qi Wu. He crossed paths with the green silhouette and rushed towards Daoist Qi Wu, causing Daoist Qi Wu's expression to change drastically. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword had turned into a dragon at this moment. The sword Qi was like a rainbow as it pierced through Daoist Qi Wu's chest. Wise man Qi Wu wanted to retreat but his way was blocked by Xianxia. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards instantly attacked and Wise Man Qi Wu had no way to retreat. 7 puppet figures blocked Wise Man Qi Wu. Xianxia's tens of thousands of swords swept across and Wise Man Qi Wu was completely torn into pieces by Xianxia. His soul was also completely crushed and disappeared almost in an instant. Even if wise man Qiyu wanted to rescue him, it was too late. Junior brother. Reverend Scarlet Moon was extremely furious. He never thought that his junior brother would die in the hands of a mid-hierarch realm fella. Most importantly, it happened right under his nose. It was a great humiliation to him. Reverend Scarlet Moon furrowed his brows and his blood-red eyes gathered together. A Buddha's light shone from his glabella and rushed towards Xianxia. On the other side, Xianxia was once again attacked by the green light figure. He could only defend himself and fall into a dilemma. It was difficult for him to continue to counterattack. Buddhist light flywheel. From wise man Qiyu's eyebrows, a full moon full of Buddhist light flashed out. Xianxia was hit by the full moon and was directly thrown away. The terrifying invisible Buddhist light rippled above the void. Everyone knew that wise man Qiyu was going to go all out at this moment. Xianxia killed Qi Wu and it was a fatal blow without the slightest chance of survival. This completely enraged wise man Qiyu. The two green lamps in Xianxia's hands were caught by the green light figure at this moment. Xianxia and Xianxia were pulled away. In the end, one of the green lamps was forcibly taken away by the green light figure, leaving only one green lamp in Xianxia's hand. You even dare to snatch my things. Looks like you're tired of living. Xianxia sneered and completely ignored wise man Qiyu. The three of them chased each other. Xianxia only wanted the green lamp while wise man Qiyu only wanted to kill Xianxia to avenge his two junior brothers. Although the Buddhist light full moon chakram put him in a passive position, it was not enough to suppress him. Buddhist light illumination. Xianxia moved his mind and struck out a palm seal. The Buddha's light shone mightily, shocking everyone. This guy actually knows the Buddhist sex cultivation technique? This Buddhist light illumination was not something that just anyone could display. Only the people from the Great and Little Laying temples could display this technique. However, Xianxia's Buddhist light illumination was obviously not strong enough. Its radiance was completely overshadowed by the Buddhist light full moon chakram, but at least it managed to force perfected Scarlet Moon back. Ba, kill Xianxia. This fella must be in cahoots with the reincarnated living Buddha. That fella also knows Buddhist light illumination. Spiritual Master Silence's eyes moved as he said in a deep voice. Before this, he had heard that the reincarnated living Buddha also knew Buddhist light illumination, and it was obviously stronger than Xianxia's technique. What? That reincarnated demon also knows Buddhist light illumination? Then these two must be in cahoots. Spiritual Master Divine Sound agreed. At this time, Spiritual Master Silence and the others finally made their move. They only wanted to capture Xianxia and interrogate him about his relationship with the so-called reincarnated living Buddha. With the addition of Spiritual Master Silence, Spiritual Master Divine Sound, and Spiritual Master Moon Voice, Xianxia instantly fell into a passive position. At this moment, four half-step Divine Emperors had joined hands to suppress him. Even if Xianxia was strong, it would be hard for him to hold on. One half-step Divine Emperor, Xianxia was not weak, and two half-step Divine Emperors were not something that Xianxia could handle. However, how could Xianxia win against four half-step Divine Emperors? Therefore, Xianxia could only retreat. On the other side, he quickly chased after the green figure. Chase after him. We must not let this fella escape. Spiritual Master Silence said. Ba. If we don't kill this fiend, how can we avenge our two junior brothers? This kid can't be allowed to live, he absolutely can't be allowed to live. Taoist Scarlet Moon gnashed his teeth in hatred. Xianxia's figure and the cyan figure disappeared behind the statue one after another. When they passed the statue, they were shocked to discover that it was actually an unbelievable miniature world, a miniature world inside the ancient Buddha temple. Seems like this ancient Buddha hall is definitely not simple. It seems like there's something more to it. Wei Xiaolong said with a solemn expression. As an expert of the Tongtian Divine Palace, he was the calmest as he knew that Xianxia had killed the three half-step Divine Emperors. He knew that the entire Tongxian mansion was heavily damaged and the Great Mansion Master and Second Mansion Master were killed by him. However, Wei Xiaolong maintained his composure. He knew that Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. He knew that Xianxia would definitely become the target of everyone in this battle. Xianxia had made too many enemies and this was what he deserved. Moreover, Xianxia was only a mid-hierarch realm expert. Therefore, he would definitely attract more hatred. Wei Xiaolong only needed to be an observer. At first, even Wei Xiaolong did not believe that Xianxia was the one who had turned the entire Tongxian mansion upside down. Moreover, the entire Tongxian mansion was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the great mansion master who was wandering outside, perhaps the forces around Tongxian mansion would have completely engulfed it. Even the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan were involved. To Wei Xiaolong, it was simply a fantasy. However, when he saw the fella in front of him, he finally believed it. Xianxia was a devil incarnate. However, no matter how strong he was, there would always be someone stronger than him. Especially in the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm where there were many experts. Which one of them would be easy to deal with? Even if he had the ability to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, so what if he could fight against 3 or even 5 alone? The half-step divine emperors here were stronger than those old fellas from the Battle God clan. Plus, 50 half-step divine emperors were nothing to them. As long as he was here, as long as he wasn't willing to be left alone, he would definitely be in trouble. Because he was too weak, too eye-catching. This fella must have a lot of treasures on him. Therefore, Wei Xiaolong wanted to be the ultimate killer. He only needed to follow behind heartless spiritual master. That was enough. After the battle, Wei Xiaolong would be able to benefit from it. The Dipankar Buddha is truly the most powerful and ancient Buddha of the ancient world. There's actually such a startling miniature world in his divine hall. This miniature world is self-contained. Looks like there's definitely a universe here. Wei Xiaolong thought. Although he did not know much about the Buddha world, Dipankar Buddha's fame was too great. As the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, he had the highest seniority, strength, and status among the ancient Buddhas. It was reasonable for him to have a self-contained small world in his divine palace. Everyone entered from behind the statue of the Dipankar Buddha and entered the small world of its own. However, the moment they entered, the statue of the Dipankara ancient Buddha began to crumble inch by inch, a world in a flower, a bodhi in a leaf. Dipankara Buddha could actually create his own small world. It's unbelievable. How powerful is he? Perfected sage divine sound's expression was solemn. To create one's own small world was completely a fantasy. At least, for them, it was something they didn't even dare to think about. Even among the martial emperors billions of years ago, no one had ever been able to create their own small world, but Dipankara Buddha had done it. Legend has it that those who create a small world are experts above the heavens. Dipankara Buddha should be one of those experts, Divine Sound Spiritual Master said enviously. The ancestor of all Buddhas, the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, and the Buddha of 3 eras. How could ordinary people compare to him? In the small world, the Buddha's light rippled, and the holy light was like a tide. Hundreds of thousands of green trees were full of spring, the mountains were rising, and layers of ripples were flowing. Although the small world was not big, it was still thousands of miles away. Looking around, it was a land of Buddha illuminated by the Buddha's light. There was only endless hope. This small world seemed to include Dipankara Buddha's small vision for the vast thousand worlds. It seemed to be just a prototype waiting to be created. A young man in a grey robe sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain in the distance. His eyes were closed in meditation, and his aura was unstable. As he floated about, he seemed to be a faintly discernible scene, and it seemed like his aura could stop at any moment and he would lose his life. Beside the young man, a woman in green stood calmly. Her eyes were full of worry, but she was faintly protecting the young man in the robe behind her. It seemed that she did not want anyone to disturb his rest. The green-robed lady looked at the young man in front of her affectionately. There was only endless love in her eyes because he was already on the verge of death. However, in order to protect his soul from dissipating, she had to obtain the green lamp. That was the only peerless magical tool that could protect his soul from dissipating. However, she didn't dare to approach the Dipankara Buddha statue because the power in her body would be forcefully repelled. Facing the Dipankara Buddha statue, she couldn't do anything. Therefore, she could only wait for others to obtain the green lamp and snatch it from them. Only then would she not be affected by the Dipankara Buddha statue. With the green lamp in hand, it could protect his heart meridians and prevent his soul from dissipating. There would be a chance of survival. I don't have much vitality left. If someone comes looking for me, you should leave. Perhaps this is my destiny. The gray-robed man said faintly. His voice was weak and even his vitality had become extremely weak. If you die, how can I live on alone? If we're going to die, we'll die together. The green-robed lady said without batting an eyelid. Creation and reincarnation, 100 years of rebirth. I'm a reincarnated living Buddha, but I'm just a chosen genius. How can there be a real reincarnated living Buddha in this world? It's just a gimmick created by the 10 great monasteries. They just want to get what they want. Greed, anger, and evil are just a thought. If the Buddha world collapses, how can there be a real Buddha? What they worship is just the desire in their hearts, the young man said with a faint smile. Although life and death were right in front of him, he didn't show his emotions on his face. Jiang Chen's figure landed in the small world and felt a huge pressure. The laws in this small world were different from the outside world. It was normal for his strength to be suppressed. However, even his soul power seemed to be restricted. This was something that Jiang Chen had never experienced before. Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay and walked forward. When he raised his hand, he saw the green-robed lady standing on the cliff. Jiang Chen's heart moved. Just as he was about to make a move, his eyes fell on the gray-robed young man who was resting beside the green-robed lady. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. Stinky monk, is it really you? At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't believe his own eyes. The man who was resting with his eyes closed was none other than Tyrant. Who else could it be? However, at that moment, Tyrant was incomparably haggard and weak. It was as if his life could end at any moment. Jiang Chen felt a great sense of crisis. How could this guy be in danger? However, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. As long as he knew that the legendary person was Tyrant, everything would be fine. As long as he was still alive, there would be a chance to turn things around. Jiang Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he walked up the cliff step by step. His eyes were even trembling. How many years had it been? How many life and death battles? How many years had passed? How many years had it been since the two brothers had fought side by side? The moment he knew that Tyrant might appear in the West Pole Divine region, Jiang Chen rushed here without stopping. He only hoped to see him as soon as possible so that he could join forces with his brother and fight side by side. They would once again roam the divine world and write an immortal chapter that belonged to them in the divine world. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill one's wish. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen found traces of Tyrant. However, the heavens didn't disappoint those who persevered. The two brothers finally met again. "Brother, you've been looking for me for a long time," Jiang Chen murmured. Tyrant's figure was right there, but he felt that he was extremely far away. It was as if every step he took was incomparably heavy. Wanting to reunite with him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, the gray-robed man slowly turned around. However, his eyes were still closed. He was too weak. Moreover, his eyes were heavily injured. He couldn't see the world in front of him. "Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," the green-robed woman, Leng Leng, said. She pointed her sword at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't stop. He walked towards the two of them step by step. "It seems that you won't repent until you see your coffin. Then, I'll send you to the Avicii hell." The woman's sword flashed and suddenly flew out. She was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Her overbearing aura crushed down. However, the gray-robed man stopped her. "Xianxia, stop." The gray-robed man's heart shook. Although he couldn't see clearly what was in front of him, he could feel that an extremely familiar and intimate figure was approaching him step by step. When Jiang Chen entered the small world, he had already sensed it. However, he didn't believe that it was Jiang Chen. It was only when Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer that Tyrant's heart seemed to have recovered a great amount of vitality. He couldn't stop trembling in disbelief. "Why? Let me kill him so that I won't have any worries," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "He's my brother," Tyrant said in a low voice. Tyrant said in a low voice. At this moment, Xianxia was slightly startled. Her expression became incomparably solemn. When she looked at Xianxia again, her eyes were filled with doubt. However, she knew that tyrant would never joke around. How could he help an outsider at such a critical moment? The sword in Xianxia's hand stopped at this moment. Her expression became even more solemn. Brother, could he be the good brother that tyrant always mentioned to her? Xianxia couldn't believe it. This was the first time she saw tyrant's hand trembling at this moment. Stinky monk, long time no see. Xianxia held back the tears in her eyes. Looking at tyrant, who was almost a cripple and could lose his life at any moment, Xianxia felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. Although he didn't say it, it didn't mean that he didn't feel pain. He didn't ask, but it didn't mean that he didn't understand. Long time no see, little Xianxia. The corner of tyrant's mouth curled up into a smile. His eyes were also slightly moist. Xianxia was his best brother and also his dearest brother. You can't see anymore. Xianxia murmured. Brother, it's enough as long as you're in my heart. Tyrant faintly smiled. At this moment, he was no longer the impulsive and hot-tempered tyrant from before. He had put away his ostentatiousness and the current him was truly like a monk. If his heart wasn't calm, he wouldn't move. Tyrant stood devoutly and sat cross-legged. In his heart, there was only endless Buddha's will and nothing else. No matter who it is, I will take revenge for you. In this world, no one can hurt my brother. Xianxia stared at this scene silently. She was somewhat moved. The relationship between these two must be extraordinary. There were no formalities between the two of them, there were only the most intimate greetings between brothers. If you are well, then the sky is clear. It's a long story. Tyrant shook his head calmly. He was about to die, but he must not implicate Xianxia. He could feel that Xianxia's strength was only at the mid-hierarch realm. With his strength, it was impossible for him to fight against those people. If Tyrant blamed his enemy on Xianxia, it would be no different from harming him. Tyrant would never do such a thing. He would rather die than to blame Xianxia. The living Buddha that they are looking for should be you. Xianxia said. He had already guessed it, but he only dared to confirm it at this moment. That's right. Otherwise, how could I become a person that everyone in the West Pole Divine region wants to kill? Ha ha ha. Tyrant laughed loudly, but there was not a trace of melancholy in his words. As long as I'm here, you won't be so quiet anymore. Xianxia said with a smile, but he was struggling in his heart. He had to take revenge for Tyrant. Tyrant had become a very dangerous person in the entire West Pole Divine region. He was the public enemy of the entire West Pole Divine region. How long do you need to recover from your injuries? I can see that your spiritual calamity is extremely weak. How did this happen? Xianxia's expression became serious. Tyrant's injuries could not be underestimated as his life could be in danger at any time. He became like this because he wanted to save me. As long as we get the Dipankar Buddha's green lamp and the medicine glazed Buddha's medicine spiritual spring, his injuries can be healed. Xianxia said with a regretful expression. If it wasn't for her, he would not have become like this. She would never abandon him no matter what. Xianxia frowned. The Dipankar Buddha's green lamp and the medicine glazed Buddha's medicine spiritual spring. It seemed like this matter was not as simple as he thought. Life and death are up to fate, riches and honor are up to the heavens. How can I blame you for this? It's just that my affinity with Buddha is shallow. Hee hee. Tyrant shook his head and said. Those people are here. Xianxia said in a low voice with a serious expression. After Xianxia, there were more people who had arrived. Those people were all half-step Divine Emperor experts. The people from Tianluo Temple and Hongyan Temple are here. Xianxia furrowed his brows as well. These guys were here for Tyrant. It looked like there would be a fierce battle today. Another group of damned flies? Tyrant said with a gloomy expression on his face. He was forced to this state by these bastards who were everywhere. They thought they were sanctimonious people and claimed to be Buddhists. However, they killed people like flies and didn't care about the mercy of the Buddha. Moreover, every one of them wanted to kill him. This was the most hateful thing about them. They wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument from his hands. This was their ultimate goal. No matter who they are, I will not let them get near you. Xianxia said in a deep voice with a cold expression. Even Jiang was impressed by her. Xianxia was a woman who was not inferior to men, and she was also very strong. At this moment, she was defending half of the sky by herself. She would not let tyrants suffer any grievances. I have a request, little Chenzi. Bring Xianxia away at this crucial moment. Tyrant said. Jiang expression darkened. He stared at Tyrant and said coldly, bullshit. Would you do that if you were me? Tyrant was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. His face was filled with regret. He did not expect things to turn out this badly. He was currently in a very dangerous situation. Xianxia alone would not be able to turn the situation around. Even though Jiang was strong, he was only a mid-hierarch. He could feel that there were at least 7 or 8 half-step divine emperors rushing up to the sky. Being able to see you for the last time before I die is the greatest gift from the heavens. Tyrant sighed in his heart. He had no regrets. He only hoped that Jiang would not be implicated by him and that Xianxia would be able to escape. Jiang, let's see where you can run to now. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's face was pale. He rushed to the front. Spiritual Master Wu Yin, Spiritual Master Shen Yin, and Spiritual Master Yu Yin were not to be outdone. The 4 half-step divine emperors were fearless as they rushed towards Jiang and Xianxia. Who is that? Could it be someone from the 10 great monasteries? Spiritual Master Wu Yin frowned and murmured. She looked at Tyrant but could not confirm it. It's him. It's the reincarnated living Buddha. It's him. Suddenly, Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's gaze fell on Tyrant. At that moment, everyone squinted their eyes. Tyrant, the reincarnated living Buddha. These few words caused a ripple in their hearts. The reincarnated living Buddha that they had been searching for was right in front of them. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be happy? They entered the Great Laying Temple's dreamland to find the reincarnated living Buddha and obtain the God-suppressing tablet. Now that the reincarnated living Buddha was right in front of them, they had achieved their goal. Ba. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon, is this true? Spiritual Master Wu Yin said in shock. Ba. How can it be false? Someone from my Swan Goose Temple has died in his hands. I'm sure. He pretended to be a Buddhist and called himself the reincarnated living Buddha, but I didn't expect him to be an executioner. He killed more than 10 experts from my Swan Goose Temple. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. If one of them had not escaped back to the temple, no one would have known that the culprit was the one who called himself the reincarnated living Buddha. It's really ironic. Today, my Swan Goose Temple will slay the demon and avenge my dead junior brothers. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Tyrant. Everyone followed his gaze. At this moment, Tyrant was like a dying tree, heavily injured. It seems that this time, we will have to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We have sinned. Spiritual Master Divine Sound also shook his head silently with a sorrowful expression. Since you've become a monk, why kill again? This is unforgivable. Spiritual Master Yu Yin snorted coldly. Everyone was against Tyrant. Deep in their hearts, they were extremely excited. Now that they had found the reincarnated living Buddha, there was no need for them to continue staying in the Great Laying Temple's dreamland. No one knew what other dangers the Great Laying Temple's dreamland had. At the very least, they saw that many people had been turned into ashes in those shrines. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. How do you know who the real reincarnated living Buddha is? How do you know who the real Devil King is? Greed is the reason why you guys kept chasing after him. If it was anyone else, would they just sit and wait for death? What you guys want is the God-suppressing monument. Time and time again, you guys chase after him and force him. Even a saint who has reincarnated for 100 times will be driven crazy by you guys. Now, you guys are putting a big hat on him. Do you guys really think that you are a living Buddha? All of you are just a bunch of ignorant bastards. Your greedy hearts have already been completely corrupted. You are not fit to be Buddhists at all. Jiang said in a deep voice. His words hit the nail on the head. Even Wei Xiaolong agreed with him. Indeed, the 10 great monasteries hyped up the reincarnated living Buddha and finally forced him into a desperate situation just to get the God-suppressing monument in his hands. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this at a glance. It was just one of the 10 great monasteries' tricks. Perhaps some people did not know, but most people understood that they had forced a good man into a desperate situation. Everyone looks out for themselves. When danger comes and someone wants to take your life, who can remain indifferent? Most of the people who said beautiful things were selfish people. Xianxia also firmly believed that the tyrant monk was driven crazy by those guys. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. The God-suppressing monument in his hands was destined to be extraordinary. He was destined to be the target of everyone's pursuit. It was obvious that he was going to be the target of public criticism. However, the world only saw that the reincarnated living Buddha tyrant had killed many people, but they did not know why he had killed them or who he had killed. They were all people who coveted his God-suppressing monument and wanted to kill him. Even ants wanted to live, so should he just sit and wait for his death? Ba, Jiangchen, you are simply hopeless. I thought you were weak, so I wouldn't lower myself to your level. But I didn't expect you to kill the spiritual masters of Swan Goose Temple and even stand beside that demon. It seems that I was wrong. Today, you and that demon will both go to Avicii hell. Spiritual Master Silence said in a deep voice, glaring at Jiangchen. At the end of the day, all of you have found the person you want to deal with. Now, all of you are showing your ferocious side. You say that the monk is a reincarnated devil, a devil incarnate, but how are all of you better than him? Did he really think that he was a saint? Do you really think that the justice in this world is decided by your words? Do you really think we won't refute you? Jiangchen stood up proudly with his sword in his hand. He stood beside Tyrant and looked at everyone with disdain. Today's battle was extremely difficult, but Jiangchen was already prepared. These hypocritical guys had already started their performance. In the end, they would definitely fight to the death for the God-suppressing monument in Tyrant's hands. This was the reality. In their eyes, there was no justice or evil. The justice in their eyes was just what they thought was right. What was the difference between this arrogant and domineering attitude and a domineering demon king? They all knew how to put gold on their faces. Little did they know that all of Tyrant's sufferings were forced by them. What's the point of saying this to them? What they care about is the God-suppressing monument in my hands. They don't care about the life and death of others. They don't care about what others think. After all, only the strong, the victors, and the high and mighty like them have the right to write history. Tyrant had long seen through the hypocrisy of these guys. The entire Buddha world was in a mess. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but in fact, it was no different from those filthy places in the secular world. Ba. Regardless of whether you are a true demon or not, we are merciful, and the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. As long as you hand over the God-suppressing monument in your hands, my Tianluo temple can save your life. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. Benefactor, don't repent, Spiritual Master Divine Sound said earnestly, as if he wanted to enlighten Tyrant. Ba. F*CKU. You guys are too shameless. Tyrant said in a deep voice. What's the point of saying so much to them? They only want to kill you for their own selfish desires. Your God-suppressing monument is their ultimate goal. What bullshit T Buddhist scum, reincarnated living Buddha, they are all excuses. They just want to find you, kill you, and take the monument. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and a green light flashed in her eyes. She was determined to fight them to the end. Even though she knew that she was no match for them, she would not retreat. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die in his arms. He had severed his ties with the mortal world for her, and she would not let him cry. She would fight to the death, and she would not rest until she was dead. She wanted to tear off their hypocritical masks. Since he had fallen into silence, she would protect him. Xianxia turned around and looked at Tyrant. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Even though she knew that he was a Buddhist, she was still determined to fall in love with him. Stubborn fellow, looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Spiritual Master Divine Sound sneered. At this moment, they were ready to fight at any time, and their target was Tyrant. He's really hopeless. Senior brother, looks like we have to get rid of this evil creature for the Buddhist sect. This kind of person is not suitable to be a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Only with his death can the entire Buddhist sect be at peace. Reverend Yuan was also on standby. Everyone was aiming at Tyrant. Tyrant was in danger at any moment. There's no point in talking anymore. Since you want to deal with the monk, you have to get past me first. Kill me, and you might have a chance to get close to the monk. If you can't even get past me, I'm afraid you'll have to return in failure. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. After that, he raised his blade and appeared in front of Tyrant. Xianxia was facing all of them alone, without any fear on his face. Ha ha ha, this is the biggest joke in the world. You want to stop us with just you? You're overestimating yourself. You and this monk must die. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon gritted his teeth and said. Little Xianxia, Tyrant was not afraid of death, but he felt guilty for implicating Little Xianxia and Xianxia. Don't worry. In this world, the one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. If they want to touch you, they'll have to get past me first. Xianxia pointed his sword at the void. His sword chi was sharp and domineering. He was a middle hierarch realm expert with a heroic spirit. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance anymore. Xianxia was fearless and arrogant. This battle was imminent, and they only had one goal, and that was to kill Tyrant. There was no room for hesitation, as there could only be two outcomes. One was to kill Tyrant, and the other was to kill him. Dao Master Silent Yin and the others were enraged. Xianxia was just a mid-hierarch. How could he be so arrogant in front of them? Could it be that he wanted to defeat everyone with his own strength? His arrogance was unbearable. You're courting death. You reckless bastard. The Buddha is merciful and intends to spare your lives. Unfortunately, all of you are stubborn and obstinate, and you insist on going against all living beings. You're simply courting death. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone, let's kill this bastard first before talking about the reincarnation of the living Buddha. What do you think? Dao Master Silenting said coldly. The reincarnation of the living Buddha was also known as the God-suppressing monument. However, he did not make it clear as he had to be more reserved. Dao Master Silenting is right. Dao Master Red Moon nodded silently. He and Dao Master Silenting looked solemn as they hated Xianxia to the core. Now that Reverend Red Moon was alone, he knew that his chances were slim. Therefore, as long as he could kill Xianxia, he wouldn't have such an extravagant wish anymore. Whether he could get the God-suppressing monument or not, it would be up to fate. The current strength of Heavenly Luo Temple had completely crushed him. Reverend Red Moon understood this. As long as there's life, there's hope. At this moment, he would not choose to hit a rock with an egg. Ba. What do you think, Benefactor Wei? Dao Master Silenting said. After all, Wei Xiaolong's strength was not to be underestimated. The three half-step deity emperors of Tongtian Divine Palace were not to be trifled with. This force was the key to their victory. Everything is up to Master. Wei Xiaolong smiled faintly. He knew that Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. He would let these fellows deal with Xianxia, and when the time came, he would reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be perfect? It was impossible for Wei Xiaolong to fight against the people of Tianluo Temple with his current strength. Moreover, they were still in an alliance on the surface. Therefore, Wei Xiaolong could only wait and see. However, the people of the Tongtian God Palace knew how powerful Xianxia was. As long as Wei Xiaolong glanced at them, they would know what to do. They could not use their full strength to fight against Xianxia. It would be best to let Xianxia severely injure the people from Tianluo Temple first, and then he would also be severely injured. Ba. Since that's the case, then Xianxia's death is determined by the heavens. Today, this old monk will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I hope that Buddha will forgive this disciple. Eradicating evil is indeed my duty. My sins, my sins. Taoist Master Silent Voice looked like he had a deep hatred for Lin Fan. It seemed like he had made this decision with great difficulty. Monks were compassionate, and killing was not an easy thing for them. However, it seemed like the 10 great temples were filled with hypocrites. You make yourself sound so sacred and dignified, but I see that all of you are like Buddha. He. Xianxia said with a cold smile. It's useless to say more. Let's leave the mask of hypocrisy for the devout believers to experience. Xianxia shouted coldly. He held his saber and rushed forward, pointing his sword at Taoist Master Crimson Moon. How dare you? I'll definitely kill you today. Taoist Master Crimson Moon was not to be outdone. In his eyes, Xianxia had only killed his junior brother, Taoist Master Qi Wu, through trickery. In terms of real strength, Xianxia was still worlds apart from him. Now, he dared to challenge him. He must be tired of living. Did he really think that he was invincible? With such little strength, he wanted to come out and fight for justice. He was really overestimating himself. Taoist Master Crimson Moon held the 9-foot Buddhist staff in his hand and swept it across the void, smashing the heavens and earth. Xianxia walked forward with his sword. His every step was filled with killing intent. With his middle hierarch realm strength, he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor. This guy is quite capable. He's really not simple to be able to fight against Taoist Master Crimson Moon. Taoist Master Silent Voice said. Let my Tongtian Divine Palace deal with that woman. As for that little bastard Xianxia, Taoist Master Silent Voice, you must take him down. Wei Xiaolong said. All right. Thank you, Benefactor Wei. Taoist Master Silent Voice went straight to Xianxia. Together with Taoist Master Yuan, Taoist Master Shenyin, and the weakest Taoist Master Tianyin, the 4 of them joined the battle and forced Xianxia to give in. 5 against 1, Xianxia was instantly forced to retreat. On the other side, Xianxia did not slack off either. She faced Wei Xiaolong and the others head-on. Although she was strong, Wei Xiaolong was not an ordinary person. 3 half-step divine emperors from Tongtian Divine Palace and several late hierarch realm experts put Xianxia in a difficult situation. Compared to Xianxia, Wei Xiaolong was most unwilling to face Xianxia. Although Wei Xiaolong did not see Xianxia's battle in Tongxian Mansion, Xianxia's strength was undeniable since he was able to destroy the entire Tongxian Mansion. The strength of one's cultivation realm did not represent everything. Xianxia was the perfect embodiment of this. An ultimate god trampled over the profound connection Divine Palace, killed 2 palace masters, and killed 3 experts of the Battle God clan. All of these made people gasp in amazement. Xianxia's name was a taboo in the eyes of the Tongtian Divine Palace. He was a perfect example of someone who pretended to be weak. Xianxia fought against 5 enemies at the same time. However, he knew that this was not the way to go. Although Dao Master Tianyin was hiding at the back, Xianxia had to take him down. Otherwise, his situation would become more and more dangerous. Xianxia immediately used his dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with the 4 half-step divine emperors. However, Xianxia had no choice but to go all out. These people were not easy to deal with. They were the top experts of the 10 great monasteries. Apart from those old farts who stayed in the monasteries for a long time, these guys were probably the strongest combat force they could bring out. Before this, Tyrant had killed quite a number of their people, and they were all well-known figures of the younger generation. However, they were still unable to do anything to him. Therefore, in this trip to the Great Lane Temple, they naturally wouldn't let Tyrant off so easily. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the limitless sword. The small world was almost turned upside down by the battle between the few of them. The beautiful scene from before had completely vanished. The destroyed mountain peaks and green trees were all turned into ashes. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. The 4 half-step divine emperors were not willing to be outdone. Xianxia retreated step by step. If it was not for the dragon transformation, he would not have been able to withstand such a strong attack. Light of the full moon. Xianxia could not avoid it and could only use the divine golden bell, but the golden bell kept tearing and was eventually neutralized. The power of the full moon chakram was also reduced by a lot, and Xianxia was pushed back by the full moon chakram. Perfected Shinin smashed the void with his staff, while Xianxia punched out with lightning flashing. 3,000 Flaming Sky Seal. The seal swept out and was evenly matched with Perfected Shinin. As he retreated, he was once again surrounded by Perfected Yuan, and the powerful impact hit directly on Xianxia. Mighty King Kong Palm. Perfected Shinin's roar was like thunder, and an earth-shattering giant palm spread out. Xianxia withstood the heavy palm, forcing Perfected Shinin back. The heavenly dragon sword Qi, dragon swam in the great void, swallowing the heavens and earth, descended. 12th sword. 13th sword. 14th sword. Xianxia's sword aura was breathtaking. Divine Sound was wounded by the sword aura and fled at top speed. At this moment, Perfected Shinin also descended from the sky, holding a black pagoda, and pressed down on Xianxia. Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda. Suppress him for me. Perfected Shinin's aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, and the might of the pagoda was unparalleled and invincible. Xianxia sneered, holding the Zulong Tower, and golden light burst out. The two pagodas were locked in a stalemate, and the Zulong Tower instantly pushed back Perfected Shinin's Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda, and even the Black Crag Spirit Light Pagoda had an imperceptible crack. Xianxia was forced to retreat again and again. The four half-step divine emperors were not ordinary experts. In such a high-intensity battle, they became more and more courageous. Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position as he fought against the four of them. Daoist Scarlet Moon did not retreat but advanced instead. The four half-step divine emperors came one after another. Xianxia summoned the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards just as the four of them were about to attack him. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards instantly blocked Daoist Tianing's escape route. At this moment, none of the four half-step divine emperors could save him. Senior. Big brother, save me. Dao Master Tianing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was surrounded by the Heavenly Guards and was in a dire situation. The fear in Tianyin Perfected Master's heart had completely crushed his mental defenses. Although the attacks of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards were not as sharp as those of a half-step deity emperor, they had the advantage in numbers. Xianxia was as cold as ice, and he would kill when he was angry. Little one. Perfected Shinin roared, his voice shaking the heavens. But when he tried to defend himself, it was already too late. The Dragon Rider's Heavenly Guards had torn him apart, and even his soul was destroyed by the 7 Dragon Riders' Heavenly Guards. At that moment, Perfected Shinin did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before he died. Perfected Shinin's eyes were bloodshot, the anger and sorrow in his heart overflowing. Perfected Shinin was his youngest brother. An elder brother was like a father, and Perfected Shinin treated him like his own son. Moreover, they were his only kin in the world. One could imagine how much Perfected Shinin wanted to protect him. But now, Xianxia had killed Perfected Shinin. To Perfected Shinin, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he could not wait to skin Xianxia alive. Perfected Shinin's hands were trembling. His mind was filled with the pain of Perfected Shinin's death. Xianxia had gone too far, killing his brother. This was an unimaginable blow to Perfected Shinin. Xianxia. How dare you kill my brother? I won't rest until you're dead. Perfected Shinin roared furiously. He had completely lost his sage-like demeanor, and he did not even bother to put on an act anymore. His closest kin had been killed by Xianxia. He could no longer remain calm. So what if he's dead? What's there to feel pity about? Do you think it's a good thing for me to stand here and let you slaughter me? What a bunch of brainless fools. I can't even be bothered to talk to you. Xianxia's cold words made Perfected Shinin even angrier. No matter what happened, they were right. No matter what Xianxia said or did, it would all be useless. They would still criticize him and criticize him. How could Xianxia not be angry about this? Is it right for you to kill people? Is it necessary for you to seize treasures? Is it the Buddha's order for you to control the life and death of others? Your so-called enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens is just for your own selfish desires to stuff your own pockets? You want to monopolize the treasures? Is that what you call justice? Xianxia sneered in his heart. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. You killed my brother, protected the devil, and killed an eminent monk. You deserve to die. Perfected Xianxia gritted his teeth. F*CKU. You're always right. F*CK your mother. As if you're the justice of the world. I've never seen a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites like you. Only now do I understand that reasoning with you is like playing the lute to a cow. It's really no different from playing the lute to a cow. Whoever's fist is harder is the boss. Xianxia was also burning with anger. He was so angry that he could only smile bitterly. However, he no longer had the patience to continue being entangled with these people. They were all a group of people who deserved to die. Tyrant had been forced to such a state by these people, step by step. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Senior brother, kill him first. Otherwise, things might change. Don't let the reincarnated living Buddha escape again. Xianxin's death must be avenged. Perfected Xianxia shouted. The four of them attacked together again, crushing Xianxia. Xianxia was in a difficult situation. It was extremely difficult to fight against four half-step divine emperors at the same time. Little Xianxia. Tyrant murmured. Tyrant murmured. His heart was filled with worry, but there was nothing he could do. Putting aside his current strength, his chances of survival were extremely slim. He could die at any moment. Xianxia and Xianxia were fighting for his life. Tyrant's heart was filled with guilt. Ancient soaring dragon technique, soaring dragon. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. The soaring dragon technique allowed him to fight against 10 people at once. Xianxia's strength was close to a half-step divine emperor. However, it was difficult to make up for the gap between their cultivation realms. However, he was able to fight against 4 people at once. What a terrifying guy. Almost everyone took a cold breath. Xianxia was only a mid-hierarch realm cultivator, yet the power he displayed was too monstrous, wasn't it? Even the 4 half-step divine emperors could only fight him to a draw. It was like a fairy tale. However, the truth was right in front of them. Only Wei Xiaolong knew about Xianxia's strength. However, he was not sure how strong Xianxia was. At least, it was no longer an illusion that he could destroy Tongxian Mansion with one hand. On the other side, Xianxia's situation was not as fortunate as Xianxia. Xianxia was facing Wei Xiaolong and the other 2 half-step divine emperors and a few late hierarch realm experts. Xianxia's situation was not as good as Xianxia's. Venerable Crimson Moon was the first to rush forward, striking out with the full moon and the Buddhist staff. Xianxia's draconic might filled the sky as he fought against the 4 half-step emperors. Both sides had their fair share of victories and defeats. After all, Venerable Crimson Moon, Venerable Heartless, and the others were all ferocious existences that ordinary half-step divine emperors could not compare to. Sword shadows flashed across the sky, the full moon spun, and the black pagoda shook the sky. Xianxia stood still like a mountain, his palms were like rainbows, his aura engulfing the heavens. Xianxia's strength was greatly suppressed as the ancient soaring dragon art may be powerful, but it could not be sustained forever. After forcing everyone back, Xianxia started to show signs of fatigue. After all, the divine origin energy required for the ancient soaring dragon art was as deep as an abyss, bottomless. Xianxia was forced to take a few steps back while spurting out blood. The black rock spiritual light pagoda smashed down fiercely. Xianxia slashed it with his sword. The black rock spiritual light pagoda was shattered by his sword, but the power of the pagoda was unstoppable. Xianxia was smashed into the ground. Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Enlightened Master Yuan rushed forward, intending to give Xianxia a fatal blow. However, Xianxia was already prepared for this. He pretended to be weak and retreated. Then, he casted the departed soul's annihilation, instantly inflicting heavy injuries on the 2 of them. Both Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Master Yuan covered their heads with their hands. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their 7 apertures. Their souls were instantly injured. Fortunately, their minds were extremely firm. The people of Buddha sect meditated and cultivated, so their state of mind was extremely stable. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand the terrifying soul attack. Even so, Xianxia did not have it easy. Once again, he was attacked by Venerable Crimson Moon and Venerable Heartless. In addition to the gap in his soul, he was also pursued by the 2. Damned fella. How cunning. Venerable Crimson Moon frowned, but Xianxia did not fight them head-on. After injuring Venerable Spirit Sound and Venerable Spirit Sound, Xianxia learned to use the battle to nurture the battle, and did not fight them head-on. At this time, Xianxia was already under great pressure. Under the encirclement, he was repeatedly injured by Wei Xiaolong. Xianxia gritted his teeth and vowed not to retreat even half a step. He was afraid that these fellows would injure Tyrant. However, the more it was so, the more dangerous her situation became. 3 half-step deity emperors were not something she could fight alone. Gradually, she fell into a great decline and her injuries became more and more serious. Tyrant was extremely worried, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was a cripple now, and there was nothing he could do to help. Xianxia looked back. Although he could rely on his means to hold back the 4 half-step deity emperors, it was extremely difficult to kill them. There was no chance for him to do so in a short period of time, and Xianxia was in despair again and again. Although Xianxia had nothing to do with Xianxia, he could see that the friendship between Tyrant and Xianxia was not ordinary. Hence, he could not let Tyrant be sad no matter what. Xianxia took a step forward, forcing Venerable Heartless and Venerable Crimson Moon back, and went straight to Xianxia. His sword pierced through the void, cutting off Wei Xiaolong's attack, and retreated. Wei Xiaolong squinted his eyes, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Xianxia was already at the end of his rope, and it would be too difficult for him to make any more waves. Out of the 4 half-step deity emperors, 2 were heavily injured, and the other 2 were injured. Xianxia was fighting with his back to the wall. If there was a victor between the 2, he would definitely suffer a great loss. At this moment, it was time for him to make his move. Leave with the monk first, I will catch up later. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Xianxia's strength had indeed shocked her. Fortunately, she did not fight with him, otherwise, she would definitely be killed. Even so, it was already difficult for Xianxia to fight 1 against 4. With the addition of Wei Xiaolong and the others, Xianxia would definitely be in a desperate situation. Xianxia knew that as long as she left, Xianxia's life might be in danger. If she left the battle, it would mean that Xianxia would have to bear more pressure. No. Even if we die, we will die together, Tyrant said firmly. Tyrant said with an indisputable tone. How could he just leave Xianxia here alone? It would be more painful than killing him. Haha, so what if I can't win? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Don't tell me you are worried about me? Xianxia said with a smile. Tyrant hesitated for a moment and did not say a word. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia trembled and quickly brought Tyrant away, preparing to leave. Trying to escape from us? I'm afraid you are too naive. Spiritual Master Silent Sound said coldly. Today, no one would be able to take a step out of this small world. Hurry up. Xianxia shouted angrily. At this moment, Xianxia did not hesitate and brought Tyrant away. Tyrant was filled with worry. Xianxia's strength had reached an unimaginable level, but it was still difficult for him to face so many experts. There were at least 7 half-step divine emperors. How could Xianxia be a match for them? If you want to leave, you have to get past me first. Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon instantly blocked Xianxia's way. Xianxia was not to be outdone. He shook his body and turned into 9 figures. This was the 7th time he used the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pellet. As the 9 figures appeared, everyone's expression changed. 9 Xianxia's strength was indescribable. This fella is so monstrous. Wei Xiaolong murmured. He thought that he had already thought highly of Xianxia and had a very high evaluation of him. But now, it seemed like it was not accurate. Xianxia was the strongest hierarch expert in the world. He was really good at disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. This fella is so terrifying. Heartless Enlightened Being's expression was solemn. He did not expect this battle to be so terrifying, he even felt a little pressured. Xianxia alone was able to fight against so many of their half-step divine emperors, it really made them feel ashamed. As the 9 figures appeared, everyone's breathing became heavy. Xianxia was fighting against 7 half-step divine emperors. Although they were all Xianxia's real body, they could not fully display the power of 9 Xianxias. However, it was still a piece of cake to stop these people for a short period of time. If you want to catch up to the reincarnated living Buddha, you have to get past me first. Xianxia said faintly with a cold expression. He blocked all the pursuers. At this moment, Xianxia brought Tyrant along with him and left the small world. The 9 figures stood alone and defended the small world. Who could fight against them? No, I can't let little Xianxia die for me. Tyrant turned around abruptly, but he couldn't even stand up. Xianxia had boasted so that he could leave in peace, but could he really fight against 7 half-step divine emperors? He had been severely injured by the 4 half-step godly emperors. Even though he had killed 3 of them and escaped, he had turned into a half-human, half-ghost. However, Xianxia was not facing 4, but 7. 7 half-step divine emperors. How could he believe that Xianxia would be able to turn this situation around when he was facing the 4 half-step divine emperors? It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia, but he hated himself for leaving Xianxia alone in this small world. I'm sorry, Tyrant. I can't watch you die. Forgive me for my selfishness. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears as she took Tyrant away. Tyrant's eyes were also filled with tears. This was the first time he shed tears since he came to the divine world from the 9 continents immortal world. He felt sad and regretful. He felt sorry for Xianxia. He felt sorry for him, sorry for his brother. If one day he saw De Huang, 13 and I Yan, what should he say? Should he say that Xianxia died for him? Should he say that he watched his own brother die without doing anything? Should he say that he couldn't do anything? Tyrant knew that he couldn't blame Xianxia, he didn't have the right to blame her. She wasn't a coward, she just didn't want to see him die. Just as the 2 of them left, the entire ancient hall began to shake. When Xianxia looked back, the statue of the ancient Buddha Dipankara had begun to fall into pieces. The small world behind him also began to show signs of cracks. Let's go. Xianxia resolutely turned her head around. She felt bad for Xianxia, but all of this was for the sake of saving Tyrant. She was very grateful to Xianxia, and hoped that he would be able to escape from this place. However, she had no choice, and no one was willing to stay in that small world filled with slaughter. Xianxia fought against 10 half-step divine emperors alone. Even though he had transformed into 9, Xianxia was still forced into a passive situation. Xianxia was forced to retreat again and again, but he used his life to delay Reverend Scarlet Moon and the others. None of them could take half a step forward, they were all blocked by Xianxia. Damn you, you bastard! Get the hell out of my way! This time, even Wei Xiaolong was infuriated. Xianxia had blocked all of them from entering. They couldn't find any trace of the reincarnated living Buddha. He had already escaped. Everything they had done before had become useless. What was the point of killing this bastard? If he died, they would not be able to get the reincarnated living Buddha, not to mention the God-suppressing monument. Therefore, their target was not Xianxia at all. Only Reverend Scarlet Moon and the people of Tianluo Temple wanted to kill Xianxia. However, even Reverend Scarlet Moon and Reverend Wuyin were extremely angry. Because Xianxia had forced them to retreat and the reincarnated living Buddha had escaped from the small world. They had seen hope, but it was extinguished by Xianxia. Their hope had been completely extinguished when the reincarnated living Buddha left. How could Wei Xiaolong not be angry when the fat meat in his mouth ran away? His original plan was that killing Xianxia was secondary. The most important thing was for Xianxia to force them to retreat and for him to reap the benefits from it. But now, Xianxia had blocked all of them here. Although Xianxia had been injured by more than 10 of them, it was useless to chase after them now. Xianxia, I'm going to kill you. Give me back my brother, give me back the reincarnated living Buddha. Reverend Wuyin's roar was like thunder, shaking people's souls. Xianxia did not show any fear. Although he was in a passive position, it was impossible for these people to kill him in a short period of time. The effect of the 9 Supreme Sacred Bones pill was about to wear off. Xianxia was in a passive position. However, the unexpected happened. The entire small world was shaking and the entrance of the small world was beginning to collapse. Reverend Wuyin and the others who had experienced it before had a change of expression and shouted in a deep voice. Run! The small world is about to collapse. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly ran away. Although Jiangchen was despicable, Wei Xiaolong and the others did not have any enmity with Jiangchen. Therefore, at this moment, the people of Heavenspan God Palace rushed towards the entrance, wanting to escape. Reverend Qiyu and Reverend Wuyin were also retreating. Jiangchen's 9 Supreme Sacred Bones pills effect was about to wear off. They did not want to kill Jiangchen. As long as they kept him in the small world, then Jiangchen would definitely die. Don't let him escape, Reverend Qiyu said. Reverend Wuyin understood tacitly. The 4 half-step divine emperors blocked Jiangchen's path. The people of Heavenspan God Palace all retreated. Only Jiangchen was blocked by the 4 of them. The mountains and rivers in the small world began to crumble, the water began to overturn, the giant trees were torn apart, sand and stones were blown away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Jiangchen kept attacking, but the 4 of them were not stingy with their attacks. They were not trying to kill Jiangchen, but to trap Jiangchen. If the small world collapsed, Jiangchen would have nowhere to hide. The ancient palace would definitely disappear along with it. Jiangchen, you will stay here and be destroyed together with the small world. Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaolong sneered. This is your retribution. Do you understand now? You brat, so what if you're strong? Aren't you still going to die here? Since you saved the reincarnated living Buddha, you will die for him. Even so, he won't be able to escape from our hands. Wei Xiaolong stared at Jiangchen fiercely. No one could stop Jiangchen from dying. The small world was collapsing more and more. At this moment, Reverend Wuyin and the others retreated from the small world. The terrifying attacks forced Jiangchen to be unable to break through the encirclement. Reverend Wuyin and Reverend Qiyu looked at each other, their eyes were filled with coldness. Jiangchen deserved to die. He was trapped in the small world, it was impossible for him to escape. The moment Taoist Soundless and the others escaped, the entire small world completely collapsed. Even the simple and unadorned hall in front of them gradually turned into dust. That guy is finally dead. Taoist Scarlet Moon gritted his teeth and said. Although Jiangchen was dead, his 2 junior brothers had also turned into dust and disappeared into the heavens and earth. For him, this trip to the illusory realm of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was far from over. However, he was now alone. The quaint hall slowly returned to nothingness. Everyone's heart seemed to have become silent. The cooked duck had flown away. The reincarnated living Buddha was already in their hands, but Jiangchen had interfered and let the reincarnated living Buddha go. They did not even get any news about the God-suppressing monument, so they were quite angry. However, Jiangchen's death had removed one of the worries in Master Red Moon's heart. Ba. Now that Jiangchen is dead, the reincarnated living Buddha has escaped. For now, we should hurry and find the reincarnated living Buddha. Taoist Master Silent Sound said in a deep voice. Ba, senior brother is right. The reincarnated living Buddha was already in our hands, but now he has completely disappeared. If we were to find him again, it would definitely be doubly difficult. Taoist Master Divine Sound said with a sigh. What the esteemed monk said is true. I'm afraid we have to hurry up. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing if others beat us to it. It was already within our grasp, but Jiangchen, that bastard, messed it up. Wei Xiaolong's face was cold. Although Jiangchen was dead, he was still very angry. Life was unpredictable, so he could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Almsgiver Wei is right. Let's set off now. There's no time to lose. What is Taoist Master Red Moon's plan? Taoist Master Silent Sound looked at Taoist Master Fish Eater and asked. Ba, Jiangchen is dead, and my 2 junior brothers have been avenged. Now, I'm the only one left in the Swan Goose Temple, and I don't have the heart to fight anymore. I only hope that all of you can kill the reincarnated living Buddha as soon as possible. Once a devil king like him rises to power, the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. Taoist Master Red Moon put his palms together and said faintly. Since Taoist Master Red Moon has no intention of fighting, then we shall bid farewell here. We shall meet again. Taoist Master Silent Sound said and immediately left with the people of the Tianluo Temple and the Tongtian Divine Abode. Reverend Scarlet Moon sneered at Reverend Silent Yin's departure. A bunch of sanctimonious fellows, each more sly than the last. If I were to be with you, how would I have the chance to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha? Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't make a move again. Humph! Master Scarlet Moon coldly snorted and also disappeared. In the distant void, Xianxia looked at the ancient palace that had collapsed and her heart was filled with sorrow. She knew that tyrant must be feeling terrible at this moment. But no matter what, Jiangchen would not be able to escape. To Qin Xian, 7 half-step divine emperors were a dead end. Even if Jiangchen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to resist them. Tyrant remained silent, but Qin Xian could feel the pain and sorrow in his heart. "Sorry, monk," Qin Xian said in a low voice. Her slender jade-like hand gently landed on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant's body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. After a while, Tyrant took a deep breath and said coldly, "Go and find the alchemist Glazed Buddha. I can feel that the alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace is nearby. As long as I can get the alchemist's spiritual spring and reignite my soul, my body will be able to recover. I want everyone to die together with Jiangchen," Tyrant said in a low voice. However, his heart was already incomparably cold. His heart was as still as water. Qin Xian had never felt that Tyrant's voice could become so cold. She knew that Tyrant might not blame her, but she still felt guilty. Jiangchen's death had created a gap between her and Tyrant from the beginning to the end. The alchemist Glazed Buddha was one of the most important 3 eras Buddhas in the Buddha realm, ranked second. As for the first, it was naturally the Dipankar Buddha, the alchemist Glazed Buddha of the East. Its position was not below Gautama Buddha, but it belonged to the 3 eras Buddhas and the 3 eras Buddhas. Without a doubt, the alchemist Glazed Buddha of the East should be in the east, or at least in the east of the Great Laying Temple. Moreover, it was not far from the main hall of the Dipankar Buddha. Even Qin Xian was shocked that Tyrant could sense the location of the alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace. However, she knew that she could not say much now, as the anger in Tyrant's heart was indescribable. In the void, Jiangchen slowly walked out of the Zulong Tower. At this moment, he knew that he had to go to the alchemist Glazed Buddha's divine palace. Where should I go to find the divine palace of the alchemist Glazed Buddha? Jiangchen murmured. I might be able to find the divine palace of the alchemist Glazed Buddha. Jiangchen was stunned. The fire Qilin had appeared in front of him at this moment. You have a way? Jiangchen looked at the fire Qilin with a surprised expression. I seem to be able to sense the location of the alchemist Glazed Buddha. In my inherited memories, there are memory fragments of the alchemist Glazed Buddha, but I am not sure. It seems like my ancestor had an unusual relationship with the alchemist Glazed Buddha. The fire Qilin said in a low voice, still not sure. That's great. Ha ha ha, there's really nowhere to hide. Jiangchen was delighted. He did not expect the fire Qilin's ancestor to be related to the alchemist Glazed Buddha. Great Laying Temple, at the extreme east, there was a 3-kilometer garden filled with divine herbs. The fragrance of herbs permeated the air, spreading between heaven and earth. In front of the medicine shop, there were 3 thatched cottages and 2 old pine trees. Under the small bridge in front of the door, water flowed through the stone path. What a strong fragrance of herbs. A young man in ragged clothes walked past. His eyes lit up, and he became energetic. He took a deep breath, and the rich fragrance of herbs refreshed his mind. Oh my God! Spirit-seeking grass, Pegasus Ganoderma, fire dragon ginseng. These are all rare herbs. I'll take all the herbs here, hee hee. The young man saw that there was no one around and quickly began to collect the herbs. Eh? Why can't I pull them out? The young man was stunned. He did not expect that he could not pull out all the herbs in the garden. Wouldn't that be like returning from a treasure mountain empty-handed? One could imagine the pain he was in. Damn it, what's going on? These herbs have such a strong fragrance. Why can't I pull them out? They can't be fake, and there's no restriction at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said. This was too detestable. He tried more than 10 times, but he could not pull them out. At this moment, a short young man walked out of the thatched cottage. The young man was skinny, and his hair was tied up in a braid. There was a cold sneer in his eyes. "Who are you, demon? How dare you steal the herbs?" The young man placed his hands on his waist and said proudly. "Eh? Who are you?" The young man squinted his eyes, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at the skinny young man. "I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I'm a cowherd under the alchemist Glaze Buddha. Devouring the herb garden, a cowherd official, even a boy's cowherd was so arrogant? So what? I'll take all the herbs here." The young man laughed coldly, completely ignoring the cowherd official. What could a small cowherd boy do? If the alchemy Glaze Buddha's disciple was here, perhaps he would be a little afraid. But of course, the alchemy Glaze Buddha had long since disappeared, or perhaps passed away somewhere. "Brother, this is where you're wrong. You're being a little greedy for such a large herb garden." Xianxia laughed as he walked over and sat down on the fire qilin, causing the young man and the cowherd official to be stunned. The appearance of the fire qilin had obviously excited the cowherd official. "Ah. This beast is so cute." The cowherd official laughed. The mouths of Xianxia and the fire qilin twitched slightly. "Such a huge and ferocious fire qilin. How did it become cute in your mouth? So many herbs. Looks like this really is where the alchemy Glaze Buddha is." Xianxia's brows twitched as he spoke with a serious expression. "That's right. But that old official passed away long ago. He left this herb garden for me to manage." As he spoke, the cowherd official plucked 2 immortal herbs from the herb garden and stuffed them into his mouth, causing the young man to drool. Even Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim that this was a reckless waste of resources. Those immortal herbs could definitely be used to concoct extremely powerful pills. They look really delicious. The fire qilin mumbled, as if it really wanted to eat those immortal herbs. "Brat, you can't even pull them out. Hurry up and scram. You're not welcome here. But the 2 of you can stay. I like this fellow whose body is covered in flames." The cowherd official clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly. "You want me to leave? In your dreams. You'll both die. Once you're dead, this herb garden will naturally be mine." Yao Hongchen snorted coldly, his expression dark. "As the disciple of the alchemy god, these things naturally belong to me. You don't even know the value of these herbs. It's simply a reckless waste of God's gifts." Yao Hongchen's expression was cold. Xianxia was only a mid-hierarch realm expert while the fire qilin was only a late hierarch realm expert. Yao Hongchen was already a half-step deity emperor and could easily crush them. "You're really noisy," the cowherd officer said with a gloomy expression. "Brat, die." Yao Hongchen didn't allow them to say anything as he charged straight towards Xianxia and the fire qilin. The 2 of them would definitely die. What a reckless fellow. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Yao Hongchen struck out with his palm, but Xianxia didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Xianxia's fist landed on Yao Hongchen, but he didn't move at all, as if he was rooted to the ground. However, Yao Hongchen was forced to retreat over 10 steps. At that moment, Yao Hongchen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Wasn't this too terrifying? Is this guy really only a middle hierarch realm? You'd better go home and herd your cows. You don't have the qualifications to interfere in this herb garden," Xianxia said coldly. Yao Hongchen was slightly startled. This fellow was too arrogant. A middle hierarch realm expert didn't even give him any face. He didn't believe it. Yao Hongchen attacked once again. The flaming cauldron in his hand smashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was enough to break everything. The flaming cauldron did not manage to force Xianxia back. Instead, it was cracked by Xianxia's fist. Yao Hongchen's heart was bleeding. This was what he relied on to make a living, but it was destroyed by this bastard. How could he, a half-step divine emperor, be so weak in front of a hierarch realm expert? Yao Hongchen was furious after being repelled by Xianxia's immense strength. This time, he did not attack again because he knew that this hierarch fellow was not an ordinary person. Xianxia's strength was low, but his strength was monstrous. He was able to defeat a super divine beast like the fire qilin. This meant that he must have something special about him. Yao Hongchen was terrified. He did not use his strength to suppress Jiang Chen, it was his alchemy technique that shocked the heavens. His strength could only be considered second-rate. Why don't you get lost? Jiang Chen smiled. Yao Hongchen's heart was burning with anger, but he couldn't do anything. This fellow was too strong. He couldn't defeat him. Yao Hongchen was repelled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also shocked. He was ready to harvest the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. But in the next second, even he was dumbfounded. He couldn't harvest the spiritual herbs in this huge herb garden. What's going on? Jiang Chen frowned. His current state of mind was the same as Yao Hongchen's. They were both alchemists. Looking at so many spiritual herbs gathered here, but not a single one of them could be harvested. The pain was indescribable. Kaka, looks like you're not a fated person. Xiaohua, eat them. You should be able to eat all the spiritual herbs here. The cowherd officer looked at the fire qilin. Jiang Chen felt helpless. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. However, the fire qilin started to eat the immortal herbs crazily. This was really like eating grass. Half of the immortal herbs were eaten by the fire qilin while the rest were wasted by the fire qilin. Jiang Chen couldn't touch these herbs at all. The fire qilin was eating happily. Fire qilin, eat less. You'll explode from the spiritual herbs. Jiang Chen said worriedly. The cowherd officer jumped and rode on the fire qilin. He said while eating, eat, eat. Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll be fine. The fire qilin was like a wolf and a tiger, devouring the spiritual herbs crazily. More than half of the entire nursery was eaten by the fire qilin. The spirit qi within this fella's body continued to grow and expand. Even Jiang Chen could feel a tremendous amount of spirit qi spreading out. Right now, the fire qilin was like a huge furnace of spirit qi. He had eaten more than half of the spiritual herbs in the nursery. Right now, his body was burning with passion. He was way more terrifying than before. Jiang Chen was extremely worried. But the cowherd officer was getting more and more excited. Eat, eat, eat. Eat them all. Kaka. The cowherd officer chewed on the green foxtail grass in his mouth happily. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that this cowherd officer was getting weirder. Just what was the background of this fella? The density of the spirit qi within the fire qilin's body made Jiang Chen even more worried. How long would it take for him to digest such a strong spirit qi? Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to endure such a huge amount of spirit qi. He would definitely explode and die. Why don't you eat the spiritual herbs over there? The cowherd officer looked at the fire qilin and asked in surprise. I want to leave some for Jiang Chen. The fire qilin said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The words of the fire qilin warmed his heart. The cowherd officer took a deep look at Jiang Chen and pointed his finger. The immortal herbs in the distance started to sway wildly, as if they were waving at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned. In an instant, all the immortal herbs and elixirs surged towards him. Jiang Chen was in disbelief. However, almost half of the energy of the elixirs went into Jiang Chen's body. Even Jiang Chen himself was filled with shock. The feeling was as if he couldn't stop himself. The endless energy of the elixirs rushed into his body. Although he knew that it was extremely terrifying and his body might explode, he still couldn't control himself. This is too comfortable. Jiang Chen was feeling extremely carefree. The energy of the immortal herbs and elixirs were all pouring into his body. The scorching and domineering effects made Jiang Chen extremely excited. However, the energy of the elixirs was simply too much. The endurance of Jiang Chen's body was no less than that of an ancient divine beast like the fire qilin. Jiang Chen felt that the boundless medicinal power in his body had begun to break out slowly. Once the surging medicinal power completely broke out, it might cause his body to explode. Without the realm and strength of a divine emperor realm expert, it was impossible to consume such a terrifying medicinal power. It seems that you don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Xiaohua is more honest. The official said with a smile. At this moment, the fire qilin was already lying on the ground and had fainted. Because he had swallowed too many immortal grasses and spiritual medicines, it was impossible for him to eat any more. Xianxia had also swallowed more than half of the immortal grasses and spiritual medicines, but the endurance of Xianxia's body was obviously not as terrifying as the fire qilin. Huh? Could it be that he can still absorb it so quickly? The official's eyes lit up and he leaned on Xianxia in a daze. How could this guy not explode and die? Even if he did not explode and die, he should have slept for millions of years, right? However, in the next second, he saw that Xianxia was crazily swallowing the medicinal power of those immortal grasses and spiritual medicines. Xianxia did not expect that he could withstand such a terrifying medicinal power. This was the herb garden left by the medicine glazed Buddha. There were many terrifying immortal grasses and their medicinal power was amazing. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to digest it. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron instantly shrouded the top of Xianxia's head. The terrifying medicinal power began to integrate into the myriad chi cauldron in an instant. The myriad chi cauldron purified and smelted all the medicinal power. Finally, it was absorbed by Xianxia, causing all the medicinal power to weaken. Under this situation, Xianxia had already begun to swallow all the medicinal power. Moreover, the effect might not be inferior to that of the fire qilin. Damn, this guy is really abnormal. But why can't I remember what this big cauldron is called? The official said in a deep voice and scratched his nose with his finger. However, he could not remember where he had seen this big cauldron before. As time passed by, Xianxia's strength was rising continuously. The myriad chi cauldron played a crucial role in this process. Xianxia had broken through to the middle hierarch realm without being aware of it. Xianxia had broken through to the middle hierarch realm without anyone noticing. The myriad chi cauldron was the most important part of the process. The power of a late hierarch realm was extremely strong. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grasped it. He felt that the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in his body was still increasing. One punch was enough to shatter a mountain. The dragon marks in his body surged and his strength doubled. Silently, Xianxia's myriad chi cauldron played a great role. Even he did not expect that the myriad chi cauldron could save his life at the critical moment and absorb all the medicinal power perfectly. At this moment, the fire qilin fell into a deep sleep and no one knew when he would wake up. When Xianxia finished absorbing all of the medicinal effects, the cowherd officer stared at Xianxia in a daze. "Young man, you are awesome." Xianxia was stunned. "You are still pretending to be mature. The fire qilin has fallen into a deep sleep. When will he wake up?" Xianxia knew that when the fire qilin woke up again, it would be a qualitative change. After absorbing half of the medicine glazed Buddha's medicinal garden, it was impossible for the fire qilin not to be awesome. The fire qilin did not have the myriad chi cauldron to help him get rid of the impurities. Hence, it was impossible for him to wake up in a short period of time. It's hard to say, but it shouldn't take too long. After all, this is the place he is most familiar with. The official rubbed his nose and said. Xianxia frowned. The place he is most familiar with? He seemed to be implying something. Could it be that the fire qilin had been here before? I know what you are thinking. His ancestor was once the divine beast of the medicine glazed Buddha. That's why I have a good impression of him. I like this little qilin. Why don't you let him be my mount? I happen to be short of one. The cowherd officer said with a smile. Be your mount? The official who is a servant of the medicine glazed Buddha, does he have a mount too? Do you think that the fire qilin will willingly submit to you? Xianxia said with a smile. However, he didn't say anything. The fact that this cowherd officer was able to appear here meant that he was not an ordinary person. Before this, Xianxia had never seen a living person walk out from the Great Laying Temple's illusion. He was the first person who had done so. When he wakes up, he will definitely ask me to ride him. Hee. The officer said with a smile, as if he didn't care about Xianxia at all. Since you're the servant of the medicine glazed Buddha, do you know where the medicine god spiritual spring is? Xianxia asked. You're looking for the medicine god spiritual spring? TSK, even if you find it, you won't be able to get it. The official curled his lips and said disdainfully. How do you know that I won't be able to get it if you don't tell me? Xianxia said with a smile. Look, it's right there. The official pointed at the well in front of the thatched hut and said with a serious look. Do you think that it's that easy to get the medicine god spiritual spring? The medicine god spiritual spring is tens of thousands of zhang deep underground. Only the spring water in the extremely cold places can be called the medicine god spiritual spring. Below the well, there are spirit beasts guarding it. Apart from the medicine glazed Buddha, no one can enter the ground and obtain the spring water. Is this the only well? Xianxia was a little confused. However, when he walked into the well, he realized how deep it was. Even his soul power could not penetrate deep enough to see through it. Thousands of zhang below, it was like an extremely dark underwater cave. He could not see anything clearly and there was nothing but water. With your strength, even if you've reached the late hierarch realm, you might not be able to enter the cold water. The terrifying cold energy might freeze you to death. Even a half-step divine emperor's strength will be greatly reduced under this well. If you go down, it's no different from digging your own grave. The official glanced at Xianxia, warning him not to make a mistake. I must get the medicine god spiritual spring. Xianxia said firmly. Without the medicine god spiritual spring, Tyrant would not be able to survive. The medicine god spiritual spring was his only hope. Your courage is commendable. Hee, but you might die a terrible death. The official sneered and said. At this moment, the weather changed and dark clouds rose. The official's expression became extremely ugly as he murmured, He's here. He's here, he's really here. The cowherd officer's words made Xianxia frown and his heart sink. Who was he talking about? Who's here? Xianxia was puzzled, but he had no way of knowing. At the very least, the sudden disappearance of the cowherd officer had caused Xianxia's heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. Should he believe his words? The bottomless ancient well in front of him had become Xianxia's only way out. Could the alchemist spiritual spring really be in it? Could it be that the cowherd official had been a fake from the start? What about Xianxia? Or was it a hallucination? Xianxia's mind was filled with questions, but no one could answer them for him. In the blink of an eye, the black clouds in the sky had disappeared. Xianxia shook his head. Was his existence an illusion or reality? Damn it! Were all these spiritual herbs eaten by the fire Qilin? A cry of surprise sounded. Xianxia turned his head abruptly and saw that it was Yao Hongqian. Yao Hongqian's appearance made Xianxia sure that everything that had happened just now was not an illusion, and that the fire Qilin was still here. The cowherd official has left, but you can still enter this place? Xianxia asked. What cowherd official? What are you talking about? Yao Hongqian frowned and looked at Xianxia. If he had not forced him out of this place, the medicinal herbs would not have been used up by the fire Qilin. It was a reckless waste of natural resources. He actually did not know about the cowherd official. Xianxia's curiosity grew, and he also had some doubts. What kind of existence was in the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple? The location of the cowherd official had also become an unsolved mystery. What a wastrel. The fire Qilin actually did not die from overeating. Damn it. Yao Hongqian was so angry that his entire body was trembling. So many precious immortal herbs and spirit medicines had been destroyed by the fire Qilin. Some had been eaten, some had been destroyed, and some had not been eaten at all. In Yao Hongqian's eyes, every single immortal herb and spirit medicine was extremely precious. Yao Hongqian could not help but cry bitterly. None of the precious herbs had been spared. If he had brought them back to refine pills, he would have been able to refine many divine pills. But now, they had all been ruined. It would have been fine if they had been eaten by a human, but they had been eaten by a divine beast. Yao Hongqian could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet in anger. However, he was not a match for Xianxia. Do you know about the alchemist spiritual spring? Xianxia asked Yao Hongqian. You know about the alchemist spiritual spring too? Yao Hongqian looked at Xianxia. He didn't expect that Xianxia was also here to look for the alchemist spiritual spring. So many immortal herbs and herbs had been destroyed, but Xianxia still had a calm expression on his face. The alchemist spirit spring is rumored to be under the alchemist glazed Buddha's ancient well. Yao Hongqian looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water. That was because the alchemist's spiritual spring water was guarded by a divine beast. Furthermore, it was located under the ancient well. Obtaining it would be extremely difficult. Yao Hongchen was also extremely conflicted in his heart. However, he didn't have much confidence in obtaining it by himself. Looks like you didn't lie to me. Why don't we join forces? We'll split the medicine master's spiritual spring in half. Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't know much about the alchemist's spiritual spring. Moreover, the official that herds cows had disappeared without a trace. If he rashly entered the ancient well by himself, it would be hard to avoid danger. Therefore, it was the safest choice for him to team up with Yao Hongchen. Is that really what you plan to do? Yao Hongchen looked at Xianxia skeptically. I'm only taking the alchemist spirit spring water to save someone. There should be quite a lot of alchemist spirit spring water in this ancient well. I have no use for it. If you want to run, I can't kill you. Xianxia said in a serious tone. Yao Hongchen nodded his head. Xianxia wasn't lying. Although Xianxia was stronger than him, Xianxia definitely wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Now that the two of them had joined forces to enter the ancient well, their chances of success would be greater. All right. I'll trust you this once. Yao Hongchen said in a deep voice. Since that's the case, let's go. I won't stop until we reach the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Yao Hongchen glanced at Xianxia. This fella was a determined fella. Moreover, how could it be so easy to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water? The alchemist's spiritual spring water was located in the ancient well in front of the alchemist glazed Buddha gate. This was something his master had told him. Moreover, there were divine beasts guarding the ancient well. It was extremely dangerous. Once they entered the ancient well to obtain the alchemist's spiritual spring water, they would definitely die. Just as the two of them entered the ancient well, a white-robed figure stealthily arrived outside the 3 thatched cottages. The ancient well was crystal clear. However, one could only see 100 feet into the ancient well. It was rumored that the alchemist's spiritual spring water was located at the mouth of the spring. It was 10,000 feet deep into the ancient well. Even Xianxia's emperor-level spirit couldn't peer into it. At this moment, he and Yao Hongchen could only join forces and dive deeper to slowly discover it. The water in the ancient well was relatively cool. However, when Xianxia dove more than 10,000 feet deep, he felt an enormous pressure. This was because the temperature of the water was dropping rapidly. Although it wasn't a threat to them for the time being, if they continued to dive deeper, the degree of coldness would increase rapidly. Sure enough, when the two of them dove 60,000 feet deep into the ancient well, even Yao Hongchen couldn't help but shiver. 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet. At that moment, Yao Hongchen had to use a large amount of divine energy to disperse the extreme cold energy in the ancient well. However, Xianxia didn't feel much. This was because the cold river stone in his hand was continuously devouring the extreme cold energy in Xianxia's body. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. This caused even Yao Hongchen to be extremely astonished. This fellow was simply too strange. He didn't seem to be affected by such a terrifying extreme cold energy. The area beneath the ancient well was boundlessly vast. However, Xianxia and Yao Hongchen didn't have the mood to explore it. They headed straight for the alchemist's spiritual spring that was 10,000 feet deep. That was their final destination. Yao Hongchen felt that his strength was greatly reduced as he endured the extremely terrifying cold. He estimated that he could only display half of his usual strength. The surroundings were clear and transparent, and there was nothing in the water. There was a saying that went, "When the water is too clear, there won't be any fish." This saying was extremely reasonable. 10,000 feet. The lotus-colored ice block is the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Once it is taken out, the alchemist's spiritual spring water will melt into spring water. Yao Hongchen said in a deep voice. Xianxia's eyes also fell on the 3 blooming green lotuses. It seems like the alchemist's spiritual spring water is going to be in our hands soon. Xianxia was delighted. However, at this moment, both of them felt that their bodies were rising. Xianxia took a closer look and his expression changed. He quickly retreated. A giant palm slammed down. Even though it was in the water, the terrifying force of the giant palm forced Xianxia to retreat. Xianxia was in a more difficult situation than Xianxia. He needed to use more divine origin energy to resist the cold energy under the ancient well. He was almost smashed into meat paste by the giant palm. Waves of water surged up to the sky. Xianxia and Xianxia were forced to retreat. At this moment, the two of them realized that what they were standing on was a gigantic demon beast. It was 100 zhang tall and extremely ugly. However, it had a beast's face and a human's mouth. "Is it a monkey?" Xianxia said. The monkey's strength was quite terrifying. It had even reached the realm of a divine emperor. However, Xianxia was not sure because the monkey's realm was very chaotic. It fluctuated without any signs. Xianxia had no idea how strong the monkey was. Judging from the palm just now, it was definitely many times stronger than a half-step divine emperor. "How dare you step into the alchemist ancient well? If you dare to enter, you will be killed." The giant beast roared angrily. Its voice reverberated in the water, causing Xianxia and Xianxia's faces to turn pale. The giant monkey was too strong. With it guarding the alchemist's spiritual spring, it would be extremely difficult for them to conquer the city. "The Buddha realm has disappeared. Why are you still alive?" Xianxia said in a deep voice. "The Buddha realm has disappeared." "That's right, the Buddha realm has already disappeared. Why am I still muddle-headed?" "I haven't died yet," the gigantic beast muttered. Soon after, it glared angrily at Xianxia and Xianxia with eyes brimming with killing intent. "I, the red-bone horse ape, have leaped out of the 3 realms and am not within the 5 elements. Even if the Buddha realm has a myriad of reincarnations, what does it have to do with me? However, the medicine Buddha was still unable to free me from the sea of suffering." The red-bone horse ape bellowed furiously. One could imagine the fury in its heart. Xianxia discovered that although the red-bone horse ape was 100 meters tall and possessed an imposing aura, its hands and feet were locked by the giant chains. It was simply unable to struggle free. "So, it's just a demonic beast trapped by the medicine-glazed Buddha under the ancient well." The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. Even so, the might of a divine emperor might not be able to threaten them. However, the red-bone horse ape's strength was undeniable. It was one of the 4 chaotic world monkeys. It was a supreme existence on the same level as Xianxia. It was even stronger than the azure dragon, vermilion bird, qilin, and black tortoise. How could it be an ordinary being imprisoned by the medicine-glazed Buddha? "This fellow is too terrifying." Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. He felt that the red-bone horse ape had locked onto him. It only needed one move to kill him. "You're already trapped. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your prowess in front of me? If you weren't restrained, perhaps I would be afraid of you. But now, you don't have the qualifications." Xianxia sneered and looked at the incomparably furious red-bone horse ape. Their gazes met and the red-bone horse ape's fury was thoroughly provoked. "You're courting death. You're trying to anger me. It's good news for you because you'll die even faster and more miserably." The red-bone horse ape fiercely hammered its chest twice. The water within 1,000 feet was like a huge wave. It made it extremely difficult for Xianxia and Xianxia to stand still. "Quickly retreat!" Xianxia shouted and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the red-bone horse ape didn't seem to want to let Xianxia and Xianxia go. It slapped its huge palm and a violent water dragon soared into the sky, pouncing towards Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia was instantly forced to retreat. Xianxia slashed out with his sword and tore apart the water screen, stabilizing his body. However, he was still pushed back by countless water arrows. The water arrows hit Xianxia's body, leaving deep scars on his body. His blood was dyed red, and the bottom of the well was filled with water. Xianxia's eyes became colder and colder. The red-bone horse ape was indeed powerful. It managed to injure him. Even if it couldn't reach the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to compete with it. Xianxia risked his life to protect himself from the red-bone horse ape's attack. However, Xianxia didn't plan to retreat. Let's go. We can't defeat this beast. Yao Hongqian was already scared out of his wits by the red-bone horse-ape. His face was extremely pale. The red-bone horse-ape was one of the most powerful ancient beasts in the world. Even divine beasts had to avoid it. Fighting with it was simply courting death. But it's impossible to get the alchemist's spiritual spring if we get past it, Xianxia said faintly. Since he had already seen the alchemist's spiritual spring, there was no reason for him to leave. What a madman! Yao Hongqian couldn't help but say. Xianxia's stubbornness was too strong. He didn't care about his life at all. It was as if he wanted to get the alchemist's spiritual spring even if he had to sacrifice his life. Yao Hongqian couldn't even catch up to him. You'll only die if you go against me. The red-bone horse-ape roared angrily and threw out a punch. A whirlwind blew up and a Vitra-toxic dragon drill rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia instantly used the divine golden bell, but it was completely torn apart by the Vitra-toxic dragon drill. Xianxia's face became more and more unsightly. He quickly retreated and used the heavenly dragon sword to block the attack. However, he was still heavily injured. The Vitra-toxic dragon drill made Xianxia suffer greatly and he was almost torn apart by the red-bone horse-ape. Yao Hongqian sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was really too powerful. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but sometimes, he was so strong that even divine emperors might not be able to withstand his blade. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and faced the red-bone horse-ape without changing his expression. You've completely infuriated me. Xianxia roared angrily. His aura suddenly soared. Xianxia transformed into a dragon and his body became extremely huge. He also rose to a height of 100 feet and looked exactly the same as the red-bone horse-ape. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions at this moment. The extremely cold power under the water did not hinder Xianxia's strength. Instead, it completely ignited the anger in his heart. So what if you're a red-bone horse-ape? If you provoke me, I will not tolerate you even if the heavens are above me. Xianxia transformed into a half-dragon and soared into the sky. A terrifying wave of air rippled out from the water as the golden dragon claw tore through the void. Xianxia's dragon claw collided with the red-bone horse-ape's fist. Xianxia's body trembled and his face turned extremely solemn. Both of them were evenly matched, but Xianxia could feel that the terrifying wave of air was causing him to be in a more difficult situation than the red-bone horse-ape. The buoyancy allowed Xianxia to stabilize his body. The collision between the two of them was extremely terrifying. It almost caused the entire bottom of the ocean to shake. The scarlet manticore horse monkey was roaring furiously. Boom! 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 Bastard! You actually have the blessing of the dragon clan, but even so, it's impossible for you to contend against me, the red-bone horse-ape. The red-bone horse-ape roared and charged forward once again. Although he was chained, his range of movement was still relatively large. It was no problem for him to move within 1,000 zhang. His 100 zhang body soared into the sky with the pressure of MT Tai. The red-bone horse-ape leaped forward and stepped on the waves. The water below his feet shattered into pieces. Xianxia's face was extremely solemn. This terrifying fellow was too terrifying. The pressure of MT Tai was like a hot knife through butter, colliding with Xianxia. Yao Hongqian's face turned ashen and he took a deep breath. Fortunately, he did not continue to show off in front of Xianxia. Otherwise, he might not be able to escape from Xianxia's killing intent. These two fellows were as strong as divine emperors, although Xianxia was slightly weaker, he was not as strong as a divine emperor. However, he was not afraid. The red-bone horse-ape's fists were like the wind, the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon could be heard continuously, shaking the bottom of the water. Xianxia's fists landed on the red-bone horse-ape's body, but he did not retreat at all. The two of them continued to clash against each other. There was no technique, no divine weapon, no dreadful heavenly prestige. It was just the most basic and crazy attacks. Xianxia's body was not any weaker than the red-bone horse-ape's. The myriad Chi's recovery made him almost invincible. However, Xianxia had underestimated the red-bone horse-ape. Or perhaps, it could be said that the red-bone horse-ape had deceived Xianxia. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Under the water, the ground was shaking and the rocks were cracking. The red-bone horse-ape was getting more and more courageous. Although Xianxia wasn't any weaker than him, he still lost the initiative under the red-bone horse-ape's attacks. Xianxia stabilized his body step by step. The red-bone horse-ape's attacks had reached the power of a divine emperor, causing Xianxia to be in a dangerous situation. He was forced to retreat again and again. The red-bone horse-ape's movements were disorderly. It was difficult for him to move under the water. With the half-dragon body, Xianxia was unafraid of danger. He charged forward several times, but the red-bone horse-ape resisted, not giving Xianxia any chance. The battle between the two became more and more terrifying. Xianxia was stunned, but he couldn't make a move. The green lotus was behind the red-bone horse-ape. He didn't have any chance to take advantage of the chaos to obtain the spiritual spring. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He held the cold river stone in his hand and it was like an unparalleled mountain. The cold river stone became more and more powerful under the extreme cold ancient well. Xianxia could already control the cold river stone. Although he couldn't unleash the power of the destructive ice god, he couldn't underestimate it. The cold river stone was a divine weapon of a great emperor. Its power was still there. Xianxia smashed the red-bone horse-ape again and again. Both of them roared. The waves and whirlwinds under the water didn't stop for a long time. The entire area under the extreme cold ancient well was shaking. The extreme cold energy of the cold river stone froze the bottom of the lake time and time again, trying to freeze the red-bone horse-ape. However, it always ended in failure. The red-bone horse-ape was too powerful. It was impossible to freeze it. With a single punch, ice could shatter the world and its chi soared to the heavens. Damned human, you're courting death. Taste the might of my divine monkey. The red-bone horse-ape roared again and again. He couldn't even kill a hierarch realm fella. Moreover, this fella gave him a huge headache. It was really hateful. How could a mere hierarch realm fella suppress him? This human was really indulging in fantasy. The red-bone horse-ape waved his heavy fists. Each of his fists was shocking. They tore apart the space of the water domain. Water dragons burst out and went straight towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became gloomy as he unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique once again. His aura was now comparable to a divine emperor expert. Facing the violent dragons that were rushing towards him, Xianxia's strength was enough to break everything. Each of his punches crushed a water dragon. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. The battle between Xianxia and the red-bone horse-ape had caused the waters to sink into a whirlpool. The invisible suction force made it extremely difficult for Xianxia. These two fellas are too monstrous, Xianxia said in a deep voice. He kept retreating, but the whirlpool created by the battle between the two of them was enough to tear apart a hierarch expert. Even if he continued to stay there, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. At this moment, Xianxia frowned and his expression turned solemn. His Emperor Realm soul sensed that there were a few powerful figures that had entered the ancient well. Looks like someone's here, Xianxia said in a low voice. At this moment, Xianxia didn't plan to let the red-bone horse-ape fight anymore. He didn't know who those fellas were. If they came with bad intentions, he would be trapped and attacked from both sides. Go to hell. Xianxia punched out and clashed with the red-bone horse-ape. He was pushed back and purposely spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, he turned back into his human form. Ha ha ha, no one is a match for me, the red-bone horse-ape. What a reckless fella. The red-bone horse-ape looked at the defeated Xianxia and laughed hysterically. Xianxia retreated and quickly entered the Zulong Tower. Xianxia's expression changed when he saw that. Why did Xianxia suddenly disappear? It was impossible for him to continue staying here, so he quickly flashed away and disappeared without a trace. Running away after losing? What kind of hero are you? I, the red-bone horse-ape, despise cowards like you the most. Humans are all good. Humph. The red-bone horse-ape hammered its chest continuously, causing whirlpools to appear in the water, causing the water to churn violently. According to the Arhat ancestors' records, it's 108,000 feet below this ancient well. It should be right. Spiritual Master Silence said faintly. They were also enduring the great pressure. No one was an exception to the extreme cold energy. Under the water, their strength was greatly reduced. It was completely incomparable to above the water. Bah, it's really here. The ice on the green lotus is the Medicine Master's spirit spring. Only by taking this ancient well can the Medicine Master's spirit spring turn into spring water. Spiritual Master Silence said in a deep voice. His eyes lit up. Everyone's gaze was focused on the green lotus. A bunch of greedy humans. You shouldn't have come here. The Redbone Horseap's voice reverberated through the water. Everyone's expression changed. The Redbone Horseape once again slowly stood up. Its body was 100 feet tall and was as tall as a mountain. Only when everyone raised their eyes could they clearly see the Redbone Horseap's existence. This? What kind of demonic beast is this? Why is it so terrifying? Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. The moment the Redbone Horseape appeared, he felt a great pressure. It was even greater than the extreme cold energy in the water. This big guy was definitely not easy to deal with. I didn't expect such a demonic beast to exist in this world. Spiritual Master Yuan murmured, his face filled with disbelief. Bah, you've guessed it too, junior brother. Spiritual Master Silence looked at Spiritual Master Yuan, his voice gradually becoming solemn. Wei Xiaolong's face was filled with shock. He had no idea what kind of demonic beast it was. Even the eminent monks of the Tianluo temple did not dare to look at it. One could imagine how powerful it was. It's the Redbone Horseape, the most terrifying demonic beast in the world. It's even more terrifying than the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Qilin. Spiritual Master Silence said. This is one of the legendary 4 chaotic monkeys? Isn't it just a legend? Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Legend? Hee, the legends were all based on evidence. The 4 spiritual monkeys were all incomparably valiant and incomparably terrifying. They jumped out of the 3 realms and didn't belong to the 5 elements. Even if they encountered the great calamity of the world, they could still quietly survive it. They were much more terrifying than any other expert. Even if it was a great emperor expert, countless would fall, but they could still survive the great calamity of the world. His body was like a diamond and his strength was like a barbarian king. His irresistible force was unstoppable. This is the 4 chaotic world monkeys. The Redbone Horseape is the most sinister, cunning, and infuriated. His appearance should be due to the Medicine Master Buddha suppressing him here. Reverend Divine Sound said. He saw that the Redbone Horseape's entire body was bound by chains, but from the looks of it, it was not to be trifled with. When he slowly stood up, everyone felt their breathing become sluggish. The pressure that the Redbone Horseape gave them was truly terrifying. As expected of the legends of ancient beasts. Wei Xiaolong took a deep breath. Everyone was on high alert. Although the Redbone Horseape was chained, it could still move freely within 3,000 zhang. Moreover, the alchemist spirit spring was behind the Redbone Horseape. If they wanted to obtain the alchemist spirit spring, they would have to step over the Redbone Horseape. I'll fight you. Reverend Yuan shouted in a deep voice. The Redbone Horseape did not seem powerful, so he should be able to suppress it alone. However, the moment Reverend Yuan made his move, the Redbone Horseape suddenly punched out, tearing the water apart. The power of the punch instantly made Reverend Yuan lose the ability to fight. He was knocked back, his injuries quite severe. Junior brother. Be careful. This beast is not simple. Dao Master Silent Sound caught Dao Master Yuan. Dao Master Yu Yin's face was pale, but fortunately, the Redbone Horseape didn't use its full strength. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to survive. This beast is too powerful. Pfft. Reverend Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was as ugly as it could be. Bah. Junior brother, rest for now. I'll fight him. Reverend Divine Sound nodded, but his heart was extremely solemn. The Redbone Horseape had completely exceeded their expectations. It did not seem powerful, but it was able to heavily injure Reverend Yuan with a single move. It was not to be underestimated. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, the Redbone Horseape will not let this matter rest. Reverend Divine Sound's words were naturally meant for Wei Xiaolong. It seemed like they had to work together this time. Alright, Reverend Divine Sound is right. The alchemist's spiritual spring water is a true treasure. Even martial Emperor realm experts would covet it. The corner of Wei Xiaolong's lips curled up into a faint smile. It might be difficult to kill the Redbone Horseape, but it shouldn't be difficult to trap it and retrieve the alchemist's spiritual spring water. Thank you, Benefactor Wei. Our Tianluo temple will only take a portion of the alchemist's spiritual spring water. The remaining 2 will belong to Benefactor Wei. As for the final search for the reincarnated living Buddha, please help our Tianluo temple until the very end. Reverend Divine Sound said. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lit up. The alchemist's spiritual spring water was extremely precious. He could take a portion for himself and give the remaining to the Tongtian Divine Palace. This Reverend Divine Sound was quite a good person. Don't worry, Reverend Divine Sound. I will not disappoint you. The Tianluo Temple's matters will be mine, Wei Xiaolong's matters. I am satisfied with Benefactor Wei's words. Thank you, Benefactor Wei. Reverend Divine Sound and the others quickly attacked. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors were not to be underestimated. At this moment, the 5 of them fought against the Redbone Horseape head-on. The Redbone Horseape was infuriated and threw a punch. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors perfectly defended against the punch. The Redbone Horseape was extremely furious. At this moment, the late Hierarch realm experts were powerless in front of the Redbone Horseape and were instantly killed. Wei Xiaolong's expression changed and his eyes turned cold. However, it didn't matter to him that he didn't lose any half-step Divine Emperor experts. Although they were the mainstays of the Heavenly Divine Mansion, their value was much lower compared to a half-step Divine Emperor. They were already prepared this time. Casualties were inevitable. As long as the 3 of them could return to the Heavenly Divine Mansion safely, it would be enough. The 5 half-step Divine Emperors took action at the same time and managed to hold the Redbone Horseape back temporarily. At this moment, Reverend Divine Sound shouted. Junior brother, quickly go and get the alchemist's spiritual spring water. All right. Reverend Yuan endured the pain and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the back of the Redbone Horseape. The 3 green lotuses were the alchemist's spiritual spring water. This alchemist's spiritual spring water is mine. A terrifying sword light flashed across his neck. Without any warning, perfected being Yuan was instantly killed, and his soul was assimilated into the great Yu soul-forming light. Perfected being Yuan did not even know who killed him. At that moment, his figure gradually floated to the top of the ancient well. No. Junior brother. Perfected being Silent Being and Perfected being Divine Sound screamed at the same time. Their faces turned extremely ugly. They did not expect someone to attack them secretly at that moment. A bunch of idiots. What's there to feel pity for if you're dead? You bunch of sanctimonious people deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the water. Wei Xiaolong, Perfected being Silent Being, and Perfected being Divine Sound all exclaimed and held their breaths. They did not expect the person who attacked them from behind to be Jiang Chen. Didn't he die in the Dipbunkar Buddha's hall? Why is he here? Wei Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's death was already set in stone, so how did he manage to escape? This was simply unbelievable. He had been sealed in the small world by them and was annihilated in the void along with the Dipbunkar Buddha Hall, but he appeared here alive and even killed Daoist Yuan. This was simply a fantasy. That's impossible. Perfected being Divine Sound was also extremely shocked, but the facts were right in front of them. Jiang Chen had indeed appeared again, and killed their junior brother, Perfected being Yuan, and stole the Medicine Master spiritual spring water. At that moment, Perfected being Silent Being and Perfected being Divine Sound were on the verge of breaking down. Both of their junior brothers had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. That was ridiculous. Moreover, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere, but they had helped Jiang Chen. If they had joined forces to fight against the Redbone Horseape, perhaps it would not have been so easy for Jiang Chen to obtain the Medicine Master spiritual spring water. There are many things that are impossible. You want to kill me? Dream on. Now, you can slowly enjoy the attacks of the redbone horseape. Ha ha ha. Xianxia turned into a stream of light and charged into the ancient well. Damn you, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Xianxia, you and I are irreconcilable. Bastard, you will definitely die without a burial. Wei Xiaolong was also furious. Although he didn't believe that Xianxia would appear in front of them, the result shocked him. No matter what, Xianxia wasn't dead, which was a great threat to them. As long as Xianxia was alive, the anger in their hearts would not be appeased. Now that Xianxia had killed Perfected Master Yuan, Perfected Master Wu Yin and Perfected Master Xinyan's faces were as red as a pig's liver. Facing the redbone horseape's attack, they were forced into a passive position. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already escaped. In front of the thatched hut, Tyrant and Xianxia had also arrived late. Looking at the ruined immortal herbs, even Xianxia felt that it was a pity. Sigh, it's such a pity. I wonder who destroyed this entire garden of medicinal plants. I can't help but lament my chest and stomp my feet. If these elixirs were given to Tyrant, he might be able to quickly recover from his injuries. However, Xianxia knew that the most important thing for them to come here was still the alchemist spirit spring water. Only by obtaining the alchemist spirit spring water would the Tyrant be able to quickly recover and grow up. He would no longer have to fear those powers that were searching for them everywhere. Perhaps, they would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder again, and would no longer have to continue hiding. I wonder where the alchemist spiritual spring is. Tyrant let out a sigh. Although he had found this place with the help of the alchemist glazed Buddha, he had no idea where the alchemist spiritual spring was. Furthermore, they were in deep trouble, so they had to be cautious of those who wanted to kill them. You must be the reincarnation of a living Buddha. A white-robed figure appeared in front of Xianxia and Tyrant and said calmly. The woman's long hair was like a waterfall and her back was like a hook. She looked at Xianxia and eventually, her gaze fell on Tyrant. Who are you? Xianxia asked in a deep voice, pointing at the white-clothed woman. I'm here to retrieve the God-suppressing monument. The white-clothed woman said faintly, looking straight ahead. You want to retrieve the God-suppressing monument? Hee hee, how arrogant. Who do you think you are? Xianxia sneered. His eyes were extremely cold and he clenched his fists. He could attack at any time in this battle. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. The white-clothed woman's cold voice sounded like a machine. She took a step forward and Xianxia was forced back 2 steps by the white-clothed woman. Be careful. Xianxia. Tyrant could feel the white-clothed woman's strength and said in a low voice. If you want the God-suppressing monument, you'll have to get past me first. Xianxia was not afraid at all and he rushed towards the white-clothed woman. However, the white-clothed woman was not to be outdone either. The two of them clashed in an instant. The white-clothed woman's sword was as sharp as snow and it was extremely agile. Her sword aura shot through the sky and its might was unstoppable. Xianxia was unable to attack her several times and he was even in a passive and dangerous situation. The white-clothed woman's every move was ruthless and more brutal than the man's. The battle between women was also more bloody. Both of them were unafraid of death. Xianxia swore to protect Tyrant with his life while the white-clothed woman swore to kill anyone who stood in her way and obtain the God-suppressing monument. Scram! The white-clothed woman's attacks were bold and domineering. She completely suppressed Xianxia, causing him to be unable to fight back. Her sword aura revolved and 3 swords pierced into Xianxia's ribs, severely injuring him. Xianxia. Tyrant was extremely worried, and his face was pale. But at this moment, he had no idea how he could help Xianxia. Right now, he was a complete cripple. No. Tyrant roared angrily and the white-clothed woman's sword landed on Xianxia's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing broke through the air. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a ray of light and returned to Xianxia's hand. At that moment, Tyrant's body trembled and he was overjoyed. Although he could not see, he knew that familiar aura better than anyone else. Little Chinzi. You're still alive. Tyrant was extremely excited. The fact that Xianxia was still alive was more important than anything else. There are many people who want to kill me, but none of them have succeeded. Xianxia said faintly. However, when he raised his head, his mind became chaotic again. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on Yuki Chihian. He didn't expect it to be her again. Her appearance put Jiang Chen in a difficult position once again. Yuki Chihian was extremely powerful. She was able to heavily injure Xianxia. This was enough to prove her ability. Jiang Chen didn't dare to underestimate her. "We meet again," Jiang Chen said. The relationship between him and Yuki Chihian was extremely complicated. Yuki Chihian had died for him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with guilt. That scene was still fresh in his mind. This simple and pure girl had recklessly charged forward for the love of her heart. That resolute attitude in the face of death caused Jiang Chen's heart to be unable to calm down for a long time. "Hand over the alchemist's spiritual spring water." Yuki Chihian looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly without a trace of emotion. Jiang Chen didn't know why Yuki Chihian had become like this. However, her smile remained in his mind. Although she was as cold as ice, in Jiang Chen's heart, Yuki Chihian was still Yuki Chihian. "Here." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, a green lotus was pushed into Yuki Chihian's hand. Qingshuan's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to help this woman. "Why did you give her the alchemist's spiritual spring water? Do you know that she wants to kill this monk?" Qingshan glared at Jiang Chen. "What bullshit tea, brother?" Now that he had given the alchemist's spiritual spring water to a woman, Qingshan was incomparably furious. Tyrant didn't say anything. He knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't do such a thing. "I'm sorry, Qingshan." Jiang Chen glanced at the heavily injured Qingshan and said in a low voice. "I still have the alchemist's spirit spring, but I only have one Yuki Chihian, and Tyrant, my brother, also only has one." Qingshan was slightly startled. She had already guessed the relationship between Jiang Chen and this white-robed woman, but she hadn't expected him to have the alchemist's spirit spring water. As long as he had the alchemist's spirit spring water, it would be enough for Tyrant to stand up again. Hey. Brother, where's mine? Where's my alchemist's spiritual spring?" Yao Hongchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already said that he would get a share. "Sorry, one for me, one for my brother, one for you. If there's a fourth share, I'll definitely give it to you," Jiang Chen indifferently said. Yao Hongchen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This bastard had actually played him for a fool. However, he was in a disadvantageous position, and there was no way he could forcefully make a move. Jiang Chen was much stronger than him. "Brother Jiang, I won't ask you for the alchemist's spiritual spring water, but you have to remember that you owe me a favor." Yao Hongchen clenched his teeth and said. If Jiang Chen was truly a wise and upright person, he wouldn't go back on his word. "All right." Jiang Chen glanced at Yao Hongchen and nodded heavily. If it wasn't for Yuki Chihian, Jiang Chen might have given Yao Hongchen a share of the alchemist's spiritual spring water. However, it was already too late. "I've already given you the alchemist's spiritual spring water, but it's impossible for you to touch this monk. The god-suppressing monument will also not be given to you." Jiang Chen sighed. Yuki Chihian still had a cold expression on her face. She completely ignored Jiang Chen and approached Tyrant once again. "You want to touch this monk?" "It's impossible." Jiang Chen swept over and directly approached Yuki Chihian. The two of them were in a love-hate relationship. Yuki Chihian didn't have any thoughts about Jiang Chen. She only wanted to fight. The sword intent in her heart wasn't any weaker than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen advanced step by step. He didn't attack Yuki Chihian. On the contrary, Yuki Chihian was closing in on Jiang Chen. From Qing Xian's point of view, Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Ba. She is no longer the person in your heart. Little Chenzi, why are you lying to yourself? Tyrant's words made Jiang Chen lose his mind. Tyrant's words reminded him that the current Shui Chenying was no longer the woman who was willing to die for him. She was no longer the kind and cold goddess in white. The current her was an executioner who killed people like scything flax. In her eyes, there was only slaughter and more slaughter. Jiang Chen really wanted to know who the mastermind behind her was. Yuki Chihian soared into the sky and faced Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's means were not weak at all. His late hierarch realm strength was enough for him to fight against a half-emperor realm expert. Tyrant's words made him understand that everything in front of him was just an illusion. Yuki Chihian was not the woman who had died for him. She was no longer the person he was worried about. 3,000 Flaming Heavenly Seal. Xianxia struck out a seal and forced Yuki Chihian to retreat. The latter was not willing to be outdone and rushed forward. Sword shadows kept flashing in front of Xianxia's eyes. However, Xianxia's swordsmanship was better than Yuki Chihian. She could not hurt him at all. Drought Chief. At this moment, Shui Qianying shouted in a low voice. 10 black figures came out and covered Xianxia. The 10 Droughting demons were extremely ferocious. They were like evil spirits pouncing towards Xianxia. Xianxia moved his mind and retreated. At this moment, Yuki Chihian went straight to Tyrant. Xianxia's figure flashed. He held the blood-red chain that he obtained from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's celestial hall and smashed it fiercely, sending a Drought Chief flying. The Drought Chief's strength was at the peak hierarch realm. Moreover, it was a Drought Chief that was not weaker than 2 half-step divine emperors. How could such a terrifying evil creature be in Yuki Chihian's body? Xianxia did not have time to think. The blood-red chain in his hand struck again and again, forcing the 10 Drought Chief to retreat and break them into pieces. Xianxia's guess was right. The divine weapon obtained from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's celestial hall was extremely effective against these evil spirits. After sending the 10 Drought Chief flying, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Tyrant and blocked Yuki Chihian's attack. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was ruthless. This time, he did not hold back. Xianxia, who was a late hierarch realm expert, could kill those ordinary half-step divine emperors within 10 moves. Even someone as powerful as Yuki Chihian could not withstand Xianxia's attack. Yuki Chihian retreated step by step. She was completely suppressed by Xianxia's invincible power. The 10 Drought Chief did not make Xianxia flustered. Instead, it triggered Xianxia's anger. If he continued to hesitate, Tyrant would be in an extremely difficult situation. Yuki Chihian was forced to retreat again and again by Xianxia. However, she still resisted with all her might. In the end, Xianxia sliced off her shoulder, revealing half of her snow-white arm. Xianxia could not bear to attack her. At that moment, Yuki Chihian finally retreated. Go! Xianxia shouted angrily. Yuki Chihian's figure disappeared. Xianxia turned around and looked at Tyrant. At this moment, with the medicine alchemist spiritual spring in hand, Tyrant and Xianxia revealed an excited smile. Tyrant knew that Xianxia must have gone through a lot of hardships to appear here and risk his life to obtain the medicine alchemist spiritual spring for him. Little Qinzi. Thank you. Nonsense, there's no need to say such things between brothers. Xianxia scolded jokingly. With the medicine alchemist spiritual spring in hand, his injuries would not be a problem. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Xianxia said in a low voice. He looked around for fear of another sneak attack. Want to leave? Hee, it's too late. An indifferent voice appeared beside Xianxia and Tyrant. Xianxia's breathing stagnated and his face turned extremely gloomy. It's them. You know them? Xianxia asked. Back then, when I escaped with the monk, we were almost killed by these people. However, he wasn't the one who injured the monk. Xianxia said in a low voice. Ba. It seems that the saying enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road is quite interesting. You might be able to avoid it once, but can you avoid it forever? Tyrant, if you hand over the God-suppressing monument now, our titanium temple might be able to spare your life. Join our titanium temple and we will guarantee your safety. Enlightened Master Wuda said indifferently with a smile on his face. You guys are really scheming. Don't you guys want the God-suppressing monument in my hands? If I die, you will naturally have the chance to inherit it. If I don't die, don't even think about getting my God-suppressing monument. Tyrant said in a deep voice. These bastards all have ulterior motives. It seems like another group of sanctimonious, treacherous, and cunning people. Xianxia sneered. Now, you can't escape at all. You'd better surrender, lest you die a graveless death. Isn't it better to live? Reverend Gauda sneered. As the two half-step deity emperors of the Jingang Temple, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. They even had 4 half-step deity emperors as their subordinates. The strength of the Jingang Temple was formidable. Now, Xianxia and Tyrant were forced into a desperate situation. Little fool, how dare you point fingers in front of the eminent monks of my Vajra temple and disturb the Buddha world? I'll kill you later as a sacrifice to Buddha's spirit in heaven. The monk behind enlightened Master Wu De shouted in a deep voice. His face was gloomy as he stared at Xianxia. Tyrant monk's life was hanging by a thread while Xianxia was heavily injured. What could a late hierarch guy do? Therefore, the eminent monk of Titanium Temple was determined to win. Just the few of you? Hee, you might not be able to catch me. Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile. Reverend Wu De and Reverend Gaoda's faces were gloomy. Looks like this guy is really courting death. Bah. There will always be foolish and forgetful children in this world. Today, this old monk will take you down on behalf of the common people, lest you make another move and bring misery to the world. Reverend Wu De said faintly as if he had already sentenced Xianxia to death. From their point of view, a late hierarch like Xianxia could be killed with a single palm strike. Then, let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Xianxia stood proudly. Xianxia, take this monk away. Xianxia brandished his blade and horse, blocking the path of the Titanium Temple's experts. You want to stop the eminent monks of my Vajra temple? Ha, you're overestimating yourself. Someone sneered at Xianxia. Reverend Wu De and Reverend Gaoda were extremely powerful. They were likely to break through to the Divine Emperor realm within 10,000 years. Their cultivation realm had already reached the peak. How could they be scared by a late hierarch kid? Stubborn fella. Looks like this old monk is going to take action. Reverend Gaoda said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look like a monk at all. Take action. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Xianxia said as he turned around and looked at Xianxia and Tyrant. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. I've left you behind once, but I will never leave you behind again. Tyrant said with incomparable determination. Xianxia looked at Tyrant deeply. This guy is still as sincere as ever. However, at this moment, Xianxia could not allow anything to happen to him. Otherwise, what's the point of obtaining the alchemist spiritual spring? Hurry up and take the alchemist spiritual spring with you. If you dare to come back before I die, we can still fight side by side. Xianxia said while laughing. Tyrant was struggling in his heart. There was no point in staying here. He would only be troubled if he stayed by Xianxia's side. It was better for him to find a quiet place to cultivate and wait for Xianxia's strength to recover. At that time, the two of them could fight side by side again. Want to leave? No one can leave. Today is the day of your death. Tyrant, if you turn back now, Buddha is merciful and will spare your life. Reverend Gaoda said coldly. Spare your ass. Little Chenzi, you must not die. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to see Da Huang and 13 again. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Xianxia did not hesitate and quickly pulled Tyrant away. There have always been many people who wanted to kill me, Xianxia, but none of them could do it. These guys are just wax spears that look good but are useless. Xianxia sneered. Don't let him go. Reverend Gaoda said in a deep voice. Everyone chased after him. Xianxia immediately raised his blade and blocked Reverend Gaoda's path. No one had expected that Xianxia could block Reverend Gaoda and the other 3 half-step divine emperors with his late hierarch strength. Moreover, he did not retreat at all. Reverend Gaoda and Reverend Wu De's faces were filled with shock. They even forgot to chase after Tyrant for a moment. The strength that Xianxia had displayed was really terrifying. Who could imagine that he could block 4 half-step divine emperors with just a palm strike? Bah. This kid cannot be underestimated. Reverend Wu De's face darkened and said with a solemn expression. So what if you're strong? Let's see if you can get past me. No matter how strong you are, you're just a late hierarch. Reverend Gaoda sneered and quickly attacked. He led the 3 half-step divine emperors and approached Xianxia. The long blade in his hand was invincible. 13th Sword. Xianxia unleashed a slash, facing the 4 half-step divine emperors without any fear. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a rain of swords, showering down. Xianxia's blade was sharp and sharp. The 4 half-step divine emperors did not expect Xianxia to be this powerful. End of chapter 3173. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.